Welcome, villagers, to the village hidden in the stories. I'm your guide, KAGE, the creator and author behind all the what-if stories you see on this channel, powered by your amazing suggestions. Every story you hear is written, edited, and produced by me, so if you're ever wondering who's behind the magic, it's me. I hope you enjoy today's video. If you're new here, make sure to subscribe, hit the bell icon to stay updated, like the video, and don't forget to drop your what-if ideas in the comments. Today's story is the movie for what if Naruto was sent to Transformers. And for this story I want to do something different. I've decided these movies will start with a deep dive into how I made the story, what I wanted the story to be, and changes for its next version. This FIC was simpler because it was made before I was comfortable changing the main timeline. I kept all changes mainly towards Naruto, making him sort of Sam's replacement. But I did try to make sure it didn't feel like he was just a stand-in for Sam. I say I liked working on the first part the most, and my favorite part of the story to listen to is again the first part. Reason being, in later parts one kept too close to the main story instead of bigger changes. I do like keeping to the main story, but this was before I made real changes. What I'm gonna change in a newer version. I'd keep Sam in the story, and I do already have a big plan for this FIC when I update it. Now, without further ado, let's jump into this what if. A faint glow of sunlight spilled through the open curtains of a slightly unkempt room, its golden light stretching across the floor as the day grew longer. The floor was spotless, but the unmade bed told a different story, its blanket wrinkled and tangled near the edge as if hastily thrown aside. In the far corner, a laundry hamper brimmed with mismatched shirts, jeans, and hoodies layered chaos that seemed to reflect its owner's energy. Beside it, a black guitar leaned against the wall, its surface plastered with stickers from unknown bands and half-faded logos. The dresser, possibly the messiest part of the room, was a testament to scattered priorities. A kunai pouch sat among a watch, loose change, and a well-worn baseball cap, all piled haphazardly as if waiting for someone to sort them or abandon them entirely. Thrown on the other side of the room, in its smallest area, was a small damaged desk, scratches and dents set in its wooden surface. Some of these buffs looked like they could have been done by a weapon, which was much easier to tell when you saw the kunai sticking out from the side of the desk. Aside from the small hazard of the kunai, a laptop lay on the desk, open but turned off, forgotten in some way as it sat there, keys cold for who knows how long. The silence around the room was almost clear, faint snoring from the room's tenant. And the hums of the air conditioning were the only things that interrupted the quiet, and it would have been kept as such, if it wasn't for the sudden beeping of an alarm clock near the side of the bed. Red lights blared as much as they could in the day, accenting its annoying sound that repeated over and over. The sound was loud, obnoxious, but frankly, wasn't anywhere close to waking up the boy who slept peacefully on the bed. His arms and legs laid spread out as he laid on his back, his spiky yellowish blonde hair covered his eyes from sight, and his whisker-like birthmarks gave a sense of danger and wildness to his unconscious demeanor. The alarm seemed to be getting louder with each second. But even as it did so, his snoring hadn't stopped a bit. Eventually, after a few minutes of the obnoxious alarm, rustling sounds emerged from the bed, but it wasn't the blonde boy stirring. Beneath the tangled blanket covering his leg, something shifted. The movement was subtle at first, forming an ominous shape as it squirmed, searching for a way out. The motions grew faster as the alarm continued its relentless blare, erratic and almost inhuman, as if whatever was trapped beneath the blanket had reached its limit. Finally, the blanket puffed upward, floating momentarily as the unseen force beneath grew more agitated. In one swift motion, it launched itself toward the offending alarm clock. A red flash lit the room as the clock was obliterated, crushed in a way that defied logic. Yet, faintly, its stubborn beeping persisted, a mocking echo in the now still room. The flattened piece of tech lay on the bedside table, and atop it, the source of destruction lingered, a hand of bubbling red energy. The translucent appendage pulsed and popped, its surface boiling as it flexed one last time, attempting to crush the clock further. When that failed, it began to recede, retreating back toward the boy still snoring peacefully on the bed. But one beep from the barely working alarm managed to set the appendage off again. It launched itself once more out of obvious anger. Another flash of red was produced. Not as bright as the first one as the arm rushed and flailed, boiling energy popped even more, and the hand attached to the arm grew outstretched and monsterish, before slamming directly into the bed stand, completely destroying the whole thing altogether, with one blow. Just like its first attack, it sat there for a few seconds, waiting for a sound, whether it was the slight snore the boy had, or the hum of the room, or the now even more destroyed alarm, was unknown as it sat and waited. And as if finally satisfied, it began to retreat into the blonde, only now it fully disappeared and completely disformed as the boy still snored. Ironically, the possible efforts to keep the boy in bed were for nothing. As the voice of a woman yelled out, finally waking the blonde, "Naruto," the voice screamed, yelling out for the blonde that jolted up with an uneasy breath. "Yes," Naruto asked a few seconds later with a yell, questioning why he was awoken all of a sudden. As he tried to steady his breath, it took a few seconds for the womanly voice to respond again, almost sounding old and tired when it finally yelled back, "You're running late. Remember you have that project due today, if you want your father to get you that car you're gonna need that last A." The boy's eyes widened, as he moved his hair out of the way, showing his blue eyes before giving a small groan, having realized he overslept. "Damn it," he said quietly, but it was sharp before he started to rub the tiredness out of his eyes. His hand then moved to the blanket covering his leg, throwing it off with a quick pull. The blonde boy practically jumped from his bed, feeling his feet on the soft carpet before rushing to his dresser. "Mom," he yelled as he placed his hand on the smooth surface, holding himself up while opening a drawer. "Yes," a yell came back questioningly, and as Naruto moved he waited a few more seconds before answering. Grabbing a shirt and some pants from his dresser, he began to put the clothes on, pulling down his black shirt before quickly shifting around, as if searching for something with a quick flick of his head. He eventually stopped moving, staring at the destroyed bedside table, along with his flattened alarm clock. Naruto's eyes had widened, his mouth left open as he stared agape at the destruction in his room, something he was sure shouldn't have happened. But instead of questioning it he took it in without a worry. This answered the question of why he wasn't woken up earlier, but it had put up other questions for what had happened while he was asleep, making him wonder slightly before deciding to yell to his mother again. "I need a new clock," he yelled once more, keeping a close eye on his destroyed table. Again, he continued, a bit more embarrassed as he did so. It didn't take long for an answer. Their back and forth getting faster the longer Naruto stayed awake. "Really?" the woman's voice questioned in a confused tone. "This is the third time this week, we might need to start stocking up on clocks." Naruto gave a sigh at this. He rubbed his whiskers as he remembered what happened to his other alarms. Similar acts of destruction had happened to all of them, and each one had been worse than the last. What he was staring at right now was possibly the worst one he had seen so far, and he didn't know how long this would keep up, but at this point he hadn't found an answer. He only figured that it would keep happening until he did something about it, and right now he was more worried about getting to school, not about his destroyed clock. Naruto finally dismissed the destruction, moving towards his clothes hamper with one turn. With a few quick strides he walked towards the hamper. He then let his hand dive in the soft pile of clothes, feeling around for something as he reached in. The soft cloth on his hand was made by multiple high-quality jackets and hoodies, each one having been a reward the boy bought for himself with the jobs he took. And after a few seconds of searching, he was able to pull out an orange hoodie, with an intact black design going from neck of it, all the way through the rest of the jacket, the main part having 3 kamas in a circle, and multiple small kanji branching from it. The whiskered blonde then grabbed his backpack, and moved to the hallway connected to his room. He quickly skipped the stairs, riding down the rail and landing on the wooden floor. A loud thud could be heard as he braced himself a bit, but quickly he looked to the door ready to run out of his house. "Mom, I'm heading out," Naruto called, slipping on his shoes and bolting for the door, but just as his hand reached the doorknob, he paused. His gaze shifted to a nearby table, where a picture sat surrounded by a small bouquet of flowers. The blonde boy's lips curled into a soft smile as he stepped closer. The photo showed a boy about 12 years old, with jet black hair and warm brown eyes, a stark contrast to Naruto's golden blonde and striking blue. Naruto stood there for a moment, looking at the picture with quiet reverence. The photo was more than a keepsake, it was a reminder of the family he'd gained and the brother he'd lost. Naruto hadn't been born into this house. He'd spent his earliest years as an orphan, with no home to call his own. He didn't know what had happened to his biological family, but the Witwickies had taken him in and treated him like one of their own. But a few years later, tragedy struck. His adoptive brother, Sam Witwicky, was taken from them. Naruto never got a clear answer about what had happened. He'd pried, pleaded, and demanded the truth, but the answers always came in pieces, fragmented, evasive. He never stopped wishing for closure, or at least one last goodbye. Still, he found solace in this photo. "Morning, Sam," Naruto said softly, his voice tinged with bittersweet nostalgia. He let his memories linger for a moment before turning back toward the door. Just as he stepped outside, his mother's faint voice reached him. "Have a good day," she called from deeper inside the house. Naruto grinned as he closed the door behind him, setting off toward school. Naruto's feet hit the pavement in a steady rhythm. Running felt natural, almost effortless, like his legs were designed to propel him faster than anyone else. He never questioned why, he was different in ways he couldn't quite explain. But his speed came with a downside. Coaches and teachers were relentless about recruiting him for the track team. No matter how many times he turned them down, they kept coming back, undeterred. He reached the school quickly, weaving through the bustling halls until he arrived at his classroom. Now, Naruto stood at the front of the class, arms crossed and a mock frown on his face as he stared at the chaos before him. The room was a cacophony of laughter and chatter. Students were engrossed in their own conversations, completely ignoring the blonde standing by the teacher's desk. Naruto glanced back at his teacher, who sat quietly at their desk, apparently unbothered by the noise. He offered no help, leaving him to face the rowdy class alone. The blonde sighed, his frown deepening. This was supposed to be his time to present, but it didn't seem like anyone cared enough to listen. But he knew there was no point in just sitting here. If he wanted that, he would have to do this presentation, no matter how many people annoyed him. He only hoped that it wouldn't take too long for him to get their attention. A class as loud as this one was probably going to stay like this unless told otherwise. And possibly, even when told off, they would continue on this path. Not taking any longer to think on his actions, Naruto cleared his throat. The sudden sound somehow interrupted every conversation in the room. It had even caused the teacher to look up, as if he realized he still had a class to teach. "Sorry, Mr. Witwicky, I forgot that you're up." Laughs went through the air at the teacher's words, and at some point, a spitball had made contact with his jacket. It soared through the air like a small bullet, propelled by wind before hitting his jacket with a small smack. Naruto pulled his jacket to look at the disgusting attack, before letting it down and looking forward blankly. The blonde didn't say anything, already wanting this project to be over as he moved up his backpack. Naruto sighed inwardly as the laughter settled. This wasn't going the way he'd hoped, but he wasn't about to let one spitball and some laughter derail him. Reaching into his bag again, he began unpacking his project materials: a rolled-up piece of paper, an old pair of glasses, and a few metal artifacts. "For my family project," he started again, keeping his tone calm despite the lingering chuckles. But just as he was about to continue, another spitball came flying through the air. This time, Naruto caught it mid-flight without missing a beat. He stared at the small, soggy wad for a moment before dropping it onto the desk with a soft thud. Lifting his head, he scanned the back row with a sly smile. "Wow," he said, loud enough for the entire class to hear. "Whoever's still doing spitballs must think it's second grade. I mean, really? That's the best you've got?" The room erupted in laughter again, this time directed toward the guilty party. Naruto didn't point fingers, he didn't need to. A few knowing glances in the back row did the work for him. Satisfied, he turned back to his presentation, his grin fading into a more focused expression. "I'll deal with them later," he thought, already forming plans for a harmless yet unforgettable prank. For now, though, he had a project to finish. Once the class quieted down, Naruto moved directly into his project. Holding up one of his papers which had a picture of an older man on it, the paper was old and wrinkled, with cuts in its sides, as well as words that were unreadable. It was tinted yellow, and while no one noticed, it held a faint stink. Along with picture older man, the paper held other people on it, but the most important being the one in the middle. "I've decided to do my project on my great-great-grandfather, who was a famous man, Captain Archibald Witwicky," the boy said, the proud. Look, holding up his grandfather's picture with a smile. However, only bored stares outlined the class as the blonde spoke, no one being slightly interested in the topic. He was a very famous explorer. In fact, he was one of the first to explore the Arctic Circle, which was a big deal, he said while turning the paper around, stressing its importance while showing a small diagram of the Arctic. In 1897, he took 41 brave sailors straight into the Arctic shelf. Naruto gave a smile before shifting the paper once more, showing a picture of what was assumed to be his grandfather's boat. His motto, as well as our family motto. The boy started in slight wonder, questioning what he was about to say just a bit. "It was, no sacrifice, no victory," he said mockingly, though the words resonated with him much more than he wanted to admit, "which was used about as much as you expected it to be used," Naruto said jokingly, before putting the paper down and grabbing hold of one of the metal objects. The whiskered blonde began to shuffle the metal in his hands, showing off the different artifacts he had brought in for his talk. "And here, we have some of the basic instruments and tools used by 19th century seamen," said Naruto, after which the class erupted laughter. This was accented by the teacher pulling up a stop sign, getting his students to quickly calm down for the first time today. After the quick jolt of activity in his class, Naruto moved on, putting down one object with a small click as it fell on the teacher's desk. He then held up another object with both his hands. "For all the class to see, this here is the quadrant. It wasn't really stated what it does, but I know it must have been important if Gramps left it for our family," Naruto said with a proud expression. The blonde then gestured to all the other objects on the desk, different shapes that shifted and turned. The only normal thing seemed to be the pair of cracked glasses that he quickly grabbed next, much to the boredom of his class. The glasses were circular, like glasses you would see on certain stereotypical Santa Claus statues. The glasses were cracked in a pattern, each intricate line only showing on the bottom of the lenses, and as the whiskered boy looked to them, they seemed to make him think on something. Having another proud look, "These are his glasses, he wore on his trips. Now, I don't know if other seamen had these." Another quick jolt of laughter woke the students up before Naruto continued, "But these ones were his, and I have liked for other pairs, if only to get the lenses replaced because no one else I have gone to had any of this size, so please tell me if." Naruto was swiftly interrupted by a bored sigh from the teacher, which was unexpected to the boy as one of his eyebrows rose. The blonde looked back to the teacher, the man being laid back and looking out the window, before having turned to Naruto with a look that matched his tone. "Come on, Mr. Witwicky, get on with it. I know this stuff is important, but we have to get on since you arrived late." Normally the words would hurt anyone, but Naruto just ignored them because it seemed as if he should just move on with the story. This further cemented one of his teachers as an idiot in his eyes, and possibly someone who shouldn't have a teaching license after putting down a student, even though he wasn't put down in any way. Naruto let out a quick annoyed sigh. ignoring and dismissing his teacher's words before. Pulling out one last paper, it had another picture of his grandfather on it, along with some strange symbols that outlined and I capture his picture, unfortunately, my great-great-grandfather. The genius that he was, wound up going blind and crazy in a psycho ward. The blond boy gestured then to the paper before continuing, focusing on the symbols that were on it. He also began drawing these strange symbols, and babbling on about some giant ice man that he thought he discovered. Naruto tried to give a small chuckle, but he was taken over by the loud siren of the bell. It rung loudly and quickly, announcing the end of the class. Students lost interest in the blond boy, not like they had held any interest in the first place anyway. Instead the quickly and crowdedly filtered out, not listening to the words of their teacher as they tried to get to their next class. This made the teacher of the class, the little help that he was, try and call out for his students, getting no answer from them. Might be a pop quiz tomorrow, might not, the man yelled frantically, still struggling to get any answer from the kids until all of them had left, making him give a small sigh. This left the teacher with Naruto, and as he stood there in wait he seemed to be lost in his head. He hadn't expected anything less from his classmates, but he had other things to worry about, which is why he hadn't moved yet. He was thinking on the grade he would get from his teacher, and moving would bring him into the reality that he might not get what he needed, if he was going to get that car. Which was like the rite of passage for most teens. He would need to convince the man he should have the best grade, although, his expectations were slowly fading, as he had no reason to believe he would be able to convince the man of anything, especially with how little help he was with the other students. Naruto turned to the teacher, who had been waiting for him for a couple of seconds. Realizing this, the blonde moved to stand in front of him with a sheepish smile. "So, how'd I do?" he questioned confidently, but the boy's face didn't convey the same confidence in his tone. "I'd say, a solid B-," responded the boy's teacher, his voice full of boredom as he waved Naruto off while looking towards a book. The blonde's eyes widened, his mind going rampant before he repeated, "A B-," he said quickly, having tried to process it in his head before saying it out loud. "You were taking too long," the man started, still not looking at Naruto before continuing blankly. "You ran my class into the bell, and now I have to move my quiz to tomorrow." Naruto's eyes would have narrowed if he wasn't surprised. He had expected any other answer, not this. Lowering his grade for taking his time was stupid, and it wasn't fair. How could his teacher do this? And the more he thought on it, the more he had thought there had to be a rule against someone doing that. "Come on, there has to be something I can do," Naruto said, frantically turning quick as he looked to the window and then back to his teacher. "No, I'm sorry, but A B- is A B-." Naruto gave a serious look, hardened and determined, but somehow still frantic. "I wasn't going to resort to this, but," the boy's teacher looked up to him finally, seeing the look he gave in its fullest. "My dad, he is going to get me a car, if I can get 3 A's and $2,000, I have the 2,000, and this is the last grade I need." Even at the boy's words the teacher shook his head, not listening to what he had to say. Naruto's eyes softened with worry, his eyes shifting around, almost wanting to find the answer in the classroom. "Look," the blonde said once more, trying to gain his teacher's attention. "I have a friend," he continued, his words making the man listen just a bit more. "He is my best friend. While sure, a car is a rite of passage for a teen, a dream of freedom for most, but it's not my dream. I promised my best friend I'd make sure he's never late again. That car isn't just for me, it's for him too, so he can actually make it to school." The boy's teacher was now fully looking at Naruto, his story making him intrigued for the first time since the class started. "You want to know why? Because without that car, he will continue to fail. I mean, I can't help him if he is not even here." Once Naruto finished, the man looked deep in his eyes, searching for a lie which could not be found. Naruto wasn't planning on telling anyone about his plans with the car. He didn't like drawing attention to himself. There was even more parts to the story that he didn't want to share without his friend's permission, but the blonde had hoped the little bit he gave up would change the man's mind. Naruto kept his head down as he walked through the crowded hallway. Students were clustered near lockers, their conversations blurring together into a noisy hum. He barely noticed. The weight of the B- hung over him, heavy and final. No car. No way to keep his promise. Lost in thought, Naruto didn't notice the figure moving toward him until he was yanked sideways. His entire body shifted, swung through the air with a rush of wind whipping past his face. His eyes squeezed shut instinctively as he was slammed into the lockers with a loud bang. The pain radiated through his back, sharp and immediate, but the chatter of students around them barely faltered. No one seemed to care. Gritting his teeth, Naruto grabbed at the arms pinning him, his body still dangling off the ground. When he opened his eyes, defiance burned within them, meeting the sneering gaze of his assailant. "Hey, emo boy. Didn't see you there," drawled Trent, captain of the football team. Trent's towering frame loomed over Naruto, his sneer widening as he tightened his grip. Sure, Naruto was taller than most kids, but Trent had the size and strength advantage. Naruto scowled. "What do you want, Trent? I don't have time for this. You know, I'd pound you right here if there weren't so many people watching," Trent sneered, slamming Naruto against the lockers again. The loud bang echoed down the hall, but Naruto refused to react, biting back the pain as he glared at the other blonde. Trent's grin faltered slightly. "You think you're funny, don't you?" Naruto smirked faintly, though his back screamed in protest. "Stereotypical jock. I'm guessing you'll peak senior year." Trent growled and slammed him into the lockers again, harder this time. The impact rattled the nearby doors. But still, no one intervened. "You know exactly why I'm angry, Witwicky," Trent hissed, his face close to Naruto's. "That stunt you pulled in class, let me guess, the spitball?" Naruto interrupted, his tone dry. "It's not my fault you prank like a child." Trent's sneer twisted into a snarl, and he slammed Naruto again, though his grip wavered. "Just stop," Trent said through gritted teeth, "or so help me God, not even your dead brother will be able to save you." The words hit like a punch to the gut, and for a moment, everything seemed to freeze. Trent's grip loosened slightly as he realized what he'd said. His own anger flickered, replaced by something like regret, but it was too late. Naruto's eyes darkened. The defiance remained, but now there was something colder behind it. "Careful, Trent," he said quietly. "You might actually cross a line one day." Trent hesitated, unsure of what to say. The tension hung heavy between them, the noise of the hallway fading into the background. Naruto could have taken all the other insults. The normal call of emo, nerd, and idiot were just some he could think of, even though none of the normal conformities of school roles fit him. But the rage that he felt, when the bastard was speaking about his brother, made his blood boil. It made him feel something he had never felt at all, and that pure rage began to fill him, making him feel something else. Something very dark, that he had to dismiss as soon as it came. The students were now all in their classes, only Trent and Naruto still stood in the hall. Only now the tables had been reversed. Naruto still held Trent's arms, but now the jock had no hold on him. With a sharp movement, Naruto had dropped to the floor, his feet finally grounding him. Trent stumbled back, momentarily shaken, his confidence faltering. "Listen, you freak, your brother may be gone, but that doesn't mean you can turn me into a laughing stock, so stay out of my way, before I make you visit him." A smirk came back to Trent's face, his proud smile not being seen by Naruto. "Come on, let go, I mean really. With how you're speechless I'd think you were the one that killed your bro, and I'm next." Trent paused, sensing the tremors in the boy who now held him captive. He realized he had slipped again, 2 times in fact. He shouldn't have suggested such a thing of the boy, but before he could say another word, the football star was on the other side of the room. a single palm strike sent Trent crashing into a row of lockers. The sound of the impact rang through the hall, louder than any noise that had come before. Trent winced, his whole body in pain as he could only slowly look up, and when he did, he was met with red eyes. Fox-like eyes stared at the blonde, scaring him to his core. He was frozen, sweat trickled down his neck as he didn't move an inch. They were bright, cold, fox-like, and sharp, and they were the last thing the boy saw, before one final blow knocked him out. Time skip. Naruto sat in a green car, his hand holding up his head as he looked dismissively out of the window. His hair swished and turned, flailing from the wind as the topless car was driving at 25 miles per hour. The whiskered blonde didn't turn to the driver of the vehicle, much rather. Staying in silence after the circumstances of him being picked up, so, a voice started, sounding tired but gruff and rugged as he spoke. "I heard you got into a fight," the voice continued. Naruto turned. The silence having been gone as the blonde focused on the sounds of the wind before speaking. "Yeah," the blonde answered, a regretful tone accented by a worried look. "I'm sorry, Dad," Naruto finished, completely turning to the voice once he was done. The man to his left was his adopted father, Ron Witwicky, a big man that had a proud aura around him, although Naruto couldn't tell why. Naruto stared towards his father, his eyes scanning for disappointment that he wouldn't find. The blonde stretched his mouth to say something but stopped, only to do so again, forcing words out the best that he could. "Are you mad?" he asked suddenly. Ron looked towards Naruto for a few seconds, before putting his eyes back on the road. Giving a quick chuckle before a proud smile quickly arched on his face, Naruto rose an eyebrow, having seen his father smile, but he was unable to ask a question about it, as he tried to figure out what his father was smiling about. Ron gripped the steering wheel a little tighter, his gaze fixed on the road. "I'm not mad at you," he said, but there was a weight in his voice Naruto didn't fully understand. "Your mom is, but I'm definitely not. The principal had told me what happened, the security cameras made it more clear as well. If anything, I'm proud of you. That boy had no business talking about Sam like that." The whiskered boy's eyes softened slightly at what his dad had said. The rushing wind suddenly felt calming, and a smile was plastered on the blonde as he was happy he wasn't in trouble with his dad. But soon Naruto's mind turned to his mother, his smile fading into a frightened look as he thought about what the woman would do. "Wait, Mom is mad at me," the blonde said quickly, showing his full frightened look to the man. Ron chuckled again, a joking bellow stretching from his mouth, before turning to his son slightly. "Yes, she is," the man said, his voice sounding amused as he spoke. "When we get home, she's going to tear into you and me like a pack of wolves," Ron said, chuckling. But there was something softer in his voice, something that told Naruto this wasn't just a joke. Naruto showed another confused look, having read into what the man had said before speaking up. "Wait, what do you mean?" asked Naruto. "I thought she was mad at me. Why would she tear into you two?" Ron shook his head slightly, keeping his smile, but it seemed less happy to the blonde. "Son," the smile quickly strengthened, as the man turned his car to get to another part of the road, leaving the boy without an answer to his question. "Judy's mad I'm still getting you the car," Ron said cheerfully, though a faint strain in his voice betrayed something deeper. Naruto's eyes widened in shock, his jaw dropping slightly as he tried to process the words. He was still getting the car. He had been so certain that the fight and the grade would ruin his chances. But why? Why would Ron risk Judy's wrath just to get him the car? As the shock ebbed, the boy glanced to his father, who now tapped the steering wheel rhythmically, humming along to a tune Naruto couldn't recognize, probably one his father made up on the spot. Still, the question gnawed at him. He thought about letting it go but couldn't. "Why are you doing this?" the blonde asked, his voice steady but probing, his blue eyes searching for the truth in his father's face. Ron's cheerful rhythm slowed, his hands gripping the wheel a little tighter. His eyes stayed on the road, focused and calm, but the easy smile he wore faded. I'll tell you later, the man said finally, his voice quieter. More serious. Then, with a chuckle that felt almost too practiced, he added, "It's too sappy for a day like this." The smile returned to Ron's face, but Naruto couldn't shake the feeling it wasn't entirely real. He wanted to press further, but when his dad laughed again, the tension seemed to ease. For now, Naruto decided to let it go, though the question lingered in the back of his mind. The two shortly arrived at the dealership, and when Naruto saw the new cars that were placed all around the lot he gave an open smile. New cars lined the parking lot, most leading to the building of the lot, Porsches, Dodges, Mustangs and other cars, all ready and on some sort of sale that the blonde had no idea about. It all seemed too good to be true, and it was, because once the boy looked to his stepfather the man just gave a mock laugh, one that made the boy quickly realize these weren't the cars he and his dad were going to look at. "You think that's funny?" Naruto asked, his voice sharp, challenging the joke Ron had just pulled. Ron glanced at him, eyebrows raised like he couldn't believe Naruto even had to ask. "Yeah, I think it's funny," he shot back without missing a beat, a grin spreading across his face as he tapped the wheel in rhythm with his laughter. Naruto frowned, crossing his arms. "You're laughing way too hard for someone who's supposed to be supportive, you know." Ron's chuckle deepened into a full laugh, shaking his shoulders. "Oh, come on. You really thought I'd get you a Porsche for your first car? Kid, do I look like a billionaire?" The laughter rolled out of him, filling the small car and making Naruto sink lower in his seat, cheeks burning. "Well, I didn't know." Naruto muttered, turning toward the window, "You're the one who said I was still getting the car. Figured you'd at least get me something cool." Ron smirked, tapping the wheel again. "Don't worry, I've got cool covered. Just not Porsche level cool." He stole a glance at Naruto, his grin softening. "Trust me, you'll like it." Naruto huffed but couldn't suppress the small grin that tugged at the corner of his mouth. They arrived at the real dealer shortly after, a small shop tucked behind a few scattered cars, far less impressive than the first dealership. As Naruto stepped out of the green car, he immediately noticed the lack of staff. 2 people were standing near the lot, and possibly a third inside the shop, but what struck him harder than the emptiness of the lot was the state of the cars. Every one of them looked worse than the rusted old heap his father had been driving before the accident. None of them were worth even half of the 2,000 he had saved up, let alone the 2,000 his dad was pitching in. Naruto deadpanned at the sight. 2 cars, older than his dad, both of which made him want to turn and leave the lot entirely. "Dad, none of these are even good," Naruto said, his tone dripping with frustration. "You said half a car, but if I drove any of these, I bet they'd break down not even half a mile out." Ron looked at the cars with a relaxed posture, his arms crossed. A slight smile tugged at the corner of his mouth, almost as if he hadn't heard Naruto's complaint. "When I was your age, I'd have been happy with 4 wheels and an engine," Ron replied, his voice steady, almost blank, as he gestured to the cars so decrepit that even Naruto had trouble believing they were considered functional. Naruto gave a short sigh, shaking his head. "I get it," he said, his voice softening, slightly. "But even I wouldn't drive something like that." Ron gave a small nod, his gaze lingering on the vehicles for a moment longer before he motioned for Naruto to follow him to another section of the lot. The next cars they moved to weren't as bad, and they were some that he would actually be okay with driving, although most were still rusted, and some pretty banged up, but still better than the first 2 the father and son looked at. "Gentlemen," a voice called out. Naruto could tell it was directed at the 2 of them just by the tone. It was smooth and charming, a welcoming sound as if the person wanted them to be welcomed into their home. Naruto turned, along with Ron, and both were met with a darker man with a small sun hat. His sunflower shirt and cream-colored shorts meant for the heat of the day. As he walked towards the 2 with open arms, Bobby Bolivia, like the country, except without the runs. The man chuckled at the joke he made, but Naruto blinked at the joke, its humor completely going over his head. Bobby then turned to Ron with a friendly smile. It stretched through his whole face, making high seem so bright before he spoke. "How can I help you?" the man asked, more towards Ron than Naruto, his voice keeping its charm as he turned to the bigger man. With a smile, Ron cast his hand out towards Bobby. "Well, my son here, looking to buy his first car." Bobby quickly took the hand, a smile arching on his face that seemed similar to Ron's. The man then turned to Naruto, the eyes under his sunglasses showing intrigue. At least that's how it seemed to Naruto. Once he let go of Ron's hand, Bobby moved to Naruto, putting his hand on the boy's shoulder. "You come to see me?" the older male asked, making Naruto give a smirk. "I had to," the blonde quickly responded, testing how the man would respond, wanting to know whether he could joke with him or not. Bobby gave another chuckle at the boy's words, practically beaming before starting to lead Ron and Naruto. "That practically makes us family. Uncle Bobby B, baby." "Uncle Bobby B, Naruto," the blonde said, giving his name in the same fashion as the man, a subtle grin playing on his lips. Bobby clapped his hands together as if sealing a deal. "Naruto. I like it. Got a ring to it. Strong name for a strong young man." Ron raised an eyebrow, a faint smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth as he watched the exchange. "Let's hope his car's as strong as his name," Ron quipped, his tone teasing. Naruto rolled his eyes but couldn't help a slight chuckle. "Yeah, let's hope," he muttered, glancing back at the rows of cars that still looked like they'd seen better decades. Bobby caught the glance and threw an arm around Naruto's shoulders. "Oh, don't you worry about these beauties, kid. They've got character. Personality. Just like you." He gestured broadly toward the lot as if unveiling treasure. Naruto wasn't convinced, his eyes narrowing slightly as he scanned the rusted and battered vehicles. "Pretty sure some of these have more rust than paint," he said under his breath, loud enough for Bobby to hear. The older man laughed, undeterred. "Hey, a little rust never hurt anyone. It's just seasoning." He winked at Naruto, his energy infectious, before turning to lead them deeper into the lot. Bobby continued his spiel, cracking jokes and gesturing animatedly as he led Ron around the lot. Naruto trailed close behind at first, laughing softly at the salesman's antics. But soon, something tugged at the edges of his attention. It wasn't loud or obvious, just a faint pull, like a whisper in the back of his mind. His steps slowed, his focus drifting as if led by an unseen force. Neither Ron nor Bobby noticed as he veered off toward a different part of the lot. Naruto stopped in front of a 1977 Chevrolet Camaro. Its battered exterior and patches of rust made it blend in with the other junkers, but something about it stood out. The faded yellow paint, streaked with black racing stripes, still carried a sense of purpose, of strength waiting beneath the surface. His blue eyes widened, taking in every detail as if the car itself was calling to him. He stepped closer, a strange mixture of curiosity and excitement bubbling in his chest. Bobby's words from earlier echoed in his mind: "The driver doesn't pick the car picks the driver." Naruto swallowed hard, his hand brushing lightly over the hood. For the first time since stepping onto the lot, he felt like he'd found something that wasn't just a car, it was a connection. The blonde let his hand feel the metal as he walked, his steps slow as he walked to the door. The hot metal felt different, compared to all the other cars. The heat was nowhere near the others. Instead of boiling, it felt warm and inviting, as if this was what was pulling him. Naruto ignored the scruff sounds of the gravel beneath his shoes. His hand hovered over the handle, questioning what he was doing, grabbing it, reassuring himself. He opened the door and slid in. For a moment, he just sat there, hands resting on the wheel. The interior, though worn, felt like it was made just for him. The seat fit perfectly, like it had been waiting for him to come along. Naruto exhaled slowly, the weight of the moment settling over him. He didn't know why, but it felt like the Camaro was waiting for him. Like it had been holding its breath until he stepped inside. Once Bobby and Ron realized Naruto was gone, they found him in the Camaro, hands on the wheel, eyes forward. Taking in every detail of the interior, Bobby raised an eyebrow, crossing his arms as he approached. Something in his posture shifted, a mix of curiosity and unease, like he wasn't sure how to read the situation. Ron, on the other hand, stood back with an approving smile, his arms crossed for an entirely different reason. Naruto recognized that look, pride. "I like this one," Naruto said, his voice steady as he ran a hand over the radio's buttons. "Can you tell me more about it?" Bobby leaned in, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. "You know, I don't know a whole lot about this car," he admitted. Then, as if deciding on a new angle, he gestured broadly. "But look at it. Sleek body. Custom paint job, real personality, custom?" Naruto interrupted, his brow furrowed as he glanced at the faded paint. "This thing's so old the paint's practically peeling off." "Well, sure," Bobby said, crouching by the window with a bewildered look. "But that's custom faded. Adds charm, you know." Naruto stared at him, deadpan. "Custom faded. Really?" Bobby nodded enthusiastically, as if the car's worn-down state were a selling point. Ron chuckled softly, but Naruto wasn't buying it. He leaned back in the seat, his fingers drumming on the wheel as doubt crept into his mind. Maybe this wasn't the right car after all. Before he could make up his mind, Bobby straightened, clapping his hands as he turned back to Ron. "I'll tell you what, you've got a sharp kid here. Good eye for quality." Naruto rolled his eyes, catching the glint of something metallic in the rearview mirror. He froze for a moment, a strange tingle running down his spine. It felt like the car was waiting for him. "Listen, if you don't want it," Bobby began, but Naruto cut him off. "No," Naruto said firmly, his grip tightening on the wheel. His voice softened as he glanced toward his father and Bobby. "I want it." Bobby's smile widened, though something about it still made Naruto uneasy. He clapped his hands together, spinning back toward Ron like a man ready to close a deal. "Well, okay then," Bobby said, his tone almost sing-song. 6,000, Ron didn't flinch. His expression remained steady, his arms crossed as he shot back without hesitation. "Sorry," promised him 4. Naruto sighed internally, his fingers drumming on the wheel. He'd known this was coming, the haggling, the push and pull. But why did it have to happen so soon? "Okay kid, get out the car." Bobby lost his smile. Naruto could tell he didn't like what happened any more than he did, but for a different reason. "But come on, you said cars pick their drivers," Naruto said sharply, still not wanting to part with the Camaro, especially after already seeing all the other cars. "Well, sometimes the car picks a driver with a broke-ass daddy." Naruto sighed, reluctantly moving his hand off the wheel. As much as he wanted the car, he couldn't push anymore. Bobby's smile was too wide, and his dad was already in full haggling mode. The blonde reached for the door handle, pushing it open to step out, but once he was out, something strange had happened. Suddenly, the radio crackled to life. A low hum filled the cabin before a familiar tune burst through the speakers, a confident, upbeat rock anthem that made Naruto pause. His hand froze mid-motion, resting on the door handle. "What the?" he muttered, glancing at the dashboard. "Hold up," Bobby said, raising a hand toward Naruto. His eyes narrowed as he pointed to the car. "Didn't know this thing even had a working radio." Ron raised an eyebrow, his skeptical expression mirroring Naruto's. "Does it come with the car, or is that an extra feature?" Before Bobby could respond, a loud pop rang out behind them. everyone turned just in time to see the windshield of a nearby car crack and shatter, falling in pieces onto the hood. Bobby's jaw dropped, his arms flailing as he rushed toward the damaged vehicle. "What the hell?" he shouted, running his hands over the broken glass. Naruto stepped away from the Camaro, staring at the scene in confusion. "That's weird." As if on cue, another crack split the air. A second car's window shattered, the glass exploding outward as if struck by an invisible force. Bobby spun around, his face a mix of panic and disbelief. "No way!" he yelled, darting from one car to another, inspecting the damage. "This lot's cursed or something. I knew I should have stayed home today." Naruto's eyes flicked back to the Camaro. He swore he saw the faintest flicker of its headlights, like a wink. Ron, meanwhile, chuckled under his breath. "Well, Bobby, looks like your inventory's thinning out. Good thing this one's still intact." He nodded toward the Camaro, his tone laced with mock sympathy. Bobby spun back around, hands on his hips. "Fine, fine. $4,000, and that's my final offer. Take it before this cursed car wrecks my whole lot." Naruto's lips curved into a small grin as he climbed back into the driver's seat. The strange hum of the radio had settled into a calm melody, almost like the car was. "Pleased, guess it's meant to be," Ron said, tossing an arm around Bobby's shoulder as he pulled out his wallet. Naruto gripped the wheel again, a spark of excitement in his chest. He didn't know what had just happened, but one thing was clear: this wasn't just any car, it was his car, his first real car. Naruto woke up the morning after arriving home from the dealership, his mind swirling with memories. The car he'd connected to, the drive home, and his mom, Judy, loudly berating both him and his dad for the purchase, all of it was fresh in his head. He stretched lazily, a grin creeping onto his face as he remembered it was the weekend. Weekends meant one thing for the whiskered blonde: pranks. He could already see Trent slipping into a puddle of sticky orange goo, and the image made him snicker as he swung his legs over the edge of the bed. The whiskered blonde shuffled toward the bathroom, yawning as he rubbed the last traces of sleep from his eyes. After splashing water on his face and brushing his teeth, he paused in front of the mirror, eyes narrowing as something caught his attention. His eyes. They seemed brighter today, more vibrant than usual. The blue felt sharper, glowing faintly under the bathroom light. Naruto leaned in closer, tilting his head as if the new angle would reveal some kind of answer. "This is new," he muttered, confused. He saw himself in the mirror every morning, and while he wasn't one to focus on details, he was sure his eyes didn't normally look this intense. Shaking the thought off, he stepped back. Maybe I'm still half asleep. But the odd feeling didn't go away. As he returned to his room, his gaze flicked to his desk. His alarm clock sat there, untouched. For weeks, his mornings had been marked by chaos, knocking the clock to the floor, unplugging it in frustration, sometimes outright smashing it. But today, it was fine. The realization made him pause. His routine had been completely disrupted, and it left him feeling off. Almost like something inside him had shifted overnight. Still distracted, Naruto's eyes wandered to his gaming chair, where a small, tan body rested comfortably. He smiled, reaching out to tilt the chair slightly. "Mojo," the boy said softly, his voice warm as he leaned closer. The tiny chihuahua perked up, its stubby tail wagging weakly. Mojo's cast-covered front leg rested awkwardly on the chair, his collar of fake diamonds catching the morning light. Despite his injury, the dog tried its best to smile back, though it didn't move beyond a careful nod of his head. Naruto crouched, gently petting the dog's head. "How's the leg, buddy?" Mojo let out a small yip, which Naruto took as a good sign. Still, the blonde's smile softened as he stood and went to retrieve a bottle of pain pills from the bathroom. When he returned, the blonde knelt by Mojo, offering the pill carefully. The dog hesitated but ultimately took it. Naruto sighed, setting the bottle on his dresser before helping Mojo down from the chair. "Come on, let's get you outside for some air," he said with a grin, leading the Chihuahua toward the backyard. Stepping onto the grass, Naruto absently ran a hand through his hair, the nagging feeling from earlier still lingering in the back of his mind. Something about the morning didn't sit right with him. He thought back to the alarm clock again. The untouched clock didn't just feel weird, it felt unnatural. Like his body had instinctively known to stop the destruction before it even began. Naruto paused mid-step, furrowing his brow as an unfamiliar warmth spread through his chest. It wasn't uncomfortable, but it made him acutely aware of himself, of his breathing, his heartbeat, and the faint tingle in his fingertips. His father's voice snapped him out of his thoughts. "Can you not make footprints in my grass?" Ron's tone was a mix of irritation and exasperation. He was on his knees, dressed in a gardening outfit as he tended to the lawn. Naruto glanced down at the tracks he'd left in the dewy grass. Sorry," he said, stepping onto the stone path that led to the fountain. Ron gave an exaggerated sigh but didn't press further, returning to his work. Naruto chuckled, turning his attention to his mom, Judy, who was watching Mojo carefully make his way to the doghouse. Her expression was soft and kind, until she noticed Naruto looking. Her smile vanished, replaced by a scowl. "Mom?" the whiskered boy asked hesitantly, already suspecting what was wrong. Judy ignored him completely, her attention turning back to the yard. Ron, still kneeling on the grass, spoke without looking up. "She's still mad about the car." Naruto blinked, glancing between the two. "Wait, so is she ignoring both of us? Or just me?" "Both of us," Ron answered flatly. Naruto scratched the back of his head, letting out a sigh. He wasn't in the mood to argue with his mom. Instead, his eyes shifted to the Camaro parked in the driveway, a faint smile returning to his face. "Well, I'll see you two later," he said, walking toward the car. "I'm taking Miles to the park. He said there's some kind of party happening." "Let me guess," Ron said, raising an eyebrow. "He's dragging you out of the house again?" "Yeah, something about it being a hot spot for kids from school. Probably wants me to play wingman again." Naruto shrugged, opening the car door. "But hey, he tries his best." Ron nodded knowingly. Naruto climbed into the Camaro, his hand lingering on the wheel for a moment. That same warmth from earlier stirred in his chest again. Stronger this time, as the engine roared to life. Naruto glanced back toward the house, a small grin tugging at his lips. "Something's changing," he thought. "Guess I'll figure it out later." The boy drove off not 2 seconds after turning the car on, and as he did a plume of smog filled his parents' yard, fanning out quickly like expanding ball, and once some of the smoke cleared, Ron and Judy were left to themselves. "You are so cheap, you know that?" asked Judy, finally speaking to her husband with crossed arms. The man didn't say anything for a few seconds. He then pulled out a weed and turned to her blankly. "It's his first car, it's meant to be that way." Naruto drove himself and Miles towards the park, staying on the right lane with one hand on the wheel. Miles was silent, laid back with a blank look, possibly thinking about something in silence. Naruto, however, was thinking on what exactly they were gonna do at this place, and who was gonna be there. He didn't feel like dealing with the wingman role, his face expressed as much as he blankly looked forward, but he also hoped he wouldn't have to deal with any annoyances while at the park either. He still had to come up with his pranks after all, some were still unfinished and in his trunk, just in case. Naruto drew out Miles silently, his voice devoid of emotion as he broke the silence. The whiskered boy looked to him quickly, raising an eyebrow before looking back to the road. "What?" Naruto quickly questioned, figuring the boy really did have something on his mind, or at least wasn't okay with how blank and flat his tone was. "Thank you." Naruto glanced at Miles briefly, his fingers stopping their absent tap against the steering wheel. He wasn't the best at reading the room sometimes, but with Miles, he didn't have to try too hard. The silence was heavy, too heavy for a kid like Miles, who always seemed ready to fill the world with noise, and that quiet "thank you" from his best friend made him a bit more confused. Naruto blinked, glancing his way again. "For what?" "For, helping me out with this whole car thing," Miles muttered, his voice low. He tried to sound casual, but Naruto could hear the weight in it, the undertone of sadness that didn't match his usual carefree vibe. Miles turned his head slightly, and for a split second, Naruto caught that look, grateful, but almost guilty, like he didn't feel he deserved it. Naruto kept his eyes on the road, his grin softening into something smaller, more genuine. He didn't say anything for a moment, letting the hum of the engine fill the space. Then, he sighed through his nose, breaking the silence in his own way. "You're really bad at this, Naruto said, smirking faintly. Miles furrowed his brows. "At what?" "At taking a favor without acting like it's a charity event." Naruto glanced at him sideways, his voice losing its teasing edge. "You don't need to thank me for stuff like this. We're friends, Miles. That's just how it works." Miles opened his mouth to say something, but Naruto cut him off with a quick shrug, and besides, Naruto added, his grin returning, "I owe you for always dragging me out of the house. I need someone to do that, or else I'd never get my pranks done, so we're even." The attempt to lighten the mood didn't go unnoticed. Miles let out a small chuckle, shaking his head as he stared back out the window. "You're such a dork sometimes, man." "Hey," Naruto shot back, his smile widening. "I ain't no dork, and I'll prank ya if you say that again," he said with a joking tone. Miles didn't respond right away, but Naruto noticed his shoulders relax a little, the sadness in his eyes softening into something else, something closer to relief. "Thanks anyway," Miles muttered again, quieter this time. Naruto didn't push him further. Instead, he reached over and lightly punched Miles' arm, his way of saying, "I got you." The Camaro rolled on, the weight of the earlier moment fading into the steady rhythm of the drive. Miles cracked a joke about needing Naruto to be his wingman at the park again, and Naruto groaned dramatically in response, but beneath all the teasing, there was a silent understanding, one that didn't need words. Naruto and Miles stepped out of the car, instantly feeling the weight of the summer heat bearing down on them. Around the park, heads turned, some curious, some judgmental, others outright annoyed. Neither boy cared. They walked side by side, casual as ever, even as whispers began to ripple through the crowd. The laughter of teens echoed around the park, mingling with the chatter of different cliques. Groups from their school were scattered everywhere, mixing freely under the glaring sun. Beads of sweat shimmered on necks and foreheads as the temperature seemed to climb higher with each passing second. Naruto's eyes darted around the park, his easy grin masking the wheels turning in his head. He wasn't here just to hang out. No, he had plans that involved a variety of carefully stashed tools hidden beneath his jacket. Somehow, the garment stayed flat, unassuming, as if it weren't hiding water balloons filled with paint, contraptions of questionable design, and other prank materials. A few of his targets were already in sight. Trent and his crew lingered near his car, the boy showing off the Hummer like it was the new toy on the block, oblivious to the trouble brewing. The blonde's grin widened slightly. "This is going to be fun, all right," Miles muttered under his breath, breaking Naruto's train of thought. The blonde turned to see his friend fidgeting nervously, eyes fixed on a group of girls standing under the shade of a large tree. The whiskered boy immediately recognized the look on his friend's face. "Don't tell me you dragged me out here for them." He smirked, already knowing the answer, Miles shot him a sheepish glance. Come on, man. It's a good opportunity. I mean, look at them, they're like straight out of a shampoo commercial or something. Naruto snorted. Yeah, okay, Romeo. Let's see what you've got. The pair made their way over to the group, Naruto's easy stride contrasting with Miles' slightly stiff movements. The girls, three blondes chatting and laughing among themselves, glanced up as the boys approached. One arched an eyebrow, clearly unimpressed, while another offered a polite smile. Hey, Miles said, scratching the back of his neck. Hot day, huh? You guys come here often? Naruto bit back a laugh, crossing his arms as he leaned casually against the tree. Really, dude? That's your opener? He teased under his breath, just loud enough for Miles to hear. His friend shot him a quick glare, his cheeks flushing. Shut up, he muttered before turning back to the girls. Anyway, I'm Miles, and this is my buddy, Naruto. We were just, wondering if, the blonde tuned him out, letting his friend stumble through the conversation. His focus shifted back to the park, his mind already mapping out the logistics of his pranks. The positioning was perfect, Trent and his crew were close to the fountain. And the wind was blowing just right for the balloons he'd prepared. This day was shaping up better than he'd hoped. Satisfied with his mental blueprint, Naruto straightened and clapped Miles on the shoulder. You got this, buddy. I'm gonna go check something out. Miles turned to him, a mix of panic and gratitude in his eyes. Wait, you're leaving me? You'll be fine, the whiskered boy said, grinning. Remember, confidence is key. Oh, and don't embarrass me. With that, he strolled off, hands in his pockets, his grin widening as he glanced back at the nervous but determined look on Miles' face. Beneath all the teasing, Naruto genuinely wanted him to succeed, and he had a feeling Miles would surprise himself. Now though, it was time to get to work. The blonde's grin turned mischievous as he adjusted his jacket, already imagining Trent's reaction when the first balloon hit. However, his focus faltered the moment he saw her, Michaela. The mischievous grin faded, replaced by a surprised look as Naruto's eyes widened, a faint blush creeping up his cheeks. Michaela, with her jet black hair cascading effortlessly over her shoulders, stood out even in the crowd. Her curves drew attention from everyone, guys and even some envious glances from other girls. She was effortlessly captivating in a dark, fitted t-shirt and denim shorts, exuding a confidence that left Naruto momentarily speechless. She wasn't just anyone to Naruto. Michaela had been the apple of his eye for as long as he could remember. Even back when Sam was still around, he'd teased Naruto mercilessly about his hopeless crush on her. And yet, she always seemed just out of reach, more of a dream than reality. Naruto's plans screeched to a halt. His mind raced, considering the chaos his prank would unleash. If he went through with it now, Michaela would undoubtedly be caught in the crossfire. That wasn't an option, but that didn't mean he had to give up messing with Trent. He'd just have to adjust. Steeling himself, Naruto made his way toward Trent's group. The jock, as usual, was holding court, still showing off his car to his friends like it was a trophy. Hey, Trent, Naruto called, his tone light and casual as he approached. Heads turned toward him, and Trent's expression soured the moment he spotted the blonde. There was a flicker of anger in his eyes, quickly masked by a forced smile as he stepped away from his car. What are you doing here? Trent asked, his tone dripping with faux politeness as he squared up to Naruto. Naruto didn't miss a beat, mentally rolling his eyes at his fellow blonde. Just thought I'd come over and say hi. You know, since I saw your car and instantly recognized it. Must be yours because of how much it's compensating for your, Laughter erupted from a few nearby teens, only to die down as Trent's forced grin tightened into something more menacing. don't emo kids hate the sun? Trent shot back, trying to regain control of the situation. Naruto smirked, mentally rolling his eyes at the weak jab. Yeah, but I'm not an emo, you might want to Google that or something. Then again, I guess research isn't your thing, huh? A few more chuckles rippled through the crowd. And Naruto could see Trent's patience wearing thin. It was subtle, but the jock's jaw tightened, his shoulders stiffened, and his eyes darted toward Michaela, who had glanced over at the exchange with mild curiosity. Naruto's smirk widened. Got him. Trent was too easy to bait, and Naruto wasn't about to waste the opportunity. He opened his mouth to deliver another line, but before the words could leave his lips, Miles suddenly appeared at his side, cutting him off. Hey, we gotta go, Miles said, his voice tinged with urgency. His smile was tight, forced, and almost painful to look at. Naruto frowned, glancing between his friend and Trent, who still looked seconds away from blowing a fuse. Why? What's going on? He asked, the confusion clear in his tone. Miles's smile wavered even more, nearly turning into a grimace, before snapping back into place as if on autopilot. His eyes flicked nervously behind Naruto. Following his friend's gaze, Naruto turned his head, and immediately spotted the problem. Two of the girls from earlier were walking toward them, their expressions a mix of irritation and disdain. The whiskered blonde's eyes narrowed, his lips twitching in disappointment. What did you do? He asked, voice low and exasperated. Miles hesitated, scratching the back of his head as the girls closed the distance. So. I might have gotten one of their numbers, he admitted. His voice a sheepish mumble. But the two I didn't pick? Yeah, they're not happy about it. And, to be fair, I thought I'd get rejected by all three. Naruto blinked at him, his frustration giving way to a brief flicker of respect. Huh, he said, eyebrows raised. Didn't know you had it in you. Miles didn't respond, too busy watching the girls with the expression of someone anticipating a slap, or worse. Naruto sighed, casting one last glance at Trent, who looked ready to explode. Damn. That could have been fun. But Miles came first. He wasn't about to let his friend face this mess alone. With one last mischievous smirk, Naruto clapped a hand on Miles' shoulder and turned back to Trent. Sorry for the jokes, man, he said, voice light but insincere. Me and Miles here gotta bounce. But hey, since I caused so much pain, let me pay you for my time. Before Trent could react, Naruto pulled a wad of cash from his pocket and slapped it into the jock's hand. He didn't give him a chance to respond, just spun around and steered Miles away, heading for his Camaro. After laying low for a while, the two friends finally felt safe enough to sit on the hood of the Camaro, staring up at the sky. The tension from earlier had faded, replaced by an easy, comfortable silence. Naruto leaned back on his elbows, shaking his head. So, are we gonna talk about how you somehow managed to start a love triangle, or should I say war, in under 10 minutes? Miles groaned, covering his face with his hands. Don't remind me. I wasn't even trying. Naruto chuckled, his earlier disappointment forgotten. I'm just saying, man, if you're gonna play the field, maybe don't aim for 3 girls at once next time. Noted, Miles muttered, though a faint grin tugged at his lips. Above them, the sky was a mix of warm colors, the sun starting to dip toward the horizon. It was peaceful. Almost too peaceful. Naruto's grin turned sly. So. Wanna make bets on whether Trent loses it and pops a blood vessel by the end of the day? Miles snorted. Nah, I already know not to bet against you. Dude probably already lost it the second you slapped that cash in his hand. The two burst into laughter, their voices carrying into the fading daylight. Naruto then turned back to his friend, holding up an unassuming orange pen that stuck out like a sore thumb. You wanna know the best part? Naruto asked, his mischievous smile spreading wide enough to make Miles instantly suspicious. Miles raised an eyebrow, already sensing trouble. Do I even wanna know? He asked, though the smirk tugging at his lips showed he was enjoying this more than he'd admit. Naruto didn't answer right away. Instead, he let out a low, almost sinister chuckle, a sound that only deepened Miles' curiosity. The chuckle turned into a laugh before finally cutting off, leaving only the glint of mischief in Naruto's blue eyes. I rigged the cache with paint bombs, Naruto said, his voice dripping with satisfaction. Miles' jaw dropped, his expression caught somewhere between awe and disbelief. You what? Naruto's smirk only grew. He pulled a pen from his jacket pocket, twirling it between his fingers like a magician showing off his trick. One click, he said, holding the pen aloft for dramatic effect. That's all it takes. Without waiting for a response, Naruto clicked the pen. A muffled pop came from the direction of Trent and his crew, followed by a chorus of surprised shouts and curses. Bright orange paint exploded from the stack of cash Naruto had handed over, splattering Trent and his friends in a messy, dripping layer of neon chaos. Miles whipped his head toward the scene, his eyes wide. He stared in stunned silence as Trent furiously tried to wipe paint off his face, only for it to smear even more. His friends weren't faring much better, all of them flailing uselessly as the paint clung to their clothes and skin. Finally, Miles turned back to Naruto, still speechless. The blonde leaned casually against the hood of his car, arms crossed and smirk firmly in place. Best $40 I've ever spent, he said, his voice carrying a mix of pride and amusement. Miles burst out laughing, the sound loud and unrestrained. Dude, you're insane. He managed to choke out between laughs. But that was genius. Naruto shrugged, his grin softening into something more playful. Hey, they say pranks are the best way to make memories, right? Miles shook his head, still laughing as he looked back at the chaos Naruto had left behind. Man, remind me never to borrow money from you. Naruto chuckled, scratching the back of his head sheepishly. Hey, that's payback for you. Not my fault he fell for it. Yeah, but you didn't just follow through, you went overboard. I mean, come on, blowing up a wad of cash, legendary, but risky. Miles shot him a grin. You're lucky Principal Keller isn't here at the park. Naruto shrugged with a smirk. What's life without a little risk? Miles rolled his eyes, then glanced toward the far side of the park. Michaela walking away from the park, alone and with a quick stride. He nudged Naruto with his elbow. Speaking of risks. When are you gonna stop chickening out and talk to her? Naruto blinked, his head whipping toward Miles. What? Who? Miles tilted his head toward Michaela, his grin turning smug. Don't play dumb. Michaela. You've been staring at her for weeks like a lost puppy. You've got the car, you've got charm, well, sort of, what's the holdup? Naruto groaned, rubbing the back of his neck. Miles, I'm not chickening out. She's way out of my league, okay? It'd never work. Out of your league? Miles scoffed, folding his arms. Dude, you blew up Trent and his crew with a paint bomb. That alone puts you in a league of your own. Naruto threw him a flat look. Yeah, because that's exactly what I should lead with. Hey, Michaela, I blew up the football team, you know, she would have been in the crossfire if I hadn't made sure she left beforehand. Why not? Miles shrugged, still grinning. It's better than doing nothing. Come on, Naruto. You're good at pulling off the impossible, don't let this be the one thing you wimp out on. Naruto hesitated, glancing at Michaela again. His car's radio clicked on suddenly, playing a few encouraging notes from Eye of the Tiger. Miles smirked, giving him a shove toward the edge of the hood. I don't know what's up with your Camaro, but I think even it knows you need to go for it. Naruto's just gave a sigh. I might need to get that radio fixed if it's randomly playing songs. Miles rolled his eyes, leaning forward with an exaggerated sigh. You're deflecting again. Just listen, what's the worst that could happen? You've already survived worse. Take the shot, man, Naruto groaned but stayed put, refusing to move. Miles stared at him for a long moment, then shook his head with a disappointed smirk. Chicken, he teased, hopping down from the hood. Fine, be that way. But don't come crying to me when you miss your chance. Where are you going? Naruto asked, an eyebrow raising as he quickly turned to Miles. Leaving, just in case you do take my advice. The boy waved off the blonde, and walked away, leaving Naruto to look at a fleeting Michaela. The sun was now setting, its bright glow fading as the day got later. The park was starting to filter out. Naruto stayed on his Camaro, its cold sleek metal embracing him as he blankly looked on. The blonde looked forward, still in contemplation of his last few thoughts, as he tried to reason with what his friend had told him to do. His car still played the encouraging music, making him wonder about what to do more and more. The girl in front of him was getting further and further away, and he had no time to waste. Maybe Miles was right, Naruto thought, pushing himself off the hood of the Camaro. He then walked towards his door, not flint hung at his new drive. His look became focused, and his stare softened before driving off. Miles' words lingered in his mind. His friend had left, but the encouragement stayed. It reminded him of Sam a bit, and that was what made the blonde decide. He would do it. He would talk to Michaela, and take her home, using some of his own advice by staying calm and acting normal, no matter how nervous he was. As he got closer, his heartbeat started to rise in speed. He could feel it in his chest, the sound of beating in his ears as he started to sweat, although this wasn't able to be seen. As he finally drove towards Michaela, he calmed down. The hot air started to cool as if his breath could quell the heat. Michaela, Naruto said with a voice of fake calmness, but he knew no one would be able to tell the difference. It's me, Naruto, Witwiki, the boy said with a smile. I was wondering if I could drive you home. People say your house is on the other side of town. Michaela didn't respond at first, her gaze fixed ahead as though he wasn't there. Naruto felt the sting of rejection creeping in but pressed on. It would take you about an hour if you just walked, so, he let his words fall, waiting for something, if anything would come at all. Finally, Michaela stopped. She turned to him, her expression unreadable, as if weighing his offer. After a long pause, she sighed and opened the passenger door. Without a word, Michaela climbed in, and Naruto let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. The two sat in silence as the car rumbled to life, the engine's steady hum filling the awkward void. Naruto stole quick glances at Michaela, searching for something, anything, to say, but nothing came to mind. Fortunately, Michaela was the first to break the silence. I can't believe I'm here right now, she said, her voice flat, eyes fixed forward. Naruto's stomach sank at her words. A slight frown tugged at his lips, but he quickly masked it, his voice calm when he replied. You can keep your head down if it bothers you to be seen with me. I won't take it personally. Michaela turned to him, her gaze softening just slightly, as if realizing the weight of her comment. No, that's not what I meant. I mean, I can't believe I keep ending up like this. With guys like Trent, guys who only care about themselves. Naruto glanced at her, his expression shifting to one of quiet understanding before he refocused on the road. Her words hit him in a way he hadn't expected, but this wasn't about him. Not now. The silence crept back in, heavier this time. Naruto's mind scrambled for something to say, anything that might help. He finally let out a soft sigh, his tone gentle. What happened with him? Michaela turned to him, surprise flickering across her face. Are you sure you want to hear about that? I mean, most guys don't like hearing about other guys. Naruto shrugged, offering a small, reassuring smile. Doesn't bother me. It's better than sitting in silence. Besides, I'm gonna need directions to your house eventually, so might as well fill the time. Michaela looked towards the blonde one last time, her eyes concentrating on him for a few seconds as he sat forward. For Naruto it was like she was testing him again. He still couldn't tell what she was looking for, and he didn't know if she would find it or not, and what her reaction to it would be. The black-haired girl glanced at him for a moment, then sighed deeply, her hands clasped together in her lap. The streetlights blurred past as the hum of the car filled the space between them. Well, she started slowly, Trent and we've been on and off for months now. It's like, the same pattern, you know? He says all the right things, makes me feel special, then everything falls apart when he acts like he owns me. I've tried to get out before, but every time he convinces me I'm the problem. And I always fall for it. Her voice cracked slightly, and she looked down, her hands tightening around her knees. Naruto kept his eyes on the road, his grip tightening slightly on the steering wheel. He had no experience with this kind of thing, but he could hear the hurt in her voice, and that was enough to make him feel the weight of it. I don't think you're the problem, he said quietly. The whiskered boy's voice firm but gentle. He shot a quick glance at her, offering a reassuring smile, though he wasn't sure how convincing it was. People like that, guys like Trent. They don't know what they want, and they make everyone around them feel like they're the ones who are wrong. Michaela met his gaze briefly, and for a second, the tough exterior she usually wore seemed to fade, replaced by something softer. You really think so? Naruto nodded, a little more confident now. Yeah, trust me. I've been around people like that before. You can't let someone control how you feel about yourself. You're better than that, Michaela. The air in the car felt lighter, even as the road stretched on between them. Michaela exhaled slowly, her posture relaxing a bit. She stared out the window for a few moments, letting the silence settle again. Thanks, she muttered quietly, almost to herself, but Naruto heard it. He smiled a little wider, his hand resting on the gear shift as he turned onto a side street. It was a quiet drive from there, but it felt like a step forward. Each moment of silence didn't feel so heavy anymore, and for the first time, Naruto wasn't second-guessing every word he spoke. Maybe he didn't have all the answers, but he could tell Michaela just needed someone who listened. And for tonight, that was enough, as the car finally turned onto her street. Michaela spoke up, her voice softer now. This is it, she said, pointing ahead. Naruto glanced up at the house in front of him. You sure you're gonna be okay? She nodded, her lips curling into a faint, almost reluctant smile. Yeah. I think so. Naruto parked the car and turned off the engine, his heart still racing just a little from the tension that had been between them. He looked over at Michaela one last time. Well, he said, the awkwardness returning slightly, if you ever need a ride again, you know where to find me. She chuckled, shaking her head, but there was no bitterness in it. Yeah. Thanks, Naruto. I really mean it. With that, she opened the door and stepped out, her figure disappearing into the darkness of the evening. Naruto watched her go, the sense of uncertainty that had been gnawing at him all day finally starting to fade. The blonde gave a small smile. He quickly turned forward. Man, there is more than meets the eye when it comes to her. The blonde quickly paused, embarrassed by his words, and glad that Michaela wasn't here to see that. What am I saying? The boy drove off with that thought still in his mind. Getting home without a problem before collapsing in his bed. the day had ended quickly. Quick enough to make him tired, the first part of his weekend basically over. Sleep took over the blonde, a feeling of dread and remembrance coming over him. Although he hadn't realized it before he was already gone, Mindscape, Naruto woke up, or at least, he thought he did. A dull tiredness clung to him, heavy and unshakable, as though he hadn't rested at all. He blinked, attempting to rub the sleep from his eyes, but the feeling lingered. His surroundings came into focus, though the dim lighting made it hard to see much. Darkness enclosed him, stretching endlessly in all directions, while the walls were lined with pipes and grime. It resembled a sewer, though it was far larger and more foreboding than any sewer should be. A foul stench hit the whiskered boy's nose, acrid and sour, making him gag and stagger forward. He froze when he felt something cold and wet against his feet. Looking down, he saw himself ankle-deep in murky water, its surface too dark to discern what might be floating in it. He could only hope it wasn't what he suspected. Questions swirled in his mind, jumbled and relentless. Where am I? How did I get here? Before he could fully process his confusion, a creeping sense of dread settled over him. It wasn't just fear, it was something deeper, something eerily familiar. It tugged at his thoughts, urging him forward, drawing him toward an unseen destination. What is that? Naruto muttered, his voice echoing faintly against the damp walls. He strained his eyes, peering into the darkness ahead, but the source of the feeling remained hidden. Without realizing it, he began to move. Each step sent ripples through the stagnant water, the sound of his feet barely audible over the oppressive silence. The corridor stretched endlessly before him, the faint glow of pulsating pipes on the walls the only guide. Finally, he reached the end of the hall. Before him stood a massive, rusted gate. Its bars were twisted and uneven, as though some unimaginable force had bent them out of shape. The pipes lining the walls seemed to converge here, weaving together like veins, their dim glow pulsating faintly with an ominous rhythm. Naruto's breath caught as the oppressive feeling of dread intensified. It pressed down on him, suffocating and inescapable. Then, from beyond the gate, came a low growl. Deep and resonant, it vibrated through the air like distant thunder. The blonde froze, his heartbeat hammering in his ears. The sound seemed to seep into his very bones, primal and overwhelming. You're finally here, a voice rumbled, rough and guttural, yet strangely measured. It wasn't loud, but its weight made it impossible to ignore. Naruto's head snapped toward the gate. Who's there? Show yourself. His voice cracked slightly, betraying the unease creeping into his chest. The growl deepened, morphing into a chuckle that echoed around him. Still so loud. But not much wiser, the voice taunted. No memories, no understanding. Pathetic. A pair of glowing red eyes appeared in the darkness, staring at him with a terrifying intensity. Naruto stumbled back, his fists clenching instinctively. As the figure beyond the gate stepped closer, its shape became clear. Massive, razor-sharp teeth gleamed faintly in the dim light, twisted into a wicked grin. Behind it, 9 enormous tails swayed lazily, their movements both mesmerizing and menacing. Kyubi. Naruto whispered, the name escaping his lips as if from some buried memory. The beast grinned wider, its jagged teeth glinting in the faint light. Ah, so you're not entirely clueless, it sneered, leaning closer until its enormous face was mere inches from the gate. Its breath was hot. Reeking of something ancient and feral, Naruto fought the urge to recoil, his mind racing. The name felt familiar, as though it had been waiting just beneath the surface of his thoughts. What are you talking about? What's going on? The Kyubi laughed again, shaking the very walls of the mindscape. You're standing in your own mind, boy. And yet, you remain ignorant. I expected you to remember by now, to awaken fully. But it seems I'll have to remind you myself. Naruto's fists tightened, his fear giving way to a flicker of defiance. You're not making any sense. What memories? What am I supposed to remember? The beast's grin didn't waver. Everything, it growled, its massive paw reaching out to press against the bars. The gate creaked and groaned, as though even its ancient strength could barely contain the fox's power. As the room began to tremble, the water around Naruto rippled violently. He felt the weight of the Kyuubi's presence pressing down on him, suffocating and all-consuming, but before the beast could speak again, the world around Naruto began to shift. The mindscape dissolved into a blinding white light, and Naruto's senses were swallowed whole. Suddenly, Naruto jolted up, his breath sharp and fast, not able to calm himself from the panic of what he thought had to be a dream. After a few seconds the boy's breath slowed, steadying with each intake of air. Before the boy's breath slowed started to recall what he had seen. Okay, I guess, it was a dream. The blonde moved off his bed, recalling his earlier thoughts as fiction, until a voice cracked in his head, with a boom that he was able to recognize. The boy looked around wixkly, his eyes darting to each corner of his room, before he eventually relaxed with a sigh. Not a dream, chuckled the voice of the Kyuubi, its beastly bellow unnerving Naruto just a bit. Okay, so I'm crazy now. Another mock chuckle came from the voice as the blonde grabbed a hold of his head. There was no way he was imagining this, so he had to be crazy, the blonde thought. You're not crazy, kid, you just don't remember everything. Shut up, interrupted Naruto before running towards his bathroom. Naruto slammed the door behind him, gripping the sink tightly as he stared at his reflection in the mirror. His face was pale, his eyes wide with disbelief. The silence of the room was broken only by the sound of his uneven breathing and the faint hum of the fluorescent light above. Okay. Get a grip, he muttered, splashing cold water onto his face. The shock of the icy water brought some clarity, but it did little to silence the voice in his head. Running won't help, you know, the Kyuubi's voice rumbled, its tone both mocking and patient, as if it had all the time in the world. Naruto gritted his teeth, glaring into the mirror as if the beast might be staring back at him. This can't be happening, he hissed under his breath. You're not real. This is just some messed up nightmare. The Kyuubi laughed, a deep, resonating sound that sent a chill down Naruto's spine. You keep telling yourself that, Kit. But we both know the truth. I'm as real as you are. Naruto shook his head violently, as if trying to dislodge the voice. Why are you even in my head? What do you want from me? Want? The beast sounded amused. I've always been here. I'm just waking up because you finally did. Took you long enough, by the way. Naruto slammed his hands against the sink, the impact making the pipes rattle. You're not making any sense. Waking up? What the hell does that even mean? For a moment, the voice was silent, as if considering how much to reveal. Then it spoke, its tone losing some of its mocking edge, replaced with something almost serious. It means you're not just the clueless kid you think you are, Naruto. There's more to you, more to us. You'll see soon enough. Naruto's hands trembled as he gripped the sink tighter, his mind spinning with questions he couldn't begin to form. No, I don't care what you're talking about. You don't get to just show up in my head and start spouting cryptic nonsense like some kind of creepy fortune teller. Believe what you want, Kit, the Kyuubi rumbled, humor creeping into its tone. But you can't ignore me forever. We're bound, you and I, sooner or later, you'll have to accept it. Naruto opened his mouth to retort, but a sharp knock on his door startled him. Naruto, you alright in there? Judy's voice carried through the door, her concern evident. The blonde froze, his eyes darting to the bathroom window. The darkness outside confirmed what he hadn't realized. It was the middle of the night. Yes, I'm fine. He called back quickly. Just brushing my teeth. In the middle of the night? Naruto gritted his teeth as the Kyuubi's laughter echoed in his mind. Smooth, Kit. Very smooth. I thought it was morning. He yelled back, forcing an embarrassed chuckle. I'll head back to bed soon. I promise. Judy's footsteps retreated, and Naruto let out a sigh of relief, gripping the sink for support. Not a dream, Kyuubi teased, its laughter still rumbling in his head. Naruto groaned, rubbing his temples. Great, so I'm crazy now. You're not crazy, Kit. You just don't remember everything yet. Shut up, Naruto snapped, stomping back to his bedroom. He flopped onto his bed, staring at the ceiling as the reality of the situation sank in. He sighed deeply, forcing himself to confront the voice. All right, fine. I'll hear you out. I still don't believe you're real, but whatever. Talk. The Kyuubi chuckled, its tone smug. That's more like it. No questions until the end. Got it? Naruto rolled his eyes, his arms crossed. Whatever. Just get on with it. Good, the Kyuubi began, its voice taking on a more serious tone. Naruto Witwiki, you're more than you think you are. You're the reincarnation of my best friend, Naruto Uzumaki. He started out as a loud-mouthed idiot who dreamed of being the strongest shinobi in his village. Shinobi? Naruto interrupted, raising an eyebrow. You mean ninjas? Like from Japanese lore? Yes, now shut up. I said no questions. Naruto smirked but stayed quiet. Uzumaki became a savior, the hero of his world. He ended the Fourth Great Shinobi War and became Hokage, the leader of his village. But as centuries passed, true shinobi power faded. Chakra diminished, and even his reincarnations suffered for it. The Kyuubi paused, its tone softening slightly. But before his death, he and I used the power of the Sage of Six Paths to ensure that chakra, and our legacy, wouldn't die. We created this reincarnation cycle, binding our souls together. Each time, we'd be reborn, carrying a piece of the past with us. Naruto frowned, the weight of the revelation pressing down on him. And awakening? He asked hesitantly. The Kyuubi sighed. Awakening is when your chakra and memories resurface. It only happens when the world needs you again. This time, you were lucky to awaken. Naruto sat back, processing everything. Lucky, huh? Doesn't feel like it. You'll see soon enough, Kit, the Kyuubi said, its voice giving a yawn. The world's going to need you. Whether you like it or not. Well, if all of this is true, what's gonna happen? Asked Naruto, his voice calm but shaken. He began to wonder exactly how this all would come together. And you said it yourself, I don't have all of my memories yet. How will I do anything, especially if the world needs me? Well, if all of this is true, what's going to happen? Naruto asked, his voice calm but shaky. He stared down at his hands, his mind spinning. You said it yourself, I don't have all my memories yet. How am I supposed to do anything, especially if the world needs me? Kurama's voice rumbled, steady but slightly strained. Your memories will return in time, Kit. For now, your chakra has already been activated. That means your strength, speed, and defenses are enhanced enough to keep you alive. Until you regain everything, we'll have to rely on instinct. Silence fell between them, the weight of the situation pressing down on Naruto's chest. He took a deep breath, trying to calm the rising tide of anxiety in his mind. He wanted to deny it, to chalk this all up to a vivid nightmare or some strange mental episode. But deep down, in a place he couldn't quite reach, he felt it, something stirring. Something ancient and familiar, it's real. Still, doubt lingered. He was just a teenager, a troublemaker with a reputation for pulling pranks and skipping class. Sure, he was loyal to his friends and always tried to stand up for the little guy, but the idea of saving the world? Fighting something bigger than school bullies? It felt impossible. Kurama's voice cut through his thoughts, softer this time but no less commanding. I have 2 more things to tell you, Kit. Naruto glanced up at the ceiling as if he could see the fox. Yeah? What now? First, Kurama began, a hint of tired amusement in his tone, my name is Kurama. You've earned the right to call me that, thousands of times over. I'd rather not hear you calling me the voice in your head, or the Kyubi every time you think about me. It's annoying. Naruto blinked, the absurdity of the comment catching him off guard. Kurama, huh? Alright, fine. At least now you sound less like a cheesy ghost story. The fox let out a low chuckle. Secondly, it continued, its tone suddenly sharp and urgent, your car. It's on the move. You need to go after it. And fast. Naruto's eyes widened, his stomach dropping as the words sank in. Wait, what? What do you mean, on the move? But before Kurama could reply, Naruto was already on his feet, rushing to the window. His gaze darted to the driveway where the car had been parked, only to find it gone. Crap. He hissed, grabbing his sneakers and bolting for the door. Whatever was happening. It seemed his life had just gotten a whole lot more complicated. The blonde quickly got to the back door, slamming it open without care, his eyes widening at the sight, and it made him feel as if that was all he was doing this night. Damn it, he said sharply under his breath, already running for his car that was beginning to leave the backyard. His Camaro had been on, flashing its lights in the dark, revving its loud engine, and driving on his dad's grass. He wasn't able to take in everything. That would be more distracting than not, and with his panic, he hadn't made a sound. Aside from following his car, there was nothing on his mind. He kept his pace, following the vehicle to the main road. Somehow keeping up just by running, Naruto sprinted down the road, his breath coming in sharp gasps as his sneakers slapped against the pavement. The Camaro's taillights glowed like 2 red eyes in the darkness, and its engine growled with an intensity that didn't feel mechanical, it felt alive. Wait! Naruto shouted, his voice cracking from exertion and frustration. Stop! What the hell is going on? The car didn't stop. If anything, it seemed to accelerate, forcing Naruto to push himself harder. His muscles burned, and his mind raced faster than his legs. How was this happening? His dad's Camaro wasn't supposed to just drive itself. Kurama, tell me this isn't normal, he muttered. Half expecting the fox to laugh in his head, no, Kurama's deep voice rumbled. This isn't normal. But you should keep running, Kit. There's something strange about that car. Yeah, no kidding. Naruto snapped between breaths. The Camaro suddenly veered off the main road, cutting through a dirt path that led toward the nearby forest. Naruto didn't stop to think, he followed, his adrenaline spiking as he realized the car wasn't just aimlessly driving. It had a destination. Naruto stumbled into a clearing, skidding to a halt as his eyes locked onto the Camaro. It sat there, idling in the moonlight, almost like it was waiting for him. The car's headlights flickered twice before the engine went silent. Plunging the area into an eerie stillness, panting, Naruto cautiously approached. Okay, this is officially the weirdest night of my life, he muttered. And that's saying something. The Camaro twitched. Not in a mechanical way, but like it was alive. Its chassis shifted, metal groaning as parts began to move. Naruto froze as the entire car seemed to disassemble itself, piece by piece, folding and twisting upward. The sound of grinding metal filled the air, and before Naruto could process what was happening, the car stood up, staring at the sky as a towering robotic figure. "What the hell?" Naruto whispered, stumbling back, unknowingly hiding behind a rock. The robot stretched up, its bright blue optics narrowing as it tilted its head. For a moment, it just the sky, its movements surprisingly gentle for something so massive. The robot then moved its arm up, reaching out to the sky before its limbs shifted. After sounds of metal clanking and bending, a light grew from the robot's appendage, shining brightly on the clouds as a symbol, one that Naruto couldn't understand, with the only part he was able to put together being a blocky face. The robot moved its arm, its optics dimming slightly. The symbol followed its device-like arm, shifting in the clouds. And as Naruto stared to it, it was almost as if it was calling out to something or someone. This had also made him think this was possibly what the world needed him for. Naruto crouched behind the rock, his heart pounding like a drum in his chest. The towering robot stood motionless now, its glowing symbol shifting across the night sky like a beacon. It was both mesmerizing and terrifying, and Naruto couldn't take his eyes off it. Kurama's voice broke the silence in his head. "That is not ordinary, Kit," the fox rumbled, his tone uncharacteristically serious. "No kidding," Naruto whispered back, his voice shaking. "What the hell is that thing? It's not human. That much is clear. But beyond that?" Kurama hesitated, as though even he wasn't sure. "You may want to stay hidden. For once." Naruto frowned but didn't argue. Something about the robot's movements wasn't hostile. But it wasn't exactly comforting either. It was like watching a wild animal. One wrong move, and everything could go sideways. The robot's head turned slightly, its optics scanning the clearing. Naruto's breath hitched as the bright blue gaze swept dangerously close to his hiding spot. He pressed himself lower behind the rock, his heart in his throat. The machine didn't linger. Instead, it refocused on the sky, raising its arm again. This time, the light from its appendage grew brighter, the symbol expanding and shimmering with an almost ethereal glow. "What's it doing now?" Naruto muttered under his breath. "Signaling," Kurama said grimly. "Calling for something, or someone. And judging by its size, I doubt it's summoning a picnic." Naruto's fingers dug into the dirt. His mind raced with questions, but he couldn't afford to move, not yet. The robot seemed intent on its task, unaware, or uninterested, in his presence. Suddenly, a low rumble echoed through the clearing. The same one that had come with the Camaro's change. The blonde's eyes locked back on the robot, its form changed back to his unassuming old vehicle, and without a clear second thought, that could be read by the boy, it had drove off, most likely back to his home, leaving Naruto unnoticed and confused. Naruto remained crouched behind the rock, his breath still uneven as the Camaro. "No." The robot shifted back into its vehicle form with a seamless grace that left him speechless. The rumbling sound of its transformation faded into the stillness of the night, replaced by the low hum of its engine as the car idled for a moment. Naruto could only stare, his mind spinning. "What the hell just happened?" he whispered, his voice barely audible even to himself. Kurama's deep voice rumbled again in his mind, laced with equal parts intrigue and annoyance. "It's leaving. But this isn't over, Kit. Not by a long shot." The Camaro's headlights flickered briefly before it turned and drove off, disappearing into the trees with surprising speed and precision. Naruto's jaw tightened as he watched the taillights vanish into the distance. Heading back toward the direction of his house, the clearing fell silent again, save for the faint rustle of leaves in the breeze. Naruto sat frozen for a moment, trying to make sense of what he just witnessed. "Kurama, tell me you've got some kind of explanation for this," he said, finally breaking the silence. "No explanation, just a warning," Kurama replied. "That thing isn't human, and it's not ordinary tech either. Whatever it is, it's far beyond anything you've dealt with before. You'd better be ready." Naruto let out a shaky breath, standing up and brushing dirt off his knees. "Yeah, because I'm so ready for giant robots that turn into cars. Totally prepared for that." Sarcasm aside, a part of him knew Kurama was right. Whatever that robot was, it had just introduced a whole new layer of weird into his already chaotic life. And something told him this wasn't a one-off encounter. Turning back toward the path home, Naruto broke into a jog. He needed to get back before his parents noticed he was gone, or worse, before the Camaro did something else to raise their suspicions. As he ran, his thoughts swirled. If the car, no, the robot, was capable of transforming like that, what else could it do? And why did it seem so deliberate, like it had a purpose beyond just escaping? For now, though, he pushed the questions aside. He'd have to deal with them later, after some sleep. If he could manage it. Once the blonde woke up to sunlight spilling through his window, warm against his face, he stretched and rolled out of bed. The lingering questions from last night nagged at the back of his mind, but he shoved them down. He needed to focus on the day ahead, not whatever that was. As he washed up, he caught his reflection in the mirror. His pajamas stared back at him, a detail he didn't remember slipping into. For a moment, hope flickered. Maybe it had all been a dream. But Kurama's rasp cut through his thoughts, dragging him back to reality. Nope, it happened, all of it. By the time the blonde stepped onto his balcony, his mind was already spinning. His eyes narrowed as they landed on the car below. He didn't want to examine too closely, it would be a problem if that thing found out what he was doing, but he made sure to note anything that could be considered out of place, such as the way its rusted metal still shined as if brand new, or perhaps, the way its cracked windows had been easy to see out of from the inside. Kurama's voice broke the silence. "Sitting around isn't going to get you any answers. Not talking to it, either," Naruto muttered, shaking his head. No way was he about to chat with a car. That was crazy, even for him, Kurama sighed. "You're really going to ignore this?" "Yup," the boy replied, pulling on his jacket. "Not my problem, breakfast, now that's my problem." Kurama grumbled in disappointment as Naruto stepped outside, pretending he couldn't hear the fox's protests echoing in his head. Naruto quickly moved to the sidewalk, calmly moving on from what could all be dismissed as fiction. The blonde walked down the quiet street, hands stuffed in his jacket pockets. The early morning sun painted the world in warm light, making everything seem deceptively normal, but his mind screamed otherwise. "You know it's following you, right?" Kurama growled, his voice tinged with irritation. "That yellow car hasn't stopped tailing you since you left." Naruto's lips pressed into a thin line. "Let it follow, I'm not getting involved." The low rumble of an engine trailed behind him, constant but unthreatening. Naruto focused instead on the rustling of the trees, trying to convince himself that life hadn't veered wildly off course. "It's speeding up," Kurama said again, his growl growing more impatient. Naruto glanced over his shoulder briefly, catching a glimpse of the yellow Camaro rolling slowly behind him. "It's just some junker trying to keep up, not like it's gonna abduct me or anything." Kurama's deep laugh echoed in his head. "You sure about that? Might be planning it as we speak." Naruto's step faltered for just a moment. Irritation flashing across his face. "Real funny, furball, what do you want me to do?" "I say bolt, fastest way to lose it," Kurama suggested, the amusement clear in his tone. Naruto shook his head. "And have it chase me?" "Yeah, no thanks. I'm not looking for trouble." Kurama growled low, but Naruto ignored him, determined to act like nothing was wrong. Rounding a corner, Naruto spotted Michaela sitting on a park bench, her leather jacket slung over the back of it. She was hunched over a sleek black bike, tools scattered around her as she fiddled with the chain. She glanced up as Naruto approached, raising an eyebrow. "You always talk to yourself, or am I just catching you on a weird day?" Naruto blinked, realizing he'd been muttering out loud. "Weird day," he admitted, scratching the back of his head. Michaela smirked but didn't press further. "What's up? You look distracted." Before Naruto could answer, the familiar rumble of the yellow car grew louder, pulling into the lot near the park. The Camaro rolled to a stop, its engine idling quietly as if waiting. "You know someone driving that thing?" Michaela asked, nodding toward the car. Naruto was about to respond when the sharp sound of screeching tires pierced the air, cutting off his words. Both he and Michaela turned their heads, eyes locking onto the source. The blonde's Camaro, a vehicle he had been hoping to ignore, was somehow right on his tail. Its engine revving louder than before. Naruto's heart sank. "You've gotta be kidding me," he muttered under his breath. "Wait, that's your car?" Michaela asked, her brows furrowing as she looked between him and the approaching vehicle. Naruto didn't answer. His instincts screamed at him to move, and he obeyed, bolting down the street. His sudden sprint caught Michaela off guard, and she watched him for a moment, her expression a mix of confusion and suspicion. Before grabbing her bag and following after him, Naruto dashed toward the nearest overpass, the sound of the Camaro's roaring engine growing closer with every second. He knew the underpass well. It wasn't the most glamorous hiding spot, but the maze of pillars and shadows could buy him some time to think. "Why are we running from your own car?" Michaela shouted as she caught up to him, her frustration evident. "It's complicated." Naruto shot back, his feet pounding the pavement. "Just trust me on this." The Camaro was relentless, following them with an almost predatory precision. Naruto veered toward the shadows under the overpass, hoping to lose the car in the tight spaces. He skidded to a stop behind a thick concrete pillar, his breath coming in short bursts. Michaela was right behind him, her eyes wide with a mixture of adrenaline and bewilderment. "Okay, what's going on?" Michaela demanded, her voice low but firm. Naruto pressed his back against the pillar, trying to catch his breath. "I'll explain later. Right now, we..." Before he could finish, the screech of tires echoed once again. A black and white police car rolled to a halt just outside the underpass, its engine rumbling ominously. The vehicle's flashing red and blue lights cast eerie streaks along the concrete walls, bathing the shadows in alternating colors. For a brief moment, the tension seemed to ease, and both Naruto and Michaela let out shallow breaths of relief. "It's just a cop," Michaela whispered, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Naruto frowned, something about the situation gnawing at his instincts. The low growl of the engine sounded familiar, too similar to the unsettling sound his Camaro had made earlier. "Yeah, just a cop," he muttered, though his tone carried no conviction. The police car remained still for a moment, its headlights glaring at them like unblinking eyes. Then, with a sudden jolt, its engine roared louder, a guttural sound that sent a shiver down Naruto's spine. "What kind of cop car does that?" Michaela asked, taking a step closer to Naruto. Naruto's eyes widened as the vehicle began to shift, its sleek frame twisting and contorting. Panels slid apart with an almost organic fluidity, and within seconds, the police car transformed into the towering, menacing form of a sleek robot, not just a cop. Naruto breathed, his voice barely audible over the metallic clanking of the transformation. "Run!" Michaela screamed, grabbing Naruto's sleeve and yanking him back toward the deeper shadows of the underpass. The car-turned robot's glowing red optics locked onto them, and it bared sharp, jagged teeth in a mechanical snarl. "Humans! Hand over the glasses!" It boomed, Its voice reverberating like a thunderclap through the underpass. Naruto stumbled, nearly losing his footing, adrenaline pumping through his veins. "What glasses?" he shouted, half in panic and half in genuine confusion. Before the towering robot could respond, the roar of another engine echoed through the tunnel. Naruto and Michaela turned just in time to see the familiar yellow Camaro screech around the corner, tires skidding across the pavement. The vehicle drifted to a halt in front of them, its passenger side door flinging open with an almost urgent motion. "Get in!" Naruto yelled, already grabbing Michaela's arm and pulling her toward the car. "Are you crazy? That thing is, just get in. Trust me." With little choice, Michaela slid into the passenger seat, Naruto jumping in right after her and slamming the door shut. As soon as they were inside, the Camaro's engine revved to life. The car peeled out with a screech, its tires spitting gravel as it rocketed forward. Behind them, the monster made of metal let out an enraged roar and gave chase, his massive frame smashing through the underpass's pillars as he transformed back into a sleek police car. Naruto gripped the dashboard, his knuckles white. "Okay, this is crazy, very fucking crazy." The Camaro didn't respond, but its dashboard lights flickered, and the radio crackled with static before a series of rapid beeps played. "Is it talking?" Michaela asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "Focus!" Naruto shouted as the Camaro swerved sharply, narrowly avoiding a parked truck. Behind them, police car sirens wailed, the sound growing louder as the police vehicle gained on them. A sudden jolt threw both passengers against their seats as the Camaro accelerated, weaving through the city streets with precision. Naruto turned to look out the back window and saw the thing's red and blue lights flashing ominously. "He's catching up," Michaela cried. Naruto gritted his teeth. "Not if this thing here has anything to say about it." The Camaro picked up speed, driving on and off-road, leaving the police car in the dust with what seemed like minimal effort. Although the monster of a car was still chasing, even if it was from far behind, it didn't seem as if they would lose it. The three ended up in an abandoned warehouse, shrouded by the thick darkness of the night. The only sounds were the faint whistle of the wind and the soft crunch of gravel beneath the tires as the yellow Camaro came to a stop under a crumbling overhang. Dust swirled in the air, caught in the faint beams of moonlight filtering through the cracks in the building. The silence felt oppressive, heavy with the weight of what they'd just escaped. Naruto sat stiffly in the driver's seat, his gaze darting from one window to the next. His hands gripped the edge of his seat tightly, his knuckles white. Michaela was equally frozen, her arms wrapped around herself as she stared blankly ahead, her breathing shallow. The blonde's heartbeat pounded in his ears like a war drum, a deafening rhythm that made it hard to think. Every small movement outside the car, the rustling of the wind, the clatter of a stray pebble, sent his mind racing. "Wake up, Naruto," Kurama's gruff voice rumbled in his head, sharp with annoyance. He didn't respond. His eyes continued to scan the shadows, his body tense, his breath shallow. "Snap out of it," the fox growled, his voice cutting through the fog of fear. "You've faced worse than this, brat, get a hold of yourself." Naruto exhaled shakily, his movements slowing. The pounding in his chest didn't stop, but Kurama's words were enough to dull the edge of his panic. "You see her?" Kurama's tone softened slightly. Naruto turned to look at Michaela, who sat trembling beside him, her eyes wide with fear. "I can tell what's running through that thick skull of yours, Kit. If you want to protect her, you're going to have to pull yourself together. Use the power you have." Naruto stared at Michaela for a moment longer, his breathing evening out as the tension in his body eased. He could see the fear etched across her face, the way her hands trembled as she clutched her arms tightly. She was just as terrified as he was, maybe even more, but that wasn't going to help them. He clenched his fists, his gaze hardening. The confusion, the doubt, the fear, he was done with it all. If there was one thing Naruto Uzumaki wasn't, it was a coward. He wasn't the kid who ran from a challenge, not in their sleepy little town, and certainly not now. He was the guy who stood up to bullies, who pranked teachers without flinching, and who always faced trouble head-on, no matter how ridiculous it seemed. He gave Michaela a quick glance, his voice steady despite the weight in his chest. "Hey," he said softly, drawing her attention, "it's gonna be okay." Her eyes flicked to his, still wide with fear, but there was a flicker of something else, a faint glimmer of hope. Naruto shifted his gaze to the darkened expanse outside the car, his lips curling into a determined smirk. "If that robot freak comes for us again, we'll be ready. I'll make sure of it." "About time," Kurama muttered, his tone begrudging but satisfied. The blonde didn't answer. He didn't need to. For the first time all night, his mind was clear, and his heart wasn't racing out of fear but with determination. The silence hung heavy for only a moment before the faint sound of an engine broke through the stillness. Naruto and Michaela's eyes snapped to the source, a police car, its red and blue lights casting eerie flashes through the darkened warehouse. It had finally caught up to them, but instead of barreling straight toward them, the cruiser rolled past the opening they had been hiding in, its movements deliberate and unsettling. It slowed to a stop off to the side, as if waiting, baiting them to make a move. Naruto's Camaro suddenly roared to life, its engine coughing out thick plumes of exhaust that echoed through the building like a warning growl. The sound was deafening in the quiet, making Michaela flinch and drawing the attention of the police car, which began to reverse toward them. Without hesitation, the Camaro lurched forward, pulling out of the shadows with a screech of tires. It rolled past the police car, only to drift sharply to the side, skidding into position to face the cruiser head-on. Naruto and Michaela exchanged wide-eyed glances, the tension in the air so thick it was almost suffocating. Whatever was about to happen, it was clear neither vehicle intended to back down. The Camaro's doors suddenly flung open, pushing the teens out unceremoniously onto the gravel. They barely had time to recover before a metallic cacophony filled the air. The sound of shifting, clashing metal echoing all around them. The old Camaro was changing again, just as Naruto had witnessed before, only this time faster, its movements more deliberate. In mere moments, the vehicle stood as a towering yellow robot, its blue optics glowing like beacons as it positioned itself protectively in front of Naruto and Michaela. Before they could react, a similar sound of transformation came from the police car. With a menacing snarl, the cruiser twisted and reconfigured itself, forming into a hulking, jagged robot. Its red optics blazed with malice as it squared off against the yellow giant. The two metallic beings circled each other, tension crackling in the air like an impending storm. Blue optics locked onto red, and the police robot's jagged teeth gleamed as it sneered, almost salivating at the chance to attack. With a loud metallic slap, the police robot's hands came together. A serrated mace unfolded from its arm, the weapon gleaming ominously in the dim light. Without hesitation, it began to swing the mace in deadly arcs while charging at the yellow robot. The yellow bot didn't back down, its movements deliberate as it braced itself for the oncoming attack. Sparks flew as the two collided, the sound of clashing metal ringing out like thunder. Amid the chaos, neither Naruto nor Michaela noticed a smaller robot ejecting from the police robot's chest. It landed with a metallic thud and immediately set its sights on the humans. Naruto's instincts kicked in as the giant robot scuffle came towards him. He rolled to the side just in time, narrowly avoiding the giant foot that slammed into the ground where he had been moments before. Dust and debris flew everywhere, the sheer force of the impact rattling him to his core. The blonde didn't spare a glance at the ongoing battle between the large robots. Sparks and shrieks of grinding metal filled the air, but Naruto's focus was entirely on Michaela. She stood frozen in fear, her wide eyes locked on the chaos around her. Naruto pushed himself to his feet, determination flooding his features. He sprinted toward her, dodging another giant metallic limb as he closed the distance. Without hesitation, he scooped Michaela into his arms, carrying her bridal style as he moved them out of the immediate danger zone. "It's going to be okay," Naruto assured her, his voice calm but firm as he glanced up at the towering robots locked in combat. "I shouldn't have gotten you involved in this, but now that you are, I swear I'll keep you safe." The blonde kept moving, weaving through the wreckage and debris. His resolve was unshakable, even as the sounds of battle roared behind him. Whatever this was, whatever these machines wanted, it wasn't going to claim Michaela, not as long as he had anything to say about it. Michaela glanced up at him, her cheeks faintly flushed. At first, her expression seemed unsure, as if she couldn't quite believe what was happening, but then her confusion shifted into a sharp glare. "I don't need your protection," she snapped, her voice cutting through the noise. "Put me down." Naruto stumbled slightly, caught off guard by her words. "What?" he asked incredulous. "I'm trying to help here. I can run on my own," Michaela protested, squirming in his grip. "I don't need to be carried around like some helpless princess." Naruto groaned in frustration, skidding to a stop behind the cover of a crumbling pillar. He set her down carefully, shaking his head. "Fine. But can we at least agree not to argue while there are giant killer robots trying to flatten us?" Michaela brushed herself off, fixing him with a determined look. "I'm not arguing, I'm just saying I can handle myself. You don't need to play hero, okay?" Naruto opened his mouth to respond but froze as the ground shook violently beneath their feet. He turned his head just in time to see the yellow robot, skidding back across the battlefield, sparks flying as the police robot advanced on him, mace raised high. Naruto's fists clenched instinctively. His heart pounded, not out of fear this time, but out of frustration. "Why do I always end up in messes like this?" Kurama's voice rumbled in his head, sharp and impatient. "You can't keep running, kid. Look around you, these things are stronger and faster than you. But that doesn't mean you're useless, you've fought worse before." Naruto mentally nodded, his eyes narrowing as he focused on the smaller robot that had emerged from the metal monster. It moved with an eerie precision, crawling and scurrying across the ground like a mechanical predator. Its glowing red optics scanned the area, and it seemed to sniff the floor as if tracking their scent. "That thing's hunting us," Naruto thought grimly. He tightened his fists, his mind racing. The small robot was fast, and from the way its limbs flexed and shifted, it could probably transform into something inconspicuous, a piece of tech that could easily hide in plain sight. Naruto's jaw tightened. "If that thing's looking for us, it's a problem we need to solve now," he thought. Kurama growled approvingly. "Good. Stop thinking like prey. It's dangerous, but you've taken down plenty of enemies that looked impossible at first glance. Time to make a move." Naruto glanced back at Michaela, who was crouched behind a chunk of debris, her eyes wide with fear. He knew they couldn't outrun the big ones if this scout called for backup. And if it could transform and hide, they'd never see it coming. He took a deep breath, his resolve hardening. "Guess it's time to see if this thing can handle a little ninja ingenuity." Without warning, Naruto darted out from his cover, staying low to the ground as he moved. He kept his eyes locked on the small robot, noting its every movement. "What are you doing?" Michaela hissed, her voice sharp with alarm. Naruto didn't respond, he had no time to explain. He darted toward the robot. It snapped towards him, its optics narrowing as it watched closely. "It sees me, good," Naruto thought, a small smirk tugging at his lips. The small robot lunged, its metallic limbs clinking and whirring as it charged at him. Naruto stood his ground until the last possible second, then sidestepped sharply, swinging the piece of metal with all his strength. Naruto let his arm out, instincts tugging at his head, something he had felt ever since they had arrived, a faint blue glow surround his hand, giving off faint sense of power. Such a thing didn't make the robot that was charging the blonde falter, instead it kept rushing as something new began to form. The blue energy started to swirl, and his whisker marks seemed to twitch, his stride strengthened, and once the two figures met each other, inside Naruto's hand was a blue energy ball, of swirling force. Naruto's focus sharpened, his vision tunneling on the approaching robot as adrenaline surged through his veins. The faint blue glow around his hand grew brighter, the energy swirling faster. Pulsing with an intensity that seemed to synchronize with his heartbeat, Naruto waited until the very last moment, his muscles coiled like a spring. Then, with a sharp pivot, he sidestepped the attack, raising his glowing hand in one fluid motion. Now, the swirling ball of energy in his palm compressed into a sphere, radiating with sheer force. With a sharp yell, Naruto drove the Rasengan into the robot's torso. The impact was immediate and devastating. A loud boom echoed through the air as the Rasengan unleashed its power, tearing through the robot's metal body with ease. Sparks flew in every direction, and the small machine emitted a guttural screech before its frame crumpled. Pieces of it scattering across the ground, Naruto stumbled back, his breathing heavy, the glow in his hand fading. The remains of the robot twitched on the ground, its red optics flickering before going dark. What the hell was that? Michaela's voice cut through the chaos, a mix of awe and panic. She stepped out cautiously, her wide eyes darting between Naruto and the destroyed robot. Naruto turned to her, still catching his breath. "Something I haven't done in a long time," he said, his voice steady despite the situation. Michaela stared at him, her expression a mixture of disbelief and confusion. "Are you even human?" Naruto smirked faintly, wiping the sweat from his brow. "That's complicated. Look, I'll explain later, but right now, we've got bigger problems." As if to punctuate his point, the sound of metal grinding against metal echoed behind them. Naruto turned his head sharply, his eyes narrowing as he saw the larger robot, the one disguised as a police car locking its glowing red optics onto them. It let out a low, guttural growl, stepping forward menacingly. Its jagged mace gleamed in the faint light as it swung it experimentally at him, but before it could do anything, it was grabbed by the yellow robot, and thrown into the building. The giant rushed at the police vehicle turned monster, its blue optics narrowed even more, its metallic face clenching just a bit. It then punched its enemy down, one hit after another. They came like a shower, before the yellow robot grabbed the monster and threw him again, and as if he directed his assailant in the right spot, the yellow robot's arm transformed into a cannon, and with one blast, the monster was destroyed. Naruto would have smirked if he wasn't left in awe, his voice caught in his throat as he motioned for Michaela to follow him toward the Camaro. Once they reached it, the robot stood tall above them, its massive frame exuding a strange sense of pride. With its fists on its hips and blue optics glowing softly, it almost seemed triumphant. Blue eyes met blue optics, blonde hair reflected in yellow paint. Michaela hung back a bit, crouching slightly as Naruto stepped forward. "What are you doing?" she whispered sharply, her voice cutting through the air like a blade. Naruto turned his head slightly toward her before returning his gaze to the towering robot. "It saved us." Michaela nearly deadpanned, irritation seeping into her voice. "That doesn't mean you go up and talk to it. Did you not see the robot death match it just had?" I think it wants something from me," Naruto said, his mind flashing back to the cryptic words of the earlier mechanical monster. Michaela's brows furrowed in confusion. "What?" she whispered, half yelling. Naruto ignored her bewilderment, his full attention fixed on the robot. "I heard you talk before," he called out, hoping it could understand him. The robot's radio began to crackle, cycling through stations before piecing together fragments of songs and podcasts to form words. "I hear you loud and clear," it replied, though its voice was jumbled and slightly garbled. Naruto tried not to grin, finding its radio speak oddly fascinating. "So, last night, that thing you did, was that some sort of signal?" he asked, his voice steady. The radio shifted again, patching together more phrases. "A message for Starship, signal, telling them to rain down like angels from heaven, hallelujah." The robot raised its bulky arm, pointing toward the sky as if to emphasize its words. Michaela took this moment to chime in, her tone softer but still curious. "So, are you like an alien or something?" In response, the robot pointed at her briefly, its gesture clear enough, before shifting back into its Camaro form with a fluid transformation. The passenger door opened by itself, and the radio crackled again. "Any more questions you wanna ask?" Michaela couldn't help but giggle, the absurdity of the situation finally breaking through her earlier nerves. She turned to Naruto with a questioning look. "We're not seriously getting back in that thing, are we?" she asked, her eyes twitching slightly as she struggled to process everything. The blonde just gave a smirk. "I thought you could handle yourself." A yellow Chevy Camaro with black stripes pulled into a large alley. Its sleek design and sharp curves were accented by the growl of its engine. The car's lights blared briefly, illuminating the grimy walls before flicking off, leaving the alley in an unsettling silence. An eerie feeling hung in the air, clinging to the car like mist. Naruto and Michaela stepped out cautiously, their eyes darting to the shadows surrounding them. Naruto shoved his hands into his pockets, his posture tense as if bracing for an attack. Michaela walked a few steps behind him, hugging her arms close to her chest, her eyes scanning the alley nervously. Naruto cast a glance back at the Camaro. The image of what it truly was, a giant robot that had saved them earlier, lingered in his mind. The car wasn't the same old, rusted Camaro he had driven before. Michaela's comments had apparently inspired it to change into a sleek, polished version of itself. Shaking off his thoughts, Naruto turned to face the car fully, his irritation bleeding into his voice. "Hey, what's going on? Why'd you bring us here?" He waited for the transformation, the twisting metal, the whir of mechanics, but nothing happened. The car remained silent. Frowning, Naruto stepped closer, his hands dropping to his sides. "Is there something we're waiting for?" he asked, his voice carrying an edge of impatience. The Camaro offered no answer, its stillness only deepening the unease. "Naruto, look!" Michaela's voice cut through the silence, sharper and louder than before. Naruto spun around, following her gaze. A band of lights pierced the darkness at the far end of the alley. Four vehicles emerged, their headlights cutting through the gloom. Naruto squinted, trying to make out the details as they approached. There had been one car, and 3 trucks, each vehicle looking more out of place when compared with the others. The car was of a sleek and silver design. He didn't know exactly what kind of car it was, but it was small compared to the Camaro behind him, and it seemed more classy. To the first truck, it was black, and of medium size compared to the other 2 next to it. It had to have been a Hummer, or some other kind of largely no-truck company, because Naruto could have sworn he had seen it before. Second to last was an emergency vehicle, but not like any the boy had ever seen. Like stated before, it was a truck, with multiple lights above its windshield, its back holding some resemblance towards an ambulance. The only thing throwing Naruto off was the fact that it was green instead of red. Finally, there was the biggest vehicle of all, a semi-truck with no cargo. Its tinted windshields made Naruto narrow his eyes, before his attention quickly darted towards its design. The cab part of it was blue, painted over with red flames, while the bed and the nose were the opposite, having red and orangish colors painted over by blue flames. "Who are they?" Naruto asked, the words were more so stated, rather than questioned. And as his body began to tense with anticipation, he readied himself, just in case something would happen. The vehicles made a short trip. Having come to a stop near Naruto and Michaela, the semi-truck stopped in front of them, while the other cars formed a circle around them, which made Naruto question exactly how big the alley was. Engines slowly came to a quiet, the lights turned off as it seemed like a small waiting period was started. It hadn't been long, as once each vehicle's light was off, the recognizable sounds of metal shifting and clashing filled the air. Naruto now looked up at what was clearly forming into the biggest robot he had seen all night, the semi-truck designed with flames transformed first. The nose of the vehicle separated right in half, before the grille shifted upwards, allowing the two halves to come apart. Quickly the cab shifted as well, slightly opening and shifting small parts, as the whole truck began to rise. Back to the nose of the vehicle, it seemed that 4 limbs had shifted out of it, all going in their own directions. What was left of the nose started to shift into the cab. Both combined into what could be described as the chest. And once it seemed to be fully standing, a head appeared from the inside of the chest cavity, although it didn't seem to be fully formed, as some minor parts on their metal face shifted into each other, and locked into place. Once all of that was over, Naruto and Michaela looked around themselves to see the other vehicles, including the Camaro behind them, had turned into robots of some kind. The figure that had once been a semi-truck bent down slowly, its massive frame creaking as it crouched to meet Naruto's gaze. Bright, piercing blue optics locked onto the blonde, scrutinizing him with an intensity that felt almost tangible. For a moment, it seemed as though the giant robot was searching for something unspoken in Naruto's eyes, as if silently questioning his very presence. Naruto didn't flinch under the scrutiny. His own gaze hardened, his jaw tightening as he returned the look with defiance. There was no fear in his posture, only resolve. The two stared at each other in a tense silence, until the robot straightened slightly, almost as if it had come to a conclusion. Then, its deep, resonant voice broke the quiet. "Are you Naruto Rika Witwicky, adopted son of Ron Witwicky, descendant of Captain Archibald Witwicky?" it asked. Its tone was flat and serious, laced with an undeniable air of authority. Naruto blinked, taken aback by the sheer specificity of the question. Beside him, Michaela's head snapped toward him, her mouth slightly agape. "It knows your name," she murmured, her voice a mix of disbelief and wonder. The words barely registered as Naruto kept his eyes on the towering figure. His mind raced, trying to process how the robot could possibly know so much about him, about his family. Adrenaline pumped through his veins, but he forced himself to remain calm. "Yeah, that's me," Naruto said finally, his voice steady despite the weight of the moment. "How do you know who I am?" The robot paused for a beat, its optics flickering slightly as if processing his response. Then, it straightened fully, towering over both of them once more. "I am Optimus Prime," it declared, its voice carrying a commanding yet calm presence. "We are autonomous robotic organisms from the planet Cybertron. Cybertronians, to be exact. But you can call us Autobots for short," chimed in the robot that had once been the emergency vehicle. Naruto's eyes turned to the green robot, taking in its unique design, bulky yet efficient, with the clear markings of an emergency responder. "This is our medic, Ratchet," Optimus said, gesturing toward the green Autobot. Ratchet gave a small nod before speaking, his tone practical but not unkind. "You're a lot smaller than I expected for someone tied to this mess. No visible injuries, that's good, but I am sensing high Fermion levels, suggesting the blonde wants to mate with the female." Naruto frowned slightly, unsure if that was meant as a compliment or something else entirely. However, the two humans left the statement alone, not wanting to answer anything about it. Before Optimus could respond, another voice, smoother and more laid back, chimed in from behind them. "What's crackin', little bitches? This seems like a cool place to kick it," said a voice, accompanied by the sound of metal crunching. Naruto spun around to see the source of the noise, the silver robot that had once been the sleek, silver car. Smaller than the others and clearly more relaxed. It was now sitting on top of a car that had been parked in the alley, a car now reduced to scrap metal under the Autobot's weight. "That is my first lieutenant, designation, Jazz," Optimus said, gesturing to the silver robot with a metallic hand. Michaela turned sharply toward the new speaker, her curiosity shining on her face. "Where did he learn to talk like that?" she asked. "We learned your language from the World Wide Web," Optimus answered, his tone calm as he gestured to the next robot, a towering, lean figure with massive cannons on its arms. "This is my weapons specialist, Ironhide." In response, Ironhide spun the cannons on his arms before pointing one directly at Naruto. "Feelin' lucky, punk?" he said gruffly, a smirk evident in his voice. "Easy, Ironhide," Optimus said sharply, making the weapons specialist lower his weapons with a sigh. "Was just showin' off," Ironhide muttered, though he cast an almost playful glare at Naruto. Finally, the Camaro, now fully transformed into a humanoid robot, stepped forward. "And last but not least, Bumblebee, your guardian," Optimus announced, his deep voice resonating as he nodded toward the yellow Autobot. Bumblebee stepped forward, his movements fluid despite his size. He offered a mock salute before turning to face Naruto and Michaela, his body language exuding a sense of ease. With a flourish, he began punching the air in a series of playful, quick jabs, clearly showing off. Naruto raised an eyebrow, crossing his arms with an amused smirk. "Bumblebee, huh? My guardian?" The yellow Autobot nodded enthusiastically, a burst of radio static escaping him before a clear audio clip emerged. "Yep, that's me." Naruto chuckled, "All right then, B. Guess we're stuck with each other." Michaela, standing just beside him, tilted her head, her curiosity still unquenched. "So why exactly are you all here?" Optimus's expression turned serious, his piercing blue optics dimming slightly. "We are here looking for the All-Spark," he stated firmly, "and we must find it before Megatron." Naruto's eyes focused on Optimus, wondering exactly what the leader was talking about. But before he was able to question the robot, Michaela beat him to it. "Wait, what's an All-Spark, and who is Megatron?" she asked, her eyes focusing just like Naruto's. Optimus looked away solemnly, he then turned back to Naruto and Michaela, before tapping the side of his head. Unexpectedly, the small action caused Optimus's eyes to glow and project light, plunging everyone into a halogram world. The light in the alley seemed brighter, and more red, as metallic towers rose right in front of Naruto. Cybertron was an empire made from peace. It was long-lasting, until Megatron, the leader of the Decepticons, betrayed Cybertron. As Optimus spoke, an image of a metal monster, similar to the one Bumblebee had saved them from, appeared standing above other Cybertronian bodies. Naruto presumed this to be Megatron, and would be happy to never see him in his life, but something told him such a thing wouldn't happen. Soon after the war had destroyed our planet, the All-Spark had been lost. The All-Spark is an artifact that can be used to create Cybertronians. Megatron followed it to Earth, but he thankfully was never able to find it. The scene of the halograms shifted once more, now conveying a frozen ice land that seemed to catch Naruto's attention. Optimus's gaze settled on him once again. "However, Megatron was accidentally found by your great-grandfather, Captain Archibald Witwicky, discovered Megatron, and unknowingly activated his nebular ion systems, imprinting the coordinates of the All-Spark on his glasses." Naruto blinked, caught off guard as the halograms began to fade. Ratchet then stepped forward, resting his arms on his hips as he spoke. If the Decepticons finds the All-Spark, they will use it to create a new army, destroying the human race in the process. And as if to stress their point, the Autobots grouped together around the two humans, standing at their full heights tensely, each with a hardened look. Optimus then spoke out to them, his voice as serious and commanding as before. "We must find the All-Spark before it is too late. Naruto Witwiki, the fate of this world is in your hands." Naruto felt a chill run down his spine at the weight of those words. He opened his mouth to respond, but before he could, Kurama's deep, mocking voice rumbled in his mind. "Told you so, brat. Trouble always finds you, but no, you wanted the quiet life. How's that working out for you now?" Naruto groaned audibly, rubbing the back of his head in exasperation. "Not now, furball," he muttered under his breath. Michaela glanced at him, puzzled. "What was that?" "Nothing," Naruto replied quickly, shooting her a sheepish grin before turning his attention back to Optimus. He shoved Kurama's sarcastic remarks to the back of his mind and squared his shoulders. "All right," he said, his voice steady despite the whirlwind of emotions churning inside him. "If the world's counting on me, then I'm in. Just tell me what I need to do." Optimus gave a slow nod of approval before shifting back into his truck form. The other Autobots followed suit, the sound of shifting metal filling the air as they transformed into their vehicle modes. Naruto and Michaela exchanged glances before heading toward Bumblebee. The yellow Camaro opened its doors for them, and they slid into the back seats without a word. As soon as they were inside, Bumblebee revved his engine and took off, the convoy of Autobots following closely behind. The two sat in silence as the city lights blurred past. Naruto leaned back in his seat, his brow furrowed in thought. Ever since the night Kurama had awakened inside him, responsibility seemed to chase him wherever he went. First the Fox, now giant alien robots telling him the fate of the world was in his hands. "You really know how to pick your battles, huh?" Kurama's voice rumbled in his mind, the Fox's tone halfway between amusement and irritation. "A cursed kid with a demon fox wasn't dramatic enough, you had to go and get involved with alien wars too." Naruto scowled internally. "I didn't ask for any of this, furball. It's not like I had a choice." Kurama let out a low growl of laughter. "You never do, brat. But at least this time, you've got backup. Even if they are just oversized tin cans." Naruto ignored the jab, his gaze drifting to Michaela. She was staring out the window, her expression unreadable. After a moment, he broke the silence. "You good?" he asked, his voice softer than usual. Michaela blinked and turned to him, managing a small smile. "Yeah, just processing. Giant robots, secret wars, ancient alien cubes, it's a lot to take in, you know?" Naruto nodded, his lips twitching into a faint smile. "Yeah, tell me about it." Bumblebee's radio crackled to life, interrupting the moment. A voice snippet played, upbeat and reassuring. "We'll make it through this." Naruto smirked, the brief levity lifting some of the tension. "Thanks, B." For a moment the three paused, going into a short silence that seemed to calm them a bit. Until Michaela turned back to Naruto with a bit of obvious curiosity. The blonde quickly caught this and was a bit confused, and before he could ask her about it surprisingly or unsurprisingly she spoke first. "You still haven't told me about that blue ball of energy you used," she stated as if she knew the blonde was avoiding that very thing. Naruto's smirk faded slightly at Michaela's words, and his gaze flicked away to the passing city lights. He had been hoping to avoid that conversation for as long as possible. Of course, Michaela wasn't the type to let things slide, especially when they involved something as outlandish as the Rasengan. I don't know what you're talking about, Naruto deflected casually, leaning back in his seat with a forced nonchalance. Michaela raised an eyebrow, crossing her arms over her chest. Don't play dumb, Naruto. That ball of energy, you used it to take down that first Decepticon. What was that? Naruto rubbed the back of his neck, sighing in defeat. It's complicated, he muttered. Kurama's voice rumbled in his mind, dripping with sarcasm. Oh sure, kid, tell her all about it. I'm sure she'll totally believe you have a giant fox demon stuck in your head too. Not helping, Naruto shot back internally, his annoyance flaring. He turned his attention back to Michaela, who was still waiting expectantly. Alright, fine, it's called the Rasengan, he admitted reluctantly. It's something I only just learned I could do. Michaela's brow furrowed. Seems kinda convenient, said the girl, but when did you find out you could do that sort of thing, and how? Naruto gave her a half smile. You seem more okay with this than you were with the giant robots from space. She stared at him for a moment, clearly unsatisfied with the deflection. You're seriously not going to explain it, are you? Naruto shrugged. Look, Michaela, it's just one of those things. Let's just say, since last night, I've had a bit of a change. Trust me, it's too complicated to get into. Michaela looked unmoved. Naruto could tell just by the look of her face she wasn't taking no for an answer. And it seemed that his new abilities had really piqued her interest. You aren't gonna let this go, are you? Questioned the blonde almost silently. He then looked to her eyes, searching for an answer from her. Michaela gave a mock pout, cocking her head to the side as she looked at Naruto closely. Come on, look, I'll even sit on your lap if you tell me. She gave a smirk once she finished, already having noticed a blush that appeared on the blonde. There was no verbal response, but quickly Naruto looked away from her gaze, giving a small sigh as it was clear she would just keep asking him about it. And if he was being honest, he probably would have cracked at some point even if she wasn't asking. Mainly because he barely knows enough about all this stuff to even fully explain. With the decision made, the blonde decided to keep it basic. There was no need to tell her everything. Hell, he didn't even know everything. Naruto leaned back against the seat, staring out the window as he gathered his thoughts. Alright, he began, his tone more resigned than anything, but don't expect some long, drawn-out explanation, okay? Like I said, it's complicated, and I'm still figuring it out myself. Michaela leaned in slightly, her curiosity piqued. I'm listening. Naruto rubbed the back of his neck, a habit he'd developed whenever he was uncomfortable. So, last night, after I dropped you off, something woke up inside me. This, energy or power, I guess it's like it was always there, but I didn't know how to use it until now. Michaela tilted her head. Energy, like magic or something? Naruto shook his head. Not magic, it's more like chakra, from Japanese folklore. Think of it like life energy, but I'm able to use it in different ways, like that Rasengan you saw. Michaela frowned, trying to process what she was hearing. Okay, so you just suddenly unlocked this power? Naruto hesitated, his fingers drumming on his knee. Something like that. Let's just say I've got help figuring it out. Kurama's voice rumbled in his mind, full of dry amusement. Oh, yeah, I'm just help. Huh. Don't forget who saved your sorry ass last night, kid. Naruto ignored the comment, focusing instead on Michaela. Look, it's not like I fully understand it myself. All I know is that it's here now, and it's not going away anytime soon. Michaela leaned back, her expression a mix of intrigue and disbelief. So, you've got some kind of mystical energy, and now you're what, a superhero? Naruto snorted. Hardly, he said with some amusement. I'm just a guy trying to keep up with giant alien robots and figure out why the universe decided to dump all this on me. A quick pause silenced the air between the two, before Naruto recalled what the girl had promised. "What was it you said you would do if I told you about everything?" Naruto asked. He gained a slight smirk as he looked towards the raven-haired beauty and saw her smile falter. Michaela blinked, her cheeks flushing slightly as Naruto's words caught her off guard. She had been so wrapped up in her curiosity that she'd almost forgotten her earlier, teasing promise. "Well," she started, attempting to recover her composure, "I did say I'd sit on your lap, didn't I?" Naruto's smirk widened. "You did, and, you know, a deal's a deal." Michaela rolled her eyes, but the playful grin tugging at her lips betrayed her amusement. "Fine, but only because you actually answered me for once." She slid over from her seat, swinging a leg over to straddle Naruto's lap, her face inches from his. "Happy now, hotshot?" Naruto froze, his face heating up like a furnace. He stammered, his confident smirk replaced by wide eyes and a nervous grin. Michaela laughed at his reaction, leaning back just enough to enjoy his flustered state. "Relax, Naruto, I'm just holding up my end of the bargain. Besides," she added, poking his forehead lightly, "you're not that intimidating." Kurama's voice boomed in Naruto's mind, full of mocking laughter. "She's got you good, kid. You're supposed to be a ninja, not a blushing schoolboy." Not helping, Naruto mentally snapped back, his face growing redder by the second. Eventually, the two sat quietly, the faint hum of Bumblebee's engine filling the silence as they enjoyed the moment. Michaela rested her head against Naruto's chest, her warmth both grounding and comforting. Naruto wouldn't admit it aloud, but her presence soothed him in ways he hadn't expected. Still, every so often, the bumps in the road snapped him back to reality, keeping him from fully melting into the moment. Eventually, the car came to a smooth stop outside Naruto's home. The sense of urgency lingered in the air despite the temporary peace. Naruto's thoughts were fixated on the item Optimus had mentioned, something crucial to finding the Allspark. As he and Michaela stepped out of the car, he could hear the low rumble of the Autobots' engines as they parked discreetly not far behind. The night was still and heavy, its dark beauty almost impenetrable, save for the faint glow of dim lanterns lining the street. Their light barely cut through the shadows, leaving the surroundings bathed in a muted, eerie atmosphere. Naruto's steps echoed faintly on the wet pavement, the soft slap of his sneakers adding to the quiet tension. Naruto stopped at the front door, fishing his keys out of his pocket. "I think you should stay out here," he stated almost out of nowhere. "My parents are probably worried as hell with how long I've been out." Michaela raised a brow. "Really, you're acting as if my parents aren't going to be worried." Naruto shrugged, pushing the door open and stepping inside. The house was lit with dim lights, the familiar orange hues of home offering a brief sense of normalcy in the chaos of the past few days. "I'll call you when I got the glasses. We can get out of here right after. Please just watch the giant death robots," he muttered. He didn't look back to the black-haired girl, knowing if she did she would somehow convince him to let her in. However, he knew even with how late it was, his parents were still awake, and having a girl in the house would not only make it worse, it would make it weird since he wasn't known for such a thing. Naruto closed the door slowly, shutting it as quietly as he could. After he did so he waited, listening for any noise that could determine if he was caught. Once figuring that he was still in the clear, after only hearing the of his home, he moved carefully to get towards the stairs. However, he didn't make it halfway to the steps before his father stood in front of him, clearly unhappy as his balled-up fists and held them on his sides. The blonde looked a bit worried when he saw this, but his expression quickly turned to fear, finding his mother, who was once in the dark, swivel around in her chair and turn on a brighter light right beside her. "Where were you at this time of night?" questioned Ron, his voice a low tone, making Naruto unaware of how the man felt. His mother on the other hand didn't speak. She stayed silent, giving a look of disapproval that the blonde hadn't seen more than a few times. "Where have you been, Naruto?" Ron asked, his tone calm but laced with suspicion. Naruto hesitated, scratching the back of his head. Just out, with some friends, lost track of time, you know?" Ron's eyes narrowed, and before Naruto could take another step, his mother's voice cut through the silence. "Lost track of time, Naruto, it's almost midnight," Judy called out as she entered the room, arms crossed. She turned on the brighter light, making him wince slightly. "And what's all that noise outside? It sounds like a construction site out there." Naruto's stomach dropped. Outside, the Autobots were clearly having trouble staying subtle. A faint clank and the sound of something scraping against metal echoed faintly through the walls. "Oh, that," Naruto said quickly, laughing nervously. Probably the neighbors, you know how they are, always tinkering with something. It's a generator or something." Judy frowned, unconvinced. "At this hour?" "Yeah, they're, night owls," Naruto said, walking toward the stairs as casually as possible. "Anyway, I'm exhausted, long day, you know, I'm gonna head to bed." The blonde would have kept going. But the sound of something heavy landing outside made all three of them freeze. Judy's eyes widened as she turned toward the window. What in the world was that? Ron stepped closer to the front door. "I'm gonna check it out." "No, Naruto said quickly, darting in front of him. He held up his hands, a nervous grin plastered on his face. "It's probably just, raccoons, yeah, those raccoons. Big ones, you don't want to deal with that, trust me." "Raccoons," Ron repeated, raising an eyebrow. Another faint whir from outside sent Naruto into panic mode. He grabbed his father's arm, gently steering him back toward the kitchen. "Seriously, it's nothing, I'll take care of it in the morning. Let's not make it a whole thing, okay?" Before Ron could argue, Judy chimed in again, her voice sharp. "And what's with your shoes, did you step in mud?" Naruto looked down and cursed inwardly at the faint trail of dirt he'd accidentally tracked in. Yeah, sorry about that. It was dark outside, I'll clean it up first thing tomorrow, I promise." Judy narrowed her eyes but sighed. "Fine, but you're not off the hook for sneaking in so late, we're talking about this in the morning." "Absolutely," Naruto said with a relieved nod, inching closer to the stairs. "Totally fair, morning talk, got it." Just as he turned to head upstairs, another muffled clang came from outside, followed by Bumblebee's distinct attempt at a soft radio clip. "What is that?" Ron said, heading back toward the door. Naruto moved quickly, blocking his path again. "It's nothing. Seriously. Just go to bed, Dad." Ron stared at him suspiciously. "Naruto, are you hiding something?" "Hiding something, me?" Naruto forced out a laugh. "Come on, Dad." "What would I even?" A loud, unmistakable rev of an engine cut him off, and Naruto felt the blood drain from his face. "That's it," Ron said, reaching for the door. "No," Naruto practically shouted, throwing himself in front of it. It's nothing. Just the neighbors starting their car, they do that sometimes, really weird habit, anyway, good night." Before his father could protest further, Naruto bolted up the stairs, taking them two at a time. Judy called after him, "Naruto, don't think this is over." "Totally fine, good night," Naruto shouted back, disappearing into his room and slamming the door shut behind him. He leaned against the door, exhaling heavily. From the window, he could see Bumblebee giving him a thumbs up, or at least the Autobot equivalent. "Subtle, huh?" Naruto muttered to himself. Kurama's voice rumbled in his head. "This is what happens when you rely on others, maybe next time, I should take the lead." Yeah, because a giant fox would definitely be less conspicuous, Naruto shot back sarcastically. Ignoring Kurama's grumbling, he moved to his desk to find the glasses. Naruto started to frantically look for them. He knew he had them, they had to be here somewhere. After a few seconds he began to think there was something wrong. He hasn't even found a glimpse of them. He had sworn he put them in his bag, but now, the bag wasn't anywhere to be seen. Naruto froze mid-thought, his eyes darting toward the corner of the room where his bag usually sat. It wasn't there. Panic started to creep in as he scanned the room again, more frantically this time. No, 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 he muttered under his breath, kneeling to check under his bed and behind his desk. I know I brought it home, where the hell is it? Kurama's voice rumbled in his mind, sharp and unimpressed. You're telling me you lost the one thing the giant alien robots need to save the planet? Brilliant. Not now, Naruto snapped under his breath, yanking open his dresser drawers even though he knew the bag wouldn't be there. Everything okay in there, honey? Judy's voice came from the other side of the door. Naruto jumped, slamming the drawer shut. Yeah, Mom, just cleaning up, it's a mess in here. There was a pause before she responded, well, hurry it up, and don't forget to clean that mud downstairs. Got it, Naruto called back, forcing his voice to stay steady. As soon as her footsteps receded, he let out a shaky breath and resumed his search. Where could it be? He muttered, tearing through the closet now. Think, kid, Kurama interjected, his tone exasperated. Where's the last place you actually saw it? Naruto froze, his hand still buried in a pile of hoodies. His mind raced, retracing his steps. The last time I saw it was downstairs, he muttered aloud. And you didn't think to double-check before running up here? Kurama sneered. Not helping, Naruto hissed, running a hand through his hair, as he slowly began to calm. Just then, a faint thud from outside snapped him out of his thoughts. He darted to the window and peeked through the blinds. Below, Michaela was standing near Bumblebee, clearly impatient. The other Autobots were spread out, their massive forms awkwardly attempting to remain inconspicuous in his suburban neighborhood. His dad's fountain was completely destroyed, the dirt and patchwork in the backyard, turned up, and ripped out by giant footsteps, and at some point, he could have sworn he saw Mojo pee on Ironhide. This was all just a bit too much, and to make it worse, Michaela was brought up by Optimus's hand, pushing her through the big window as she sat uncomfortably. They really want those glasses, she explained with a small bit of annoyance. This went unregistered to Naruto as he tried to take in everything. Naruto stared at Michaela, now awkwardly seated on the edge of his windowsill, her arms crossed as she shot him a look that screamed, seriously? He opened his mouth to respond, but another loud metallic thud from outside made him flinch. He darted back to the window just in time to see Ironhide stepping on what was once his mom's prized flowerbed. The Autobot grimaced slightly, muttering something to Bumblebee, who beeped indignantly in response. This is not happening, Naruto whispered, his hand gripping the windowsill. His brain struggled to keep up with the sight of giant robots practically trashing his backyard while trying to remain stealthy. What's the holdup? Michaela snapped, waving a hand in front of his face. You said you'd find the glasses, they're kind of important. They're downstairs, Naruto mumbled, still staring out the window. His gaze shifted to his dad's beloved fountain, now a pile of rubble. A nervous chuckle escaped him. Oh man, I'm so dead. No kidding, Michaela muttered, adjusting her position on the windowsill. Also, you might want to move a little faster, they're not exactly subtle. Naruto groaned, running a hand down his face. Okay, just give me a second. A low growl from Kurama echoed in his mind. I don't know what's funnier, your parents finding out about me, or them seeing what's outside. Neither, Naruto hissed under his breath. Suddenly, there was a loud crash from downstairs, followed by his dad's voice yelling, "What the heck was that?" Naruto froze, his heart hammering in his chest. Oh no, he whispered, his mind racing. He turned to Michaela. "Stay here. I'll handle it." "Handle what?" Michaela asked again, her tone sharp with skepticism. "Everything," Naruto snapped, glancing toward her before shifting his focus back to the window. His nerves were fraying fast, and the sight of Ironhide casually stomping through what was left of his backyard wasn't helping. Naruto rapped his knuckles lightly on the window, catching the Autobot's attention. "Hey," he hissed, his voice low but urgent. "This isn't hiding, guys, can you, I don't know, fall back or something, maybe not stomp around like elephants in a glass shop?" Optimus, towering in the distance, tilted his head slightly before nodding to the others. "Autobots, regroup," he commanded. The giant robots began to shift further into the shadows, their movements as cautious as their size allowed, though the damage had already been done. Naruto sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. "Okay, that's slightly better, still terrible, but I'll take it." Michaela, still perched on his windowsill, crossed her arms. "You think that's going to stop your parents from hearing them? They're not exactly subtle, Naruto." "No. But it might buy me a little time," Naruto muttered, turning back toward the door. "Just stay here, and try not to make any noise, okay?" Michaela raised an eyebrow but said nothing as Naruto slipped out of the room and quietly made his way down the stairs. He paused halfway, listening to the faint hum of voices from the living room. His dad's unmistakable grumbling carried through the house, mixing with the occasional barks from Mojo. When Naruto stepped into the room, he saw his dad, Ron, peering out the window with a flashlight. The beam of light cut through the darkness outside, though thankfully, the Autobots had moved just far enough into the shadows to avoid detection. "What's going on out there?" Ron asked, his voice sharp. "Feels like the house is shaking." Naruto forced a laugh, trying to look interested. He moved forward. "Oh, probably just some large animal, maybe some rich guy let loose his elephant." Before Ron could respond, the lights flickered briefly before going out completely, plunging the house into darkness. "Great," Ron murmured, crossing his arms and glancing out the window. "Just perfect, power's out now too." "What's next, locusts?" Naruto froze, his heart pounding. He didn't need to guess who was responsible for the sudden blackout. His mind raced as he tried to think of a way to manage the situation. "Damn," Naruto muttered under his breath, glancing toward the stairs. "Why'd they have to do this now? I should just grab the bag and get out of here before this gets worse." Ron turned toward him, squinting suspiciously in the dim light. "What was that?" "Nothing, Dad," Naruto said quickly, waving his hand. Maybe it's the whole block, could just be a transformer, blowing out." Kurama's voice rumbled in his mind, dripping with sarcasm. "Oh yeah. Transformer blew out, that's not ironic at all." Ron just looked at him confused, practically questioning his actions since he first stepped in the house, but he couldn't say anything, because as soon as the blonde had a chance, he fled to the dining room. Naruto rummaged frantically through his bag, his fingers finally closing around the glasses. Relief washed over him as he pulled them out. "Finally," he muttered, holding them up. Just as he turned to leave, a voice called out from the hallway, sending his heart plummeting. "Ron, you'll never guess what, or who, I just found upstairs." Naruto froze, the glasses slipping from his grip back into the bag. His mom's voice was unmistakable, and the distinct sound of footsteps descending the stairs sent a wave of dread through him. Before he could react, Judy stepped into the dining room, dragging a very uncomfortable-looking Michaela by the wrist. "Mom," Naruto blurted, panic written all over his face. "What is going on here?" Ron appeared right behind Judy, his flashlight beam landing directly on Michaela, who gave an awkward little wave. Hi, Michaela said, her voice small but tinged with embarrassment. Judy planted her hands on her hips, looking positively gleeful. I found her hiding in the upstairs hallway. Naruto, you didn't tell us you had a girl over. Naruto groaned, his face flushing red as his dad turned to him, one eyebrow raised in suspicion. Is this why you've been sneaking around and acting weird? Ron asked, his tone accusatory. No, it's not like that, Naruto protested, stepping forward. She's not, this isn't. Oh, don't be shy, Judy interrupted, giving Michaela a once-over with a proud smile. She's lovely, Naruto, I always knew you'd find a nice girl, eventually. Mom, Naruto exclaimed, his hands flying up in exasperation. Michaela gave an apologetic shrug, clearly regretting her decision to step inside. Ron crossed his arms, his gaze flicking between Naruto and Michaela. If she's not your girlfriend, then why is she here? Before Naruto could come up with an excuse, a low rumble echoed from outside, only this time near the front. The sounds of cars pulling up made almost a wave of annoyance, and the sound of opening and shutting doors followed them. What was that? Ron asked, already moving toward the window. Ron pulled back the curtain and peered outside. His eyes widened as sleek, black SUVs lined the street, their glossy exteriors reflecting the dim glow of the neighborhood streetlights. Men and women in dark suits and sunglasses stepped out in unison, their movements precise and professional. What in the world? Ron muttered, his voice a mix of confusion and suspicion. Judy leaned over his shoulder, gasping, Ron, are we being audited? Is this about your taxes? I told you to stop claiming the koi pond as a business expense. Naruto's eyebrows furrowed, his eyes focused as his heart began to pound in his chest. Oh, crap, he muttered under his breath, stepping closer instinctively, knowing something was up, figuring it was just gonna be another thing after another. Before anyone could react further, a sharp knock came at the front door. The kind of knock that wasn't asking for permission but demanding attention. Ron shot Naruto a suspicious look. You didn't do anything, did you? No, Naruto said quickly, though his mind was racing. Judy hurried toward the door. Wait, Judy, Ron started, but she was already opening it. Standing in the doorway was a tall, imposing man in a black suit and tie. His expression was unreadable, and he held up a badge in one hand. Good evening, Mrs. Wickety, he said in a calm, authoritative voice. It's Witwicky, Ron corrected, butting in front of his wife protectively. What is this? Who are you? The man seemingly ignored the comment, his gaze shifting past them to Ron and then Judy. We are the government, Sector 7, he said quickly, pulling up his badge. Never heard of it, responded Ron, his fist starting to clench. Never will, said the man dismissively, pulling down his arm making the badge disappear. This is a well of national security. There was a report of a stolen car around this area that happened to be your son's, and we would like to question him as he went after it. National security, Judy exclaimed, clutching her chest. Naruto, what did you do? Naruto answered a quick nothing, but kept his eye on the man in the suit, quickly throwing him in an untrustworthy category. The blonde could feel something was off, and he wasn't ready to just go down quietly. Naruto positioned himself in front of his parents, making sure he was between them and the so-called agent before he could speak again. He stepped forward, his blue eyes narrowed, his usual carefree attitude replaced by a rare intensity. The blonde's eyes began to scan everything about the man, before speaking to him in a low tone. Listen, Naruto said firmly, his voice steady but laced with irritation and concentration. I don't know what you think you're looking for, but barging into my house and scaring my family, that's not gonna fly. The man smirked, clearly unimpressed by the teenager's bravado. Kid, this isn't up for debate, this is a national security matter, one of which we think you specifically are a part of. Now, unless you want us to escalate this, escalate," Naruto cut him off, taking a step closer. "You mean, like you're not already escalating? Look, I don't know who you people think you are, but you're not gonna come in here, treat my parents like suspects, and act like I'm just gonna roll over for you." Michaela blinked, surprised by his tone but also slightly impressed. She stepped up beside him, her arms crossed. The man raised a hand, and then waved forward, signaling his agents to go to the backyard. This didn't go unnoticed by Judy or Ron. They would have gone to stop the other agents, but they were quickly stopped by more agents. The ones in the backyard began to tear out anything, flowers, grass, and Naruto was unaware of exactly what they were doing. "Kid, I don't think you understand what's at stake here. You need to come with us for questioning," the first agent said, his tone sharp and annoyed as he fixed his gaze on Naruto. Before Naruto could respond, Ron and Judy stepped in front of the two teens, their protective instincts kicking in. Somehow, the entire confrontation had shifted to the living room, where agents were rifling through drawers and cabinets like it was their personal property. The faint sounds of more agents tearing up the backyard made the situation feel even more invasive. "You're not taking my son anywhere," Ron growled, his hands clenched into fists. His furrowed brow mirrored Naruto's, and his tone was firm. "Something's not right about all this, and I don't trust you. What's the deal with all these people tearing up my house?" The lead agent smirked, clearly unimpressed by Ron's attempt to stand his ground. "Oh, I get it, you think you're clever," he said, voice dripping with condescension. "But here's the thing, I think you're the one hiding something. This whole setup smells fishy, your son, his girlfriend, your little Taco Bell dog. The whole operation stinks. But that's fine, because you answer to me." He was abruptly cut off when one of his subordinates leaned in and whispered something in his ear. Naruto caught a faint murmur of the exchange but couldn't make out the details. The smirk vanished from the agent's face, replaced by a flicker of something serious. "Direct contact," he muttered under his breath, narrowing his eyes as he processed the information. "We need confirmation." The agent nodded at one of his subordinates, who quickly handed him a device, a strange machine with a small, box-like attachment connected by wires. Before Naruto could react, two agents stepped forward and pulled him out from behind Ron and Judy. "Hey, let go of him," Ron shouted, but his protests were ignored. The lead agent brought the device to Naruto's chest, holding it steady as everyone in the room watched. For a moment, there was only silence, then the machine lit up, its beeping growing louder and faster until it was a near-constant screech. The smirk returned to the agent's face, now sharper and more triumphant. "That's all the confirmation I need," he said, stepping back. "Take them all away." Naruto sat in the van, his arms crossed and his expression locked in an annoyed glare. Michaela sat beside him, her face tense, while Simmons leaned forward from his seat across from them, his smirk as punchable as ever. The agent's voice cut through the silence like nails on a chalkboard. "Last night, a station reported to us of a car that transformed near a junkyard. You know anything about that?" The lead agent said, his tone dripping with mockery. Naruto raised an eyebrow, leaning back with forced nonchalance. "Oh yeah, that sounds about right, my car transformed, you got me," he replied dryly. "Next, you'll say it did a tap dance and flew to the moon." Simmons tilted his head, clearly unimpressed. "Really? Really?" Naruto shot back. "Maybe I hit my head, or maybe you're just bad at your job." Michaela jumped in, trying to defuse the situation. "They were confused," she said, her tone light but a little strained. "They had to be, I mean, cars don't just get up and, yeah," Naruto added quickly, his lips quirking into a sarcastic grin, "because that'd be crazy. Right?" The man leaned in closer, his smirk growing wider. Hilarious, huh? So, tell me, what do you kids know about aliens? Naruto's smile vanished, he stared back at the agent, unimpressed. Oh, you mean like the little green guys in saucers, or the creepy ones with the tentacles? Sorry Agent Sci-Fi, but you're barking up the wrong tree. It's just an urban legend, Michaela interjected, trying to steer the conversation away from dangerous territory. Yup, Naruto said, nodding sagely, right up there with Bigfoot and you winning any charm contests. The man chuckled darkly and pulled out his badge, flashing it in their faces. You see this? This is my, I can do whatever I want and get away with it, badge. Naruto leaned forward slightly, his blue eyes narrowing. Yeah, must be nice having a badge to make up for your personality. The agent's smirk tightened. Cute, keep running that mouth of yours, kid, I could lock you up forever. Michaela rolled her eyes and scoffed. Oh, please. Don't listen to him, Naruto, he's just mad he had to leave guarding the food court to play with the big kids. The man's face darkened as he turned to Michaela. You, in the training bra, don't test me, he snapped, his gaze sharpened, and his voice dropped to a more menacing tone, especially with your daddy's parole coming up. Naruto's eyes flicked to Michaela, confused. Parole, he repeated, glancing between her and the agent. It's nothing, Michaela said quickly, her voice tight. Oh, it's something, the man cut in gleefully. Grand Theft Auto isn't nothing, sweetheart, you know, those cars your dad used to teach you to fix, they weren't always his, were they? Naruto's fists clenched as he shot Simmons a glare. Hey, why don't you quit hiding behind your badge and say something that's actually useful, he snapped, like telling me where my parents are. Simmons ignored him, his grin widening as he turned back to Michaela. She's got her own juvie record to prove it, isn't that right, daddy's little car thief? She's a criminal, criminals are hot. It's a shame if he had to rot in jail for the rest of his life. Though. Michaela's face flushed with anger and shame. Naruto didn't miss the way her hands trembled slightly. His jaw tightened, and he shot to his feet, leaning forward in Simmons' face. You think you're tough, huh? Flashing that badge around like it makes you something. You wanna talk big? How about you tell me where you took my parents? Simmons blinked, momentarily caught off guard by Naruto's intensity. But his smirk returned quickly, and he leaned back in his seat. I'm not at liberty to discuss. Naruto grabbed the front of Simmons' jacket, pulling him forward even with his cuffed hands. Don't give me that crap, where are they? Touching a federal agent is a felony. Simmons sneered, though his voice wavered slightly. Yeah, well, threatening innocent people isn't exactly winning you any points either, Naruto shot back, his voice cold. You wanna play hardball, let's play. Before the lead agent could respond, the van jerked to a sudden stop, throwing everyone forward. The sound of heavy metal footsteps echoed outside, and the air seemed to hum with an unseen energy. The van's top wrenched open, and Optimus Prime's massive frame came into view, his glowing optics locking onto the humans inside. His deep, resonant voice filled the air. Taking the children was a bad move. The lead agent stared up at the towering Autobot, his face pale and slack with shock. However, his subordinates in the other vans were quick and ready, pulling up different guns to point at the giant. Autobots, Optimus commanded, relieve them of their weapons. As Ironhide, Jazz, and the others moved into action, Naruto crossed his arms, his grin widening as he watched Simmons scramble to keep his composure. Soon none of the agents had any sort of way to defend themselves. Instead, all the weapons had been swept up by Jazz without any trouble. Guess that badge doesn't work on giant alien robots, huh? Naruto quipped, his tone dripping with satisfaction. Optimus Prime's towering frame cast a long shadow over Simmons, who stood stiffly by the van. The faint hum of the Autobot's inner workings underscored the charged silence. his glowing blue optics locked onto the human before him. The sheer presence of the Autobot leader was enough to unsettle even the most confident of men, and Simmons was no exception. "You don't seem afraid," Optimus said, his deep voice rolling through the air like distant thunder. Though calm, there was an unmistakable weight to his words. "Are you not surprised to see us?" The agent straightened, his usual bravado wavering for a split second before he hastily plastered on his familiar smirk. "Look, there are S7 protocols." "Okay," he stammered, his voice cracking slightly as he gestured aimlessly. "I'm not authorized to communicate with you, except to tell you that I can't communicate with you." Optimus tilted his head slightly, his imposing stance unchanging. "Get out of the car," he said firmly. The man blinked, taken aback. "Me, you want me to, now?" Optimus commanded, his tone leaving no room for argument. All right," he said quickly, scrambling to push the van door open. His movements were jerky, his usual snark momentarily overshadowed by nervousness. "I'm getting out, see?" From where she stood nearby, Michaela's arms crossed tightly over her chest. Her expression was worried. "You weren't supposed to hear all that," she muttered, not knowing what else to say. Naruto gave a reassuring smile. "It's not my business whatever you did before we met. I brought you along this ride, so we have to stick together." Michaela smiled at this, her expression turning almost loving before it quickly shifted to serious. The two teens then made their way towards the lead agent, finding his name to be Simmons not long after. They were able to interrogate the man, humiliating him. To both Naruto's and Michaela's amusement, they tied him up to a pole half-naked, took his badge and left him and his team on the road. Naruto exchanged a glance with Michaela, his lips quirking into a faint smirk. Simmons might have the arrogance of a bureaucrat, but it was clear he wasn't used to being on the losing side of an argument. But before anyone could say more, Ironhide's voice cut through the air, sharp and urgent. "Optimus, incoming," he said loudly. The mood shifted instantly as the Autobots turned their attention to the approaching threat. Simmons and his fellow agents had called for help, causing another problem that they had to get past. Their earlier confidence rapidly dissolving as the sound of helicopter blades filled the air. "Autobots, roll out," Optimus ordered, his voice ringing with authority. Naruto felt his pulse quicken as the situation escalated once more. The Autobots shifted into their vehicle forms, rolling away to get cover, while Optimus put Naruto and Michaela on his shoulder, and moved off. The chaos erupted as the sound of approaching helicopters grew louder, the thrum of their blades slicing through the tense air. Naruto's heart raced as he clung to Optimus Prime's shoulder, Michaela holding on tightly beside him. The ground rumbled beneath them as the Autobots moved, their massive forms shifting into vehicle mode with the familiar symphony of mechanical clicks and whirs. "Hang on," Optimus said, his deep voice steady despite the mounting tension. His massive stride carried him swiftly toward cover, each step reverberating through Naruto's chest. Naruto glanced down at the scene below. Simmons and his team scrambled into action, shouting orders and signaling the incoming helicopters. The agents clearly hadn't expected their situation to spiral so quickly. "What's the plan?" Naruto shouted, trying to keep his voice steady as Optimus ducked behind a cluster of trees for cover. "Remain calm," Optimus replied, "we must avoid unnecessary casualties." As the Prime said this, he moved through the road, dodging lights of the helicopters while also making cracks in the road. A clear map was probably painted in the robot's mind. Naruto could tell as much when the thing was making sharp turns without falter. This eventually led the three under a bridge, hiding themselves from the helicopters the best they can as they hung from the ceiling. Naruto repositioned himself, trying to move up to make sure he wouldn't fall to his death. He then helped Michaela do the same. The rumble of helicopters echoed ominously above as Optimus Prime clung to the underside of the bridge, his massive frame moving with surprising precision. Naruto shifted carefully on the Autobot's shoulder, his fingers gripping tightly onto the edge of a metal plate to steady himself. "Hold on tight," Optimus instructed, his voice low but steady. Naruto glanced at Michaela, who was gripping his arm tightly for balance. Her face was pale, but her determination shone through. "You okay?" he asked softly, his voice carrying over the distant drone of the aircraft. She nodded quickly, her breath uneven. "I'm fine, just not used to hanging over a drop like this." Naruto offered a reassuring grin, though he felt his own pulse racing. "You're doing great, just don't look down." Michaela gave a weak laugh, too late for that advice. The bridge trembled slightly as Optimus adjusted his grip, positioning himself more securely against the structure. Naruto used the moment to shift as well, reaching out to help Michaela find a sturdier hold. "Careful," Naruto muttered, steadying her as she leaned against Optimus's armor. But as Michaela moved her foot onto one of Optimus's smokestacks, it slipped. Her gasp pierced the air as she lost her footing entirely. "Michaela," Naruto shouted, lunging to grab her. His fingers closed around her wrist, but her momentum dragged him forward, pulling them both off balance. Naruto yelled again, his grip on Michaela tightening as they both plummeted toward the ground below. Optimus turned sharply, his hand moving too late to catch them. The world spun as Naruto and Michaela fell, the wind rushing past them. And in the moment, neither of the teens noticed how they lost the glasses when falling. Suddenly, a familiar yellow blur shot upward. Bumblebee transformed midair, his arms outstretched. With a metallic clang, Bumblebee caught the pair just before they hit the ground. His servos whirred as he cradled them close, absorbing the force of their fall. Naruto groaned, looking up at Bumblebee's glowing optics. "Close one, B," he muttered, his heart pounding. Michaela clung to Naruto, her breath shaky. "Thanks, Bumblebee." Bumblebee chirped in response, his tone reassuring, but the moment of relief didn't last long. The sound of roaring engines and heavy boots echoed around them. Naruto's head snapped toward the noise, his stomach sinking as black SUVs screeched to a halt nearby. A dozen armed agents, clad in Sector 7 uniforms, poured out, weapons raised. The tense moment shattered as an agent barked into a radio, "We've got them." Naruto and Michaela barely had a chance to process what was happening before a swarm of armed Sector 7 agents rushed them. Hands gripped their arms tightly, yanking them away from Bumblebee, who let out a garbled electronic protest as his systems flickered. "Let us go," Michaela shouted, struggling against the agents. Naruto twisted in their grip, his face contorted with frustration. "Get your hands off me," he growled, but his strength was no match for their numbers. Bumblebee let out a pained squeal as the agents moved into position around him. Canisters were quickly unloaded from one of the black SUVs, their tops twisted open to release dense clouds of freezing vapor. "No," Naruto yelled as he realized what they were doing. The agents had armed themselves with funnels attached to the canisters, directing the icy streams toward Bumblebee's joints. The yellow Autobot thrashed, his servos whirring in protest, but the frost rapidly overtook him. His movements slowed as his limbs stiffened, his metal frame coated in a thin layer of ice. "Stop it," Michaela screamed, her voice cracking, "You're hurting him." Naruto's fists clenched, his body shaking with rage. "You cowards," he shouted, "he's not even fighting back." Simmons stepped forward, his face smug as he crossed his arms. "That's the point, kid, he's a machine, not your buddy." He turned to his men, "Keep the freeze going, I want this thing immobilized." Naruto lunged toward Simmons, but an agent slammed the butt of his rifle into his stomach, knocking the air out of him. He collapsed to his knees, gasping for breath as Michaela cried out in protest. "You'll regret this," Naruto rasped, glaring up at Simmons, his eyes blazing with fury. Simmons crouched to Naruto's level, his smirk growing. "Oh, I don't think so, you and your friend are coming with us. And as for that thing," he gestured at Bumblebee, who was now out cold, his frame locked in a defensive, his body still twitching the little it could. "We'll see what makes him tick." Naruto's mind raced as he and Michaela were dragged toward one of the SUVs. He glanced back at Bumblebee, his heart sinking at the sight of his frozen friend. "Optimus," Naruto whispered under his breath, hoping the Autobot leader would intervene. But Optimus stood still in the shadows beneath the bridge, his glowing blue optics fixed on the scene. He didn't move, his towering frame motionless as the agents completed their operation. Naruto's heart twisted in anger and confusion. Why wasn't Optimus doing anything? Why wasn't anyone helping? Michaela's voice broke through his thoughts. "Naruto," she said softly, her eyes wide with fear, "what are we going to do?" Naruto looked at her, his jaw tightening as he was shoved into the back of the SUV. "We'll figure something out," he promised, his voice steady despite the storm of emotions inside him. The doors slammed shut, and the convoy of black SUVs roared to life, speeding away from the scene. Time skip. As the helicopter hummed steadily through the air, Naruto glanced across the cabin, his gaze falling on the two strangers sitting in front of him. One was a woman with sharp, inquisitive eyes, Maggie. He'd heard her name was. Beside her sat a man who looked equal parts anxious and intrigued, Glenn, if he remembered correctly. The silence in the cabin was heavy, broken only by the occasional static from the agents' radios. Then, with an awkward cough, Glenn leaned forward slightly, his curiosity getting the better of him. "So," Glenn began hesitantly, looking between Naruto and Michaela, "what did they, get you for?" Maggie arched an eyebrow at the question but didn't interrupt, clearly interested in hearing the answer herself. Naruto exchanged a glance with Michaela, who rolled her eyes and leaned back in her seat. He sighed, running a hand through his hair before responding, "I bought a car." He paused for effect, his tone deadpan, turned out to be an alien robot. Glenn's mouth fell open slightly, and he mouthed a silent wow before shaking his head in disbelief. "Who knew, right?" Naruto added dryly. Leaning back and crossing his arms, Michaela smirked faintly beside him, though the tension in her shoulders remained. Maggie leaned forward, her interest piqued. "Wait, you're telling me you had a direct encounter with one of them, like, up close?" Naruto nodded, "More than one, and trust me, it's not as fun as it sounds." Before Maggie could press further, Glenn chimed in, gesturing animatedly, "Okay, but that's, like, insane. I mean, I hacked into some stuff and got in trouble, sure, but you're out here driving alien robots, dude, that's next level." Michaela scoffed, giving Glenn a pointed look. "Yeah, and now they're freezing him solid and dragging us to who knows where, real, next level." The mood in the cabin shifted again, the weight of the situation settling over them. Maggie frowned, her earlier curiosity giving way to concern. "They're taking us to Sector 7, Maggie said quietly, almost to herself, "a place so secret no one outside of the government even knows it exists." Naruto's eyes narrowed. "What's their deal? What do they even want with us?" Maggie hesitated, glancing at Glenn before answering. "From what I've pieced together, they've been tracking alien activity on Earth for decades. If they brought us in, it's because we've been too close to the action. Or because they think we know something they don't," Michaela added bitterly. Naruto stared at the floor, his mind racing. He thought of Bumblebee, trapped and helpless, and his fists tightened. "They won't get away with this," he muttered under his breath. Maggie gave him a curious look. "You sound pretty confident." Naruto's eyes flicked up to meet hers, a glint of determination in his gaze. Let's just say, I've got a few tricks up my sleeve. The helicopter began its descent, the hum of the engines changing pitch. A voice crackled over the intercom, announcing their arrival at Sector 7. As the massive, fortified facility came into view, Naruto felt the weight of what was ahead. Naruto and a small group of people stepped forward. The blonde quickly guessed that this was the group filled with people who had interactions similar to his own. As these thoughts filled his mind, Simmons, the agent who had brought him in, walked towards him, his voice chipper despite the tension. "Hey, kid, I think we got off to a bad start, huh? You must be hungry. You want a latte, ho ho, double venti macchiato?" Naruto shot him a flat look, one eyebrow raised, his arms crossed over his chest as he glanced at Michaela, who gave him an exasperated look in return. "Latte? Seriously, you're offering me a fancy drink while we're stuck in the middle of whatever this is? I'll pass." Banachek, a sharp-eyed Sector 7 agent, didn't respond, but his gaze was firm, unwavering. "Listen, kid, people can die here. I need you to focus and tell us everything you know. Right now." Naruto's gaze sharpened, and he leaned forward slightly. The casual demeanor he'd been wearing slipped just a little, a dangerous edge creeping into his voice. "People can die, huh? Guess that's one way to make someone talk. But if you think you're gonna scare me into telling you everything, you're gonna be disappointed." Banachek didn't react, but the stern look on his face stayed fixed. Simmons chuckled under his breath, clearly enjoying the interaction, though he kept quiet. "Just follow, we'll talk about your car," Banachek said, turning on his heel. "Hey, that's not all I want. I'll also take my parents' location and Michaela's juvenile records while you're at it," Naruto stated quickly, not letting the agent leave his sight. Michaela sighed in relief, giving Naruto a grateful smile before following him. "Man's an extortionist," Simmons muttered, shaking his head as he followed behind. They walked through narrow hallways, their footsteps echoing. Naruto couldn't shake the feeling of being on display. The whole place felt wrong. "Alright, here's the deal, you've all had direct contact with the NBEs, Simmons said, glancing over his shoulder. "NBEs," came the confused reply from Epps, a soldier that stayed close to someone in a similar get-up as him. "Non-biological extraterrestrials, try and keep up with the acronyms," Simmons added, the sarcasm thick in his tone. Banachek nodded in agreement, his eyes sharp as he motioned for them to keep moving. "What you're about to see is totally classified," Simmons added, leading them further into the facility. Naruto's eyes flicked to the technicians at their stations, the air buzzing with activity. The hum of computers and machinery filled the space as they walked deeper into the facility. "Dear God, what is this?" came a soft exclamation from up ahead. Keller, the military leader, had been following quietly until now, his voice full of disbelief. Banachek didn't miss a beat. "We think when he made his approach over the North Pole, our gravitational field messed with his telemetry. He crashed in the ice, probably thousands of years ago. We brought him here to this facility in 1934. Simmons spoke up again, voice full of a strange pride. "We call him NBE-1. Naruto's gaze shifted to the massive frozen figure, a cold shiver running down his spine. He narrowed his eyes, already knowing what the others might not. "Yes, but no, that's Megatron, the leader of the Decepticons," Naruto said flatly. Banachek raised an eyebrow, clearly taken aback, but said nothing. Simmons didn't seem fazed at all. "He's been in cryostasis since 1935, your great-great-grandfather made one of the greatest discoveries in history," Banachek explained. "Fact is, you're looking at the source of the modern age. Microchips, lasers, spaceflight, cars, all reverse-engineered by studying him. NB1. That's what we call him, Simmons added. A low murmur ran through the group as they all stopped in front of the enormous, frozen figure. Keller's voice cut through the silence, disbelief in his tone. And you didn't think the United States military might need to know you're keeping a hostile alien robot frozen in the basement? Banachek's expression remained unchanged. Until these events, we had no credible threat to national security. Well, you've got one now, Keller replied, glancing at the others. Lennox, folding his arms as he stood off to one side, spoke next. He was another soldier with a sharp mind and a level-headed approach. But there was a hint of tension in his voice, so why Earth? Naruto exhaled slowly, his gaze lingering on Megatron's frozen form. He had seen enough to know what was coming. They're here for the Allspark, a cube that can do all sorts of crazy shit. If you're lucky, you'll find out soon enough. Keller looked confused, the pieces not yet clicking for him. Allspark? What is that? Naruto's gaze hardened, and his voice dropped into a tone of quiet certainty. It's a cube they're after. It's got the power to transform everything, turn human technology into an army they can use to take over the universe. It's why they came here, and they're not gonna stop until they find it. Simmons chuckled, his voice light but skeptical. And you're sure about that? Naruto glanced at him, his expression serious. You're asking me like I don't know what I'm talking about. They'll destroy anything in their path to get to that cube. Banachek gave him a pointed look, then nodded, turning on his heel. Follow me, Banachek said. Simmons smiled, clearly amused. You're about to see our crown jewel. Naruto raised an eyebrow but said nothing, following them deeper into the facility. The tension was palpable as they moved through the narrow hallways. They eventually found themselves in a large room, looking to be some sort of office with a window to the side. Out of the window the Allspark could be seen in all its glory. A cube, larger than anything Naruto has seen yet, with alien text written all over it, just so happened to be in the position of the people the blonde was running away from. Carbon dating puts the cube here around 10,000 BC, the first 7 didn't find it until 1913, they knew it was alien because of the matching hieroglyphics on the cube as well as NBE1. President Hoover had the dam built around it, for football fields thick of concrete. A perfect way to hide its energy from being detected by anyone, or any alien species. On the outside, Banachek explained, letting all of them see the object that seemed almost impossible. Maggie's eyes narrowed as she processed Banachek's earlier statement, her voice laced with confusion. Wait, back up, you said the dam hides the cube's energy, what kind exactly? Banachek didn't miss a beat, guiding everyone to leave the room to go towards the next. Good question, please step inside, we'll need to lock the door to proceed. Glenn's eyes widened as he followed, looking at everything with wide-eyed wonder. Oh, wow. Epps shook his head, the corner of his mouth tugging up slightly as he examined the strange surroundings. What's that, Freddy Krueger done been up in here or something? Glenn, ever the character, scoffed and shot back with a grin. Oh, no, man. Freddy Krueger has 4 blades, that's only 3, that's Wolverine. He laughed, mimicking a claw swipe. Right, that's Wolverine. Simmons was quick to chime in with his usual sarcasm, his eyes scanning the group as he tried to make light of the situation. That's very funny. Anybody have any mechanical devices on them? BlackBerry, key alarm, cell phone. Glenn proudly raised a hand. I got a phone, he said, a bit too eagerly. Simmons' lips curled into a knowing smile. Ooh, Nokias are real nasty, you've got to respect the Japanese. They know the way of the samurai, he said before placing the phone inside a glass box that was hooked up to cords. Maggie frowned slightly, rolling her eyes. Nokia's from Finland. Keller, walking alongside them, gave a slight nod in agreement but had a bemused look on his face. Yes, but he's, well, you know, a little strange." Simmons waved it off dismissively, gesturing to the box. "We're able to take the cube's radiation and funnel it into that box." Naruto, standing at the back, eyed the technology with a mix of curiosity and skepticism. He was used to strange tech, but this felt different, more ominous. The group's reaction confirmed his suspicion. Glenn, Sam, and Michaela all let out short, surprised yelps as a loud, mechanical whirring filled the air. Suddenly, a small robot, resembling an old Nokia phone, came to life, chatting in a language that no one understood. It cried in Cybertronian, its little arms flailing with unrestrained energy. Simmons, smiling at the reaction of everyone else, gave a small laugh. "Mean little sucker, right?" The robot chirped in its strange language again, bouncing around in a seemingly erratic pattern. It did this before shooting the glass directly. Maggie raised an eyebrow, clearly unsettled. "That thing is freaky." Simmons gave a sly grin, clearly amused by their reactions, kind of like the itty-bitty Energizer bunny from hell. "Huh?" The Nokia robot suddenly chirped again, as if to confirm Simmons' words, and the group flinched at its intensity. It shot a missile into the glass, cracking it, but the robot wasn't done. It squawked in a language none of them could comprehend before charging forward as it began to break the box holding the cube's radiation. Simmons cursed under his breath as the little machine struggled. "Oh, he's breaking the box," he said unimpressed. He then clicked a button on the box, killing the Nokia transformer with a zap. The sudden tremor in the room and the flickering lights grabbed everyone's attention, the air crackling with tension. Keller's voice broke through the silence. "Gentlemen, they know the cube is here." Banachek's eyes narrowed. He then moved to the phone to contact someone in S7. "This is Banachek, what's going on out there?" An S7 technician's voice was quick and nervous. "The NBE-1 hangars lost power, and the backup generator isn't enough." Banachek whipped around in alarm. "What?" The technician continued, "The situation worsening, we can't keep up with the power drain, it's too much." Lennox stepped forward, eyes scanning the room quickly. "Do you have an arms room?" Without missing a beat, Banachek gestured for them to follow. As they moved down the hall, Naruto's mind raced. He couldn't ignore the nagging thought that he needed to get to his car. Bumblebee somewhere hidden in Sector 7, he had to find a way to help him. But he knew better than to rush into things. He stayed focused, but the idea of getting to friend, of possibly helping the Autobots, kept pulling at him. The lights flickered again, the hum of the facility's machinery growing faint. The tension in the air was thick, and Naruto's stomach churned. It felt like everything was on the verge of collapsing. Once they got to the arms room, Naruto directly went toward Simmons. "You have to take me to Bumblebee," he said, urgency leaking into his tone. The man almost laughed, until realization seemingly came over him. "No way," came the quick response, shooting Naruto down. "I don't know what would happen if I just let that thing go." Naruto's eyes narrowed, annoyance getting to him as walked closer. "He is bound to know more about that cube than any of us here. He could help us make sure the Decepticons don't get their hands on it." "No way, Blondie, not happening. Now go over there and hide like a good teen." Naruto was quick to cut the man off. Having been sick and tired of him since they first met, "You act like it would be good for us to leave an asset to just die." "The answer is no," Simmons tried to say, but quickly he was pressed against an assault vehicle by Lennox with minimal effort. A pistol pressed against the man's chest, and now it seemed like everyone in the room was pointing their weapons at each other. "Show the kid to his car," Lennox said, his tone full of annoyance that reminded Naruto of himself. This was when Keller spoke up, his commanding tone in the moment surprising most. "You should really do what these men say. It doesn't seem like they are up to just talking with you," the older male said slyly. Bumblebee's pained electronic moaning filled the room as Naruto and Michaela approached. The freezing process had begun, and the sound of heavy machinery echoed through the hangar. The Autobot was stuck, unable to move, and the temperature continued to drop. "Stop, you've got to stop," Naruto's voice cut through the tension. He rushed forward, hands raised in protest as the freezing machinery hummed menacingly. He wasn't about to let them turn Bumblebee into an ice sculpture. The S7 agent in charge hesitated, glancing at his commander. "Sir, I..." "Stop the freezing," Naruto snapped, his eyes narrowing. "Let him go." Simmons, standing off to the side, raised an eyebrow but didn't respond. He seemed more focused on the machinery than the people around him. Bumblebee's sensors flickered, a weak growl escaping his vocal processors, but the pain was clear. "Bumblebee, listen to me, you're not alone, we're getting you out of here," Naruto said, his tone softening as he approached the struggling bot. "These guys don't understand you, but I do." Bumblebee's optics flickered, a brief spark of recognition. The Autobot shifted slightly, trying to move, but the freezing technology still held him in place. Naruto's fists clenched. "Come on, we can't let this happen, you need to trust me," he urged, before he turned to Simmons. "We need to get him to the Allspark, that's the only way to keep the Decepticons from getting their hands on it." Bumblebee's movements slowed as the freezing process ceased, the hum of the machinery stopping abruptly. Simmons stepped back, and Naruto quickly helped the boy up, guiding him along with the others toward the Allspark. As Bumblebee took in the sight of the giant cube, it seemed almost overwhelming in its size. The massive artifact made Bumblebee look small in comparison, but he didn't hesitate. His arms rose, his servos whirring as he activated something unknown to everyone around him. For a brief moment, the Allspark seemed to pulse with energy. Then, as if reacting to Bumblebee's signal, the cube began to shift. Sections folded into themselves with precise, almost mechanical movements. Slots slid and interlocked, reducing the cube's size, until, in a matter of seconds, it fit perfectly in Bumblebee's hand, its energy now contained in something small and portable. Lennox stepped forward, his voice carrying authority as he addressed the group. "Listen up," he commanded. "We're not staying here, Megatron's hangar is just on the other side, and he's thawing quickly, we can't risk getting caught, we've got to get that cube out of here." Naruto exchanged a glance with Bumblebee. A silent understanding passing between them. They knew what was at stake. Bumblebee let out a hopeful electronic hum, transforming into his sleek car form. The engine purred to life as he prepared for the next phase of the mission. "Let's move," Naruto said with quiet but steely determination as he slid into the driver's seat, Michaela right beside him. With the cube secured and their path clear, it was time to head for Mission City. The sunlight filtered in through the windows of Bumblebee, casting warm beams across the car's interior. The steady hum of the engine beneath him felt like a familiar lullaby, and before long, Naruto's eyelids grew heavy. The car drove on, moving forward, being followed protectively by attack vehicles. The long night had taken its toll, and as much as he tried to stay awake, his body succumbed to exhaustion. He leaned back, closing his eyes, and let the sound of the engine and the rhythmic motion of the car carry him into a light sleep. The last thing Naruto heard before his consciousness drifted deeper into sleep was Michaela's voice, tinged with concern. "Naruto, are you okay?" That was the last straw before everything went black, and the familiar darkness of his mindscape enveloped him. He groggily opened his eyes and found himself standing in the same sewer-like place he had come to know well. It felt like the endless labyrinth of his thoughts, the one place where things never seemed right, yet always familiar. It was his mindscape. He scowled, a wave of irritation sweeping over him. Even though he'd grown used to it, the grimy, dank surroundings of the sewer never failed to rub him the wrong way. The fact that he was here again, without any warning, only added to his frustration. What he was relieved about, though, was the fact that he didn't have to walk to the cage. He knew exactly where it was, a constant fixture in his mental space, just waiting for him. Naruto crossed his arms, his frown deepening. He felt the weight of silence around him, the place eerily still. The familiar presence of Kurama, the nine-tailed fox, was notably absent. It had been a while since he'd heard anything from the beast, ever since the first encounter with Agent Simmons. "Hey, you big furball," Naruto called out, his voice ringing through the empty air, irritation dripping from every word. He waited for a few seconds, but there was no response. Just the echo of his own voice bouncing off the walls of his mind. Naruto's frown deepened, his patience wearing thin. He clenched his fists, his temper flaring as he shouted once again, "Kurama, wake up." The silence stretched on, making the air feel heavy with anticipation. Nothing. Not even the slightest movement from the cage that housed the fox's immense power. Naruto's annoyance was reaching a boiling point. "Seriously," Naruto muttered under his breath, "not even a grunt from you?" Suddenly, just as he was about to turn away, the shadows near the cage seemed to shift, a dark energy crackling in the air. The familiar rumble of Kurama's voice filled the space, low and ominous. "Kid," Kurama's voice was thick, heavy with something Naruto couldn't place, "you woke me up, what do you want now?" Naruto's heart skipped. It was strange to hear Kurama like this, like he was genuinely disturbed. "What do you mean, what do I want?" Naruto shot back, frustration in his voice. "You've been silent ever since Simmons showed up, I had to handle everything myself." Kurama's massive form shifted in the cage, his eyes glowing faintly through the bars. There was an unsettling silence before he spoke again, his tone more kind than usual. "You're about to get your memories back, Naruto. All of them. And when that happens, you'll understand everything." Naruto felt a chill run down his spine at the cryptic words. His hand instinctively reached up to touch his forehead, as if trying to grasp the meaning behind Kurama's statement. "What are you talking about?" Kurama's voice softened, but there was still an undeniable weight to his words. "The truth, your past, your true power, it's all coming back. You'll finally remember everything you've forgotten." Naruto blinked, trying to process Kurama's words. "I don't remember much," he admitted, confusion clear in his voice. "What does this mean for me now?" Kurama gave a short shrug, a smirk curling on his massive lips. "All it means, brat, is that you'll finally stop sitting around, waiting to rush in like an idiot." Naruto's brow furrowed at the remark. He looked up, surprised. "Wait, what, how did you know?" "Like I told you before," Kurama interrupted. His voice laced with smug amusement, "I can hear your thoughts, even in my sleep. Whenever you felt helpless, like when you wanted to take down those fools freezing Bumblebee, or when you felt like lashing out at Optimus for leaving you with Sector 7, I could feel it all." Naruto tensed. He remembered those moments all too well, the frustration and the helplessness gnawing at him. He opened his mouth to argue, but Kurama continued, "I felt your emotions, brat," Kurama said, his smirk deepening. "You may not realize it, but you wear your heart on your sleeve. It's just how you are, rushing in without thinking, it's in your nature." Naruto frowned, his jaw tightening. "Yeah. Well, sitting around doing nothing doesn't exactly feel great either." Kurama's eyes gleamed with amusement as he leaned forward, his massive form pressing closer to the bars of the cage. "Maybe, but now things will be different, you'll have your memories back, you'll know who you are, what you can do, you'll finally have the tools to stop feeling helpless." Naruto's breath hitched at those words. "My memories," he echoed, his voice quieter now. "So, when this happens, I'll know everything? My past, my abilities, everything?" Kurama nodded, his tone serious now. Everything, and when you do, you'll realize just how small these Decepticons really are compared to what you can do. Naruto's eyes widened at that, his mind racing with possibilities. You really think I can fight them, even at my size? Kurama chuckled, the sound deep and rumbling. You're small, but you're no ordinary brat. You've always been more than enough, and once you remember, they'll see that too. So stop doubting yourself. Naruto stared at Kurama, his thoughts swirling. The idea of having his memories, his abilities, and a clear purpose was almost overwhelming. But Kurama's words sparked something in him, a flicker of confidence he hadn't felt in a long time. All right, Naruto finally said, determination creeping into his voice. If what you're saying is true, I'm ready. I'll do whatever it takes. Kurama smirked again, his massive eyes narrowing with approval. That's more like it, brat. Just remember, you're not doing this alone, we're brothers. You'll remember that as soon as you wake up. Naruto nodded, his fists clenching as a surge of resolve filled him. He had no idea what was coming, but for the first time, he felt like he could face it head-on. With that thought, the mindscape began to blur and fade, pulling him back to the real world. Don't mess it up, Kurama's voice echoed one last time, fading into the darkness. Naruto's eyes snapped open, the bright daylight flooding his vision. Bumblebee was still driving, the hum of his engine steady beneath him. Michaela turned to him. Her face etched with concern. You alright? She asked, her tone cautious. Naruto sat up straighter, his lips curving into a small, determined smirk. Yeah, I'm good now. He felt it, all of it. Memories of battles fought, bonds forged, and a life lived with unrelenting determination surged back to him in vivid clarity. For a fleeting moment, it felt like he was watching someone else's life unfold, as if he were a stranger peering into the experiences of another. But then it hit him, this wasn't someone else. This was him. This was his life. Even with the flood of memories, the emotions tied to them, and the weight of what they carried, Naruto still felt grounded in the present. He wasn't the same Naruto who had lived that life before, but he wasn't entirely separate from him either. It was as though the two versions of himself had converged, creating something new, a fusion of the past and present. And yet, in this moment of clarity, he realized one important truth: he was still himself. The rush of familiarity brought him a strange sense of peace. The boy he used to be had strived for greatness, forged ahead despite overwhelming odds, and carried the hopes of so many. Now, this new version of himself could take those lessons, that strength, and apply them to this world, a world that desperately needed someone who could stand up against the chaos. Naruto smirked faintly, leaning back against Bumblebee's seat as the hum of the car engine resonated beneath him. He didn't need to be the Naruto of the past. He didn't need to emulate the memories that had returned to him. He was glad to know what he used to be, to understand the strength he carried deep within. But more importantly, he was excited for what he could become now. What's that look for? Michaela asked, her voice snapping him out of his thoughts. She glanced at him with a mix of curiosity and concern. Naruto turned his head toward her, the smirk still on his face. Just thinking, he replied, his tone lighter than it had been in days. I've got everything I need now. Everything, she echoed, raising an eyebrow. Yeah, he said, looking out the window at the road ahead, his eyes reflecting a newfound determination. Everything. Bumblebee let out an approving hum, as if he understood what Naruto meant. The road stretched on, and for the first time in a long while, Naruto felt ready for whatever lay ahead. Before Michaela could press Naruto further, a voice crackled through Bumblebee's comm system, drawing her attention while deepening Naruto's frown. Bumblebee, do you and the humans read me? Optimus Prime's booming voice came through clearly, calm yet commanding. Bumblebee let out a series of excited beeps in response, his entire frame seemingly lighting up as if greeting an old friend. "Glad to hear you're safe, old friend," Optimus said, his tone warm with relief. As his words ended, a deep rumble filled the air, and moments later, the imposing truck form of Optimus Prime appeared in the rearview mirror, flanked by the other Autobots. Naruto turned in his seat, his scowl deepening as the convoy approached, their mechanical forms gleaming in the daylight. Michaela noticed his expression, her curiosity piqued. "What's with the look? I thought you'd be happy to see them." Naruto crossed his arms, leaning back in his seat. "I'm not mad that they're here," he muttered, his tone clipped. "I just haven't forgotten how quick Optimus was to leave us behind with Sector 7. Feels like he didn't think twice about it." Michaela frowned, her gaze flicking to the approaching Autobots. "You think he didn't care?" Naruto shrugged. "Maybe he cared, but it sure didn't feel like it. I don't like people treating me like a liability, like I'm just a kid who can't handle himself. That's what it felt like." Before Michaela could respond, Bumblebee let out a short, reassuring series of tones, almost as if he were trying to calm Naruto down. Naruto sighed, his scowl softening just slightly. Yeah, I get it. Bigger picture and all that." By the time the Autobots caught up, Bumblebee slowed down to join them in formation, allowing the attack vehicles to roll forward. Naruto rolled down the window, his sharp gaze locking onto Optimus as the leader. Optimus rolled a bit closer, as if trying to look closely at Naruto. "You're upset," he stated, his tone gentle yet firm. Naruto didn't flinch, meeting the Autobot leader's gaze head-on. "Yeah, I am," he said bluntly. "But it doesn't matter right now. What matters is making sure the Decepticons don't get their hands on the Allspark." Optimus studied him for a moment before nodding. "Your resolve is commendable, Naruto, and you're right, protecting the Allspark is our priority. But you must know, my choice was difficult," he said shortly. The comms went black for a few seconds before he continued. "I didn't want to harm the other humans when going to help you, and I knew you were strong enough to handle it, so I ended up making a brash move." Naruto leaned back in his seat. His expression calm, though his mind raced. The memory of being abandoned by Optimus still lingered, sharp as ever. While he didn't doubt the sincerity in the Autobot leader's words, forgiveness wasn't something Naruto could give, not yet. But no matter his feelings, he wouldn't let them face the Decepticons alone. That much was certain. The Camaro rolled steadily up the highway, the city skyline now visible on the horizon. They were minutes away from their destination. Naruto glanced over at Michaela, who seemed tense but determined. Shifting his gaze to the back seat, his eyes fell on the Allspark, its shimmering metallic form glowing faintly in the daylight. Satisfied that it was secure, Naruto looked back out the window, and froze. A smirk tugged at his lips as he spotted something in the distance, reflected in Bumblebee's side mirror. It was him, the Decepticon posing as a police car, the one Bumblebee had fought before. The black and white vehicle sped up the highway, weaving through traffic like a predator stalking its prey. But it wasn't alone. Beside it was a hulking, sinister-looking truck with a mechanical claw mounted on top, its sharp talons gleaming menacingly in the sunlight. Naruto narrowed his eyes, adrenaline starting to course through him. "Michaela," he said, his voice low and steady, "we've got company." Michaela turned, following his gaze. Her eyes widened when she saw the two Decepticons approaching. "You've got to be kidding me," she muttered, her grip tightening on the seat. Naruto's smirk widened. "This is perfect," he said, leaning forward. "I've been waiting to blow off some steam, and plus, that cop car needs to stop chasing us around." Bumblebee let out a series of worried beeps, clearly cautioning against engaging. "I know, B," Naruto said, placing a hand on the dashboard. I know we've got the Allspark to protect. But they're not giving us a choice. If we let them get too close, they'll tear us apart before we even reach the city, so I'll engage and catch up, you two just keep going. Bumblebee hesitated for a moment before letting out a low growl of agreement. His engine revved, signaling his readiness. Good, Naruto said, his grin now razor-sharp. He turned to Michaela, her worried look making him feel stuck. Are you really going to do this? She asked, her voice making the blonde paused, but it wasn't 2 seconds after that he gave a quick nod. Then we will get you close enough to get that bastard. Naruto's grin widened, before the calm on Bumblebee roared to life. I will join you as well. I would like to see what you believe you can do, said Optimus, not dismissing the human, but not fully trusting him to 2 Decepticons either. Naruto smirked at Optimus's voice coming through the comms. Fine by me, he said, rolling his shoulders as if prepping for battle. Just try not to get in my way. Michaela gave him a last look of concern but nodded, her grip tightening on her seatbelt as Bumblebee began accelerating once more. Stay safe, Naruto, she said, her tone a mixture of worry and determination. Don't worry about me, Naruto replied, opening Bumblebee's door mid-drive. Worry about getting the cube to safety. Before Michaela could respond, Naruto leaped out, flipping mid-air as his chakra flared around him, cushioning his descent onto the pavement. He landed with ease, crouched in the middle of the highway. His eyes locked onto the 2 vehicles barreling toward him, their engines roaring with malevolence. Optimus Prime's massive truck form roared past Bumblebee, slowing just enough to transform mid-motion. He skidded to a stop beside Naruto, his towering form casting a long shadow over the road. His optics glowed as he regarded the blonde. I'll handle Bonecrusher, you take Barricade, he said, his tone commanding but respectful. Works for me, Naruto replied, cracking his knuckles as he filed those names in his mind. His chakra flared visibly now, a faint blue hue sparking to life around him. He sprinted forward, closing the gap between himself and the Decepticons. Barricade transformed mid-air, his massive humanoid form slamming onto the highway with a deafening thud. His optics glowed crimson, his towering frame bristling with weapons. A smug, predatory grin spread across his metallic face. He clearly thought the human would be an easy target. Meanwhile, Bonecrusher was already in his robot form, the claw that had been mounted on his vehicle frame now resting menacingly on his back. With wheels spinning beneath his feet, he hurtled toward Optimus, his sheer size and aggression forcing the Autobot leader to brace for impact. Naruto quickly assessed the situation, the chaos unfolding in every direction. His arsenal of jutsu and techniques flashed through his mind like a deck of cards being shuffled. Barricade lunged toward him, arms wide, ready to crush him on the spot. Without hesitation, Naruto funneled chakra to his legs, his reflexes sharpening. Just as Barricade came within inches, Naruto dropped low, sliding beneath the massive Decepticon. Sparks flew as his chakra-enhanced slide carried him safely to the other side. Barricade's momentum sent him skidding across the highway, his metal frame screeching against the asphalt. Naruto flipped to his feet, his movements fluid and calm as he positioned himself for Barricade's next move. From his peripheral vision, he saw Optimus and Bonecrusher crashing through the guardrail, their fight spilling off the highway and into the terrain below. The blonde chuckled to himself at the sight, muttering, "Guess the big guy's got his hands full." Barricade, however, was far from amused. The Decepticon's optics flared brighter, his movements more aggressive as he turned to face the blonde. Fury radiated from him as he charged again, this time faster, his rage fueling his speed. Naruto dodged once more, his chakra-enhanced agility allowing him to stay one step ahead. But then Barricade's right arm shifted, the metallic plates rearranging into a massive energy cannon. Naruto's smirk vanished as the first blast narrowly missed him, the heat from the energy bolt searing the air around him. He darted to the side, weaving through each shot with increasing urgency. "Alright, no more games," Naruto muttered, his tone sharp. He jumped to avoid another shot, flipping midair as he formed 3 rapid hand seals. Taking a deep breath, he summoned chakra to his lungs, igniting the air within. "Katan, Gokakyu no Jutsu," he yelled, exhaling a massive fireball that roared toward Barricade. The blazing inferno engulfed the Decepticon, the intense flames licking at his armor as they consumed him. For a moment, Naruto hovered in the air, watching as the fire twisted and danced, illuminating the scene in vivid orange and red. The heat radiated in waves, distorting the space around the highway. But the moment was short-lived. Barricade burst through the fire, his frame glowing red-hot in places where the flames had scorched his armor. His optics burned with raw fury, and his movements were wild and unrestrained. He launched himself at Naruto with a primal roar, his rage fueling his every step. Naruto's smirk returned, sharper and more dangerous than before. "Oh, you're pissed now, huh?" he muttered, landing gracefully on the highway as Barricade closed the distance. "Good, let's see what you're really made of." Barricade charged at Naruto with unrelenting fury, his heavy metal steps shaking the highway. Naruto stood his ground, his mind racing as he calculated his next move. The Decepticon's massive frame was intimidating, but Naruto's confidence didn't waver. He had the skills, and now, the memories, to back it up. As Barricade closed in, Naruto leaped into the air, channeling chakra to his hands. "Futon, Shinkaha," he called out, spinning midair and releasing a powerful wave of compressed wind. The sharp gust hit Barricade square in the chest, slicing into his armor and forcing him to stumble backward. The blonde landed gracefully, his eyes narrowing as he watched Barricade recover. "That wake you up, big guy," he taunted, a sharp grin on his face. Barricade growled, his arm cannon charging another blast. Before he could fire, Naruto weaved through the air, closing the distance in a blur. He slammed his hands into the ground, sending a surge of chakra beneath the asphalt. "Doton, Yomi Numa," he shouted, creating a small swamp that ensnared Barricade's legs, the sticky ground locking him in place for a moment. The Decepticon roared in frustration, his cannon firing wildly, trying to hit the blonde. Naruto dodged each shot with practiced ease, flipping and rolling as the energy blasts scorched the highway around him. "You're not looking so tough now," Naruto yelled, landing a few feet away. His hands moved quickly through a set of seals. "Katan, Hosenka no Jutsu," small, rapid-fire fireballs shot from his mouth, peppering Barricade's upper body and forcing him to shield his optics. But the Decepticon was far from done. With a roar, he ripped himself free from the swamp, lunging toward Naruto with a swipe of his massive arm. Naruto jumped back just in time, but the force of the swing sent a shockwave that nearly knocked him off his feet. "Alright," Naruto muttered, his tone serious now, "time to finish this." He clapped his hands together, creating a familiar hand seal, 2 shadow clones that appeared at his side in bursts of smoke, both holding grins just like the original. The clones immediately darted toward Barricade, zigzagging to avoid the Decepticon's cannon fire. One clone jumped onto Barricade's arm, slamming a chakra-enhanced punch into his shoulder joint, while the other distracted him by hurling rock infused with explosive chakra. Not having any kunai won him, so this would have to do. As the rock detonated, Barricade stumbled, trying to swat the clones away. "Now's my chance," Naruto muttered, focusing chakra into his hand. A swirling blue sphere began to form, the energy crackling with power. "Rasengan," he yelled, charging forward at full speed. His clones continued their assault, keeping Barricade off balance long enough for Naruto to close the distance. With a battle cry, Naruto leaped into the air, slamming the Rasengan directly into Barricade's chest. The attack drilled into the Decepticon's armor, creating a massive dent and sending him flying backward. Barricade crashed onto the highway, skidding and sparking as he came to a stop. The Decepticon groaned, smoke rising from the damage, his movements sluggish now. Naruto stood tall, breathing heavily, a triumphant smirk on his face. "And that's how you take down a walking scrap heap," he said, glancing back at Bumblebee and Michaela. Bumblebee let out an excited beep, clearly impressed, while Michaela just stared, her expression a mix of awe and disbelief. Naruto dusted off his hands and turned back toward Barricade. "Don't get up," he warned, his tone deadly serious. "Next time, I won't hold back." The blonde let out a small chuckle, his eyes drifting to the smoldering wreckage of Barricade. The Decepticon lay in a heap, completely immobilized. The blonde flexed his fingers, his hands still buzzing from the power of the Rasengan. He had finally proven to himself, and to everyone else, that he was more than just a bystander in this war. But there wasn't time to dwell on it. The fight wasn't over, and Naruto knew the others were depending on him. He turned to bolt toward the next skirmish, but a deep, commanding voice stopped him in his tracks. "Well done, Naruto." Optimus Prime's towering form emerged from the shadows, his optics glowing as they locked onto the blonde. "You've demonstrated courage and skill beyond expectation. I never expected any life form on this planet to be able to do such a thing." Naruto glanced over his shoulder, a small smirk tugging at his lips. "Thanks, but it's not all that normal anymore. I'm pretty sure I'm the last person with my abilities now. Anyway, I don't think we have time for compliments. The others need backup, and I'm not about to sit around while they're out there risking everything." Optimus took a step forward, his massive frame casting a shadow over the blonde. "I admire your determination, but you must understand the stakes. I sense Megatron has already awakened. This battle could spiral beyond our control. I cannot allow that to happen." Naruto's smirk faded, his expression hardening. "And you think I can't handle it? I just took down Barricade by myself." Optimus's optics softened. "You are strong, Naruto. Stronger than I expected, but this war is larger than any one of us. If you go after Megatron alone, you risk more than just your life. You risk the Allspark and everything we are fighting for." Naruto sighed, his shoulders slumping slightly. "I get it, Optimus. But if we sit around waiting, we're giving the Decepticons more time to regroup. I'm not about to let that happen." Optimus regarded him for a moment, his gaze unreadable. Finally, he spoke. "I will not deter you from your path, but I will not leave Megatron unchecked. I will follow, but shortly after I will circle the city, in search of Megatron. Do what you must, but do not take unnecessary risks. The fate of your world depends on it." Naruto nodded, determination burning in his eyes. "Fine, big guy, but don't expect me to wait around for backup." Optimus transformed back into his truck form, his engine rumbling as he prepared to move out. "May the Allspark guide you, Naruto." Naruto leapt onto Optimus's hood as the Autobot leader sped toward the city. The air around them felt tense, the weight of their mission pressing down. After a short ride, they parted ways. Optimus heading off to locate Megatron while Naruto rejoined the Autobots, Lennox, and the other soldiers. Naruto positioned himself next to Michaela, his arms crossed as he tried to focus on the task ahead. His eyes scanned the area, taking in the soldiers' preparations. The sound of Lennox barking commands into a low-signal microphone pulled his attention. A moment later, Lennox handed it off to Epps, who spoke into the comm with increasing frustration. "Anything?" Lennox asked. Epps shook his head, tension written on his face. "No response." I don't understand what the hell is going on. I'll pop smoke, maybe they ain't responding 'cause they can't see us. Green smoke suddenly blanketed the area. And a second later Epps spoke into the comm again, getting no response just like the first time. Naruto tensed, glancing at the Autobots. He saw them all turning to their robot forms as Ironhide carefully looked into the air. And as if he saw something he didn't like, the robot's optics widened when seeing a jet fly over them. A low, rough voice cut through the haze. "That's not the Air Force," Ironhide growled, stepping in front of everyone while clenching his metal fist. "That's Starscream." Naruto's eyes snapped upward, along with everyone else's. A sleek military jet streaked across the sky, its alien markings glinting ominously in the sunlight. The sound of a missile lock-on pierced the air. "Move," Ironhide bellowed. Naruto didn't need to be told twice. As the missile launched from Starscream's underbelly, he sprinted alongside Ironhide and Bumblebee. Without hesitation, the two Autobots hoisted a nearby truck, preparing to use it as a makeshift shield. Naruto dove in to help, grabbing the edge of the truck. Ironhide glanced down at him, his optics narrowing in confusion. "What are you doing, human? Get back before you get hurt." Naruto gritted his teeth, his chakra flaring as he strained against the weight. "I'm stronger than I look, trust me." Ironhide seemed unconvinced but had no time to argue. Together, they raised the truck just as the missile struck. The explosion was deafening. A shockwave blasting outward and engulfing the area in flames and smoke. Naruto felt himself being thrown back, the force of the blast tearing at his body. He hit the ground hard, rubble scattering around him as he came to a stop. Groaning, he pushed himself up, his arms shaking from the strain. His ears rang, his vision blurred, but he could make out Michaela sprinting toward him. "Naruto," she shouted, her voice cutting through the chaos. She dropped to her knees beside him, her hands hovering uncertainly over his arms and shoulders. "Are you okay? Can you move?" Naruto winced, but he managed a grin. "Yeah, I've had worse, just give me a second." Nearby, Ironhide groaned as he pulled himself out of a ditch on the side of the road. His frame dented but intact. Bumblebee had been flung into a storefront, his chassis sparking as he struggled to get up. Above them, Starscream was gone, probably off telling their location to the others. Naruto wiped the dust from his face, his eyes narrowing as he watched the Decepticon jet soar overhead. "I'm not letting him get away with that," Naruto muttered, forcing himself to stand despite Michaela's protests. His hands clenched into fists, chakra beginning to swirl around him. "What are you doing?" Michaela asked, panic creeping into her voice. Naruto smirked, the fire of determination blazing in his eyes. "What I do best, improvising." As Starscream descended for another strike, Naruto steadied himself on the debris, his sharp eyes locked onto the incoming Decepticon. "This ends now," he muttered, channeling chakra into his legs. When Starscream was low enough, Naruto sprang into action, propelling himself high into the air with a burst of chakra. The soldiers and Autobots below watched in stunned silence as he soared toward the incoming missile. With precise timing, Naruto grabbed hold of the missile's body, his hands glowing with raw chakra to reinforce his grip. The sheer force of the speeding projectile made his arms ache, but he gritted his teeth and powered through, using his momentum to swing it around. "Take this back, you overgrown scrap heap," Naruto shouted, hurling the missile back toward Starscream with all his might. The improvised counterattack was a sight to behold. The missile arced through the air, detonating just shy of a direct hit but close enough to send the jet spiraling out of control. The resulting explosion rocked the battlefield, sending Starscream careening into the distance in a plume of black smoke. Naruto landed back on the ground with a heavy thud, rolling to his feet with ease. He dusted himself off, the adrenaline coursing through his veins. The silence that followed was deafening. Lennox, Michaela, and the soldiers stared at him with wide eyes, their disbelief written all over their faces. Even Ironhide seemed momentarily stunned, his optics fixed on the blonde with something close to awe. Naruto smirked, brushing some dirt off his sleeve. What, never seen a guy throw a missile before? Michaela blinked, shaking her head. You're insane. That was insane. Lennox managed to find his voice, stepping forward. Kid, I don't know how you did that, but remind me never to underestimate you again. Naruto gave a casual shrug, his grin widening. Told you I'm stronger than I look. Ironhide let out a deep rumble of approval. Impressive, for a human. You might not be as useless as I thought. The blonde would have become sheepish if they weren't in the middle of an otherworldly war. He quickly noticed that Bumblebee was nowhere to be found, and his expression grew concerned. Where's Bee? Naruto called out, his voice laced with urgency. Michaela looked away, and Ironhide lowered his optics. Naruto's confusion only deepened for a moment before realization hit him, worry creeping into his voice. Is he? Naruto didn't finish the sentence, the question hung heavy in the air. He's still alive, Ironhide answered after a pause, his tone somber, but Ratchet says he should be taken out of the battle. The Autobot tilted his head downward, his grief evident. Naruto's eyes narrowed, the worry in them flashing like a storm. Memories of Bumblebee nearly freezing to death in past battles came flooding back, making him grit his teeth. Shaking his head to dispel the thoughts. He locked his gaze on Ironhide. Take me to him, Naruto said firmly, his tone leaving no room for argument. Ironhide nodded, transforming and opening his passenger door. Naruto climbed in without hesitation, and Michaela followed close behind on foot. The drive was short but tense, with silence hanging heavily in the air. When they arrived, Naruto felt his breath catch in his throat. Bumblebee was slumped against a crumbling storefront, his legs completely torn away. The yellow Autobot's optics dimmed with pain, and soft, wounded whines escaped him. Naruto approached slowly, his heart sinking. "Bee, what happened?" he muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. Bumblebee didn't respond. Only tilting his head toward Michaela, who stepped forward reluctantly, her frown deepened as she spoke. "Remember the missile you blocked with that truck?" she asked softly, earning a nod from Naruto. When Bumblebee was thrown, he hit the corner of the building. The heat and force tore his legs off. Naruto clenched his fists, his heart aching as he turned back to Bumblebee. His voice trembled as he said, "You're gonna be fine, Bee, I won't leave you here." Before he could say anything more, Michaela cut him off. "You're going to have to," she said firmly, "you're needed in the fight, I'll get Bee out of here." Naruto's head snapped toward her, confusion and frustration in his voice. "How are you going to do that?" Michaela's eyes darted around until they landed on a tow truck parked nearby. She pointed to it. "That," she said confidently. Naruto stared at the tow truck, then back at Michaela. "There's no way I'm letting you do that. It's too dangerous," he argued. "It doesn't matter how dangerous it is," Michaela shot back, her voice rising. "You can't fight those things and protect Bumblebee at the same time." "I don't care," Naruto yelled, his voice breaking. "If you take Bumblebee, the Decepticons will come after you." "I know I brought you into this mess," he continued, his tone desperate, "but I can't let you go out there like this." Michaela stepped closer. Pushing the Allspark into his arms with a determined expression. "I need to do this," she said. "You're the only one who can end this fight." Naruto tried to form a response, but his words faltered as her next one struck home. Remember what I told you when we first beat that cop car? She asked. He hesitated, his mind racing, but Michaela's resolve never wavered. I don't need your protection, she said softly, but firmly. Before he could protest, Michaela leaned in and kissed him, her lips warm and trembling against his. Naruto froze, his emotions swirling as the chaos around them seemed to fade. For a moment, nothing else existed but the two of them. When the kiss ended, Michaela stepped back, her eyes glistening but determined. I have to do this, she repeated. Naruto stared at her, his hands trembling as he clutched the Allspark. He wanted to argue, to stop her, but deep down, he knew she was right. Just stay safe, he whispered, his voice cracking. I will, Michaela said with a soft smile before turning to the tow truck. As she climbed into the vehicle and began hotwiring it, Naruto clenched his fists, forcing himself to turn away. Ironhide placed a massive hand on Naruto's shoulder, his voice gruff but supportive. She'll be fine. Now, Lennox said he had something to tell us, let's move. Naruto nodded, wiping his eyes quickly before running off with Ironhide. His determination renewed. Michaela watched him go for a moment, her heart heavy, before turning her focus back to Bumblebee. All right, big guy, she muttered, gripping the wheel tightly, let's get you out of here. Naruto gave a hardened nod, not saying a word before posting the Allspark on his right. The two made their way to Lennox in silence, the tension between them palpable. When they arrived, Lennox wasted no time laying out the plan. His voice was clipped and urgent as he gestured to the Allspark now tightly clutched in Naruto's hands. We've got a chopper inbound, and it's going to extract the Allspark from the top of that building, he said, pointing to a structure barely visible through the smoke and chaos. You're the fastest one here, so you're taking it. Megatron's been spotted in the city though, so this isn't going to be a cakewalk. Naruto's eyes narrowed at the mention of Megatron. His grip on the Allspark tightened, the weight of the mission bore down on him, but he gave a single nod, his expression calm but resolute. Understood, Naruto replied before turning on his heel and sprinting toward the towering structure in the distance. As he channeled chakra into his legs, Naruto weaved through the battlefield, his enhanced speed carrying him like a blur through the chaos. The streets were a war zone, filled with the deafening sounds of explosions, gunfire, and the mechanical roars of clashing titans. Buildings crumbled around him as Decepticons and Autobots clashed, their sheer size and strength reducing the urban landscape to rubble. Civilians screamed in terror, soldiers barked commands, and vehicles exploded into fiery wreckage. A missile whistled overhead before slamming into a nearby building, the shockwave nearly knocking Naruto off his feet. Dust and debris filled the air, choking his lungs as he pushed forward. He leaped over overturned cars and dodged falling chunks of concrete, the chaos seeming to narrow into a single path toward his goal. Ahead of him, Starscream barreled down from the sky. He transformed mid-air, landing with a loud crash. Red optics locked onto Naruto. Jet-shaped machine snarled, raising its arm-mounted cannon to fire another missile. Not now, Naruto muttered, jumping high into the air as the missile discharged. The blast hit the ground where he'd been a split second earlier, sending shards of asphalt flying. Using a burst of chakra, Naruto rebounded off a crumbling wall and vaulted over Starscream's head, landing behind it before sprinting off again. Explosions erupted to his left as Ratchet and Ironhide engaged another Decepticon in the distance. The sound of rattling machine guns mixed with the piercing cries of civilians who hadn't escaped the area. Naruto gritted his teeth, fighting the urge to stop and help them. Every fiber of his being screamed to intervene. But the Allspark in his hands was too important. Focus, Naruto, focus, he whispered to himself, his blue eyes blazing with determination. As he neared the building, the sound of jet engines screamed overhead. His heart sank as he glanced up to see Starscream circling the area, his menacing form glinting in the firelit sky. The Decepticon jet tilted, preparing to make another attack run. "Great, just great," Naruto muttered, skidding to a stop as Starscream opened fire. The ground in front of him erupted in a series of explosions, forcing him to dart to the side. He ducked behind the wreckage of a destroyed bus, panting as he assessed his next move. The heat of the battlefield and the weight of the Allspark made every second feel heavier. Naruto peeked out just in time to see Starscream circling back for another pass. "Guess I'll have to deal with you first," he muttered, setting the Allspark down behind a makeshift barricade before clenching his fists. The battlefield was alive with destruction, but Naruto's focus narrowed to the jet in the sky. "Let's see how you like this," he growled, chakra swirling around him as he prepared to engage. Naruto's patience had worn thin. Starscream had been a constant thorn in his side, always swooping in and keeping him on edge. He raised his hand, focusing his chakra as his signature technique began to form. The swirling ball of energy that took shape in his palm wasn't just his usual Rasengan, it was more, much more. The sphere spun faster and faster, the whirring sound intensifying until it began to pull at the very air around him. Wind whipped violently through the battlefield, kicking up debris and swirling around the blonde like a vortex. The Rasengan, once a solid, brilliant blue, began to shift, its edges becoming translucent as sharp currents of wind intertwined with the chakra. Naruto's eyes narrowed with determination as he lifted his arm, the massive energy sphere now evolving into something far deadlier. The Rasen Shuriken, the culmination of his training, his will, and his resolve, hovered in his hand, crackling with raw, destructive energy. Starscream circled overhead, unaware of the doom heading his way. Naruto didn't wait. With a sharp motion, he hurled the Rasen Shuriken with all his strength. The spinning disk of wind and chakra roared as it cut through the air, a deadly storm of destruction on a collision course with the Decepticon. Starscream turned too late, his optics widening as the attack slammed into him. The Rasen Shuriken exploded on impact, slicing through Starscream's metallic form with devastating precision. His screech of pain echoed through the city as his body was ripped apart. The sheer force of the attack splitting him clean in half. The remains of the Decepticon plummeted from the sky, crashing into the ground with a deafening thud. Smoke and sparks erupted from the wreckage as Starscream's broken form lay motionless. Naruto stood still for a moment, watching the aftermath with a satisfied smirk. "Guess you're grounded for good," he muttered under his breath. With a final glance at the wreckage, he turned and began moving toward his next objective. The battlefield still raged around him, but for now, Naruto allowed himself a small sense of accomplishment, one less Decepticon to deal with. Naruto's breathing was ragged as he reached the top of the building. The Allspark tucked securely under his arm. He was ready to complete the mission, ready to hand it off to the awaiting helicopter that would take it to safety. But just as the aircraft approached, the entire building shuddered violently. The blonde barely had time to process what was happening before the wall behind him exploded inward, sending concrete and debris flying in all directions. The massive forms of Optimus Prime and Megatron came crashing through the structure, locked in a brutal melee. Their titanic strikes shook the very foundation of the building, and before Naruto could find his footing, the sudden impact threw him off balance. "Damn it!" Naruto's voice was lost in the chaos as he slipped over the edge. Desperately, he reached for anything to stop his fall, but his hands only met empty air. The next thing he knew, he was plummeting toward the street below. The impact was jarring, the force sending a shockwave of pain through his body as he landed hard on a pile of rubble. His vision blurred, and for a moment, he thought he might black out. "Get up, gotta get up," he muttered to himself, forcing his body to move despite the screaming protests from his muscles. He clutched his ribs, feeling the sharp sting of what was likely a fracture, but he didn't have time to dwell on it. Above him, the battle between Optimus and Megatron raged on, their massive forms trading blows that could tear through steel. The air was filled with the sound of metal clashing against metal, punctuated by the thunderous crashes of their strikes. Optimus managed to shove Megatron back for a moment, turning his attention briefly to Naruto. His voice, even through the distortion of his mechanical frame, carried a grave determination. "Naruto, if it comes to it, if we cannot defeat him, you must push the All-Spark into my chest," Optimus said, his optics narrowing. Naruto's eyes widened, the weight of those words hitting him like another fall. "What? No way, I'm not letting you, there is no other way," Optimus interrupted, his tone firm. "If I fall, it must be destroyed, even at the cost of my life." Naruto clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he forced himself to his feet. "We're not losing anyone else today," he growled. "Not if I can help it." Before he could say more, Megatron charged, slamming into Optimus with bone-shaking force. The two titans crashed back into the street, the ground trembling beneath them. Naruto ignored the pain in his body and sprinted toward the battle, his mind racing. He couldn't let Optimus face this alone, not after everything. Summoning what chakra he could, he formed a Rasengan in his hand, the familiar swirling energy giving him the strength to push forward. As Optimus blocked a powerful strike from Megatron's blade, Naruto leapt onto Megatron's back, slamming the Rasengan into one of the Decepticon's shoulder joints. The attack exploded on contact, causing Megatron to roar in pain as sparks flew from the damaged area. "Annoying pest," Megatron snarled, reaching back to swat at Naruto like an insect. But Naruto was already moving, flipping off the Decepticon and landing beside Optimus. "You're not doing this alone," Naruto said, his voice steady despite the pain in his body. Optimus nodded, his expression unreadable but his resolve clear. "Then we fight together." The two charged at Megatron, Naruto's smaller form weaving between Optimus's powerful strikes. While Optimus engaged Megatron head-on, Naruto aimed for the weak points, slamming a Rasengan into his leg joint, hurling chakra-infused kicks at his chest plate, and using shadow clones to create distractions. Megatron, however, was relentless. His strikes grew more ferocious, and his dark, guttural laughter filled the battlefield. "You think you can stop me, Prime? Even with this insect by your side, you will fail." Optimus blocked a heavy swing from Megatron's blade, his arms straining against the force. "You underestimate humanity's will to fight," he countered, shoving Megatron back. Naruto took the opportunity to create a clone, which leapt onto Megatron's arm and planted an explosive tag near his shoulder. As the tag detonated, Naruto charged in with another Rasengan, aiming for the same spot. The combined attack caused Megatron to stagger, but he was far from defeated. "Enough," he roared, swinging wildly and forcing both Optimus and Naruto to retreat. Naruto wiped sweat and blood from his face, his body screaming for rest, but he refused to stop. "We've got him on the ropes," he said, glancing at Optimus. Optimus's optics glowed with resolve. "One final push," he said, accenting his words with a metal face plate covering his mouth. Naruto nodded, summoning every ounce of chakra he had left. This time, Naruto focused enough chakra to boost him for a bit, all throughout his body. He couldn't force himself to make another Rasengan. The pain in his body making anything else but this too hard to concentrate for. And with Kurama still asleep, he would have to wait to be healed. The blonde jumped up, meeting Megatron face-face, before he spin-kicked him back. When he landed on Optimus, the Autobot moved to plant a metal fist into Megatron's gut, and right after the leader did another punch, only this time to the Decepticon's head. Megatron tried to move, and block the next incoming hit, but Naruto jumped off of the Prime, and pushed away his guard, leaving him open for another attack. This went on until Megatron had had enough, clasping both of his hands together to form a large cannon, and without time to react, the two were blown back. Naruto hit the ground hard, skidding across the rubble-strewn street before slamming into a broken car. Every nerve in his body screamed in pain, but he forced himself to sit up, blood dripping from a cut on his forehead. Across from him, Optimus groaned, his armor dented and sparking from the blast, but he still pushed himself back onto his feet. Megatron stood tall, his crimson optics blazing with triumph as his fusion cannon hummed, ready to fire again. "You cannot win, Prime," Megatron bellowed, his voice echoing across the ruined city. "This world will kneel before me, and there's nothing you or this pathetic insect can do to stop it." Optimus steadied himself, his blade extending from his arm. He glanced at Naruto, his optics narrowing with resolve. Naruto's heart clenched as he realized already what the Prime wanted. He wouldn't do it, he would ignore his pleas for this type of sacrifice. He would have closed his eyes, but he needed to keep his eyes on Megatron. He had to come up with something quick, or this would have all been for nothing. "Give me the cube, boy," Megatron said, his voice dark and full of intent. Naruto realized what had to be done, even as the weight of the decision settled heavily on his shoulders. He knew how dangerous it was, how reckless it might seem, but there was no other way. With a burst of determination, he forced himself to his feet, chakra flaring through his battered body. Without a second thought, he launched himself at Megatron, his speed catching the Decepticon leader's attention. Megatron's massive hand shot out, catching the blonde midair. The Decepticon scoffed, his crimson optics gleaming with mockery. "You dare challenge me, human, pathetic." Naruto gritted his teeth, struggling against the iron grip. His mind raced, his plan hinging on a single moment. The All-Spark, the key to ending this battle, had been at his side the entire fight. Now, it was in his arms, its energy pulsing like a heartbeat. Summoning every ounce of his remaining strength, Naruto twisted in Megatron's grip, narrowly avoiding being crushed. With a yell that echoed across the battlefield, he thrust the All-Spark into Megatron's chest. Sparks erupted violently as the cube's energy surged into the Decepticon. Megatron's eyes widened in shock and pain, his body convulsing as the All-Spark's raw power consumed him. "No," he roared, his voice crackling with desperation. The energy built to a blinding crescendo, arcs of light shooting out and illuminating the ruined city. Naruto was thrown back by the force of the release, tumbling across the rubble as Megatron's form began to destabilize. His armor cracked, fragments disintegrating into the ether as the All-Spark's energy tore him apart from within. With a final, earth-shaking explosion, Megatron collapsed to the ground, his body lifeless and shattered. The All-Spark's power dissipated, leaving behind only silence and the faint crackle of electricity. Naruto lay on the ground, his body aching and his vision blurry, but he managed a weak smile. The battle was over, they had won. Optimus Prime approached slowly, his frame battered but still standing tall. He looked down at Megatron's remains, then at Naruto. His voice was solemn, yet filled with respect. "You have done what I could not, you even let yourself be caught by Megatron's clutches." Naruto chuckled weakly, coughing from the effort. "Yeah, well, no sacrifice, no victory." Optimus extended a hand, carefully lifting the blonde from the ground. "Your bravery will not be forgotten. This world owes you its gratitude." Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto gave a tired grin, leaning on Optimus as they surveyed the wreckage. "God, I hope they don't make us clean this mess," he said, chuckling to himself. Darkness loomed over the small room, an eerie stillness hanging in the air. The only sounds breaking the silence were faint hums and whistles, their source hidden somewhere in the shadows. The noise remained constant, soft, rhythmic, almost hypnotic, until a deep, commanding voice cut through the quiet, carrying the weight of authority and experience. Earth. Birthplace of the human race. A species much like our own. Capable of great compassion, the words, spoken with an almost theatrical grandeur, were suddenly drowned out by laughter, loud, unrestrained, and utterly amused. The dim lighting flickered, revealing the metallic white walls of a confined space. A box-like chamber that had, until now, been shrouded in mystery. At its center sat a massive blue and red flame-streaked truck, and sprawled lazily across its roof was a blonde-haired teenager, his body shaking with laughter. Naruto Rika Witwiki. The source of the disruption. He wiped at his eyes, still chuckling, barely able to contain himself. Oh, man, Optimus, you seriously expect me to keep a straight face when you talk like we're in some old-school action flick? His laughter continued, infectious in its sincerity, as he propped himself up on one elbow, grinning down at the truck beneath him. Optimus Prime, leader of the Autobots, remained silent for a moment, his engine humming steadily. When he finally spoke, his tone was unreadable. "I am simply confused," he admitted. "You said you wished to hear one of my speeches. This is no laughing matter, it is, as you humans would say, my thing." Naruto let out another chuckle, shaking his head. Yeah, it's your thing, alright. But, come on, Optimus, you gotta admit, delivering that with zero context, in the middle of a dark room, that's some serious drama king energy. Optimus let out a low rumble, whether in amusement or mild exasperation, Naruto couldn't tell. But one thing was certain, after everything they had been through, the bond between them had only grown stronger. Even in the face of the next looming battle, in the calm before the inevitable storm, there was still room for moments like this. Moments where, despite the war, despite the chaos, a boy and a Prime could simply exist as friends. The blonde grinned as he looked down at Optimus, the sight of the Autobot leader making him feel a little lighter. He adjusted his black jacket, which had bright orange markings stretching from his left shoulder, a clear departure from his old attire. His outfit was completed by matching orange sweatpants and a black headband with a metal plate, the unmistakable emblem of the hidden leaf carved into its center. All right, Naruto said, raising his hands in mock surrender. "Didn't mean to mess with your big, dramatic speech. Tell you what, how about I do one? That way, we're even." A low, rumbling chuckle came from Optimus, surprising Naruto for a moment before he took it as a sign to go ahead. Sitting up, he thought for a few seconds, then smirked as inspiration struck. Clearing his throat, he put on his best action movie narrator voice. "Where were you? Oh yeah, Earth. Birthplace of the human race. A species much like the Cybertronians. A race of passion. And great violence. But as the Autobots fight to protect humanity, a deeper revelation comes to light: our worlds have met before." Naruto paused for effect before continuing, his voice steady, filled with the same gravitas Optimus had moments ago. "Thousands of years ago, I was a warrior. A shinobi, forged in battle, molded by war. A tool of protection, the strongest of my kind. But the bond between man and machine? That predates even my past life. The Transformers have always been here, standing in the shadows of human history. Watching. Guiding. Fighting. But our fearless leader won't spill the details about that time." Naruto glanced down at Optimus with a smirk before going on. "Anyway, in this new era, we've just won a battle, humans, myself, and the Autobots stood together against the Decepticons. Now, we hunt down the remnants of that war before the world sees them. For the last 2 years, a specialized Autobot team has taken refuge here, under Optimus' command. Together, they've formed an alliance with humanity. A secret but elite task force, a classified strike team called Nest. And I've already told you what we do. Before Naruto could continue, a sudden blare echoed through the speakers inside their transport, cutting him off. "Hey, you mind not monologuing on an open channel?" Came a familiar voice, full of exasperation. "We may be in Shanghai, but your little speech is distracting." Naruto let out a sheepish laugh, rubbing the back of his head. The scene shifted, revealing a man clad in Black Ops gear, one hand gripping a rifle, the other pressed to the side of his helmet. He sat inside a military helicopter, surrounded by a team of soldiers, a small smirk on his lips as he waited for a response. "My bad, Lennox," Naruto's slightly distorted voice came through the comms. "Just let us know when you want me and Optimus to rain down hell." Lennox sighed, shaking his head before letting go of his helmet. Remember, China's cover story on this is a toxic spill. They had to evacuate the area under the guise of a search and rescue mission. This makes 6 enemy contacts in the last 8 months. We cannot let this one go public. Keep it tight. His voice carried the weight of responsibility, ensuring that everyone was on the same page. No matter what, another public sighting of Transformers could get all their asses handed to them. The Nest team deployed from the helicopter, descending swiftly into the darkened city streets. Some Autobots were already on the ground, patrolling the perimeter, while others remained on standby. Lennox was the first to hit the pavement, his sharp gaze scanning the area before he moved toward a black truck, Ironhide. He rapped his knuckles against the hood before glancing toward the abandoned warehouse in the distance, his expression grim. "All right, Ironhide. We got echoes," he muttered, stepping back to give the Autobot room. The truck rumbled before shifting, metal twisting and locking into place. Within moments, Ironhide stood tall, towering over the soldiers. The old warrior let out a grunt. Optics narrowing as he sniffed the air. "B, he's here," Ironhide growled. "I smell him." Lennox gave a short nod, signaling his men as they advanced toward the warehouse. The night cloaked the building in shadows, but the faint glow of streetlights helped illuminate their path. Taking cover behind a row of industrial concrete pipes, the soldiers positioned themselves, their weapons aimed toward the structure in anticipation. Somewhere beyond those barriers, their enemy lay in wait. Lennox pulled out a thermal imaging camera, scanning the area until his eyes landed on a lone construction vehicle idling behind the pipes. His jaw tightened. The screen lit up in deep red, indicating an intense heat signature, far too high for any human-made machine. The camera had been specially designed to detect the immense heat radiating from a Cybertronian spark. Whether Autobot or Decepticon, all of them emitted energy far greater than any human technology. "Right," Lennox muttered, formulating a plan in real time. He pressed a hand to his helmet. "Everyone, stay steady. We're right on top of it." A few soldiers nodded, fingers tightening around their triggers. But before they could make a move, a familiar, dreaded sound echoed through the night, the grinding, shifting cacophony of transformation. Metal groaned and twisted as the construction vehicle contorted, panels snapping into place, pistons locking with heavy clangs. The once inanimate machine was gone, replaced by a monstrous Decepticon. It was massive, easily the biggest they had faced yet. Its arms were made from what had once been the vehicle's massive shovel, while 2 enormous wheels spun ominously, one holding it up from the bottom, and another looming above its head. The thing dwarfed even Optimus, standing nearly twice the prime size. With a guttural roar, the Decepticon swiped an arm forward, sending the concrete pipes flying. Soldiers scrambled out of the way as debris rained down, but there was no time to recover. The battle had begun. Gunfire erupted, flashing through the night as the soldiers opened fire, but it was clear, this wasn't going to be an easy fight. "I need an energy proton," Lennox yelled, turning to Epps who was just behind him. When he turned back to the Decepticon, it was already destroying most of their human forces. It was partially their fault, the ones that were flung were just standing there screaming, "It's a good thing the robot only flung them," instead of making any real attacks. The gunfire intensified as more Nest agents arrived, keeping up the pressure as they reloaded in quick succession. The Decepticon, though relentless, finally had enough. With one last, sweeping attack, it tore through the battlefield before its two wheels, roared and took turns carrying it off toward the inner city. Lennox's eyes narrowed as he tracked the enemy's retreat. Without missing a beat, he turned to Epps and gave a sharp nod. Epps, already anticipating the command, spoke urgently into his radio. "Panther 1, requesting fire mission now," his voice was tight with tension, reflecting the gravity of the situation. "Gunships on station, rolling hot," came the firm response from the other end. Meanwhile, back with Naruto and Optimus, the blonde stood near a weapons crate, a wide grin stretching across his face as he sifted through the contents. He grabbed a handful of kunai and shuriken, sealing them onto the back of his left hand with a quick flick of chakra. Next, he pulled out a sleek grasscutter katana and a massive claymore, easily larger than he was, before sealing them away as well. This process continued until Naruto had stocked himself with an arsenal of specialized weapons. All crafted to his exact specifications using metals capable of tearing through Decepticons. He had requested them from Nest nearly a year ago, and now, he was finally getting the chance to put them to the test. Guns never felt right to him. He preferred hand-to-hand combat and throwable weapons. Unfortunately, no one could replicate the intricacies of the sealing techniques he once had access to, so he had to create his own throwables from scratch. Once satisfied, Naruto turned back to Optimus, stretching his arms as a countdown echoed through the transport. "All right, big guy," he said with a smirk. "It's our time to shine." The radio crackled to life once more. "Dog 1. We are now engaging." The low hum of engines filled the air, the outside world growing louder as they neared deployment. Then came Lennox's voice, and Naruto immediately knew what was coming. "Naruto, we've got a second Decepticon spotted. We need you with Sideswipe and RC." Naruto groaned, already dreading the answer to his next question. "Come on, let me take the big guy." "Optimus can handle it," Lennox shot back without hesitation. "Besides, you're banned from taking on the big ones after what happened last time." Naruto sighed in defeat but didn't argue. Instead, he rolled his shoulders, preparing himself to join his squad. As the transport bay doors finally opened, revealing the vast night sky, the massive carrier helicopter holding Optimus and Naruto made its descent. Optimus wasted no time, rolling backward off the aircraft, while Naruto leapt into the air, moving independently. Pressing a finger to his comms, Naruto scanned the area below, searching for both the Autobots and the second Decepticon. "Can one of the RC twins pick me up? I'm falling, and I'd rather not go splat." No verbal response came, but Naruto didn't need one. A sleek motorcycle positioned itself directly beneath him, perfectly timed to catch his descent. Grinning, Naruto adjusted his trajectory, increasing his speed before landing effortlessly on the vehicle. The moment he made contact, the motorcycle roared forward, immediately entering a high-speed chase alongside Sideswipe, who was already in pursuit. "Hey Naruto," Sideswipe's voice crackled through the comms. "They kick you off the big guy mission again?" Naruto groaned, pinching the bridge of his nose. "Yep. You go overboard one time, and they never let you live it down." Sideswipe chuckled, "Rules are rules, kid. Now, you ready to help?" Yeah, Naruto muttered, shaking off his frustration. "What do you need me to do?" "Just steer him toward the next road. Rough him up if you have to, I'll cut him off from there." "Got it." Naruto's smirk returned full force as two more motorcycles appeared on either side of him, the RC twins joining the chase. As Sideswipe veered left, Naruto and the twins continued on, closing the gap between them and the fleeing Decepticon. Wasting no time, Naruto unsealed two chained kunai, twirling them before launching them at the enemy vehicle with pinpoint accuracy. The blades embedded themselves into the car's exterior, and with a swift yank, Naruto attempted to slow it down. The Decepticon barely faltered. Naruto narrowed his eyes before changing tactics. Instead of restraining it, he tugged sharply to the left, hoping to bait it into taking the opposite path. Sure enough, the Decepticon swerved right, exactly where Sideswipe was waiting. With a triumphant smirk, Naruto leaped off RC, giving her and the others space to transform. "Give me cover," he called, and the three Autobots wasted no time opening fire on their target. As Naruto landed atop the Decepticon, he caught sight of Sideswipe speeding in from the other direction, still in vehicle form. A wild grin spread across Naruto's face. Planting his feet, he pushed down hard on the Decepticon's back, channeling chakra to enhance his strength. The force sent the enemy flying into the air, completely vulnerable. Sideswipe didn't waste the opportunity. With no hesitation, the Autobot launched himself forward, transforming mid-air. His arm shifted, forming a deadly blade that gleamed under the city lights. In one clean motion, he sliced the Decepticon clean in half. Naruto landed gracefully atop the now bisected wreckage, watching as the pieces crashed onto the pavement. Sideswipe slid to a stop near a building, glancing at the destruction with a satisfied nod. "Damn, I'm good." Naruto rolled his eyes but smirked nonetheless, "Don't get too cocky." Before Sideswipe could throw in another remark, a familiar voice crackled through the comms, "First Decepticon down, how's everything on your end, Blondie?" Naruto chuckled at Lennox's teasing tone, pressing his earpiece. "All good here. Should we check out the job Optimus did? Pretty sure the big guy wouldn't have him killed yet." "Do whatever you want," Lennox replied. "Just be ready to move out." "Copy that," Naruto said before turning to Sideswipe, who had already transformed back into his sleek car form. With a quick hop, Naruto landed smoothly atop the Autobot's roof, riding along as they sped toward the massive downed Decepticon. Once they arrived, Naruto leaped off, landing lightly beside Lennox and the gathered Nest soldiers. They stood just behind Optimus and the other Autobots, all staring down at the fallen behemoth. Naruto remained silent, watching closely. Just in case. Optimus took a step forward, his towering frame casting a long shadow over the enemy. He raised his fusion cannon, his voice steady and unyielding. "Any last words?" The Decepticon shifted slightly, its crimson optics locking onto Optimus's bright blue ones. For a brief moment it was as if the enemy was studying him, measuring something unseen. Then, it spoke. "The fallen will rise again." Its distorted voice echoed across the battlefield. The weight behind those words made Naruto's brows furrow. There was something off about the way it had said that. Then, just as quickly, the Decepticon's optics dimmed, its body going limp, as if it had made peace with its fate. Optimus didn't hesitate. With a single, precise blast, he finished it off. Not today, he said at last, untorn by what needed to be done. While most of the soldiers exhaled in relief, Naruto remained still. His mind lingered on the words. The Fallen, that name felt important, almost like it was some major Cybertronian figure. And the way the Decepticon had spoken of him in its last breath. It left a nagging feeling in the back of Naruto's mind. Still, there was no time to dwell on it. This was his last mission before college, and he needed to get going. With a sigh, Naruto relaxed his shoulders and turned toward Lennox. "Alright, I'm out. Got a flight to catch." Lennox smirked, shaking his head. "Right, you're a college boy now." Naruto grinned, "Gotta at least try normal life for a bit." Optimus looked down at him, nodding approvingly. "You have fought bravely, Naruto, you deserve rest." Yeah, Naruto waved him off. "Don't get all sentimental on me, Prime." Optimus chuckled softly, while Sideswipe revved his engine in amusement. With one last nod to his team, Naruto stepped back, pressing his palms together in a familiar seal. Chakra surged around him as he focused on his intended location. Then, in a bright flash, he was gone. The moment he reappeared, Naruto felt the warm embrace of the sun against his skin. A gentle breeze rustled his blonde hair, and the distant sounds of birds chirping filled the air. He took a deep breath, inhaling the fresh scent of the outdoors. Man, it's good to be home. Standing in the middle of his backyard, he stretched his arms over his head. Feeling the tension from battle slowly ease. The contrast between the war-torn battlefield and this peaceful day was almost surreal. With a relaxed sigh, Naruto made his way toward the house, already thinking about raiding the fridge. College could wait, right now, he was starving. He stepped inside and beelined for the kitchen. Barely 2 seconds after pulling a yogurt from the fridge, he felt a stare burning into him. He turned his head and found his dad, Ron, watching him with an intensity that immediately put him on edge. Naruto raised an eyebrow, not expecting his old man to appear out of nowhere. He quickly shut the fridge and prepared to walk off without a word. But before he could escape, Ron's voice caught him. "You packed yet?" And there it was. He should have known this was coming. His dad had been counting down to this day, no matter how much they joked about Naruto leaving home. Ron was probably more excited than anyone. He and Judy already had vacation plans now that their son was out of their hair. "Well," Ron pressed, clearly waiting for an answer. Naruto sighed, tossing a small scroll to his father before sitting down and peeling open his yogurt. Ron caught it easily, inspecting it with curiosity before realization set in. So that's a yes." He placed the scroll on the counter, then added, "Now I just gotta make sure Judy's done packing." Naruto arched an eyebrow. "You do know I'm the one leaving, right?" Ron ignored him and pointed at the scroll. "What about your old clothes? Did you set them aside to give away? Because, you can't just throw them in a scroll and sell them." Naruto rolled his eyes. "You don't sell things you're giving away." Ron shrugged. "Well, I say you should. I spent good money on those clothes." He leaned against the counter, giving Naruto a hopeful look. "By the way, how do these scrolls work? Anyway, I could really use them." Naruto chuckled as he stood up, tossing his empty yogurt cup into the trash. "I'll make you a simple one for Father's Day." Ron grinned. "Appreciate it. Now get upstairs and make your room spotless. Those old clothes, and any memories, need to be out of there." Naruto narrowed his eyes. "Why are you in such a rush to get rid of me? You laughed at my pranks over the years. Don't tell me you rented my room out already." Ron's grin widened like a kid with a secret. "Let's just say it rhymes with home theater." Naruto groaned, rolling his eyes as he turned to leave. Before he could take another step, he was practically tackled by his mom. Judy clung to him, arms wrapped tight around his shoulders. Her embrace was suffocating, but he'd be lying if he said it wasn't better than his dad's way of handling things. She held on to him for a long moment before finally pulling back, eyes shimmering with fresh tears. In her hands, she held up a pair of tiny, worn-out sneakers, ones that looked like they belonged to a 12-year-old. "I found your old shoes from when we first adopted you," she said, her voice trembling. Naruto felt his throat tighten. Judy's expression crumbled as she held the shoes close to her chest. "You were so small back then." She barely finished the sentence before bursting into tears again, pulling him into another hug. Naruto sighed, wrapping his arms around her. A small part of him wished he could stay just a little longer. But he knew it wouldn't change anything, this moment would come no matter what. Still, he shot a glance at his dad over Judy's shoulder. "You see this, Dad, this is the proper reaction when the fruit of your labor goes out into the cruel world to fend for himself." Ron didn't even blink. "Yeah, my heart bleeds for you, pal." He gave a dramatic sigh. "College, bummer." Judy sniffled, pulling back to point a firm finger at Naruto. "You have to come home every holiday. And not just the big ones, you have to come home for Halloween." Naruto smiled through the lump in his throat. "Mom, I can't come home for Halloween." Judy wiped her eyes. "Then we'll come to you." Her voice wavered but held firm. "We'll dress up in costumes. You won't even know it's us." Naruto opened his mouth, ready to argue, but his dad cut him off. "Would you let the kid breathe? For crying out loud, go pack. There's no way you're packed for a month-long trip." Ron turned to Judy and, right in front of Naruto, smacked her playfully on the butt. "March, young lady." Naruto recoiled, gagging. "Dad, why, right in front of me?" Judy giggled. "I love it when you call me young lady, you dirty old man." Naruto groaned in horror. "Seriously, you couldn't wait until I was gone?" Ron smirked shamelessly. "What?" Naruto clenched his fists. "It's creepy." His father just rolled his eyes. "You're being dramatic." He walked off, and Naruto followed, shaking his head. Ron threw an arm over his son's shoulders as they neared the stairs. "You're the first Witwicky to go to college, but let me tell you something, you're gonna see a lot of that stuff in that place." Naruto frowned. "What exactly are you talking about?" "There's gonna be a lot of women there," Ron said, smirking. And there it was. Naruto instantly knew where this was going. "Dad, it's not happening." Ron waved a hand. "Look, Michaela's great, but you two need room to grow. You're no different than any other couple your age." Naruto rolled his eyes. "Except one of us is a ninja, and the other is a badass mechanic. And hell, we discovered an alien race together." Ron burst out laughing. "How long are you gonna ride that scooter?" Naruto sighed. "Dad, I know you're worried, in your own way. But me and Michaela are gonna be fine." As if on cue, his phone buzzed in his pocket. He pulled it out and smirked, flashing the screen toward his dad. "I wonder who that could be." Ron shot him a knowing look. "In 2 weeks, it could be Muffy." Naruto rolled his eyes and walked upstairs, answering the call as he left. The blonde walked into his almost empty room, the only thing in there being a box of old clothes. "You okay?" Michaela's voice came through his phone, her tone a little off, like she was trying to sound casual but couldn't quite hide the underlying tension. Naruto raised an eyebrow, not surprised to hear from her but expecting this conversation to be more complicated. "Yeah, why?" "You know I always come back from missions." There was a brief pause before Michaela spoke again. Her voice tinged with frustration, but still caring. "You always come back, but that doesn't mean you should put yourself in danger so damn much. I don't get how you can just go through these missions without even thinking about it. It's not like you're invincible, Naruto." Naruto glanced around his room, trying to push the heaviness of her words away. "Mika, come on. You know I can handle it. It's part of the job." "Yeah, well," she continued, her voice quieter now, more serious. "I don't know how much longer I can just watch you throw yourself into these situations. You act like nothing can hurt you, but it can. You can't just keep brushing off the danger, it's not fair to me." He could feel the weight of her words, but part of him still resisted. "It's not about fairness, this is who I am, you knew this when we started this." "Doesn't make it easier to deal with," she shot back, but there was a hint of exhaustion in her voice now. "Look, I'm not asking you to change who you are. I just need you to be careful, okay, for me? Just, don't be reckless, please." Naruto didn't know how to answer right away. He hated that he had this effect on her, but at the same time, he wasn't sure he could change. Instead of confronting it head-on, he sighed and tried to lighten the mood. "So, how is your dad, is he letting you come over to see me off?" Michaela didn't respond immediately, and he could almost hear her biting back her frustration. "You're not gonna just change the subject, are you?" "I'm not," he answered quickly, though there was a defensive edge in his voice. "I just don't want to argue about this right now." She softened a bit, but there was still that edge of frustration. "Fine, but this isn't something I can just forget about, you know that, right?" Naruto nodded, even though she couldn't see him. "Yeah, I know, but I'll be fine, okay? Promise me you'll at least try to be more careful, for both of us." Naruto paused. He didn't like making promises he couldn't keep, but he knew she needed to hear it. "I'll try," he said, the words feeling heavy but true enough to calm her down. "For now, my dad says hi, he also says if you ever paint one of his bikes orange again, he'll kill you." Naruto chuckled, hearing the slight shift in Michaela's tone. Her voice lightened, but that bit of concern never fully faded. "He's still mad about that?" Naruto asked, his voice playful but knowing. "Yep. He really doesn't like bright colors," Michaela replied. "You're lucky it's only been a bit since his parole, or he'd probably come over there himself." Naruto shook his head, finally moving from his standstill and picking up his box of old clothes and trinkets. "I can't believe my dad's making me sell all this stuff," Naruto said, his tone carrying a mix of disbelief and frustration, his mind drifting back to that first battle against the Decepticons. "What's he making you sell, all that used stuff and battle souvenirs?" Michaela asked, her voice light and teasing. Naruto pulled out a piece of shrapnel from the box. Staring at it, unsure which bot it came from but still impressed by it. "How did you know?" he asked, his curiosity piqued. A small giggle slipped through the phone. "You never let any of your cool stuff go." Naruto rolled his eyes but smiled. "It's not like any of this stuff is useful for anything. I mean, really, an orange jacket with a sleeve missing? Who would want that?" He held up his old jacket, its design nearly identical to the one he was wearing now, but the color scheme inverted. Michaela's voice turned sarcastic. "I wouldn't mind keeping it. Someone has to, right?" "Oh, haha, very funny, but seriously, this stuff has memories," Naruto replied, his smile slipping back into something softer. Michaela's voice softened, teasing, "What, did you keep my jacket too?" Naruto paused, his face flushing. Michaela's laughter erupted, making his blush deepen. "You're so freaking cute," she said through her laughter, making Naruto just wait for her to calm down. He set the box down and lifted his jacket again, searching through it while Michaela's laughter finally died down. "Anyway, don't suppose you've changed your mind about coming with me, the apartments are cheap, and I wouldn't mind paying for two." Michaela's voice shifted, softer and teasing. "Well, that's not gonna happen until I get my man-child father, fresh out of prison, back on his feet." Not long after, her dad's voice came through the phone. "I heard that. "I'll be over in 20, Michaela added, the teasing warmth lingering in her voice. Naruto chuckled to himself as he pulled a small sliver of metal from his old jacket. It was carved with half-finished symbols, too small to make out clearly. "Mika, hold on," he said, his voice shifting to something more serious as he inspected the strange fragment. Before he could continue, the phone line clicked, and the call was already ended. Instead of thinking on it, Naruto sighed and put his phone away, his fingers tracing the edges of the sliver of metal. He stared at it for a moment, contemplating what it might be, but before he could dwell on it further, a flash of light erupted from the shard, blinding him. His mind raced with symbols flashing across his vision, too fast for him to comprehend. He dropped the now glowing, superheated piece of metal, swearing as it burned his hand. The metal clattered to the floor, and as it fell through the floorboards, it melted its way down, leaving a glowing trail. It dropped all the way into the kitchen below, landing on a plate with a hiss. The ground beneath Naruto trembled slightly, followed by an eerie, vibrating pulse. The metal sliver seemed to hum with energy, releasing a strange, invisible wave that radiated through the house like a sonic pulse. The air felt charged, as though something was coming to life. Naruto blinked, his vision clearing, only to realize the damage the metal had caused. A hole smoldered in the floor where the piece had fallen through, the floorboards still burning. But Naruto didn't panic. With quick hand signs, he performed a water-style jutsu, dousing the flames almost instantly. "Well, Dad wouldn't notice a small hole like that," Naruto muttered to himself, his eyes darting back to the hole and the metal that was now searing the plate below. He stared at it, his brow furrowing. It hit him all at once. "That's the all spark. A piece of it must have gotten stuck on my jacket." His voice was low, barely a whisper, as the realization settled over him. The all spark, energy that couldn't be destroyed, only transferred. He'd never imagined he'd be holding onto a fragment of it, but the pieces were falling into place. The only problem was, now he had to get a hold of that piece before things really started to change. Suddenly, a sharp, erratic scratching noise cut through the silence. It wasn't just one sound, it was multiple, like tiny claws scraping against the wooden floor in frantic motion. Naruto's muscles tensed. Whatever had landed in the kitchen had done more than just burn through the floor. He pressed his ear against the door, holding his breath. The scurrying grew louder, heavier, almost like metal limbs digging into the wood. His stomach dropped. Wherever that piece of the all-spark landed, it had done exactly what he feared. It had brought something to life. The blonde barely had time to react before his door exploded inward. Naruto twisted on instinct, narrowly dodging a small, twitching robot that launched itself straight at him. Its eyes were too big for its jagged little frame, glowing red with chaotic energy, while its claw-like appendages stretched out wildly. It let out a distorted screech before crashing into the wall, sparks flying on impact. Naruto ducked just as another one came at him, this one with a blender for a mouth, its blade spinning like a miniature buzz saw. He lashed out with a sharp kick, sending it slamming into a dresser, but before he could regain his footing, another one, bigger than the first two, opened fire. "Oh, hell no." Naruto spun, fist slamming into its body with enough force to send it flying. The moment his knuckles connected, something latched onto his ankle, sharp claws digging into his skin. His head snapped down. A microwave-looking bot had clamped onto him, its spiked mechanical arms tightening as it tried to drag him off balance. "Not happening." He growled, shaking it off before leaping backward, only to realize too late that the hallway was swarming. A full wave of the tiny Decepticons poured in, eyes flashing, weapons primed. Gunfire erupted. Naruto barely had a second to react before the room was riddled with bullets. Shards of wood and debris flew as he darted toward the window. Bracing himself. With one powerful push, he launched himself out. Glass shattered around him as he flipped through the air, twisting his body to land in the backyard. His feet barely hit the ground before his head snapped up. His parents were crouched behind the porch railing, eyes wide in terror. Crap. Get down, Naruto barked, already moving. Ron and Judy scrambled behind a toppled garden table as another round of gunfire tore through the backyard. The tiny Decepticons had followed, perching on the windowsill and roof, weapons primed. Naruto whipped out 3 kunai, eyes scanning for an opening, then, before he could throw them, an energy blast slammed into the side of the house. Naruto twisted in shock just in time to see Bumblebee tearing through the yard, cannons blazing. The yellow Autobot fired off several more shots, his aim locked onto the tiny Decepticons. One by one, they were blown apart, their small bodies unable to withstand the sheer firepower. The chaos lasted only a few seconds before the final explosion sent metal bits scattering across the yard. A heavy silence followed. Bumblebee straightened, looking pleased with his work. Naruto, on the other hand, turned to see his parents staring at what was left of their home, shattered windows, bullet-ridden walls, and a backyard littered with smoking debris. Naruto looked down and sighed. Shit. This next part was going to be hard. Harder than he wanted it to be, and even harder now that all of this had happened. He had planned on taking B with him to college. The Autobot was one of his best friends, the only one he could talk to who wasn't sealed inside of him and sleeping all day. But as much as he wanted B by his side, he knew it wasn't the right thing to do. B needed to be with Optimus. He'd been cooped up in his dad's garage for too long, taking fewer missions than even Naruto had. That wasn't good for a soldier. He couldn't just sit around protecting someone who didn't need it. As his parents called the fire department, Naruto quickly grabbed the Allspark sliver, sealing it inside a specially made scroll, one that could be undone with just a touch rather than chakra. Once it was secure, he handed it off to Michaela. With him about to leave, he couldn't risk trying to send it to Optimus himself. He had no idea where Prime was right now, and keeping the fragment near him was too much of a risk. Hiding it in plain sight was the smarter option. I'll call Nest as soon as I can, he told Michaela. They need to lock this thing up tight. And hopefully, they can keep it discreet this time. They have a bad habit of making scenes. As he finished, his mother marched toward him, anger replacing the sadness she'd shown earlier. I don't care what you do with that alien, but once you're gone, he cannot stay here. Naruto exhaled through his nose. He'd been hoping to spend some time with Michaela before he left, but if his mom wanted B out now, then he might as well get it over with. Oh, hey, Michaela. Judy's tone instantly shifted from frustration to sweetness. She pointed at her singed hair. I think I might have a bald spot from the fire. Michaela gave an awkward nod, fully aware that this was just how Naruto's family was. Naruto sighed before heading to the garage, where B had taken cover. The yellow Autobot let out a series of distressed, metallic squeals, his way of apologizing after being forced into hiding by Ron's angry shouting. Naruto glanced up at his friend apologetically. I'm sorry about Dad. It's just, you did kinda wreck the house. And Mom almost blurted out your existence to the firemen not long after. He gave a small smirk, but it's not your fault, okay? B's frantic whines stopped, his optics widening in surprise. His face shifted into the closest thing to a smile. Naruto returned the look, but it didn't last long. His expression quickly turned serious. I need to talk to you about me going to college. Before he could continue, B suddenly started snapping his fingers to music from his radio. I'm so excited, and I just can't hide it. Naruto groaned. B, stop. B kept snapping. I can't take you with me. The Autobot froze. Then came the electronic groans, and tears somehow forming in his optics. I meant to tell you earlier, Naruto continued. But look, B, you're an Autobot. You shouldn't be living in my dad's garage. If I took you with me, it'd just be more of the same. And that's not fair to you. You need to be out there, doing something, growing, mentally, I guess. B let out a whimper, his optics dimming. Naruto sighed. This is hard enough, man. Don't make it harder. He stepped forward, placing a hand on the side of B's head. Look at me, big guy. B sniffled, somehow, but finally looked at him. The guardian thing is done, Naruto said gently but firmly. You did your job. I'm safe. I can handle myself. B trembled like he was about to cry again, but Naruto kept going. You need to be with Optimus and the others. College is just a small part of my life. Just a small break, me being normal for a bit. And God knows Michaela would rather let me go to college than see me get beat up on another mission. B let out a sad electronic chirp. Naruto gave a small smile. You'll always be my best friend, okay? B slowly nodded. Dropping his hand, Naruto chuckled, also, don't wait too long after I leave. Mom wants you out of here after what happened to the house. B let out a sad little chuckle of his own. As Naruto stepped out of the garage, he was met by Michaela. And, wow! She was in a white dress. A simple one, but on her, it was stunning. Breathtaking. Words failed him. Beautiful, pretty, gorgeous, none of them did justice to what he was seeing. Her deep blue eyes, her jet black hair. And suddenly, he found himself wondering why the hell he wanted to go to college in the first place. Oh. Right. To try it out. To be normal for a few years. He was so mad at himself for leaving her behind. Maybe his mom was right. He should visit on holidays, or every day, considering he had Hiration. So, I take it the silent smile means you like it, Michaela asked, her voice pulling him back to reality. Naruto grinned, stepping closer and taking her hands. You look great, his smile grew as he met the eyes of the woman he loved. Michaela smirked, think you can survive those East Coast winters without me? Naruto chuckled. You're the only girl who could ever make me react. And you're one of the best things to ever happen to me, so no, I'll probably be back here on weekends. Michaela laughed softly, and? Naruto tilted his head, and, she repeated teasingly. Oh. He realized what she wanted him to say. He was about to tell her when, let's go, kiddo. Ron's voice cut through the moment, and Naruto nearly groaned. Perfect timing, Dad. With an annoyed sigh, he turned back to Michaela. He let himself get lost in her eyes for just a second longer before finally saying, Michaela, I love you. She smiled, I love you too. Then she kissed him. It was brief, but the taste of her strawberry lipstick lingered. When they pulled away, Naruto held her close, gazing at her. So, does this mean you're not annoyed with me anymore? A camera clicked in the background, his mom, probably. Michaela smirked, oh, I'm very much still annoyed with you and your reckless decisions. Naruto sighed dramatically, that's cruel, Mika. She laughed, you picked me, didn't you? Her expression softened, but there was something else in her eyes, something more serious. Listen, when we first got together, I thought I'd get bored of you. I thought you were just some lucky nerd with an overbearing family. But now, I know you were what I was looking for. Even though you do insane shit on the daily." She laughed again, but it was quieter this time. "I don't pretend to understand how you work, or how your powers work. But, Naruto," she met his gaze, her voice steady. "Stop going headfirst into danger. Okay?" Naruto didn't answer right away. Not until she forced eye contact and repeated, "Okay?" Finally, he nodded. Michaela kissed him again. And that was it. 4 years of college with no action. No missions, no fights. But if it meant coming back to her, it was worth it. Naruto exhaled, pulling a scroll from his pocket. All his stuff, his clothes, his gear, was packed inside. He was ready to leave. But damn, he was already counting the days until he came back. However, a small electric toy truck rolled by, particularly interested in Michaela. The truck was a Decepticon spy, one that took this small form, relaying certain without anyone's knowledge. "The girl has the sliver," it said robotically in the Cybertronian tongue. Time skip. Naruto walked through his new dorm, observing the students around him. Some were excited, others overwhelmed. With just a glance, he could already tell who was going to thrive and who would crash and burn before the semester was over. One thing did catch his attention though: a blonde girl had been watching him since he set foot in the building. It wasn't just casual curiosity, she was studying him. That alone was enough to make him suspicious. Still, he ignored his stalker and focused on his room. When he pushed open the door, his face remained neutral, but inwardly, he was already annoyed. The place was a disaster. Posters of women covered the walls and the floor. Crates, old computers, and tangled wires took up every inch of space. Naruto sighed. He wasn't exactly the cleanest person, but this was next level. It screamed pervert, and the last thing he wanted was to share a room with someone like that. He stepped further inside, closing the door behind him, and immediately realized there wasn't much room for him to sleep. He could figure something out, maybe shift things around with a few well-placed clones, but before he could act, a voice stopped him. "Hey, you must be Naruto, I'm Leo." Naruto turned, eyes landing on a guy who looked a little older than him, his face serious, but there was excitement beneath it, barely contained. That was weird. Naruto gave a slight nod, then moved to walk past him, but Leo stepped in his way, blocking him. "I already set up the crib a bit, you want this side or that side?" Naruto let out a small chuckle, realizing he'd been a little too cold. Maybe making a friend wouldn't be the worst thing, as long as he's not another Jiraiya. He smirked and pointed to a side, "That one." Leo stared him dead in the eye. "I already picked that side." Silence filled the room. Naruto squinted, re-evaluating his earlier thought. Maybe this guy was weird. Then he noticed it: Leo wasn't just messing with him, he was analyzing him, judging him. Naruto let out an amused chuckle, deciding to play along. His voice was sharp yet casual. "Oh, I see what this is, you're making sure I'm not some weirdo. Hate to break it to you, but the way you're doing it just makes you seem rude." Leo smirked. "Do you have good personal hygiene? Won't stab me in my sleep?" Naruto shot back immediately. "No criminal record, won't steal anything." "Including girlfriends?" Naruto frowned slightly. "Especially girlfriends." Leo raised an eyebrow. "You got a girlfriend?" Naruto smiled. "I do, you?" Leo let out a dry laugh, at himself, it seemed. "Not a chance." Naruto didn't press further as Leo's expression finally eased, his suspicion dropping. "You a techie?" Naruto shook his head. He never paid much attention to the whole tech boom, maybe he should have. Leo led him into another part of the room where two other guys were focused on their monitors, fingers flying over keyboards. That's all right, Leo said, turning to them. Sharsky, Fassbinder, where we at? Neither stopped typing, but one answered, servers almost online, Leo. Networks up and running, the other confirmed. Leo grinned, dropping his hand from Naruto's shoulder and stepping up to his own monitor. Beautiful, that's what I like to hear. That's Sharsky, that's Fassbinder, my IT gurus. Welcome to my empire, bro, therealeffingdeal.com. I'm sure you've heard of it. Naruto, of course, had heard of it. These guys were one of Nest's biggest leaks, constantly exposing Cybertronian activity. He hadn't forgotten their names. But he wasn't about to let that show. Nope, he said casually. Fassbinder snorted, well, that sucks. Leo wasn't deterred. See where I'm going, bro? Look, call me gross, but I wanna be a baby billionaire. Kitten calendars, that's where I started. Look at me now. He gestured around dramatically. Gotta have dreams, bro. Before Naruto could respond, Fassbinder spoke up. Leo, we got some brand new Shanghai vid. Naruto's mind clicked into gear. Shanghai, that meant a new leak, probably the last Decepticon attack. Post it, baby, go go go, FTJ, FTJ, Leo shouted. Naruto didn't ask what that meant, he just let them do their thing. FTJ, FTJ legit, did you see that? Fassbinder exclaimed. Leo turned his screen toward Naruto, grinning, half of Shanghai gets wrecked, and China says gas leak, don't believe the hype. Naruto barely reacted as he watched the footage, chaos in the streets, explosions, terrified civilians fleeing. Amidst it all, towering metal figures clashed, Cybertronians locked in battle. Blurry, grainy, but unmistakable. He already knew it was a cover-up, he was there, but these guys didn't need to know that. Leo's excitement was almost contagious, but he had no idea how deep he was in. Maybe I should plug the leak at the source, Naruto thought. Or, maybe I should just mind my business. It wasn't exactly his department to shut them down. Leo turned to him, eyes gleaming, bro, tell me this isn't insane, the government thinks they can just lie to us like this? But we got the truth, right here. Naruto met his gaze, feigning mild curiosity. Yeah, that's wild, he said, arms crossed. So, what, you just find this stuff and post it? Leo scoffed, find it, bro. We hunt for this stuff. We got people, eyes and ears everywhere, Naruto smirked, shaking his head, I gotta admit, you guys are persistent. Leo clapped him on the shoulder again, that's what I like to hear, bro, persistence. That's what gets you places. Then, as if struck by an idea, he pointed at Naruto. By the way, I read your file. I'm poor, you're poor, we're gonna fix that, alright, you work for me now. Naruto raised an eyebrow, then let out a small chuckle, oh, do I now? Leo nodded, looking like he had just given the greatest offer in history. Damn right, bro, first day of college, and you already got a career in the fastest growing internet firm in the game. He gestured around dramatically, I mean, look at this empire. Naruto glanced around at the mess of wires, outdated monitors, and half-eaten bags of chips. He smirked, yeah, tempting offer, but I think I'll pass. Leo blinked, wait, what, bro, this is a golden opportunity, you don't just pass on working for me. Naruto shrugged, leaning against the wall with a lazy grin. I dunno, man, you seem like a real champion of a boss, but I don't really take orders. And something tells me working for you means a lot of yelling. Fassbinder snorted, oh, so much yelling. Sharsky nodded, and threats. Leo waved them off, empty threats, then, turning back to Naruto, he grinned. Come on man, the world needs guys like us to expose the truth. Naruto just smirked, arms crossed, you see, I got a rule, never work for a guy who throws tantrums when someone steals his conspiracy theories. Sharsky and Fassbinder howled with laughter. Leo pointed at Naruto, mock offended, oh, okay, so that's how it is? You come into my kingdom and disrespect me? Naruto chuckled. If this is your kingdom, maybe invest in a janitor. He turned toward his side of the room, waving lazily, but hey, I'll let you know if I ever feel like being underpaid and overworked. Leo stood there, mouth open. Fassbinder muttered, damn, I like that guy. After his little exchange, Naruto was feeling a bit better. If everyone here was like that, he could have fun with some pranks. Maybe not as many, considering he was on a prestigious campus, but enough to keep things entertaining. Time passed as he set up his computer and other items in his part of the room, waiting for his new roommates to leave. Once the leakers took off for some party on the west side of campus, he had the space to himself. Naruto worked quickly, organizing his things with practiced ease before finally settling down at his desk. He exhaled, rolling his shoulders before pulling out a small orb-shaped camera and placing it on his computer. A moment later, the screen flickered to life, revealing Michaela's face on the other end. Her hair was damp, like she'd just showered, and she was wearing a loose t-shirt, leaning back against her bed. Hey, she greeted, a soft smile tugging at her lips. Figured you'd call eventually. Naruto smirked, yeah, well, you know me. Gotta check in before I get too comfortable. Michaela rolled her eyes. Right, because you totally know how to relax. He chuckled, hey. I'm capable of chilling out. She said skeptically. So, how's the new place? Naruto leaned back, glancing around at the mess Leo and his friends left behind. Room's a disaster, my roommate's insane, and I think I accidentally joined an underground conspiracy group. Michaela raised an eyebrow. That was fast, even for you. Yeah, well, talent, he said with a grin. She laughed softly, shaking her head, you're gonna be careful, right? He hesitated for a fraction of a second before nodding. Of course, you know me. That's exactly why I'm worried. Naruto opened his mouth for a retort but stopped. The world around him suddenly felt off. His vision blurred for a split second. His head swimming. The screen in front of him flickered as if reacting to whatever was happening to him. Michaela's face shifted from teasing to concern, hey, you good? Naruto blinked, trying to focus, but his body wasn't responding properly. A deep, unnatural fatigue was washing over him, his limbs felt heavier than they should. Yeah, his voice sounded distant, even to himself. Just tired, I guess. Michaela frowned, that's not like you. Before she could finish, his vision darkened completely, and his body slumped forward. The last thing he heard was Michaela's voice calling his name, her tone now filled with worry. Then, everything went black. Naruto found himself in a familiar space, dark, fluid, and weightless. It wasn't wet, yet it felt like he was submerged. A dream? No, he knew exactly where he was. Standing before him, fully awake, was Kurama. The great fox's crimson eyes glowed in the emptiness, the once familiar sewer long gone, replaced by an endless plain of shallow water. Naruto crossed his arms, his voice laced with irritation. Alright, furball, why'd you drag me in here? You're early for our monthly meetup. Kurama let out a deep, rumbling chuckle, the sound reverberating through the space. "Oh, and here I thought you'd be grateful I stopped you from face-planting in the real world." Naruto scowled. "Wait, you knocked me out?" Kurama's massive head lowered slightly, his gaze unreadable. "I had to, you were overworking yourself, again, but that's not the main reason." Naruto raised an eyebrow. "Then what is?" The fox sighed, a rare note of weariness in his voice. "You've been seeing things all day, haven't you? Flashes of symbols, images you don't recognize?" Naruto tensed. He had noticed something weird when he first picked up the all-spark slither, a quick blinking images of strange metallic glyphs. He'd ignored them, figuring it was just exhaustion from juggling school and everything else. Kurama took his silence as confirmation. "I've been suppressing them for you, but I can't hold them back forever. That's why I brought you here. I needed to warn you before you started thinking you were losing your mind." Naruto's frown deepened. "And you don't know where they're coming from?" Kurama exhaled sharply, sending ripples through the water beneath them. "Oh, I do know, and you're not gonna like it." Naruto narrowed his eyes. "Try me." Kurama's expression darkened. "That shard. The one you passed off to your mate, the fragment of the cube." Naruto stiffened, his hand instinctively went to his pocket, even though this was just his mindscape. The cube sliver, the last remaining piece of the all-spark. "You're saying this is coming from that?" Kurama nodded. "That thing isn't just some lifeless scrap of metal. It's radiating energy, energy unlike anything I've ever felt. It's ancient, powerful, and completely alien to your body." His voice lowered into a growl. "It's been seeping into your chakra, trying to connect to you." Naruto's stomach twisted. "Connect?" Kurama's eyes gleamed with a warning. "It's trying to show you something. Or maybe, it's trying to change you." A chill ran down Naruto's spine. "Change him? No, that shouldn't be possible, not from such a small fragment. Unless," his mind flashed to something his great-grandfather had once spoken about, visions, cryptic symbols appearing out of nowhere, thoughts that weren't his own. The old man had been dismissed as crazy, his ramblings forgotten, but what if he wasn't crazy at all? What if this was the same thing? Naruto's jaw clenched. "Can you stop it?" Kurama shook his head. "Not completely, I can hold back the visions for a while, but whatever's happening, it's already started." Naruto exhaled sharply, his hands balling into fists. This wasn't just some random occurrence, this was a shift. A drastic turn in his life, just like the calm before a war. The same feeling he'd had 2 years ago before everything had spiraled out of control, and if Kurama was right, then Michaela, his eyes widened, Michaela still has it. If the cube's energy was bleeding into him, then who's to say it wasn't doing the same to her? Worse, any remaining Decepticons could sense that energy. "Damn it, kick me out now," Naruto ordered, urgency lacing his voice. "I need to talk to Michaela. If what you're saying is true, she's in danger. The Decepticons could track that energy right to her." Kurama suddenly looked regretful. Naruto's stomach dropped. "What?" The fox rubbed a paw against his snout, sighing. "Well, I kinda sped up time in here so you could get proper rest. Thought it'd do some good." His ears flattened slightly. "It's already morning in the real world." Naruto's heart skipped a beat. Shit. Before he could even react, the dreamscape shattered around him. With a sharp gasp, Naruto jolted awake, his body tensing as his mind snapped back to reality. Sunlight streamed through the window, his laptop screen dimmed from inactivity. He cursed under his breath and immediately reached for his phone, scrambling to call Michaela, but before he could, his phone was already ringing. Was it her? No, couldn't be. Michaela was the type of girl that would be able to something was odd, and she would most likely try to rush to his rescue. Or maybe some Decepticon had already gotten to her. No, there was no point in making himself worry, he had to get ready for whatever Cybertronian battle would happen next. Naruto picked up the phone, answering with a simple but serious hello. "Naruto, we need you to report to Nest right now," called Lennox quickly. "What, why?" the blonde answered, eyes narrowing before Lennox answered. POV switch. In the crushing depths of the Laurentian abyss, where light dared not venture, Megatron's lifeless husk lay entombed, a relic of a lost battle. The weight of the ocean bore down upon his corroded frame, the once mighty warlord now nothing more than a monument to failure. Above, the calm sea surface was violently disturbed as a group of Decepticons plunged into the abyss, descending with purpose. Leading them was a small, beast-like Decepticon, its single optic scanning the darkness ahead. The others, a squad of constructions, moved with calculated efficiency, their designs adapted for deep-sea navigation. Their mission was clear: retrieve and resurrect their master. As they reached the ocean floor, they surrounded Megatron's inert form. He was massive, his armored body worn from the ocean's relentless grip, a fallen titan awaiting revival. The small feline-like Decepticon landed first, its body shifting as it deployed an even smaller unit. A crab-like construct leaped from its back, its sharp legs clicking against Megatron's frame as it scuttled over him, scanning for what was needed. The little creature's optics flickered as it processed the results. Then, with a sharp glance at its comrades, it spoke in a rough, high-pitched tone, "Need parts." It turned to one of the smaller Decepticons, its optic narrowing, "Kill the little one." There was no hesitation. The Constructicons tore into their own, dismantling one of their own members with cold efficiency. A necessary sacrifice for their leader's return. With the required parts salvaged, the team moved quickly. "Begin the procedure," the Crabbot ordered, its voice rasping through the water. The constructions worked with precision, integrating the salvaged components into Megatron's battered frame. Once the physical repairs were complete, the small bot produced the final piece, the shard of the Allspark. It pulsed with raw, untamed energy, its glow casting eerie reflections across the abyss. With a steady motion, the shard was embedded into Megatron's chest. For a moment, nothing, then power erupted from his core. Megatron's optics ignited with a furious red glow, his circuits surging back to life. The ocean floor trembled as his limbs twitched, then locked into place, and then, with a single, violent motion, he moved. The abyss could not hold him. Megatron shot upward, breaking through the crushing depths, his thrusters burning as he surged past the surface. The Decepticons followed, but none could match his speed as he ascended first through the sky, then beyond it, into the cold void of space. A growl rumbled in his throat as memories flashed through his mind. His final moments, his death, he had lost, his war, Cybertron's war, had been stolen from him. By Optimus, by the humans. Hatred twisted within him, fueling his every movement as he closed in on a familiar location, a Decepticon base, stationed just beyond Earth's reach. With a sharp turn, he adjusted his trajectory and landed upon the station's metal hull, the impact shaking its foundations. And there, perched near a pillar, was him, Starscream. Megatron's optics burned with fury as he approached, his towering shadow swallowing his second-in-command. "Lord Megatron, you live," Starscream proclaimed, a mixture of forced reverence and barely concealed fear lacing his tone. Megatron sneered. He raised his foot and slammed it down onto Starscream's chest, pinning him beneath its weight. "You left me to die on that wretched planet." Megatron snarled, pressing down harder, relishing the panic in Starscream's movements. Starscream screeched, voice crackling with desperation, "I only did so to raise the hatchlings for your new army." The Fallen decrees it. That only angered him more. With a growl, Megatron seized Starscream by the throat and slammed him into a nearby wall. The impact sent a shudder through the station, dislodging small pieces of debris as Starscream's wings twitched. "You dare speak my master's name," Megatron hissed, his grip tightening. "You know, even in death, my word is law." Starscream clawed at Megatron's hand, struggling, but it was useless. He had always been useless, plotting, scheming, slithering in the shadows, waiting for a moment of weakness. That was why Megatron had kept him close, so that, when the time came, he could crush him himself. But something held him back, something called to him. A voice, a presence, his master. Megatron stilled, his grip loosening slightly. Perhaps Starscream wasn't lying. If the Fallen had returned, then there were greater matters to attend to. For now, Starscream would live. But if he had deceived him, Megatron would personally tear the spark from his worthless husk. Megatron stepped away from the immobilized coward, his focus shifting from Starscream to the growing pull in his mind. Without hesitation, he moved deeper into the base, following the call of his master. At last, he found him, the Fallen. A towering figure of raw power and ancient malice, the embodiment of what it truly meant to be Cybertronian. Even in his weakened state, bound by tubes and cybernetic connections that had long been dormant, he radiated an aura of dominance. Megatron paused, his optics narrowing as fragmented memories surfaced, stories of the Fallen, of his might, his purpose. Yet something was missing. His mind, his power, they did not feel whole. Perhaps his strength had not yet fully returned. No matter. That would come in time. For now, he needed answers. Lowering his head slightly, a gesture of deference he would grant no other, Megatron spoke, his tone uncharacteristically measured. "Master, I have failed you. The Allspark has been destroyed, and with it, our race is doomed." A deep, rasping chuckle echoed from the Fallen's throne. The sound was ancient, cruel, and laced with amusement. Slowly, the machinery entwined with his form grown to life, shifting for the first time in millennia. "My disciple," the Fallen's voice slithered through the chamber, drenched in malice. "You still have much to learn." He raised a clawed hand, flexing his fingers before slamming his fist down with a resounding boom. The cube was merely a vessel, its power cannot be destroyed, only transformed. Megatron's optics flickered with uncertainty. He turned slightly, processing the revelation. "How is that possible?" he demanded, stepping to the other side of the throne. The Fallen's tone darkened. "It has been absorbed by the human boy." Megatron stiffened, the very mention of that wretched child ignited a familiar, seething rage. The knowledge, the power, now resides within his mind. The Fallen continued. "All you must do, is rip it from his flesh." A low, guttural growl rumbled from Megatron's throat. His claws curled into fists, fury boiling within him. That boy. He had seen what the human was capable of, witnessed firsthand how he defied all logic. How he had survived when he should have perished. Megatron had fallen to Optimus Prime, yes, but he knew, deep in his spark, that Naruto had played a role in his defeat. The human was not normal. He was something else. And that made him dangerous. "With all my hatred, Master, that boy is more than he seems." His optics burned brighter as he spat the words, his feat surpassed the limits of his kind. "He is no ordinary human." The Fallen regarded him for a moment before speaking. "Perhaps, but now you know the truth, you must not underestimate him again." His voice was laced with warning. "That mistake cost you your life once, Megatron, do not let it happen again." Megatron clenched his jaw, his hatred simmering beneath his plating. "I will aid you in suppressing his powers," the Fallen continued. And I will grant you and your army what you need to be ready for the child. Megatron gave a slow, deliberate nod. If the Fallen could help him weaken Naruto, strip away the power that made him such a nuisance, then his vengeance would be absolute. The Fallen's optics gleamed as he leaned forward. For millennia, I have dreamed of my return to that wretched planet, where I too was once betrayed by the primes I called my brothers. Only a prime can defeat me, and now only one remains, Optimus, and he protects the boy. A sinister understanding passed between master and disciple. Then the boy will lead us to him, Megatron declared, his voice dripping with malice. And revenge will be ours. Yes, the Fallen agreed, a cruel smile forming. And the Autobots will be vanquished, their legacy erased. Megatron bowed his head, dark resolve settling within him. The path was clear, the boy would fall, and with him, the last prime. The classroom was a sprawling lecture hall, designed to accommodate over 100 students, yet it still felt cramped. Long rows of seats, each equipped with a built-in desk, ascended in tiers, ensuring every student had an unobstructed view of the front. At the base of the room stood a massive whiteboard, though the professor, an older man with a disheveled academic look, preferred chalk over technology to deliver his lectures. The air was thick with the scent of aged paper, cheap coffee, and the lingering musk of too many students crammed into one space for too long. Posters lined the walls, some depicting great philosophers and historical events, while others were just college notices no one bothered to read. Naruto sat somewhere in the middle, already restless. The artificial lighting buzzed faintly overhead, and the drone of the professor's voice blended into the background noise of rustling papers and hushed whispers. Outside, through the massive windows lining the side of the room, the world carried on, cars honking, birds flying, life moving forward at a pace Naruto was still adjusting to. Most students were focused on their laptops or scribbling in notebooks, but Naruto absent-mindedly spun a pen between his fingers, his mind elsewhere. It wasn't that he didn't care, it was just hard to sit still when the weight of the world, of a much larger mission, was pressing down on him. And it was starting to hurt. His earlier conversation with Optimus echoed in his mind, his need to act, to help his team, but being told to wait. It wasn't easy to sit still, especially when it was clear that something bigger was at play. He was glad his friends, and his old team, wanted him to have a normal life, but they knew what he could do. He should be out there, helping. Because if Megatron was back, there was no telling what could happen. Space, time, gravity. We're going on a journey together, you and I, today. All you, eager, nubile, young minds on the very cusp of adulthood. And I shall be your consort, your guide, your chaperone into the heart of darkness. Laughter rippled through the room, the professor trying to make the lecture fun. But it was clear he thought far too highly of himself. Welcome to Astronomy 101, the professor continued, but Naruto could barely hear him. His thoughts were spiraling. His mind was a whirlpool of images and noise, a constant barrage of flashes, too fast for him to process. Was this what Kurama had warned him about? Why was it so painful? The compulsion to keep his mind moving was overpowering. His thoughts grew louder, and the professor's words faded into the background. Symbols, foreign and Cybertronian in nature, flashed through his mind, attaching themselves in rapid succession. He barely had time to understand what they meant. Without realizing it, his hand moved on its own. He tried to stop, but the more the images flashed, the more his body acted without his control. Pain coursed through his limbs, a numbing sensation that made it difficult to think. His body was moving too fast for him to catch up. His book, the same one he had received when he first enrolled, was opened in front of him. He began flipping through it, moving at an absurd speed, his eyes barely registering one page before moving to the next. The symbols in his mind only sped up, more chaotic, more confusing. In mere seconds, the book was finished. Behold the work of Albert Einstein, a professor once, like moi. Energy equals mass. Naruto's hand shot up without him realizing. His blank stare betrayed the chaos unfolding in his mind, but his body moved reflexively, as though pulled by some unseen force. He didn't even notice his roommate, Leo, trying to tell him to put his hand down. Naruto could only watch as the professor eyed him for a moment, a clear sense of annoyance creeping into his gaze before he spoke. "Young man, there are no questions until I've reached the climax of my lecture." Normally, Naruto would have laughed it off, but today was different. His voice, his mind, it felt like something was taking control of him. He couldn't suppress it. "I just finished your book and there's only one problem: Einstein's wrong." He blurted out, his tone more forceful and abrupt than he was used to. The students around him burst into laughter, and Naruto mentally groaned, feeling the familiar sting of embarrassment. But his hand didn't lower. He couldn't control it. This was what Kurama had warned him about, the part of his mind he'd kept locked away. Now, it felt like he was spiraling, losing himself. How could he stop it? The laughter continued, but like a puppet on strings, Naruto found himself moving again. His body acted on its own, rushing to the front of the classroom, toward the professor's stand. Without thinking, he grabbed the whiteboard marker and chalk from behind the man and started scribbling down strange symbols, symbols that shouldn't make sense. But they did. Cybertronian symbols. As he finished, he started speaking again, his words tumbling out like a torrent. Energy equals mass times the velocity of light squared in this dimension, but what about the other 17? Nobody talks about the other 17. Here's a clear example: break down the elemental components of energon, assume a constant decay rate and extrapolate for each one. His head shifted strangely, his mouth moving in unnatural ways as his voice shifted, now speaking in Cybertronian. The words seemed to flow out before he even realized it. 14 galactic convergences. It took the Sentinel Prime expedition to receive an. He paused, his voice stumbling as he tried to piece together the unfamiliar words. Echo on its signal. You wind up with a formula for interdimensional energy increase that mass and light alone can't possibly explain. The classroom was silent, every student staring at him, their confusion growing. "Come on, guys, I can't be the only one in the class who..." Before Naruto could finish, the professor finally stepped forward, his face reddened with rage. "Young man," he growled, "I will not be punked in front of the dean." Naruto turned to face him, his mind still spinning, his head pounding. He could see the fury in the professor's eyes, but something inside him snapped. The professor's words barely registered as his anger boiled over. "No," Naruto said slowly, his voice cold and distant. "This is my universe here. Do you understand? I am the Alpha and the Omega. Get out of my class." The room erupted into the loudest round of laughter yet, the mocking sounds echoing around him, but it felt distant. He felt like he was sinking deeper into a void, every sound amplifying the pressure in his mind. The laughter reverberated, but it was now like a dull buzz in the background. Naruto's anger grew, the pounding in his head intensifying. He was losing control, but part of him didn't care. His frustration with this world, the lies, the waiting, it all came rushing to the surface. He could feel Kurama's presence, a warning in his mind, but it wasn't enough to stop the chaos building inside him. Naruto left the classroom, the weight of the situation pressing heavily on his shoulders. His first class in college, possibly ruined by the chaos in his own mind. Why did things always go wrong when he just wanted to be normal? He'd hoped for a few years of peace, a chance to live like everyone else, but instead, his mind was a tangled mess of symbols and pain. The cube shard was the cause of it all. He would figure this out, he had to. He just needed to find a place to sit, to gather himself. Without thinking, Naruto found himself on a bench outside, the cool air brushing against his face. But his mind refused to slow down. It was a blur of flashing images, strange symbols, and the ever-present pressure in his head. He could barely think straight. Naruto gritted his teeth as the images continued to flood his mind, each one more jarring than the last. I need to get this under control, he thought desperately. Just a simple shard from the Allspark, and it's already downloading everything straight into my brain. I can't take much more of this. He staggered to a stop in the middle of the campus, gripping the sides of his head as another wave of foreign symbols and strange blueprints flooded his consciousness. His chest tightened with the pressure, and his thoughts felt scrambled, as if his mind was trying to process data faster than it could handle. Kurama, Naruto began mentally, can you stop it? I can't keep dealing with this, just shut it down again. A long, drawn-out sigh echoed through his mind before Kurama's familiar voice rumbled back, rougher than usual. Don't even think about it, brat. There was a rare edge of fatigue in the demon fox's voice, and Naruto could almost picture Kurama rolling his eyes. You think I don't know what's going on? I'm the one who's been holding it all back for this long, keeping you from losing your mind. But now? It's too much. I can't contain it anymore. This is something beyond me, kid. Naruto cursed under his breath, hands still trembling as the symbols continued to whirl in his mind. So, it's happening whether I like it or not, huh? Kurama's voice softened, but the exhaustion was clear. Exactly. It's like trying to stop a dam from bursting when the pressure is too high. I've been trying to hold it off for as long as I could, but now that it's been triggered, there's no turning it off. It's a part of you now, Naruto. You're going to have to deal with it. Naruto swallowed hard, trying to steady his breathing as he took slow steps forward. Great. Just great. I've got a shard of Cybertronian tech stuck in my head, and the best I can do is try to keep it from completely destroying me. Kurama's voice was quiet, almost reflective. You didn't ask for this, kid. But it's a part of you now. The Allspark's power and knowledge is downloading into your brain because it sees you as a vessel. It's trying to adapt itself to your mind, and in turn, it's pulling you into something much bigger than you could ever imagine. Something ancient, something far beyond what even you can understand. Naruto stopped in his tracks, looking around as if the words alone could ground him. So, what now? How do I even deal with this? You need to start preparing yourself, Kurama said, his tone turning serious. There's no avoiding it now. The more you resist, the more your mind will break under the strain. Instead, learn to embrace it, or at least control it. You don't have to figure everything out in one go, but you can't keep running away from this. Naruto clenched his fists, the pulse of anger rising in his chest, but it was laced with something else, an unmistakable determination. I'm not going to back down, Kurama. This power, whatever it is, I'm going to control it. I have to, it's not just for me anymore. That's the spirit, Kurama responded, a touch of approval breaking through the exhaustion in his voice. You were never one to back down from a challenge. But remember, this is different. Cybertronian power isn't something to take lightly. You'll have to adapt, and fast. Because there's more going on than just these flashes in your mind. Naruto took a deep breath, feeling a strange weight settle over him. I know. And I don't think this is just some random occurrence. The Allspark chose me for a reason. Whatever's coming. It's not just about me anymore. Kurama's voice hardened. Exactly. The universe doesn't just throw power at random. It's a signal. And now that you're connected to it, you're in the middle of something far bigger than any of us. Naruto nodded, his gaze hardening as his resolve solidified. Then I'll face it, whatever it is, I won't back down. He started walking again, each step purposeful as the images and symbols in his mind swirled in chaotic patterns. It wasn't going to be easy, and the road ahead was uncertain. But one thing was clear, Naruto wasn't about to let this force, whatever it was, control him. It was time to take control. Naruto's pace quickened as his mind raced. Michaela, his thoughts shifted back to her, to the shard she now possessed. If she had it, then she was a target. He had barely understood the power it held, but one thing was clear, it was tied to something far bigger than either of them. The Decepticons could find her, he thought, anxiety tightening his chest. If they knew she had the shard, she wouldn't be safe. The thought of her in danger made his stomach turn. He hadn't been there when she needed him. And now the weight of that mistake felt unbearable. He had to find her, before the Decepticons did. Michaela made her way into her father's bike shop, finally done with work for the day. As soon as she stepped inside, she couldn't help but smile. There was something comforting about being here, in this familiar space. Her eyes immediately found Bones, her large, lovable dog. She knelt down to greet him, scratching behind his collar as he eagerly leaned into her touch. "Hi, Bones," she said in her usual baby talk voice, the smile never leaving her face. Bones was just as excited to see her, his tail wagging furiously as he practically melted into her hands. "Oh, you're such a good boy," she continued, laughing softly. "What a good boy you are." "Are you hungry?" she asked, already heading for his food. Bones responded with an enthusiastic bark, making Michaela giggle under her breath. But as she prepared his meal, a sudden buzz from her phone interrupted her thoughts. She glanced at the screen, and her smile faded instantly. It was Naruto. Reluctantly, she answered the call, making sure he could hear the annoyance in her voice. "Yes, Rika," she answered, using his middle name as a subtle hint to the tone of the conversation. "Hey, Mika," Naruto greeted, his voice sounding strained. "I can already tell you're mad about me passing out on our first webcam date." Michaela scowled, her gaze drifting to the window as she rolled her eyes. "Wow, no, it's not like you didn't set up the thing. I know I messed up, and you're mad about that, but, Naruto, that's not why I'm mad," she interrupted, her voice sharp with frustration. There was a brief pause on the other end. She knew exactly what he was doing, subtly trying to figure out why she was upset. For all his power and determination, Naruto was still terrible at reading people. "I'm mad because you promised you'd take care of yourself," she continued, her tone softening only slightly. "And from what I saw on the webcam, you broke that promise." Naruto let out a noticeable sigh, which only fueled her annoyance. She could already tell he was going to sidestep the issue at hand. I know you're worried about me, he said, his voice sounding even more strained than before. I didn't keep my promise, but I'll make it up to you. Can we talk about that later? Something came up. Michaela sighed, the frustration in her chest making her feel like she might explode. She knew Naruto would always dive headfirst into danger, that was just who he was. But for once, she had hoped he might have the sense to listen. Maybe she was overreacting. After all, it wasn't his fault. He didn't know when to stop, and the responsibility of saving everyone seemed to weigh on him constantly. But still, they'd have to talk about this later. Okay, Rika, she said, still annoyed but softening with his middle name. What's going on? I've been seeing Cybertronian symbols, Naruto's voice returned, suddenly serious. The information from the cube shard is getting into my mind, crawling around, growing. Michaela's heart skipped a beat. What, have you told the Autobots? Or Nest? No, Naruto answered, a long pause following. He sounded almost embarrassed. It didn't come up. Of course it didn't, Michaela muttered under her breath, annoyance creeping back into her tone before she let out a heavy sigh. Look, me and Kurama figured it out. It's coming from the shard. If you still have it, just lock it up, and whatever you do, don't touch it. Naruto's voice was quiet for a moment. The symbols are a lot, so I can't teleport to you right now. But once my mind clears, I'll come to you, okay? Michaela stopped, her hand frozen in midair as she set the dog food down. She glanced at Bones again, the weight of the situation settling in. All right, just be careful, okay, she said softly. I'll keep it safe here, but don't do anything reckless. The call ended, and Michaela sank into the chair beside her, her mind racing. What was going on with that shard? She couldn't shake the feeling that things were about to spiral out of control, and it wasn't just because of the symbols. Something bigger was at play. She just hoped Naruto could stay safe long enough for them to figure it out. Slowly, Michaela's thoughts shifted away from Naruto and were replaced by the strange sounds coming from the garage. What the hell is that, she thought, her brow furrowing. It sounded like small footsteps, as if something, or someone, was rummaging around. She couldn't shake the feeling that she wasn't alone. The hairs on the back of her neck stood up as another sound echoed through the room. It was faint but distinct, enough to make her pulse quicken. With her instincts kicking in, Michaela crept toward the back of the room, grabbing a set of pliers from the workbench. Her movements were cautious, every sense alert. She paused when the sound stopped, holding her breath. Waiting. The silence was almost worse than the noise. But then, just as her nerves started to settle, another footstep echoed through the space, pinpointing the source of the disturbance. It was time to find out who, or what, was hiding in her home. Michaela's grip tightened around the pliers as her mind raced. Could it be a Decepticon? The thought sent a chill through her, but she kept her focus steady, one step at a time. She kept moving toward the source, each footstep muffled on the garage floor. Stay calm, don't jump to conclusions. The sound grew louder, and she quickly zeroed in on the noise. Just a little more, she stopped when she saw it. A small Cybertronian. No taller than her knee, scurrying around her workbench. It looked almost like a tiny RC truck, the wheels beneath it clicking faintly as it tried to fit into the safe. The shard of the All-Spark, her shard, was inside. No, you don't, she thought, her stomach tightening. Before she could second-guess herself, Michaela lunged forward. In one smooth motion, she grabbed the small bot with the pliers, pinning it against the workbench with enough force to keep it still. The little thing struggled beneath her grip, its mechanical body wriggling and squirming, but Michaela held firm, pressing harder as it tried to escape. Not today, little guy," she muttered under her breath, her pulse racing as she kept the pressure on the robot. Her heart hammering. She needed answers, and she wasn't letting go until she got them. "Is that the best you got, huh? Is that all you can do?" The small Cybertronian rambled, its voice oddly distinct and almost mocking. Without hesitation, Michaela grabbed the blowtorch and aimed it at the bot's left optic, watching as it shriveled and blackened with the heat. "What are you doing here, you little freak?" she snapped, making sure the small robot knew it wasn't getting anywhere with her. "That's my eye, you crazy bitch," it screamed, scrambling to replace the now burned optic with a new one, its red glow shifting to blue. Michaela paused for a moment, watching it fumble. She didn't have time for this, she had a million other things to worry about, and this wasn't one of them. "You gonna talk or what?" she demanded, her voice hard, tightening the grip on the pliers to add pressure. "Look, calm down, I seek knowledge from the cube, the Fallen demands me." It babbled, its voice frantic. "What knowledge?" she shouted, frustration creeping in. "I need the shard, gimme the shard, I need the shard, they're gonna whack me, I'm gonna be dead without that shard." Michaela gritted her teeth in irritation. The bot's frantic rambling was pushing her patience to the edge. With a swift motion, she yanked it up again and slammed it back down with the pliers. "Easy, warrior goddess, I'm just a little salvage scrap drone," it whined, trying to wriggle free. "And I'm your worst nightmare," she retorted, her voice cold. With one last, contemptuous glance at the bot, Michaela opened the safe, the very one the little con had been trying to get into. She carefully took out the Allspark shard, now sealed in a capsule, and tossed it into the safe, slamming the door shut with finality. She threw the pliers aside with a flick of her wrist, placing the capsule in her pocket. The shard was hers, and no one, Decepticon or otherwise, was getting their hands on it. Michaela stood there for a moment, her heart still racing from the encounter. The little bot's frantic words echoed in her mind, and she gripped the capsule in her pocket, feeling the weight of it press against her. She didn't trust this shard, not with what she'd just witnessed. And if the Decepticons were after it? Well, that was all the more reason to make sure it was kept safe. Naruto couldn't teleport to her. The symbols were getting to him, and she could tell just from his voice that he was struggling. If he couldn't come to her, then she'd go to him. She gave Bones one last pat on the head, her resolve hardening. She wouldn't wait around for more trouble to find her, she was already in too deep. Taking a deep breath, she grabbed her jacket and threw it on. The Allspark shard securely tucked away. She wasn't sure how much time she had before things escalated further, but one thing was clear, she wasn't about to let Naruto face whatever was coming alone. "Hang on, Rika," she muttered to herself, feeling a mix of frustration and determination as she slipped out the back door. She would go to him. And this time, she wouldn't wait for the chaos to find her. She'd make sure she was there to face it head-on with him. She made to grab a scroll, one that Naruto had made for E.T. in the case of danger. She pocketed it along with grabbing hold of her captive. As she stepped into the cool day, the sunlight of her home stretched out before her. And with every step she took, her heart beat faster, knowing that whatever was coming, they'd face it together. Time skip. Naruto sat at his desk in his small college dorm, the room barely lit by the glow of his laptop screen. His fingers hovered over his keyboard, but his mind was elsewhere, racing, scrambling, lost in a sea of strange, flashing symbols. The symbols were all he could see, burning into his vision no matter where he looked. Each one came at him faster than the last, swirling together in a maddening dance of cryptic images. They looked like they came from another world, their patterns alien and unfamiliar. But somehow, they felt important. His heart pounded in his chest as his hand started to shake. Damn, it's still happening, Naruto muttered, rubbing his temples. His conversation with Michaela hadn't helped. If anything, it had only made things worse. The symbol still flashed behind his eyes, crawling through his mind like a virus he couldn't shake. Just when he thought the sensation was about to overwhelm him, it stopped. Abruptly, no warning. No gradual fade, just silence. Then came a knock at the door. Naruto froze. He wasn't expecting anyone, and his roommate was out, off doing whatever it was he did. His body tensed instinctively. Something about the timing felt off. Still, he took a slow breath, pushing the tension down as he approached the door. His hand hesitated on the knob for only a second before he turned it. Pulling the door open with mild curiosity, though his guard was already up. Whoever was on the other side, he was ready. The door swung open, and Naruto barely had time to register his roommate, Leo, strolling in with a smirk, followed closely by a blonde girl, Alice. "Yo, man, you look like hell," Leo commented, stepping inside without waiting for an invitation. "Did you sleep at all, or did you finally break and marathon all those conspiracy theory videos I told you about?" Naruto blinked, his mind sluggish as he tried to focus on Leo's words. No, just," his voice trailed off, and suddenly, his thoughts scattered. The symbols pulsed behind his eyes again, and before he could stop himself, he rambled, "It's like they're moving, shifting, I see them, but I don't know if I should." Leo frowned, "Dude?" Alice tilted her head, watching Naruto intently. "Are you feeling okay?" Her voice was smooth, almost too smooth. Naruto exhaled sharply, forcing himself to steady. Yeah, I'm fine." His tone came out normal this time, as if flipping a switch. Leo didn't look convinced, but Alice just smiled, stepping closer. "Maybe you're just overworked," she suggested, her voice soft but oddly calculating. Then Kurama's voice rumbled in Naruto's head, low and full of warning. "That girl. She's not human, she reeks of deception, and something else." Decepticon. Naruto's expression went from dazed to sharp in an instant. His muscles coiled, his chakra settling into a ready state. His eyes locked onto Alice, reading every subtle movement. She noticed. Her demeanor didn't change much, but he caught the flicker of realization in her eyes. She turned to Leo with a small, apologetic smile. "Hey, can you give us a second?" Leo blinked, confused. Why?" Alice's expression stayed pleasant, but her tone left no room for argument. "I'll just go." Leo glanced between them, clearly trying to figure out what the hell was going on. "Naruto?" Naruto didn't break eye contact with Alice. His voice was calm but firm. "Go, Leo." Leo barely had time to process what was happening before Naruto grabbed the door and slammed it shut in his face. "Damn, man, can I at least watch?" Leo's muffled voice called from the other side, completely misreading the situation. Naruto ignored him, his focus solely on Alice. His expression darkened, his patience running razor thin. "So," he said, his voice low and edged with irritation, "are we cutting the crap now, or do you want to keep pretending you're just some random girl from campus?" Alice's smile didn't waver, but there was a noticeable shift in her stance, more guarded, more deliberate. "That's a pretty bold accusation." Naruto scoffed, rolling his shoulders like he was shaking off the lingering headache. "Yeah, funny how my instincts usually aren't wrong about things trying to kill me." His fingers twitched slightly, chakra humming just beneath his skin, ready to react the moment she made a move. Alice's gaze flickered to his hands, then back to his face. "You're different," she murmured, almost to herself. Naruto's jaw tightened. "No shit." The tension in the room thickened, both of them waiting for the other to make the first move. Alice tilted her head, her smirk still in place, but her eyes calculating. "You're a lot sharper than most humans," she mused. "Most don't even realize something's wrong until it's too late." Naruto crossed his arms, glaring. "Yeah, well, I'm not most people. So why don't you go ahead and tell me what you're really doing here before I lose what little patience I have left?" Alice let out a small chuckle, stepping forward just slightly. "What's the rush, Naruto? You and I could get along just fine if you weren't so tense." Her voice dipped slightly, an attempt at being sultry, but Naruto didn't so much as blink. "Yeah, I'm real sure that's what you're here for," he shot back dryly. "What, your boss sent you to keep an eye on me, or were you just gonna kill me in my sleep?" Alice sighed, her playfulness vanishing. "It doesn't have to be like this, you know." Before Naruto could respond, another knock sounded at the door. It was firm, deliberate, nothing like Leo's usual impatient pounding. Naruto's eyes flicked toward the door, his irritation deepening. "Great," he muttered. "More surprises." Alice, however, didn't seem surprised at all. In fact, she smiled. "Go on," she said, stepping back. "Aren't you going to see who it is?" Naruto slowly reached for the door, his muscles tense, every instinct screaming at him that this was about to get a lot worse. He kept his eyes locked on Alice, watching for even the slightest twitch that might signal she was about to make a move. The second the door cracked open, his stomach dropped. Michaela. Of course, it had to be Michaela. The one person who would show up unannounced at the absolute worst time. The one person who, if she wasn't careful, was going to get herself killed just by standing here. She barely got a word out before Naruto gave her a pointed look. His expression was calm, too calm, but his eyes screamed something else entirely. "Shut up. Don't react. Play along." Michaela's brows furrowed just slightly, but she caught on quick. Naruto's hand was gripping the doorframe just a little too tightly. His shoulders were stiff. And the way he was angled, as if blocking her from seeing inside? Yeah. Something was very wrong. "Hey," she said, forcing her voice to stay neutral. "Did I, come at a bad time?" Naruto exhaled through his nose, schooling his expression into something relaxed, like he wasn't currently standing between his girlfriend and a goddamn Decepticon assassin. "Sort of," he said, voice easy, like nothing was wrong. "Wasn't expecting today." Michaela took that in, glancing past him, but he subtly shifted, blocking more of the doorway. "Don't look," he willed her, "don't let her know you know." "Well, Michaela started, but the words barely left her lips before the sickening sound of metal slicing through flesh filled the air. Naruto's body jerked. His breath hitched, a sharp exhale escaping him as the cold bite of a blade tore through his stomach, piercing through his jacket with terrifying ease. For a moment, everything froze. His gaze flickered downward, staring at the jagged steel protruding from his abdomen, crimson already seeping into his clothes. His fingers twitched, every nerve screaming in protest, but the pain hadn't fully registered yet. Then, the door swung open all the way. Michaela's breath caught as she took in the scene. Alice was no longer Alice. She crouched low, limbs contorted, synthetic flesh peeled away to reveal gleaming silver plating beneath. Her face was a twisted mockery of her human disguise, shifting and reforming as her long, segmented tongue retracted, revealing the grotesque mechanism at its core. The same tongue that had just lanced through Naruto's chest. Her lips curled into something that might have been a smirk if it weren't so inhuman. Naruto's mind raced, but his body was still catching up, still reeling from the shock of the wound. Then, "The hell is going on?" shouted Leo, apparently he had still been there the whole time. That made this so much harder. Naruto barely registered his roommate's panicked voice before he heard him scrambling backward, his chair clattering to the floor. "Bro, what the hell is that?" Leo shouted, pointing at Alice with pure, unfiltered terror in his eyes. He looked from the blood dripping down Naruto's front to the twisted metal horror that had once been an attractive college girl. And his brain visibly short-circuited. Naruto clenched his jaw, shoving down the pain as best he could. Michaela took half a step forward, eyes wide with horror. Naruto forced himself to move, to push through the pain. He lifted his head, meeting her gaze. "Run." It was barely a whisper, but the weight behind it sent Michaela stumbling back a step. Alice's head snapped toward her, optics gleaming. Leo, still very much processing the absolute insanity happening before him, pointed wildly at Alice. Wait, should I be running too? Because I feel like I should be running." Naruto gritted his teeth, hand snapping up to grab hold of the blade impaling him. His grip was tight. Blood slicking his fingers, but he didn't care. He just needed to buy them a few seconds. "Now," he barked. Michaela hesitated for half a heartbeat, too long. Alice's smirk widened. And then she moved. Before Alice could make a move, whether to chase after Michaela or Leo, Naruto's hand shot out like a blur. He grabbed her by the neck, his fingers tightening around the cold, smooth metal. Alice's transformation was complete, a grotesque, metal she-demon. Her once human form now a twisted nightmare of sharp edges and flowing metal locks, each one swaying as if they were alive, ready to strangle him. But Naruto wasn't about to let her get the upper hand, with a single, fluid motion. He twisted, pulling a kunai from his side. He hacked through her metallic tongue, the sound of metal rending echoing in the room. It dropped to the floor with a metallic clatter. Without hesitation, Naruto yanked the blade that had impaled him from his chest, feeling the raw pain surge through him as it tore free. He didn't have time to savor the pain. He swung his arm, throwing Alice's body away with enough force to send her crashing into the far wall. The room shook from the impact, but she was already shifting, transforming again into a monstrous form, her gaze burning with fury. Naruto wasted no time. His breath was ragged, but his body moved like it had a mind of its own. He rushed out of the room. The door slamming shut behind him with a loud bang. "Come on, we got to go," Naruto shouted, holding his bleeding wound with one hand. His mind was racing. He couldn't afford to think too much, couldn't afford to wait. Without a word, Michaela and Leo followed, their feet pounding against the floor as they sprinted after him. There was no hesitation. The danger was real. And they all knew it. The trio dashed through the quiet, dimly lit corridors of the campus, their footsteps echoing off the walls as they finally found themselves in a secluded part of the building, the library. The large, imposing doors to the library were slightly ajar, and Naruto pushed through them, his grip still tight on his side. The pain of his wound barely registering through the rush of adrenaline. He quickly scanned the room, noting the mostly empty space, save for a few late-night study-goers in the corners. With a glance back at Michaela and Leo, he motioned them to follow. "Get in here," he urged quietly. The door clicked shut behind them, the weight of the moment settling in as they found refuge in the silence of the library. Naruto didn't waste any time. As soon as he had the space, he leaned against one of the nearby shelves, taking a deep breath to steady himself. The blood from his wound was starting to stain his shirt, but the urgency in his voice cut through the moment. "All right," he began. Voice low but firm. "That wasn't just some random attack. That girl, she's a Decepticon spy." Michaela's face immediately turned pale. She had seen the raw violence in Alice's transformation, but hearing it out loud hit her like a slap to the face. Leo looked more confused than anything. "A Decepticon," Leo repeated, his brows furrowed in confusion. "What does that mean?" "You're telling me this whole time, I'm telling you she's not human," Naruto cut in sharply, locking eyes with Leo before turning his gaze to Michaela. "She's part of a group that wants something, the very thing I've been trying to avoid, keep away from everyone." Leo blinked, processing it all. Wait. You're telling me that thing is real? Like, actual robots from space trying to take over the world? Naruto gave a grim nod, glancing briefly at Michaela before meeting Leo's eyes again. He didn't have time for Leo's disbelief, but he could tell it was sinking in. "So what, you're saying they're coming after you?" Naruto nodded again, but this time, Leo's face went white, his eyes flicking to the wound that had nearly killed Naruto earlier. He could see the blood that had soaked through his shirt, the metallic skin now replacing the damage, but it didn't ease his tension. "Hell no," Leo muttered, shaking his head. "I've only known you for a day, man. No way I'm getting dragged into this. I'm out." Before Leo could even make a move to leave, Michaela grabbed him by the arm, yanking him down to her level. Her expression was cold and serious, a far cry from her usual demeanor. She looked him dead in the eye. "You don't get it," she said, her voice low but firm. "They already know you've contacted Naruto. If you leave, you're as good as dead." Leo stared at her for a long moment, the weight of her words sinking in. He opened his mouth, then closed it, clearly torn between fear and disbelief. But he wasn't stupid, he knew enough to recognize when someone wasn't lying. Naruto could see Leo's mind racing, the fear creeping into his expression. It was natural. He had no clue what he was caught up in. And honestly, Naruto didn't want him to. But he didn't have a choice now. He didn't have time to watch Leo make sense of things. Instead, Naruto pulled out a scroll from his pocket, unfurling it with a swift motion. Michaela and Leo were both watching closely, though Naruto didn't care at the moment. His focus was on one thing: getting ready. He knew Leo would have questions, but there was no time to explain. As for Michaela, she'd seen one of these scrolls before. There was no need to drag this out. He didn't want to waste words on something that could easily cost them their lives. The moment they were found, it would be life or death, and right now, he needed weapons. Naruto let go of his wound, feeling the burn of his healing factor work its way through his body. The pain faded, and the hole in his chest sealed itself up. Once it was done, he slapped the seal on the scroll. Out came a blade, impossibly large, just as big as his body. He grabbed it by the hilt and set it down beside him with a grunt, the sheer weight of the blade making the ground beneath him shift slightly. Leo stared at the sword, his eyes wide in disbelief, clearly unsure of what the hell was going on. Naruto stood tall for a moment, allowing Leo to take in the sight, but his mind was already elsewhere. He turned to Michaela, noticing that she had a scroll of her own now, one he recognized. A gift from him. Given to her on one of her birthdays. Her gaze met his, and for a brief moment, there was a silent exchange between them. The scroll in her hands wasn't just any scroll, it was something he had put together for her protection. She'd promised to watch his back, and he'd made sure she had the tools to keep that promise. He loved her, but he hated losing every argument with her. The scroll contained various shinobi equipment, gear and techniques he'd taught her in the short time they'd known each other. With her natural instincts, she could take care of herself. He had faith in that. But the real key to it all were the specially designed shinobi gloves, ones he'd crafted himself. They weren't just for show, they allowed her to perform some of the things he could do, things that required fine control over chakra. He hadn't fully figured out the design yet. The gloves were still a prototype, prone to overheating after only a few uses. But in this moment, they could come in handy. Leo looked between the two of them, his expression a mix of confusion and disbelief. Okay, hold on, he said, running a hand through his hair. What the hell is going on? 1 minute I'm trying to process robots and aliens, the next you're pulling out scrolls and weapons? He threw his hands up in frustration, looking at Naruto and Michaela. What is all this? Who are you people? Naruto let out a tired sigh, looking at Leo. I'm not exactly normal, but right now, we don't have time to explain every detail. All you need to know is that those robots, Decepticons, they want something, and we can't afford to let them get it. Leo blinked, still stunned, but nodded slowly. Right, because that's totally normal. Suddenly, the silence in the library was shattered by a loud, deafening crash. The walls trembled as a figure burst through the front entrance, sending books flying in all directions. The robot assassin, Alice, now fully transformed, stood tall and menacing, her metal body gleaming under the harsh library lights. Her eyes glowing with deadly intent. Without hesitation, she pulled out twin blasters, opening fire. Get down, Naruto yelled, his instincts kicking in. He leaped in front of Michaela and Leo, drawing the enormous blade from the scroll he had summoned earlier. The first wave of bullets ricocheted off the steel of his sword, creating sparks as they hit, but the sheer volume of firepower was overwhelming. Move, he shouted again, his voice strained as he blocked the next barrage of shots with swift, calculated strikes. His body was already starting to feel the strain, but he couldn't afford to stop. Not with Michaela and Leo in danger. Michaela pulled Leo behind a nearby shelf, her eyes wide as the chaos unfolded. Books scattered across the floor as other library patrons screamed and scrambled to escape the violence. Their panicked footsteps echoed throughout the hall. Naruto swung the blade with all his strength, knocking away another round of shots, but he was starting to lose his focus. The symbols, those damn flashing symbols, began reappearing in his mind, swirling violently, their incessant flashing making his head spin. His body was growing weaker with each passing second, and despite his best efforts, the overwhelming weight of the symbols caused him to stagger. Get out of here, Naruto shouted through gritted teeth, his grip tightening around the hilt of his blade. He couldn't keep this up much longer. The room seemed to freeze for just a moment, and in that split second, Alice advanced, her blasters aimed directly at Naruto. Before he could even react, she lunged, knocking him off balance. One of her blasters found its mark, slamming into Naruto's side, knocking him backward. His sword was ripped from his hands as the force of the blast sent him crashing through the library wall, crumbling debris falling around him. Michaela and Leo watched in horror as Naruto disappeared from sight, buried under a pile of rubble. The dust settled, and a silence lingered in the air for a long moment. "No!" Michaela screamed, her breath catching in her throat as she bolted forward. But Leo grabbed her arm, pulling her back. "Wait! It's too dangerous!" Leo shouted, but his voice was barely audible over the chaos unfolding around them. He too was frozen, unsure whether Naruto had survived the attack. Michaela's eyes burned with fury and panic as she struggled against Leo's grip. She couldn't just stand there and do nothing. "We need to get to him," she said, her voice sharp and determined. Michaela's heart raced as she rushed toward the gaping hole in the wall, Leo hot on her heels. The dust had barely settled, but the sight of Naruto buried under debris was enough to send a surge of adrenaline through her veins. "Naruto!" she shouted, her voice hoarse as she pushed through the rubble, desperately searching for any sign of him. Her hands moved quickly, clearing the debris, and she found him, his body battered, bloodied, but alive, his chest slowly rising and falling. "Come on, we need to move," Michaela grunted, lifting him with Leo's help. They managed to drag him through the wreckage, their movements frantic as the sound of footsteps echoed behind them. The robot assassin wasn't far behind, and they had to get out of there, fast. Once they were clear of the library, Michaela didn't hesitate. She sprinted toward the nearest parked car, breaking into the driver's side and pulling out a few wires under the dashboard. Leo stood guard, watching their backs as Michaela swiftly hotwired the car. Come on," she muttered under her breath, her fingers trembling with urgency. The engine sputtered, then roared to life. Without wasting another second, she threw the car into drive. As the tires squealed against the pavement, they raced away from the library. But before they could get too far, a massive crash sounded above them. Michaela glanced up in the rearview mirror to see Alice, now fully transformed into her metallic, demon-like form, leaping through the air, landing on the roof of the car with a bone-shaking thud. "Shit," Michaela cursed, swerving the wheel as Alice pounded her fists into the metal roof, making the car shake violently. Michaela fought to keep control of the car as she swerved between lanes, narrowly avoiding traffic, her heart hammering in her chest. "Leo, hold on," she yelled, her voice tight with panic. But Alice wasn't giving up. With a roar, she ripped off part of the roof, leaning down toward the front seat. Her mechanical eyes glinted with malice as she stretched out her hand to grab Michaela by the throat. In a desperate attempt to shake her off, Michaela swerved the car hard to the left, sending the vehicle careening toward a nearby streetlight. The impact was brutal, the force of the crash jolting Michaela against the steering wheel. But the move had the desired effect. Alice was knocked off the car, falling into the street with a harsh metallic clang. Michaela's pulse raced as she barely managed to keep the car from flipping. The moment Alice hit the ground, Michaela slammed her foot on the gas pedal, the car surging forward at full speed. The roar of the engine drowned out her thoughts as she swerved again, this time hitting the accelerator harder, aiming directly for the downed robot assassin. Michaela didn't flinch when she heard the sickening crunch of metal beneath the tires. It was over for Alice. She wouldn't be getting back up. Breathing heavily, Michaela kept her grip on the wheel, her eyes hard with determination. "We're not done yet," she muttered, glancing at Leo as he helped Naruto in the back seat. "We need to get out of here, now." 0-foot Michaela shouted, her eyes scanning the street as she maneuvered the stolen car with precision. Her foot pressing the pedal hard to escape the chaos. B. Leo was sitting in the passenger seat, his eyes wide in panic. "This is insane, what the hell is happening?" he screamed, gripping the dashboard as Michaela swerved around debris, narrowly avoiding oncoming traffic. But just as they were gaining some distance, a deep rumbling sound filled the air, growing louder by the second. Michaela's eyes widened, and she quickly glanced up through the rearview mirror. "Oh, shit," she muttered. A massive Decepticon helicopter was descending from above, its dark silhouette blotting out the sky. Its sharp, mechanical claws extended, and before Michaela could swerve out of the way, the helicopter latched onto the back of the car with a bone-rattling force. Leo let out a frantic scream as the car shook violently from the impact, and the once smooth ride became an unpredictable roller coaster. "Get it off, get it off," Leo screamed, clawing at the window. "We're gonna be dragged into the sky." Naruto, still dazed and barely conscious from the blow he'd taken earlier, groggily lifted his head from the back seat. His body ached, his head spinning from the events that had unfolded. He could barely focus, still reeling from the injuries, but the sound of Leo's frantic screams broke through the haze. "Wah!" Naruto's voice was hoarse as he tried to sit up straight, his hand instinctively going to his wound, which, to his surprise, felt completely healed. His head spun for a moment, vision blurring as his mind struggled to catch up. The car's violent shaking only made it harder for him to regain his bearings, and he saw the helicopter's claws tightening around the vehicle, preparing to lift them off the ground. "We're being dragged, Michaela, do something," Leo shouted. Michaela gritted her teeth, trying to keep control of the car as the helicopter began to hoist them into the air. "I'm trying, this thing's got a hold on us." But Naruto was barely holding on to consciousness, still feeling the aftereffects of his earlier injuries. His senses were foggy, and his chakra felt strange. He could feel something different, something more mechanical inside him. But he couldn't focus enough to make sense of it. The weight of the situation, the pressure of the Decepticon trying to take them all, was too much for him to handle in his dazed state. As the car was slowly lifted into the air, Naruto's vision began to blur again, his body sliding back into the seat as everything around him spun. "Michaela," he muttered weakly, his voice barely above a whisper. "Get us out of here." But his plea was lost in the chaos as the helicopter tightened its grip. Michaela didn't even respond immediately, she was too focused on keeping the car from flipping over. Leo, meanwhile, was too panicked to help, continuing to scream at the top of his lungs. Naruto's head fell back against the headrest, too drained to think clearly. The last thing he saw before everything went black was the gleaming metal claws of the Decepticon helicopter tightening around the car as it was lifted higher into the air. And then, nothing. The Decepticon helicopter continued to pull the car higher into the sky, the claws tightening around the vehicle with relentless force. Michaela's hands gripped the steering wheel as she desperately tried to keep control. But the car was barely staying together. The sound of metal creaking under pressure filled the air as the helicopter ascended, the weight of the vehicle dragging against the pull of gravity. Leo's frantic screams were drowned out by the roaring winds and the mechanical hum of the helicopter's engines. Michaela was struggling to keep her focus, her mind racing as she tried to come up with a plan. But just as they reached the apex, the helicopter suddenly released its grip, and the car was sent plummeting back toward the ground. Michaela gasped, her heart leaping into her throat as the world around her spun. The car twisted in the air, its descent a chaotic blur of metal and glass as they were sent hurtling toward the earth. The crash was inevitable. "Hold on," Michaela yelled, her voice tight with panic as she gripped the wheel and braced herself for impact. The car hit the ground with a sickening thud, metal scraping against concrete as it skidded across the pavement before crashing through the roof of an abandoned warehouse. The entire structure shook as the car collided with the concrete floor below, sending up a cloud of dust and debris. Michaela, disoriented, felt the impact jolt through her body, her vision spinning. She could hear Leo groaning from the passenger seat, the car's airbags having deployed but not doing much to cushion the blow. Naruto, still unconscious in the back seat, had barely been able to react before the crash. His body slumping lifelessly against the seat. The chaotic noise of the crash finally died down, leaving only the eerie silence of the warehouse, the dust still hanging in the air like a heavy fog. Michaela shook her head, trying to clear her vision. "Leo, you okay?" she asked, her voice shaky but determined as she tried to focus. Leo groaned, his hand reaching up to rub his head. "Yeah, I'm fine," he muttered, clearly dazed but alive. He looked over at Naruto. "What about him?" Michaela turned in the seat to check on Naruto. His body was limp, his face pale from the earlier wounds, but he was still breathing. She let out a sigh of relief, though it was short-lived. They were far from safe. And the Decepticons would be coming for them. "We need to get out of here," Michaela muttered, her mind already planning their next move. But for now, they were trapped in the warehouse, the silence hanging heavily over them as they tried to regroup after the crash. The sounds of the helicopter's engines fading away were replaced by the close echo of giant footsteps. They weren't alone. Without warning, the car was sliced in half with a deafening screech, the sound of a massive razor tearing through the metal filling the air. Michaela barely had time to react before her side of the car was ripped away, her seatbelt yanked tight against her body as the vehicle split in two. Leo's side was thrown in the opposite direction, crashing against the jagged edges of the wrecked car. The force of the separation sent both of them scrambling to keep their balance, the chaos of the moment overwhelming. But it was Naruto, surprisingly, who wasn't where he should have been. His body, still unconscious, was thrown free from the wreckage, landing with a heavy thud on the cold, sodden floor of the warehouse. He hadn't been caught by either half of the car, he was left in the middle of it all, untouched but still out cold, as if fate had decided to spare him for the moment. Heavy breathing echoed through the warehouse, the sound reverberating in the tense silence. Michaela didn't have to look long to know who it came from. She turned to find Starscream, crouched just above them, his glowing red eyes glaring down with malice, ready to strike. He growled in Cybertronian, the harsh words an unintelligible blur to Michaela. If she hadn't been so terrified, the language might have been a curiosity. But fear gripped her, and the threat felt all too real. It wasn't until Starscream leapt, ready to pounce, that Naruto's eyes snapped open. In an instant, he was there, his form a blur of motion. With a swift movement, he appeared above the Decepticon, his giant sword materializing in his hand, its massive blade gleaming with deadly intent. The moment was barely a heartbeat, but it felt like eternity as Naruto's presence consumed the space. His intent clear as he prepared to strike down whatever threat dared approach. In the blink of an eye, Naruto was standing atop a downed Cybertronian, his eyes scanning the area for any other attackers. His mind raced. How long had he been out? Where was he? Hadn't he already taken down Starscream 2 years ago? But those questions vanished just as quickly as they had come. Before he could process anything further, it was as if reality itself had ripped him away. One moment, he was perched on Starscream's fallen form, the next he was violently yanked from his spot, crashing to a lower level of the warehouse, disoriented and momentarily stunned. Michaela screamed his name, her voice full of panic. While Leo could only stare in shock, unable to process what had just happened. What was that? Naruto thought to himself, struggling to get his bearings as he tried to stand, his grip slipping on his weapon. A low, raspy voice broke through his thoughts, filled with so much hatred it practically oozed from the air. I wouldn't do that, boy. Naruto's heart skipped a beat, and his eyes snapped up, searching for the source of the voice. The sight that met him made his blood run cold. Megatron, standing before him, looming with menace, his cold gaze locked onto Naruto. Megatron's cold, menacing voice rumbled through the dimly lit warehouse. You remember me, don't you? Naruto's lip curled into a sneer as he pushed himself to his feet. Yeah, I remember kicking your ass. His words were confident, but his body screamed in protest. Before he could react further, Megatron's massive hand shot out, sending Naruto hurtling back. The force of the impact slammed him into a nearby wall, the pain flaring across his body like a wildfire. Naruto groaned, trying to push himself up, but his entire body felt like it was made of lead. His vision swam slightly as he groaned in pain. Megatron's voice was a low growl, filled with venom. You've made a fool of me, human. The information the Allspark has embedded in your brain is the final piece I need. I will have my revenge. Naruto gritted his teeth, fighting through the pain. He had heard this speech before, but now, he had more to lose. If you think for 1 second I'll let you have it, you're out of your damn mind. His words were sharp, his gaze steely as he took a step forward. With a sudden burst of movement, Naruto lunged at Megatron, but to his horror, he realized that something was wrong. His body felt slower than usual, sluggish as he tried to strike. Megatron caught him mid-air with ease, his cold fingers gripping Naruto's body like a vice before slamming him hard into a nearby table, the wood splintering under the force. Naruto tried to struggle, but Megatron's fingers pressed down, pinning him in place. The sheer strength of the Decepticon was overwhelming. And all Naruto could do was groan as his body protested the movement. Michaela and Leo watched in stunned silence, horror spreading across their faces. Leo's hand clenched into a fist, as if wanting to do something, but knowing he was helpless in the face of what was happening. "You feel it, don't you?" Megatron's voice was thick with satisfaction as he leaned in closer, his face looming over Naruto. "The poison, the one that assassin used. It's already spread throughout your body, blocking your chakra, weakening you. It won't be long before you're completely powerless." Naruto's eyes widened, his breath catching in his throat as he realized the truth of Megatron's words. There was poison when that she-devil attacked him. And it was working its way through him, making his body feel numb and slow. His chakra was barely a whisper inside of him. He tried to force it out, but it was like pushing against a stone wall. "You bastard," Naruto muttered, his voice thick with frustration. He gritted his teeth, trying to move despite the weight of Megatron's fingers holding him down. Megatron's laugh was cruel and low. "I'll enjoy killing you slowly. But first, we need to start something else." Naruto's heart pounded, the world spinning around him as he tried to push back against Megatron's hold. His mind raced, how was he going to get out of this? But as the poison spread and his chakra dwindled, his body felt heavier. And for the first time in a long time, he was truly powerless. Megatron's eyes gleamed with malicious delight as he looked down at Naruto, his grip tightening. "You'll suffer, human," he purred. "And when I'm finished, I'll make sure your brain is the last thing I claim from you." As he spoke, the sound of mechanical footsteps echoed behind him, and a small Minicon, no taller than a child, appeared from the shadows. The Minicon scanner flared to life, hovering over Naruto's body, its little mechanical arms buzzing to life as it scanned every inch of him. It chirped in a series of clicks and whirs before the translation came through, sharp and precise. "Subject's brain holds valuable information. Extraction is required to fully access the Allspark's imprint." Naruto's heart dropped. Brain extraction? He had no idea how much longer he could stay conscious with the poison wreaking havoc on his body. Before Megatron could issue the command to proceed, a sudden roar of engines and the unmistakable sound of heavy footsteps shook the warehouse. The ground trembled as Optimus Prime and Bumblebee descended from above, slamming into the scene with earth-shattering force. "Bumblebee, take the humans and get out of here," Optimus' voice rang out, strong and commanding as his optics locked onto Megatron. Michaela's heart pounded in her chest. Without hesitation, she grabbed Leo's hand and pulled him toward Bumblebee, who revved his engines in readiness. "Get in, now," Michaela shouted, pushing Leo into the passenger seat before climbing into the driver's side. Bumblebee shot out of the wreckage, kicking up dirt and debris as he sped off, narrowly dodging the explosions that followed. Meanwhile, Optimus and Megatron locked eyes. Their old rivalry flaring to life once more. Once again, Optimus, Megatron sneered, stepping back to stand beside Starscream, "You intervene at the wrong moment." Optimus stood firm, towering over Megatron. "This ends now, Megatron. Your reign of terror is over." As the two giants clashed, weapons flaring and energy blasts lighting up the darkened warehouse, Naruto's vision blurred. He could hear the sounds of battle around him, but his body was screaming at him to give up, to give in to the pain and fatigue. The poison had him on the edge, and his chakra felt like it was just out of his reach. But something within him stirred, a desperate spark of determination. he couldn't just let everything fall apart. Not like this. With a snarl, he pushed himself to his feet, his body sluggish but still moving. His vision focused on Optimus Prime, the towering Autobot leader, who was momentarily distracted by a blast from Megatron. Naruto leapt up, despite the weight on his limbs and the poison crawling through his veins. His sword appeared in his hand in an instant, and with a roar, he leapt onto Optimus' back, using the momentum to swing himself onto the Autobot like a rider mounting a horse. His sword held in a defensive stance, ready to assist however he could. At that moment, Optimus slammed himself into Megatron's and Starscream, sending both flying out of the warehouse, only to follow them. Starscream fled, but Naruto and Optimus focused on Megatron. Naruto forced his chakra out of his body, a sharp bit of pain coursing through him before he activated one of his jutsu. Naruto's body screamed in protest with every movement, but his resolve kept him going. The poison was still there, a gnawing presence at the edges of his consciousness, but he pushed through the pain, focusing on the fight at hand. He could feel the chakra inside him, thin and brittle, but it was enough, just enough, for what he needed to do. With a sharp exhale, Naruto slammed his hands together, gathering the last of his chakra despite the burning sensation in his chest. The jutsu he prepared was low-level, nothing fancy. Just a quick burst of wind to give him an opening, wind-style, gale palm. He called out through gritted teeth, the air around him swirled, a powerful gust ripping through the warehouse, cutting through debris and sending any loose objects flying. The force of the wind slammed into Megatron's chest, knocking the Decepticon back just enough to disrupt his assault on Optimus. Naruto grimaced, the pain in his body flaring with each exertion, but he couldn't stop now. He wasn't about to let Megatron have the upper hand again. Optimus, sensing the opening, took full advantage. With a mighty roar, he slammed his shoulder into Megatron's midsection, sending the Decepticon flying through the warehouse wall and into the open air. The crash reverberated through the building as Megatron staggered to his feet, a mixture of fury and surprise in his glowing red optics. Starscream, always the coward, took that moment to retreat, his jet engines roaring as he fled into the sky. Naruto didn't let his guard down for a second. He kept his sword drawn, his stance firm, watching Megatron like a hawk. Optimus, equally resolute, stood tall beside him. The two of them were a force to be reckoned with, even if Naruto's strength was waning. Is that all you've got, Megatron? Naruto sneered, wiping the blood from his lip. His voice was hoarse, but his spirit was far from broken. Megatron's optics flashed bright red. You are nothing more than a nuisance. Human, he growled, his voice low and venomous. But your interference will cost you dearly. Naruto didn't flinch. I've had worse. Before Megatron could launch another attack, Naruto forced the last bit of chakra left in his system through his body. The pain hit him like a tidal wave, but he focused all his energy on the jutsu he needed to finish this, Rasengan. He shouted. In an instant, a swirling ball of blue chakra formed in his palm. Despite the poison coursing through his veins and the weight of exhaustion pulling at him, he threw the Rasengan straight at Megatron with everything he had. The sphere hit the Decepticon with an explosive force, sending shockwaves through the surrounding area. The impact was deafening. Megatron's armor cracked, and he staggered back, visibly shaken. Even as the Decepticon reeled from the attack, Naruto's strength rapidly drained. He collapsed to one knee, gasping for air, his vision growing hazy. The poison and exhaustion were starting to take their toll, and he knew he couldn't keep fighting much longer. Decepticons, attack! Megatron roared, his voice full of malice. In an instant, Starscream and the helicopter transformer from before appeared, flanking Megatron with lethal precision. The two Decepticons charged in, the air thick with the sound of their engines as they prepared to strike. Naruto was thrown off Optimus in that moment. The world spun as his body collided with the ground, pain shooting through him with every movement. His breath hitched in his chest as he struggled to stay conscious. He could barely push himself to his hands and knees, but his gaze remained locked on Optimus. The fight was turning. Megatron was too strong, and now with his reinforcements, Optimus was starting to lose ground. Naruto's heart pounded in his chest, but the pain, the poison, and his fading chakra all left him powerless to intervene. He could only watch helplessly as Optimus struggled against the combined forces of Megatron and his followers. The sound of clashing metal and gunfire filled the air, and it felt like everything was slipping away. "Optimus," Naruto murmured, his voice barely audible. Naruto was forced to watch as Optimus fought for his life. Each attack came one after another, relentless and unforgiving. Starscream focused on long-range strikes, swooping in from above, while Megatron and the other Decepticon attacked from the ground, closing the distance with brutal precision. Optimus was staggered by each blow, his once imposing frame starting to show signs of wear. The once unyielding Autobot leader was beginning to falter. He blocked, he dodged, but it was never enough. The Decepticons were closing in, and Optimus's movements were slowing. Megatron's voice rang out, cutting through the chaos. "That boy holds the Allspark's knowledge. Prime. Don't you realize that means he could lead us to a new energon source?" Optimus gritted his teeth, pain etched across his face. "One human life for the rest of Cybertron," he snarled, defiant even in the face of overwhelming odds. "You're wrong." Despite the toll the fight was taking, Optimus's resolve only seemed to harden. Two energy blades materialized in his hands, and with a roar, he turned the tide of the battle. He wasn't going to go down without a fight. The air crackled with energy as he slashed and stabbed, a blur of motion as he pushed back against the Decepticons. His speed was almost too much for them to handle. Starscream was forced to retreat, trying to avoid the onslaught of Optimus's blades, while the other Decepticons struggled to keep up. Naruto watched, his body aching and weak, but he couldn't tear his eyes away. For the first time in what felt like forever, the Autobots were winning. The Decepticons were on the defensive, and Optimus was making them pay for every mistake they'd made. But just as the balance shifted, the unthinkable happened. Megatron, watching carefully from the shadows, waited for his moment. Optimus, blinded by his fury and determination, didn't notice until it was too late. With a swift, lethal motion, Megatron sneaked up behind the Autobot leader, driving his cannon through Optimus's chest. The sound of metal tearing and the hiss of energy igniting filled the air. Optimus's optics widened as the cannon discharged, blasting a hole straight through his chest. "You're weak," Megatron sneered, stepping back to admire the damage. Optimus staggered, barely staying upright. His body shook with the effort to remain standing, but it was clear that his strength was fading. Blood, well, energon, poured from the wound, staining the ground beneath him. Naruto's heart sank as he watched the leader of the Autobots, the symbol of hope and strength, slowly crumple to his knees. His fists clenched, nails digging into his palms, but his body betrayed him, unable to react in time. He was too weak, too drained from the fight to help. "Optimus," he whispered, helpless. Optimus's optics dimmed, but even in his final moments, his voice remained steady, "Naruto, run." And with that, Optimus Prime fell, his massive frame crashing to the ground with a deafening thud. "No!" Naruto yelled, his voice raw with fury and pain. His body flared with the last remnants of chakra, his blonde hair flickering with energy as he rushed toward Megatron. His sword appeared in an instant, crackling with the power of all 5 elements as he slammed it into the ground. "I won't let you win." The ground beneath him cracked and splintered as he summoned chakra from every corner of his being. Flames erupted from his body, swirling around him in a vortex of scorching heat. Wind surged, lightning crackled in the air, and water condensed into vapor, each element forming around him in an unstoppable storm. "Take this!" Naruto yelled, launching a barrage of jutsu at Megatron. Fireballs shot forward, crackling with intense heat, while torrents of water surged toward the Decepticon, freezing as they collided with the air's sharp cold. Lightning arced toward Megatron's massive frame. But the Decepticon leader was too powerful. He dodged and blocked with ease, deflecting the attacks with blasts of his own. Naruto pushed harder, the pain in his body mounting. His limbs felt like lead, his breath shallow, but he refused to stop. He summoned more chakra, unleashing a storm of attacks from every direction. He launched Earth-style jutsu that shattered the ground beneath them, sending jagged rocks flying. Wind-cutting blades of air followed, slashing through the battlefield, aiming for Megatron's weak points. But with every attack, Naruto's body grew weaker. His breathing became erratic, and the poison coursing through his veins spread further. The familiar, sharp pain of his chakra being drained pulsed through him. And with a sickening realization, he felt it, his chakra was fading. His connection to it was slipping away. "No," he whispered, panic rising in his chest. He couldn't feel it anymore. The chakra that had been his lifeblood was slipping from his grasp. He pushed harder, desperation fueling his every move, but his body was betraying him. Megatron didn't wait for Naruto to recover. With a savage swipe, the Decepticon slammed Naruto to the ground, pinning him beneath his enormous foot. "Foolish human," Megatron spat, his voice filled with venom. "You can't fight what you can't control." Naruto struggled, gasping for air, his vision fading as the poison spread even further. He tried to call on his chakra. But it was gone, completely gone. His limbs were heavy, unresponsive, and his body felt like it was on fire. He couldn't even lift his head. Before Megatron could finish him off, a massive explosion the battlefield. Naruto's thoughts barely registered the booming sound, but the Autobots had arrived. In the chaos, Megatron was forced to back off, his focus momentarily shifted as the sound of Autobots rushing into the fray filled the air. Rachel, and the others, let off blast after blast, separating Naruto from Megatron without a word. The Autobots surged into battle, forcing Megatron and his Decepticons to retreat. In the confusion, Naruto was lifted from the ground, his weakened body barely able to support itself. "I'm not done yet," Naruto managed to murmur, trying to stand, but his legs gave out beneath him. His vision blurred, the poison working its way further into his system. "You've done enough for today," Ironhide said softly, his grit tone getting close as they pushed Megatron and Starscream back. Before Naruto could protest, he was lifted by Bumblebee, who sped off toward the exit. As the Autobots continued to fight Megatron and his forces, the retreat began. Megatron glared, enraged at the loss, but he didn't pursue them. Not yet. The Autobots pulled back, with Naruto unconscious in Bumblebee's care, as the battle raged on behind them. The small farmhouse was eerily silent, save for the flickering hum of an old television set propped up on a dusty wooden table. The screen bathed the dimly lit room in a cold, bluish glow, illuminating the tense faces of Naruto and Leo. They sat on the worn-out couch, the cushions stiff from years of neglect. The air smelled of dry hay and old wood, a stark contrast to the storm brewing outside. Crickets chirped faintly in the distance, but their rhythm was drowned out by the booming voice coming from the screen. A towering, ancient Cybertronian loomed over a battlefield of smoldering wreckage, his jagged metal plating shifting ominously with each word he spoke. His burning optics glowed like embers, staring through the screen with terrifying intensity. "The Fallen. Humans of Earth," his deep, guttural voice echoed, vibrating through the farmhouse walls. Your leaders will not tell you the truth. But I will. Naruto's fingers curled into fists. We are everywhere. Your armies, your weapons, your defenses mean nothing. With a single command, I can reduce your cities to dust. Your nations will crumble before you even grasp what has happened. Leo swallowed hard. Oh, that's not good. The Fallen's voice dropped to a near growl. But we are not without mercy. We desire only one thing, the human called Naruto Rika Witwiki. Leo turned his head so fast Naruto was surprised it didn't snap off. Dude, they just full-named you. The broadcast continued. Surrender him to us, and no harm will come to your world. Resist, and you will know suffering beyond imagination. The screen flickered before cutting to a live news feed. A shaken reporter sat at a desk, her usually polished demeanor now replaced with barely concealed fear. That message was simultaneously broadcasted across every major news network, radio station, and even secured government channels worldwide. Officials have confirmed that this is not a hoax, this footage is real. She hesitated, glancing at the papers in front of her before looking back at the camera. As of this moment, Naruto Rika Witwiki is officially wanted by all world governments. Any civilian with information on his whereabouts is urged to report immediately. A heavy silence settled over the farmhouse. Naruto exhaled slowly, his gaze fixed on the screen, but his mind raced. There was no going back now. Leo let out a nervous chuckle, still staring at the screen in disbelief. So, can we talk about me leaving? Because technically, I was kidnapped. Naruto exhaled sharply, more annoyed than anything, before stepping outside the barn. The cool night air did little to settle his frustration. His chakra was completely gone, for now. He couldn't even hear Kurama, but he knew the fox was working to restore his strength. That didn't change the fact that, at the moment, he felt powerless. After Bumblebee, Skids, and Mudflap had pulled him from the wreckage of the fight, they'd taken him here, a small, abandoned farmland, far from prying eyes. A temporary refuge. But with everything that had just happened, it was starting to feel more like a prison. Leo followed, hesitating at the doorway. Hey, are you even listening, Naruto? I barely know you, man. I can leave, right? Naruto didn't answer right away. He stood there, staring at the open field stretching beyond the barn, hands clenched at his sides. He wanted to tell Leo that he could go, that he wasn't forcing him to stay, but that would be a lie. Finally, he turned, his gaze sharp. You saw the message. Leo. Every government on the planet wants me turned in. You really think you can just walk away from this? His voice was calm, but there was an edge to it. They know your face now. You were with me when all this started. You think they won't come looking for you too? Leo swallowed hard, shifting uncomfortably. I mean, yeah, but I'm not the one they want. You are. Naruto scoffed, shaking his head. Doesn't matter. The second you step back into the real world, they'll grab you. Maybe they'll use you to get to me, maybe they'll just throw you in some cell so you can't talk. Either way, you're not just some bystander anymore. Leo's face paled, his usual nervous energy suddenly drained. So what, I'm stuck here. Naruto looked at him, his expression unreadable, for now. Naruto turned away again, exhaling quietly. He wasn't sure if he sounded too harsh, but right now, it didn't matter. Too much was happening all at once, and for the first time in a long time, everything felt completely out of his control. Naruto kept his stride steady, his focus locked ahead as he approached the open clearing where the three Autobots and Michaela were gathered. The cool night air did little to settle the storm raging in his mind, but he pushed it aside as best he could. Michaela glanced up at him as he approached, her expression softening. She had seen that look on his face before, guilt, frustration, and the weight of responsibility pressing down on him like an avalanche. "You know this wasn't your fault, right?" she said, watching him carefully. Naruto let out a slow breath, crossing his arms. "Didn't feel that way when I was watching Optimus fall," he muttered, his jaw tightening. "If I had been stronger, faster. If my chakra wasn't." Michaela reached into her pocket and pulled out the gloves he had made for her, holding them out. "Then take these," she said. "They were your creation. You made them so I could help. Now maybe they can help you." Naruto stared at the gloves for a moment before shaking his head. "Keep them," he said firmly. "I'm still stronger than a normal person. Even like this. You need them more than I do." Michaela frowned. "Naruto, you can still use some jutsu," he reminded her. "That means you'll have my back." She exhaled, hesitating before nodding. "Fine," she said, tucking the gloves back into her pocket. "But don't start carrying all of this alone, okay?" Naruto didn't answer right away. He just glanced up at the Autobots, their massive forms outlined against the night sky, and then back at her. "I don't think I have a choice," he admitted. Michaela stepped in front of Naruto, her stance firm, eyes locked onto his with unwavering determination. The sudden movement caught him off guard, but he didn't step back. "I'm serious, Naruto. You're not carrying this weight alone." Her voice was steady, but there was something deeper beneath it, something raw. Naruto's lips parted slightly, but she didn't give him a chance to speak. "When you first left for college, I made you promise me something stupid, to try and stay safe." She let out a dry laugh, shaking her head, "But I get it now. With who you are, with what you can do, that was never really possible, was it?" Naruto's gaze softened as he watched her. He had always known Michaela was strong, but right now, standing there with fire in her eyes, she looked unshakable. "So now, I need you to make me a different promise," she said, taking a step closer. Naruto swallowed, his throat dry. He wasn't sure if it was the way she was looking at him or the way her words carried so much weight, but for a moment, he could only stare into her eyes, letting himself get lost in them. "What promise?" he finally asked, his voice quieter than before. "That no matter how bad things get, no matter what happens next, you won't shut me out." Michaela's voice was firm, but there was an edge of vulnerability to it. "I know you, Naruto, when things get hard, you try to take it all on yourself, and I'm not letting you do that this time." Naruto exhaled through his nose, running a hand through his hair as he processed her words. He wanted to argue, to tell her that he didn't have a choice, that the burden was his alone to bear. But looking at her, seeing the unwavering determination in her expression, he knew it would be pointless. Finally, he gave a small nod. "All right," he said. "I promise." Michaela studied him for a moment longer before nodding back, satisfied. "Good," she said. "Because I'm not going anywhere." Michaela held his gaze for a moment longer before taking a slow step closer, her fingers brushing against his hand. Naruto didn't move away. Instead, he let himself take her in, the warmth of her presence, the fire in her eyes that never wavered, the way she always managed to ground him no matter how chaotic things got. Then, before he could think twice about it, she leaned in. The world around them seemed to fade as their lips met. It wasn't rushed or desperate, just a moment of quiet understanding, of all the unspoken words they hadn't been able to say. Naruto's hands instinctively found her waist, pulling her just a little closer, like he was afraid to let go. And then, whoa, are we seriously doing this right now? Leo's voice shattered the moment like a brick through glass. Naruto and Michaela instantly broke apart, turning toward the interruption. Leo stood a few feet away, arms crossed, looking half amused and half exasperated. Behind him, Skids and Mudflap exchanged glances before one of them let out a low whistle. Michaela groaned, rubbing her temples. Naruto, on the other hand, shot Leo a flat look. "Do you ever know when to shut up?" Leo held up his hands. "Hey, I'm just saying, we're literally fugitives, the whole world is hunting us down, and you two decide now is the time to make out?" "Leo," Michaela warned. Leo took a step back, right, shutting up now. Naruto sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. "Let's just focus on figuring out what the hell we do next." Michaela smirked slightly, nudging him with her elbow. "We'll finish that, later." Naruto's lips twitched, looking forward to it. Naruto turned to Bumblebee, his mind immediately trying to find the right words, something to say sorry for what had happened to Optimus. But before he could speak, Bumblebee's radio buzzed to life, a series of clips filling the silence. "It's not your fault," one of them said. Naruto felt a small sense of relief at the reassurance. Naruto couldn't help but chuckle lightly at that, knowing Bumblebee's usual happy-go-lucky attitude was still there. With that, he turned to Skids and Mudflap, who had been silently watching him. They were clearly waiting for the next move, just as he was. His mind shifted back to the immediate problem. He couldn't rush in with his usual reckless style, not with the poison still running through his body. He was weaker than usual, his chakra not responding the way it should. Storming any Decepticon base wasn't an option. They needed another way. His best lead was the strange symbols in his head, the ones Megatron had mentioned. They supposedly led to Energon, the life force of the Cybertronians. But that was all he knew. There had to be more, a hidden clue, something that could give them the upper hand. His mind raced as he tried to put the pieces together. There had to be a way to stop the Decepticons without relying on his usual blast first, ask questions later approach. The more he thought about it, the more it became clear, this time, it wouldn't be enough to fight on pure instinct. They needed a plan. Naruto exhaled through his nose, his gaze moving between the others as he finally spoke. "We need to find someone who can decipher the symbols," he said firmly. Megatron knew what they were. He said they'd lead to Energon, but there has to be more to it than that. If we can figure out what they mean before the Decepticons do, we might have a way to stop them without walking into another fight completely blind. He turned to Skids and Mudflap. "You two are Cybertronians, you have to know something." The twins exchanged a glance before Mudflap shook his head. "Man, that stuff is old school. Like, way older than us." Skids nodded. "Yeah, reading that is like trying to decipher caveman drawings with a blindfold on." "Not happening." Naruto sighed, rubbing the bridge of his nose. The poison in his system was still dulling his senses, making it harder to focus, but he pushed through. There had to be another way. A few seconds of silence passed before Leo suddenly raised a hand. "Okay, hold up, before I say anything, I just want to reiterate that I was kidnapped." Naruto shot him a dry look. Leo ignored it and kept going. "I mean, let's be real, me wanting to leave is totally justifiable, right? This isn't exactly what I signed up for." Skid snorted. "You think so, 'cause you a pussy." Mudflap cackled. "For real bro, biggest scaredy cat I ever seen." Leo rolled his eyes. "Laugh it up, but I'm the only one here who actually knows a guy who might be able to read those symbols." Naruto's eyes narrowed slightly. "Who?" Leo hesitated, then exhaled. "His name is Robo Warrior." Leo didn't know the man's real name, but he had an address. With no other options, they drove to the location where they'd meet Leo's rival. From what the group could see, it was just a simple chop shop. Stepping into the cool morning air, Naruto made sure to keep most of his features covered, along with Leo and Michaela. Leo turned to Naruto, his expression serious, the first time the blonde had seen him like that. "Okay, I'll go inside, talk to him, and let you guys know if it's a go or no-go." "Got it?" Naruto shook his head. "We're going in too, just point him out when you find him. When it's time for him to help us, we'll step in." "Of course," Leo replied sarcastically. "Can't let me have one moment." They moved on, the stench of raw meat filling their noses and the cold air freezing their fingertips. Naruto and Michaela kept their distance from Leo but stayed close enough to hear him. Leo wandered the shop, clearly searching for someone. It didn't take long, likely because the place was understaffed, before Leo approached a man at the front. Naruto immediately recognized him. Agent Simmons. Or rather, Chop Shop Simmons now. Was he really Robo-Warrior? Leo approached the counter, separating him from Simmons, who was standing near slabs of fresh meat. Leo hesitated, then finally spoke. "Hey, you know the name Robo-Warrior?" To anyone else, it would have sounded crazy, but Simmons' eyes flickered with recognition before he dismissed Leo with a glance. When Simmons tried to walk off, Leo followed him. "Come on, man, you've heard of him." "Nope," Simmons quickly replied. "So you've never heard of the real effing deal.com? Simmons scoffed. "You mean that amateur blog with Game Boy level security?" Leo shook his head, stopping in his tracks. "Yep, it's you, Robo-Warrior." That was when Naruto and Michaela stepped up, falling in line next to Leo, right in front of Robo-Warrior. "Hey Simmons, long time no see," Naruto said with a smirk. He hadn't expected to see the former agent here, but he knew this would be fun. Simmons glanced from Michaela to Naruto, his face twisting with annoyance with every second. He stabbed his knife into a wooden board before trying to walk away again. "That's it, everyone out!" he shouted, irritation seeping into his voice. He stopped in front of an old woman, guiding her out, then moved on to the other customers until they all began to leave. Leo turned to Naruto, still confused, trying to piece together the situation. "Wait, you know this guy?" Naruto nodded quickly, a smirk spreading across his face as memories with Simmons flashed in his mind, mostly annoying ones. "Yep. We were, I wouldn't say friends, more like comrades in arms after we got past the fact that he tried to kill one of my friends and arrest me." Simmons turned at that, his expression twisting into anger. Within seconds, he was in front of Naruto, his frustration almost palpable. If they weren't in a public place, Naruto was sure Simmons would have growled. "Comrades," Simmons hissed, his tone shifting from annoyance to pure anger. "You were the reason for the shutdown of Sector 7, the reason I'm not an agent anymore. There are no comrades here." With that, Simmons turned and walked away, his mind clearly racing. It was almost as if he was sweating pure rage. No secret access. No job, I had to become a butcher. He yanked the knife from the wooden board, splinters flying as the blade came free in one swift motion. "And it's all because of you," Simmons continued, pointing the knife at Naruto, its metal gleaming under the shop's dim lighting. "The case that shut it all down." Naruto crossed his arms, his smirk not only lingering but growing a fraction wider. "I'll admit that was my fault, but I didn't mean for any of that to happen. I was a kid, still am." "You're a kid who's friends with aliens and has supernatural abilities," Simmons shot back, lowering his arm but keeping the knife in hand. Naruto exhaled, already piecing together how the man saw him. Maybe this wasn't going to be as fun as he'd thought. Simmons wasn't wrong. Naruto had, unintentionally, upended his life. He had no right to ask for the man's help, but if Leo thought they needed him, then there wasn't much choice. As he stepped forward, the stench of fresh meat thickened, clinging to the air. His footsteps tapped out a quick, steady rhythm against the tiled floor, and in an instant, he was standing in front of Simmons. Not as fast as he could be, but still faster than most. Simmons didn't flinch. If anything, he looked unimpressed. "Look, we need your help." "That's the only reason we're here," Naruto said, his tone firm but not unkind. "I know I basically wrecked your life. And I'm sorry. But we had to keep Earth safe. And this?" He gestured vaguely around them. "This is the same damn situation." Simmons' expression didn't waver, but the air between them thickened with tension. Neither moved. Neither blinked. It was as if they were staring straight into each other's souls. The silence stretched, long enough to make everyone else shift uncomfortably. Finally, Simmons broke it with a scoff, shuffling forward and giving Naruto a light shove. "You're a wanted fugitive." "Not my problem, not my forte," Simmons said, smirking with mock amusement. "I don't even want to know what you need my help for, because if you tell me, I'll have more problems than I already do. My job was great, perfect, even, before you took it from me." That was it. Naruto had had enough of Simmons playing the victim, acting like his problems were the worst in the world. Oh yeah, because keeping a giant killer robot frozen under a dam and harassing innocent people was such a great plan, totally keeping Earth safe, huh? Naruto stepped forward, his voice sharp with frustration. "I get that you lost your job, but everyone on this planet has lost something. And I'm still fighting so others don't. My college, my one chance at normalcy, was ripped away from me. My chakra is gone, one of my best friends can't even reach me. Optimus is dead, and Cybertronian glyphs are running through my head like a damn movie reel." His fists clenched at his sides. "So yeah, you think you've got it bad? Try living my life, hell, try living one of my past lives." The room fell silent again, Naruto's words hanging heavy in the air, pressing down on Simmons more than anyone else. For a few tense seconds, the two just stared at each other. But, like before, the former agent was the one to break the silence. "You said you're seeing glyphs?" Naruto gave a quick nod, and for the first time, recognition flickered across Simmons' face. Without another word, the man turned and started walking away, motioning for them to follow. "Wait, where are you going?" Leo asked, still trying to process everything. Simmons didn't stop. "Meat locker." "Now." Naruto and the others followed Simmons into the meat locker, the temperature plummeting the moment they stepped inside. The cold bit at their skin, far harsher than in the main part of the store. The stench of raw meat hung thick in the air, heavy and almost unbearable, but Simmons seemed completely unfazed, moving through the space like he belonged there. As they reached the center of the locker, Simmons crouched down, brushing aside a thin layer of frost and snow to reveal a hatch embedded in the floor. It had been hidden well, blending seamlessly into the icy surroundings. He turned to them, his expression suddenly devoid of the usual sarcasm, serious. Almost grave. "This is top secret, no one who works here knows about it," he said firmly, his voice leaving no room for argument. Then, after a brief pause, he added, "And do not tell my mother." Michaela blinked, caught off guard. "You live with your mother?" she asked, barely able to hide her amusement. Simmons shot her a look. "She lives with me. There's a difference." With that, he pulled open the hatch, revealing a dark passage beneath. Without hesitation, he started descending, gesturing for them to follow. When they descended, they were met with the sweet relief of fresh air, free from the stench of raw meat, only to find themselves in a cluttered, dimly lit room. The space was packed with scattered papers. Notes pinned haphazardly to the walls, and various objects strewn across tables and shelves. It looked less like a hideout and more like the lair of a conspiracy theorist who never slept. Naruto moved toward Simmons, while Leo and Michaela wandered, drawn in by the strange assortment of relics and research filling the room. Simmons muttered to himself as he rifled through a pile of documents, but his focus snapped to Leo when the younger man reached for a metallic object on a shelf. "Don't touch that, it's still radioactive," Simmons barked, slapping Leo's hand away from what was unmistakably a mini Decepticon head. Leo blinked, glancing between Simmons and the severed machine before reluctantly letting his hand drop. Unbothered, Simmons resumed his search, still mumbling under his breath. Finally, he retrieved a worn-out file, flipping it open with dramatic flair as he turned to Naruto. "Okay, cube brain," he smirked, the old agent sarcasm slipping back into place. The file made a dry, crinkling sound as he spread it wide. "Do any of these symbols look like the ones in your head?" Naruto barely needed a glance. His eyes locked onto the pages, instantly recognizing the intricate Cybertronian glyphs. They matched, perfectly. The same markings that had been haunting his mind were printed right here in front of him, every detail crisp and undeniable. But one image made him pause. A photograph of a tomb. A Cybertronian-marked tomb. Simmons didn't give him time to dwell. Handing the file off to Naruto, he grabbed more documents and moved toward another section of the hideout, already speaking as he climbed a rusted ladder. "Before I got fired," he grunted, reaching for something on a high shelf, "I poached all the intel I could from Sector 7. Over 75 years of alien research, all leading to one inescapable fact." He reached the top, steadying himself before throwing a box down to Leo, who caught it with a dull clap. "The Transformers have been here for a very, very long time." Naruto, Michaela, and Leo watched as Simmons grabbed more files, some stamped with classified in bold red ink. As he climbed back down, he started slamming photos onto a nearby table, each one landing with a sharp thud. China, Egypt, Greece. The images showed ancient ruins, carvings, and artifacts, all containing the same glyphs Naruto had been seeing. The Cybertronian language, hidden in history itself. "So tell me," Simmons said, crossing his arms. "How do ancient civilizations, across different continents, all end up drawing the same thing?" He leaned in. "Aliens." Naruto picked up one of the pictures, the gears turning in his mind. It was a clear revelation. Cybertronians were here long before he first discovered them, hiding in plain sight and in history. "Check this out," Simmons said, snapping everyone's attention back to him. He tapped another file on the table before flipping it open. Bold letters marked the cover, Project Black Knife. Spreading the pages out, he revealed old, grainy photographs of vintage vehicles, all stamped with the same red classified label. "Robots in disguise," he muttered, pointing at each one. "We tracked down radioactive signals all over the country, but the higher-ups dismissed it. Said the readings were minuscule, that they didn't matter. They called me obsessed." His fist slammed against the table with a sharp bang. "But it's clear now, isn't it?" Naruto gave a slow nod, his mind already piecing together the implications. He let his thoughts settle before speaking. "Megatron said there was another energon source here." Simmons' head snapped toward him. "Hirek as in Earth?" "Yeah," Naruto confirmed. "And the symbols I've been seeing, they lead to it." Simmons hesitated for just a second before turning back to him. "Did you ask your Autobot friends about it?" "No. From what I gathered, this energon source, it's before them, it predates all of them. Simmons exhaled sharply, running a hand down his face. If that's the case, we're porked. He glanced to the side, his mind racing. Then, in a split second, he snapped his fingers and turned back to Naruto, unless we can talk to a Decepticon. But I'm not exactly on friendly terms with any. I might be, Michaela cut in. Both Naruto and Leo turned to her, their expressions a mix of confusion and surprise. Naruto slammed a box onto the table, the very same one Michaela had asked him to bring inside. It wasn't exactly heavy, but it wasn't light either. The real issue, the thing wouldn't shut up. Inside, something was cursing up a storm, spitting out every insult imaginable in a tinny, mechanical voice. Without hesitation, Michaela flipped open the box, and out sprang a Min icon, transforming midair into an RC truck. The tiny Decepticon lunged at Naruto, only to be caught mid-leap and slammed right back onto the table. Naruto held him down with a blank expression, not even fazed. "You captured a Decepticon?" Naruto asked, blinking at Michaela, seeming more impressed than anything. "You know that just makes you more attractive, right?" "Yeah, well, it wasn't exactly a walk in the park," Michaela replied, grabbing hold of the thick chain wrapped around the small bot. "This little guy, his name's Wheelie. And I'm pretty sure he can help." Wheelie, meanwhile, was too busy gnawing at his restraints to pay attention. He twisted and jerked, trying to break free in any way he could. Before he could make any real progress, Michaela pulled out a torch lighter and flicked it on. The small flame reflected in his single glowing optic. And just like that, he froze. "Behave," she said coolly. Naruto smirked at the sudden shift in the bot's demeanor, but Simmons had his own reaction. "Wow," he said, shaking his head in disbelief. "I've spent most of my life combing the earth for these aliens, and you're just carrying one around like a chihuahua in your purse." Wheelie turned his gaze to Simmons, his optic narrowing. "Well, you ain't much to look at yourself, scrotum head," he shot back. Michaela crouched down, holding Wheelie's chain firmly in her grip. Her voice took on a mockingly sweet tone, the kind someone would use when scolding a misbehaving puppy. "Ah, come on, buddy. I know I torched your left eye. And I am sorry about that," she cooed, tilting her head slightly. "But if you help us out, I won't torch the other one. Sound like a fair deal?" Wheelie let out a low mechanical grumble, clearly unhappy, but he wasn't about to test her resolve. "Yeah, whatever," he muttered. "What do you want?" Michaela pointed at the pictures Simmons had spread out across the table. "These symbols, can you read them?" Wheelie's optic flickered as he studied the images. The sight of them made him pause, his small frame going stiff. "Slag," he muttered. "That's the language of the primes." Naruto, Michaela, Leo, and Simmons all exchanged looks at that. "The primes?" Naruto asked. Wheelie nodded, tapping one of the photos with a metal claw. "Yeah, ancient Cybertronian stuff, real old school. Can't read it myself, but they could." Michaela frowned. "They?" "The bots in these pictures," Wheelie clarified. "They're Cybertronian, no doubt about it." Naruto leaned in, studying the images even closer. "Wait, so these vehicles were Transformers," Wheelie finished. "Where the hell did you guys even get these pictures?" Simmons smirked, crossing his arms. "Classified government files." "Pfft, figures," Wheelie scoffed. "Anyway, I couldn't read this scrap even if I wanted to, but they could." "Who?" Michaela pressed. "The Seekers," Wheelie answered, his tone carrying a hint of reverence. "Cybertronians that came to Earth thousands of years ago, searching for something." Simmons perked up at that. "Searching for what?" Beats me, Wheelie said with a shrug. But if you're trying to figure out what these symbols mean, they would know. Michaela narrowed her eyes. And you just happen to know where to find one? Wheelie let out a mechanical chuckle, his single optic glowing brighter as he turned toward a nearby map on the wall. With a subtle shift of his optics, a red dot suddenly flickered onto the map, pinpointing a location. Closest one to us, he said, a grin in his voice. Washington. As Wheelie marked the map, a weight settled in Naruto's chest. Washington. Close, too close. Cybertronians had been searching for something on Earth for thousands of years. Now, Megatron wanted it, the Autobots didn't know about it, and the symbols were burned into his head. That wasn't coincidence. And the worst part, it predated the Autobots. His fingers twitched. If his chakra worked, he'd sense threats before they came. Now, he was flying blind, forced to trust a Decepticon's lead. He hated it. Naruto exhaled, rolling his shoulders. Washington, huh? Whatever this was, it was big. And they were already playing catch-up. The ride to Washington wasn't long, the coordinates leading them straight to the Smithsonian Air and Space Museum. Infiltrating the place was easier than expected, aside from Leo panicking and knocking himself out of commission for the rest of the mission. Once inside, they got to work. Michaela handed Naruto the Allspark sliver, along with metal tongs to hold it, avoiding any more Cybertronian knowledge flooding his mind. If only I had this when Optimus was dying. The thought gnawed at him, but there was no time for regrets. The plan was simple: use the shard to wake a seeker. It didn't take long to find their target. Minutes later, they stood before an old black-winged jet, its worn frame exuding an eerie presence. Wheelie transformed, his optic gleaming with admiration. He rolled forward, practically vibrating with excitement. "This is it," he said, voice reverent. "This guy right here, he's a legend." Then, glancing at Naruto, he smirked. "All right, freshman, give him the shard and watch the magic happen." Naruto barely had time to react. The moment he brought the Allspark shard closer, it pulsed, violently jerking from the tongs and shooting straight into the old jet's fuselage like a bolt of lightning. Sparks erupted from the metal as the entire aircraft shuddered. Panels groaned, gears clanked, and dust rained down as if the jet was coming to life after centuries of slumber. But before the transform could even begin, Michaela looked closer, spotting the Decepticon symbol on its belly. "Shit," she muttered before yelling out, "It's a Decepticon." The rest of the group scrambled at the realization. Simmons and Wheelie found his place under a plane, near Leo who had finally recovered, while Michaela backed up next to Naruto. Then, the transformation began. The jet's wings twisted, folding inward as mechanical parts shifted and rearranged with an ear-splitting whir. Rusted plating snapped apart, revealing intricate machinery beneath, gears spinning wildly as the nose of the jet retracted. Arms extended with a loud clang, massive hands clawing at the ground. A low, guttural growl filled the museum as a towering figure emerged from the wreckage. His optics flickered to life, bright, fiery red. Jagged plating covered his frame like battle-worn armor, and an ancient, almost regal presence radiated from him despite his deteriorated state. With a deep inhale, the Cybertronian exhaled like an engine roaring back to life. His gaze locked onto the humans, particularly Naruto, before his voice, gravelly with age, finally rumbled through the museum. "Ah, after so long, who dares awaken Jetfire?" Jetfire's optics flickered as he scanned his surroundings, his gaze sweeping over the slick floor before taking in the rest of the hangar. He had yet to notice the human standing at his feet. "What sort of hideous mausoleum is this?" he muttered, his voice carrying an ancient weight as he turned slowly, his movements stiff and unsteady. "Answer me, pawns and knaves." Show yourselves or suffer my infinite wrath, you little spinal cord-based organisms. He dragged himself forward, his rusted frame groaning with every step as he searched for the intruders he knew were there. Leo and the others huddled beside Naruto and Michaela, watching as Jetfire stumbled toward the hangar doors, his joints creaking like old, neglected machinery. Despite his size, he didn't seem like a direct threat, at least, not intentionally. Oof, oh, bugger it. Behold the eternal glory of Jetfire. Prepare for remote systems override, he bellowed, raising his arms dramatically. Naruto chuckled as the old bot shouted at the massive hangar doors, which would clearly need to be opened manually. I tell you, this guy did not age well, Wheelie muttered. I command these doors to open, 9 Jetfire roared again. Fire, I said, fire. A missile shot out from his arm, faster than anyone expected, but instead of hitting the target, it veered wildly off course, looping through the air before slamming into the floor with a metallic clang. Oh, bollocks, he grumbled. Damn these worthless parts. With a grunt, he smashed a hole through the hangar wall and stumbled outside. The group exchanged glances before following him into the grassy museum yard, where old, decommissioned planes rested beneath the midday sun. After a few shaky steps, Jetfire turned back toward them. His optics narrowed. What do you want? He snapped. Naruto kept his response simple. Knowing the old bot likely wasn't in the best state of mind. We just want to talk. Jetfire scoffed, I have no time to talk, I'm on a mission. I am a mercenary doombringer. What planet am I on? Earth, Naruto answered. Jetfire let out a dry, unimpressed huff. Terrible name for a planet, might as well call it Dirt, Planet Dirt. Tell me, is that robot civil war still going on, who's winning? Naruto exhaled, his expression turning grim. The Decepticons. Jetfire sighed, spitting out a chunk of metal as if the answer left a bad taste in his mouth. Well, I changed sides to the Autobots. The group shared stunned looks, changing sides was an option. Wheelie was the first to speak. Just as Skids, Mudflap, and Bumblebee finally approached. What do you mean, change sides? It's a choice, an intensely personal decision, Jetfire grumbled. So much negativity, who wants to live a life filled with hate? You mean, you don't have to work for those miserable freaking Decepticons? If Decepticons had their way, they'd destroy the whole universe, Jetfire said plainly. At that, Wheelie latched onto Michaela, shaking like an overexcited dog before suddenly humping her leg. I'm changing sides, who's your little Autobot? It lasted all of 2 seconds before Naruto grabbed him by the back with one hand and peeled him off Michaela. Yeah, no. We're not doing that. Wheelie struggled in Naruto's grip while Michaela giggled. Anyway, Naruto continued, turning back to Jetfire. You were saying? I told you, my name is Jetfire, the old bot snapped, slamming a fist into the ground. Leo and Simmons stumbled back, but Naruto and Michaela remained unfazed. Whoa, easy there, Simmons yelped. Somebody shit the bed this morning, Wheelie muttered. Jetfire ignored them, I have issues of my own, and it started with my mother, my ancestors have been here for centuries. My father, why, he was the wheel, the first will, do you know what he transformed into? No, Simmons replied quickly. Nothing, but he did so with honor. Dignity, damn it. With that outburst, some internal mechanism misfired. A parachute shot out of Jetfire's back, catching the wind and yanking him off balance. With a heavy groan, he tumbled onto his back. Oh bollocks, my boosters are fried. Naruto sighed. This was going to be difficult. When Wheelie said legend, he expected someone more put together. Jetfire's short-term memory was garbage, and his temper wasn't much better. But they had no choice, this was the only lead they had. "Look, I'm sure we can help each other," Naruto said. "You know about the symbols, the language of the primes, right?" "I don't think he knows anything," Leo muttered. Naruto ignored him, grabbing a piece of scrap metal and stabbing it into the dirt. He carved the Cybertronian symbols that had been burned into his mind, then looked back at Jetfire. "These symbols, they come in flashes. Vivid visions of a language I'm told you understand. Megatron wants me because of them. He poisoned me to stop me from fighting back. Once he has my mind, he'll kill me. Best I can tell, the symbols lead to an energon source." He paused, then added, "And there's something else. Some Decepticon we fought mentioned a name, the Fallen." Jetfire stiffened. "The Fallen, I know him. He left me here to rust. The original Decepticon. He's terrible to work for, it's always apocalypse, chaos, crisis. These transcriptions were part of my mission, the Fallen's search. I remember now, the dagger's tip, and the key. Wait, slow down. What are you talking about?" "No time to explain," Jetfire barked, suddenly lunging forward. His massive hands grabbed the humans and Autobots, pulling them close as electricity crackled around him. The air buzzed with raw energy, lightning sparking wildly. "Hold on everybody, stay still, or you'll die." Naruto barely had time to react before the world around them blurred into pure energy. In one massive blast, everyone disappeared. The scene shifted to an endless desert, hot, windy, and unforgiving beneath the relentless sun. A few seconds later, a surge of energy erupted in the sky, hurling 3 humans and 5 Cybertronians out as if tossing them away like discarded debris. Everyone crashed into the scorching sand, groaning in pain from the impact. Naruto gritted his teeth as the heat stung his skin, the harsh landing only adding to the discomfort. He barely had time to adjust before realizing Michaela had landed nearby, struggling with the same pain. "What the hell was that?" he muttered. He could tell it was some kind of teleportation, but why did it have to throw them around like ragdolls? He wouldn't have even cared about the pain if he had been able to brace himself for it. With a grunt, Naruto pushed himself up and reached for Michaela, helping her to her feet. His sharp eyes scanned their surroundings, finding the others scattered across the dunes. Jetfire stood off to the side, watching with what could only be described as amusement, making Naruto scowl. "Come on," he gestured to Michaela, who let out a frustrated sigh and muttered something under her breath about old Cybertronians and their complete lack of consideration. Once everyone regrouped, it was clear that no one was happy. Naruto, usually one of the calmer ones, still wore a deep frown. Even that was mild compared to Simmons, who looked about ready to blow a fuse. "That really, really hurt," the former agent bellowed. "You're just lucky I didn't break anything. People could have died. If I had gotten hurt, you would have heard from my..." "Oh, shut up," Jetfire cut in, waving him off. "I told you, I was opening a space bridge. Fastest way to Egypt." Naruto crossed his arms, irritation creeping into his voice. "You didn't tell us anything, a space bridge to Egypt? Why are we even here? You didn't explain a damn thing." "Don't get snippy with me, boy," Jetfire snapped, though no one seemed particularly fazed by his outburst. "You were duly informed." Naruto let out a slow exhale, forcing himself to stay focused. His mind was still reeling, trying to piece together the situation. Finally, he spoke again, his voice calm but firm. "Just stop for a second, explain why we're here. Give us something to work with." Jetfire let out a huff but didn't argue. Instead, he launched into an explanation. This planet was visited by our race long ago, our earliest ancestors, a millennium ago. They were on an exploratory mission, harvesting energon, the lifeblood of our kind. Without it, we perish. Oxidize, rust into nothing, like my wretched self. Do you have any idea what it's like to fall apart while still alive? Simmons rolled his eyes, already losing patience. Let's not get episodic, okay, old-timer? Beginning, middle, end. Facts, details. Condense, tell it. Naruto silently agreed. Between the sudden teleportation, the cryptic ramblings, and now this long-winded explanation, it was too much. Jetfire grumbled but pressed on. Somewhere buried in this desert, our ancestors built a machine, a harvester. It extracts energon by destroying suns. Destroy suns, Simmons repeated, his irritation shifting to disbelief. You mean blow them up, Leo chimed in. Yes, Jetfire confirmed. In the beginning, there were 7 primes, our original leaders. They set out into the universe, seeking distant suns to harvest. But they had one rule: never destroy a planet with life. Until one of them tried to break that rule. His name was the Fallen. A projection flickered to life from Jetfire's palm, displaying images of towering Cybertronians and the fiery destruction of worlds. He despised the human race. He wanted to exterminate you all by activating that machine. But the only way to do that is with the matrix of leadership. A great battle was fought over it. The Fallen was stronger than his brothers, so they had no choice but to steal the matrix and hide it. In their ultimate sacrifice, they gave their lives to seal it away in a tomb made of their own bodies. A tomb we cannot find. And somewhere, buried in this desert, that deadly machine still remains. The Fallen knows where it is. If he finds the tomb of the primes, your world will be no more. A heavy silence fell over the group. The weight of what they had just learned settled on them like an unbearable heat. Okay, so how do we stop him? Michaela finally asked, breaking the silence. Only a prime can defeat the Fallen, Jetfire answered. Naruto didn't believe that for a second. If he had his chakra, he was confident he could handle this so-called Fallen. There were abilities he knew would work against someone like that. But there was no point in arguing with the old bot now. Jetfire seemed to pick up on something. Wait a minute, you've met a prime, haven't you? Naruto blinked, briefly caught off guard. Yeah. Then you must have been a great descendant. Jetfire mused. The blonde shook his head. No, nothing like that. It was because of what I could do. I fought alongside the Autobots during the war. Helped in the battles, though, his expression darkened, my abilities are gone now. Jetfire hummed in thought, a knowing look crossing his metallic features. You mean chakra, don't you? Naruto narrowed his eyes slightly. Yeah, how do you know about that? It's been a long, long time, but humans once had it. They haven't used it in centuries. Jetfire's optics gleamed with curiosity. How is it that you have it? I'm a reincarnation, Naruto answered flatly. Jetfire paused, absorbing that revelation, but then refocused. And this prime you knew, is he alive? Here, on this planet? Naruto's chest tightened. No, he said quietly. He died, protecting me in our last battle. Jetfire sighed, then it's impossible, maybe chakra could have stopped the Fallen, but you don't have yours. And without a prime, there's no one who can defeat him. Naruto stiffened. No. That's not right. There had to be a way. His chakra, was Kurama still working on fixing this? Was the poison Megatron used really that strong? His mind raced. If the Fallen needed the matrix of leadership to activate the Harvester, that meant it must have its own power source. Something strong enough to awaken the machine. Something strong enough to power a Cybertronian. Naruto's eyes widened slightly. Something strong enough to reactivate a dead Prime. His fists clenched. If his theory was right, the Matrix could bring Optimus back. And if it had that much energy, maybe it could even burn the poison out of his system. Maybe, just maybe, it could give him his chakra back. He turned to Jetfire, his voice steady but urgent. The Matrix, it's an energy source, right? Could it reactivate a Cybertronian? Jetfire stilled, for once looking as if he was taking the question seriously. The seconds dragged on before he finally spoke. It was never designed for that purpose, he admitted, making Naruto's stomach drop. But then, the old bot's optics glowed with something like realization. But, it is an energy like no other. A smirk formed on Naruto's face. That's all I needed to hear. So, he asked, determination burning in his gaze, how do we get to the Matrix before the Decepticons get to me? Jetfire straightened. Follow your mind, your map, your symbols. What you carved in the sand, it's your clue. When dawn alights the dagger's tip, 3 kings will reveal the doorway, find the doorway, go now. The group left Jetfire behind, keeping his cryptic clue in mind. Dagger's tip. 3 kings. It seemed vague at first, but Naruto knew the old seeker wasn't just spewing nonsense. There was meaning in his words, they just had to figure it out. Moving quickly. They piled into Bumblebee, with Mudflap and Skids trailing not far behind. The desert stretched endlessly around them, heat radiating off the dunes even as the sun dipped lower in the sky. Once they scouted the surrounding area, Naruto made a call for backup. He was a wanted man, sure, but that didn't mean he couldn't get someone else to place the call for him. The guys owed him a few favors anyway. And they needed to get Optimus's body to Egypt, fast. Naruto had no idea how much time they had left. Simmons handled the communication, speaking in code, dropping only the necessary hints. He warned them another battle was coming and that they might have a way to bring Optimus back. That was all they needed to know for now. With that taken care of, the group searched for shelter, somewhere abandoned, a place to rest and regroup. By nightfall, they had settled inside a crumbling old building. A small fire flickered in the center, casting dancing shadows against the walls, providing a sliver of warmth in the cool desert air. The fire flickered, casting shadows along the walls of the abandoned building. It wasn't much, but it was shelter. Safety. A moment to breathe. Naruto sat on the couch, Michaela resting against his chest, her warmth grounding him. For once, the silence between them wasn't heavy, it was comfortable. He felt her shift slightly, tilting her head up to look at him. "You called for backup," she murmured. Naruto blinked, caught off guard by the statement. "Yeah," he said slowly. "You let Simmons handle the message," she continued. "You didn't try to take everything on yourself." Naruto exhaled, leaning his head back against the couch. "Guess I didn't." Michaela studied him for a moment, then smirked slightly. "Huh, looks like you actually meant that promise." He scoffed, shaking his head. "Wow, such faith." "I did have to practically drag it out of you," she teased. Naruto rolled his eyes but didn't argue. Instead, he laced his fingers through hers, squeezing gently. "I meant it," he said. He hesitated, searching for the right words. Michaela waited, patient as ever. Finally, he sighed. "I think I got so used to carrying everything that I didn't realize how heavy it was." She squeezed his hand back, her voice softer now. That's why you don't have to do it alone. Naruto didn't answer right away. He just glanced at her, at the firelight reflecting in her eyes, at the way she held onto him, not just physically, but truly held onto him. And for the first time in a long time, he let himself believe it. Yeah, he murmured. I know. The fire crackled softly, casting flickering shadows against the walls of the abandoned building. Naruto leaned back, arms wrapped loosely around Michaela as she rested against his chest. For once, there was no tension between them, just the quiet comfort of shared warmth. Then, Michaela spoke. So, daggers tip and 3 kings. Naruto huffed out a small laugh. Wow, you're the one changing the subject now. She smirked, tilting her head slightly. You do it all the time, figured I'd give it a try. He shook his head in amusement but let her continue. I've been thinking about what Jetfire said, Michaela murmured. A dagger's tip and 3 kings, it sounded vague, but what if we're overcomplicating it? Naruto frowned slightly, turning the words over in his mind. Dagger's tip, something sharp, a weapon? Or a point, Michaela said, tapping his chest lightly. Like something that guides you. Naruto's eyes narrowed in thought. A dagger's tip is meant to point forward. He trailed off, then suddenly sat up. Wait. The stars. Michaela nodded. Yeah. Orion's belt. It's sometimes called the 3 kings, Naruto blinked. You're telling me Jetfire gave us a clue about astronomy? Michaela smirked. The pyramids of Giza were built to mirror Orion's belt. The Egyptian kings, pharaohs, designed them that way. That means the 3 kings aren't just the pyramids, they're the stars themselves. Naruto let out a breath, shaking his head. So the pyramids and the stars are connected, his gaze turned thoughtful. Orion's belt, those stars form a straight line. Michaela nodded again, and they point due east. Naruto exhaled, realization dawning on him. Straight to the mountains of Petra. They stared at each other for a moment, the weight of the discovery settling in. That's where the tomb of the primes is, Michaela said. Naruto's lips curled into a small, determined smirk. Then that's exactly where we're going. The journey to the mountains was grueling. The desert stretched endlessly around them, shifting sands swirling in the night breeze as they moved. Bumblebee drove at a steady pace, his engine a low hum against the quiet, while Skids and Mudflap followed closely behind. The vast openness of the desert made every shadow feel like a lurking danger, but there was no turning back now. As the first light of dawn began to break, painting the horizon in hues of gold and crimson, the towering formations of Petra came into view. The jagged cliffs loomed over them, their weathered surfaces whispering tales of ancient civilizations. The path narrowed as they wove between towering rock formations, the air growing cooler in the shade of the mountains. Then, as they rounded a final bend, the sight before them stole their breath. Carved into the very face of the mountain stood a colossal palace, its intricate stonework worn by time but still breathtaking in its grandeur. The entrance alone was massive, tall enough for a Cybertronian to walk through without needing to crouch. Towering columns lined the facade, their ornate carvings depicting scenes long forgotten by history. Despite its age, the structure remained imposing, a silent guardian of whatever lay within. Naruto stepped out of Bumblebee, tilting his head back to take in the sheer scale of it. Well, he muttered, hands on his hips. That's one way to make an entrance. Michaela stepped up beside him, her voice hushed with awe. It's beautiful, but also kind of eerie. Simmons whistled low, you don't see something like this every day. Naruto exhaled, the weight of the moment pressing down on him. This was it, the place that had been hidden for centuries, the key to bringing Optimus back. Whatever lay beyond those massive doors, it was time to face it. Everyone moved inside, including Bumblebee. Skids and Mudflap. Skids was the first to break the silence, peering into the dark expanse with wide optics. "Spectacular," he muttered, almost in awe. The chamber was vast yet barren, the air thick with dust and time. There were no doors, no passages, just a single hollowed-out space, its walls adorned with faded murals, long-forgotten stories lost to history. Naruto turned in slow circles, scanning every inch. "It's here somewhere," he said, more to himself than the others. "Yeah, sure," Leo scoffed, crossing his arms. "And we're trusting Grandpa Blackbird, who barely knows what planet he's on." In his defense, Simmons interjected, motioning toward the towering entrance. "This is the biggest damn doorway I've ever seen in my life." Leo threw up his hands. "Great. So let's just ignore the fact that archaeologists have been all over this place for centuries and found, oh, I don't know, nothing." He turned, waving toward the empty chamber. "Ever cross your minds that maybe there's nothing here?" Simmons' patience snapped. He stepped toward Leo, jabbing a finger at his chest. "Real life is heartbreak, kid. Sometimes you get to the end of the rainbow, and the leprechauns went and booby-trapped it." Leo didn't back down. "Why am I even listening to you? You live with your mother." Naruto sighed and stepped between them, holding up his hands. "Enough. Tearing each other apart isn't gonna solve anything." Leo exhaled sharply, rubbing his face. "Solve what? There's nothing left to solve." His voice wavered, the frustration giving way to something heavier: defeat. "It's over. We lost." A low, metallic scoff cut through the air. "Why are we still listening to this punkass?" Skids grumbled, crossing his arms as he glared at Naruto. "What's he done for us, huh? Dinged my rim?" Naruto raised an eyebrow, but before he could answer, Mudflap did it for him: killed Megatron. "How about that?" Skids snapped his head toward his brother, his irritation shifting. "Yeah? Well, he didn't get the job done, did he? 'Cause Megatron's back now. And he's, what, you scared?" Mudflap cut in, stepping closer. Skid stiffened. "Scared? I'm scared of your ugly face." The tension flared into action. The two Autobots shoved at each other, metal scraping metal. Then, without warning, they went full-on brawl, throwing each other into the walls with enough force to shake the ground. Dust rained down from above as cracks splintered across the ancient stone. "Guys!" Michaela shouted, but the twins weren't listening. "I'm ugly? We're twins, you stupid genius." Mudflap roared before launching himself at Skids. "Bring it, then." Their battle escalated, each hit sending echoes through the chamber. Finally, Bumblebee had enough. With a sharp rev of his engine, he grabbed both of them, slammed them together, and hurled them out of the chamber. "Thanks, B," Naruto sighed, shaking his head. The momentary chaos faded, but the crushing weight of doubt remained. This had to be the place. It had to be, but then. Why did it feel like Jetfire had been wrong? Or worse, what if they were? Naruto clenched his fists. "No. This wasn't over, this is it," he said firmly, turning to face Leo and Simmons. Michaela stood just behind him, watching carefully. Leo let out a sharp laugh, but there was no humor in it. "What do you mean, this is it? Crazy old Bot barely knew anything, and now the whole world is screwed. I told you guys, I'm not a soldier. I'm not some warrior." His voice dropped to almost a whisper. "What if we were never supposed to win?" Naruto took a slow step forward, placing a steady hand on Leo's shoulder. He met his friend's eyes with quiet certainty. "It's here," he said simply. Leo frowned. "How do you know?" Naruto closed his eyes. He didn't need proof. He didn't need logic. He could feel it. A pulse of energy rippled through the air as his chakra flared to life, flooding the chamber in an ethereal blue glow. The darkness receded, and then, something deep within the palace stirred. Naruto exhaled sharply as his chakra roared back to life, the familiar surge of energy washing over him like fire in his veins. The fatigue, the sluggishness from the poison, gone. He clenched his fists, feeling power flood his limbs, sharper and stronger than before. His senses expanded, stretching past the walls of the chamber, past the dust and ancient decay. There was something here. It was faint, buried deep, but unmistakable. Michaela took a step closer, watching him carefully. "Naruto?" His eyes snapped to the walls, scanning the faded carvings. The room wasn't empty, just hidden. A slow grin spread across his face. "Bumblebee," he called, turning to the Autobot. B tilted his head, radio clicking as if asking, "What now?" Naruto pointed to the far wall, the one that felt wrong, as if it were hiding something beneath its stone facade. "Blast a hole right there." The room went silent for a beat. Leo's eyes widened. "Wait, hold on." Before he could finish, Bumblebee's cannon powered up with a high-pitched whine. Then, boom, the explosion rocked the chamber, dust and debris flying as a massive hole was ripped into the wall. As the smoke cleared, a passageway was revealed, stretching into the darkness beyond. Naruto smirked. "Told you it wasn't over." The passage they uncovered led into a vast, hollowed-out chamber, its ceiling stretching impossibly high. Unlike the outer hall, this place felt untouched by time, as if the very air refused to let dust settle, and at the center of it all were the crags. Jagged stone formations jutted from the floor in uneven, towering shapes, but as Naruto stepped closer, he realized they weren't just stone. They were bodies, the skeletons of the primes, massive Cybertronian remains, fused together by age and decay, stood in eternal stillness. Their forms had been long worn down, hollowed by time, but their presence was undeniable. Some leaned against one another, others had collapsed into piles of broken metal and stone, but all of them bore the same intricate carvings, symbols that pulsed faintly with ancient energy, tracing the length of their limbs like forgotten scripts of power. Naruto ran a hand across one of the fallen figures, feeling the engravings beneath his fingertips. The symbols were deep, filled with a resonance that hummed against his chakra. It was like the remnants of a language long lost, telling the story of the sacrifice that had taken place here. "These guys." Simmons breathed, stepping up beside him. "They gave their lives to protect it." "The Matrix." Michaela's voice was quiet, reverent. Naruto's gaze followed hers toward the center of the chamber, where a raised platform stood among the remains. And there, resting atop it, bathed in the faint glow of the dying light filtering through the cracks above, the matrix of leadership. It was smaller than he expected, but no less powerful. The object pulsed with energy, its intricate design forming a shape almost too complex to follow with the eye. Naruto stepped forward, his breath steady as he reached out. The moment his fingers touched the matrix, a surge of energy coursed through him, deeper, older than even his chakra. The weight of history pressed down, memories flickering like whispers in the back of his mind, the sacrifice of the primes. The betrayal. The battle that had led to this very moment, and then, the matrix pulsed, and the chamber seemed to breathe. Naruto's fingers wrapped around the matrix of leadership, and the moment he lifted it from its resting place, a pulse of energy rippled outward. The ancient chamber trembled as if awakening from a long slumber, dust cascading from the high ceiling while the engravings on the skeletons of the primes flickered dimly before fading into silence once more. He exhaled sharply, feeling the weight of the artifact, not just physically, but in the sheer presence it carried. There was something alive about it, like it was waiting for something or someone. But before he could act, the matrix started to deform. The matter that made it was rapidly turning into dust and sand. However, while everyone else seemed even more worried at this, Naruto only shook his head before putting the dust in a special scroll. Michaela stepped forward. Her eyes locked on the scroll. Naruto turned to her and, without hesitation, placed it in her hands. "Take it." Michaela blinked, caught off guard. "Wait, what?" "You and the others need to get this to Optimus," Naruto said, stepping back. "He's our only chance at stopping this." She looked down at the artifact in her grasp, then back at him. "Naruto, what are you talking about? You're coming with us, and the Matrix is gone, all that's in this is dust now." He shook his head. "No, I feel it with my chakra, it's not gone, trust me, when it comes to you bringing back Optimums it will come back." A short pause came between them, Naruto looking to the exit of the mountain. There was still something he needed to do. "As for me, I can't leave, not yet." His voice was firm, steady. "I need time to fully recharge my chakra. Whatever happened when I got it back, it's not at 100% yet, I can feel it." Michaela's grip on the matrix tightened. "Then we wait." "No," Naruto cut her off gently but firmly. "You can't wait. Every second we waste is another second Megatron and the Fallen get closer to wiping us all out. Optimus needs this, and you're the only one I trust to get it to him." Michaela swallowed hard, her expression conflicted, but she understood. "You better catch up fast," she muttered, shoving the matrix into her jacket and stepping back. Naruto smirked. "You know I never stay down for long." He turned to the others. "Bumblebee, Skids, Mudflap, get them out of here. Get to Optimus, I'll meet you there when I'm ready." Bumblebee chirped in response, his optics flickering with hesitation before he finally nodded. Skids and Mudflap, for once, had nothing snarky to say. Leo and Simmons exchanged glances before Simmons shrugged. "Well kid, let's hope you really do have a plan, because otherwise, this is the worst idea in history." Naruto exhaled as he watched them turn back toward the entrance. As soon as they were gone, he sat cross-legged on the stone floor, closing his eyes. Now, it was time to go inward. Time to reclaim all of his power. He let out a slow breath. Then sank into his mindscape. The moment Naruto stepped into his mindscape, he knew something was wrong. The sewer-like corridors that usually made up this space were gone. Instead, he stood in an endless void, the air thick with something suffocating. The ground beneath him was cracked and unstable, pulsating like a dying heartbeat. Then he saw it. Kurama. Or at least, what was left of him. The once mighty fox was hunched over, his enormous form wrapped in writhing black veins. The chains that had once held him in the past were different now, living, moving, twisting like parasites burrowing into his flesh. His red fur was dimmed, dark patches spreading like an infection. His eyes, once a fierce crimson, were a sickly green, flickering with something wrong. And he wasn't looking at Naruto. He was staring through him. A slow, painful growl rumbled from his throat. "You shouldn't have come here." Naruto took a cautious step forward, his fists clenching. "Kurama, what the hell happened to you?" The fox let out a ragged breath, his shoulders rising and falling heavily. "The poison." His voice was layered, distorted. "It did not just weaken you. It latched onto me. I fought it. I fought to break it down, to purge it from your system." His green eyes flickered wildly, "But I was not strong enough." Naruto's stomach twisted. His mind raced to make sense of it. Kurama had saved him. He'd worked to pull the poison from his body, to let Naruto's chakra flow again. But in doing so, Naruto's breath hitched, it corrupted you. Kurama let out a low chuckle, a sound so unfamiliar it sent chills down Naruto's spine. You do not understand. His ears twitched, his body trembling as if struggling to hold something back. This poison, it is not simply a sickness. It consumes. The chains tightened around his body, as if trying to hold him in place. Naruto took another step forward, determination burning in his gut. Then let me help you. Kurama's body snapped. A wave of dark chakra erupted from him, splitting the ground as black tendrils shot outward like spears. Naruto barely had time to react. He twisted to the side, avoiding a tendril that sliced through the space where he had just stood. The sheer force of the attack sent shockwaves through the void. Then Kurama's eyes locked onto him. You cannot help me. He moved. The air howled as Kurama lashed out, his massive claw tearing through the ground with terrifying speed. Naruto barely managed to dodge, flipping backward just as the earth cracked beneath the impact. He landed in a crouch, sweat beading on his brow. Kurama was faster, stronger, his movements were wild, unpredictable. Naruto barely had time to breathe before Kurama struck again, this time a sweeping claw aimed to crush him. He flickered out of the way, appearing above the fox's head, forming a Rasengan in his palm. He slammed it down. The moment it made contact, something lashed back. Naruto's eyes widened as a pulse of black chakra rejected the Rasengan, sending a violent shockwave through his arm. The force sent him flying, his back slamming into the cracked ground. His entire right side burned. Naruto gasped, his body trembling as an unnatural sensation crawled through his veins. It felt wrong. His chakra felt wrong. He pushed himself up, breathing heavily. His fingers were shaking. His chakra was flickering in unstable bursts. Kurama was watching him, silent, waiting. Naruto gritted his teeth, pushing the pain aside. Damn it, I don't care what this poison did to you, I'm not leaving you like this. Kurama's ears flicked, then fight me. The chains shattered. A monstrous roar tore through the air as Kurama lunged. Naruto barely had time to react before a tidal wave of dark chakra slammed into him, knocking the wind from his lungs. He gritted his teeth, flipping backward to regain control, but the moment his feet touched the ground, Kurama was already upon him. A claw raked across the air, and Naruto ducked, feeling the sheer force slice the wind above him. He retaliated, forming two Rasengans in his palms, hurling them forward. Kurama swallowed them. Naruto barely had time to process it before Kurama's tails whipped out, slamming him into the ground with a force that shook the void. Pain exploded in his ribs. Naruto coughed violently, his vision blurring. His body hurt. Every nerve screamed at him. His chakra felt sluggish, resisting him at every turn. Kurama stood over him, his massive form casting a shadow. You are fighting something you do not understand. Naruto forced himself up, spitting blood. Yeah, he wiped his mouth, his breath ragged. Well, that never stopped me before. His chakra flared, flickering wildly as he forced it into control. Then he rushed forward. He was on Kurama in an instant, weaving between the black tendrils that lashed out at him. He slid under the fox's claw, twisting midair, and slammed a chakra-infused fist into Kurama's jaw. The fox reeled, but Naruto didn't let up. He moved on instinct, his body weaving through attacks, fists striking out with a force that rattled the void itself. Each blow sent a pulse of blue chakra through Kurama's body, igniting the black veins like fire. Kurama roared in pain. The dark energy recoiled, fighting against the purification surging through him. But Naruto didn't stop. He couldn't stop. This was his partner. His friend. And he wasn't losing him to some damned poison. With one final surge, Naruto drove his palm against Kurama's chest, sending a tidal wave of golden chakra erupting outward. The darkness shattered. Kurama's body convulsed, the black veins searing away under the golden light. He let out a final, echoing roar, before collapsing. The void fell silent. Naruto stood there, panting. His body ached, his chakra burned, but he looked up. Kurama was still there. The fox's breathing was heavy, but the corruption was gone. His red eyes had returned, burning with clarity. His body was free of the chains. Naruto swallowed hard. Kurama? The fox let out a slow breath, his voice hoarse. You did it. Naruto let out a breathless laugh, staggering back. Of course I did. Kurama exhaled, his gaze sharpening. Then it is time. Naruto blinked. Time for what? Kurama stared at him. Something unreadable in his expression. We are using that form. Naruto's stomach tightened. He knew exactly what Kurama meant. We need it, he said quietly. The Fallen. Megatron, we're not holding back. Kurama's eyes narrowed. None of my reincarnations have used it since the first. Naruto inhaled deeply. Then he met Kurama's gaze, unwavering. Then let's make this the first and last time we ever need to. The golden chakra erupted around him, blinding, overwhelming, absolute. And when Naruto's eyes opened, the battlefield was waiting. The engine roared beneath Michaela's grip as she slammed her foot against the gas pedal. The world outside was a blur of sand and destruction. The heat of the desert rising in shimmering waves. Her knuckles were white against the steering wheel, but she forced herself to stay calm, focused. They didn't have time to panic. Behind her, Simmons was barking orders at Leo, who was, predictably, losing it. Oh God, oh God, oh God. He's gonna kill us, he's gonna. A deafening explosion rocked the earth beside them, sending a spray of sand and debris against Bumblebee's side. Would you shut up already? Simmons snapped, holding onto the seat as Bumblebee swerved. We get it, we're all gonna die, no need for a damn play-by-play. Leo, completely ignoring him, was practically hyperventilating. Come on, we're being chased by an actual space jet. We're gonna get blown to pieces. Another round of missiles slammed into the ground just behind them, and Michaela gritted her teeth as Bumblebee took a sharp turn, trying to avoid getting vaporized. "BEE, give me something here," she yelled, barely able to keep control as the Autobot dodged on instinct. The Camaro's radio crackled to life, a distorted clip playing through the speakers. Hang on tight. Then Bumblebee launched into a hard right, taking them off the main path, sending up a cloud of sand to break line of sight. Michaela barely had time to breathe before another round of laser fire tore past them, way too close for comfort. Leo shrieked, "I wanna go home." Simmons let out a long, suffering sigh. Then, without hesitation, he pulled out a small device from his pocket. Leo didn't even see it coming. A second later, Leo's body jerked, his eyes rolling back as he slumped over, completely unconscious. Michaela's mouth fell open. "Did you just taser him?" Simmons shoved the device back into his pocket. "You're welcome." Michaela huffed, eyes darting back to the road. "You couldn't have done that 5 minutes ago?" Had to be sure he wasn't gonna piss himself first. Before she could respond, Bumblebee swerved again, forcing them behind a crumbling rock formation for cover. They weren't out of danger. But they had seconds to think. Michaela's heart was pounding. The matrix of leadership sat heavy in her lap, its metallic form pulsing with an eerie energy. They had one job, get it to Optimus. Her fingers tightened around it. Mudflap suddenly pulled up beside them, kicking up sand as he skidded to a stop. His door swung open, and Simmons immediately turned to Michaela. "All right, listen up, we're splitting up." Michaela's head snapped toward him. "What?" "I'll draw Scarface over there away," Simmons said, already dragging an unconscious Leo toward Mudflap. "You take the Matrix and get to Prime." "That's suicide," Michaela shot back. "You saw what he did back there," Simmons smirked. "Kid, I've been waiting my whole life for a chance to give one of these bastards the finger. Now, go save the damn world." Before she could stop him, he threw Leo into Mudflap's passenger seat and jumped in. The Autobot peeled away, kicking up a storm of dust as Starscream roared overhead. Michaela had no choice. She gritted her teeth, grabbed the wheel, and slammed her foot onto the gas. They were running out of time. Michaela's pulse pounded in her ears as she threw the car door open and stepped onto the sun-scorched sand. The heat was oppressive, waves of it rippling through the air, but she ignored it. Her grip tightened around the matrix of leadership, its weight grounding her, reminding her what was at stake. A small village lay ahead, its buildings worn and weathered from the desert winds. The place should have been silent, should have been empty, but she could see movement. Shadows shifting between walls, metal glinting under the harsh sun. Decepticons. She clenched her jaw. Bumblebee's engine rumbled behind her, and she turned back to face him. The Autobot's headlights flashed once, his posture tense, ready to charge in at the first sign of danger. B, but Michaela shook her head. "No, B, stay out here." He let out a series of concerned beeps through his radio, but she didn't waver. "They'll hear you coming a mile away," she explained, taking a steadying breath. "I need to go in alone." "On foot." B's radio crackled. Bad idea, bad idea." Michaela smirked, despite the fear gnawing at her gut. "Yeah, well, I've had worse." She reached up, placing a hand against his hood in reassurance. "Just keep moving, circle the village, stay in the shadows. If something happens, you'll be my backup." For a long moment, Bumblebee didn't move. Then, reluctantly, he revved his engine before rolling backward, disappearing behind the cover of the dunes. Michaela exhaled sharply. "Okay, it's just me now." She adjusted the strap of her bag, ensuring the matrix was secure, and took off toward the village, moving low, staying close to the walls. The heat was the least of her worries now. Michaela moved carefully through the village, each step light, each breath controlled. The place was eerily quiet. The kind of quiet that made the hairs on her arms stand up. She pressed herself against a crumbling stone wall, peering around the corner of a narrow alleyway. Her heart stuttered. Two figures sat bound to a rusted metal pole in the center of a small courtyard. A man and a woman, their clothes torn, faces bruised, but alive. The man was Ron, the woman, Dark, was Judy. Both were barely holding themselves upright, their expression one of quiet determination despite their wounds. Michaela's breath caught in her throat. Naruto's parents. A wave of realization slammed into her. They must have been captured when Naruto was declared a fugitive. That's why they weren't there with Nest. They never had a chance to run. A flicker of movement above them made her instincts scream. No, she turned sharply, just as the shadows above the rooftops shifted. Gleaming red optics came to life, the unmistakable silhouettes of Decepticons rising from their perches like vultures. Michaela's stomach plummeted. An ambush. She forced herself to stay calm, stepping out into the open with her hands up, keeping her expression neutral. "Well," she said, voice even, this wasn't exactly what I had planned for today. A deep, guttural laugh rumbled from one of the Decepticons. A massive one, bulkier than most, with scarred plating and a jagged Decepticon insignia etched into his chest. His optics gleamed with amusement as he stepped forward. A human, walking right into our hands. Brave, but foolish. Michaela took a slow breath. I have something you want. She tilted her body just enough to let them think she was revealing something at her side, her bag where she had hidden the Matrix. The Decepticons stilled, optics narrowing. The Matrix of leadership, she said smoothly. I have it. Michaela kept her hands up, backing away slowly as the Decepticon loomed over her. Its optics scanned her, narrowing suspiciously, no doubt trying to detect any deception. You really think you can fool me, human? It growled, stepping closer, metal claws scraping against the ground. Michaela swallowed but held her ground. I have the Matrix. If you want it, you'll have to let them go, she said, keeping her voice steady while subtly shifting her fingers into position. She had only practiced a handful of jutsu with Naruto, but she remembered the basics. Her gloves hummed softly, reacting to the chakra flowing through them as she formed a quick set of hand seals. Tiger, ox, ram. The Decepticon took another step forward, just as the earth beneath its feet cracked and shifted. A controlled tremor rippled through the ground, knocking it off balance. The towering mech let out a surprised snarl, trying to regain footing, but Michaela wasn't done. Now be, she shouted. Bumblebee roared in from behind, his engine revving before he transformed mid-air, blasters already charged. He fired a rapid volley, striking the off-balance Decepticon and sending it crashing into a crumbling wall. Michaela took a breath, heart pounding, but she knew the fight wasn't over yet. The Decepticon pushed itself up, growling in rage, its armor dented but still intact. It locked its glowing optics on her, this time with pure malice. You're going to regret that. Michaela flexed her fingers, shifting her stance. Yeah, come and make me. The Decepticon lunged, and Bumblebee charged forward, the real fight now beginning. Bumblebee clashed with the Decepticon in a flurry of metal and sparks, trading blow after blow. Michaela kept her distance, ducking behind a crumbling wall as Bee tackled the larger mech, slamming it into the side of a building. Dust and debris exploded into the air, making it hard to see. The Decepticon roared, swinging a massive clawed arm at Bumblebee, who barely managed to dodge in time. The strike shattered a stone pillar, sending fragments flying in every direction. Bee retaliated with a hard uppercut to the Decepticon's midsection, forcing it back, then followed up with a double blaster shot straight to its chest. The Decepticon staggered, its circuit sparking wildly. You pests! It snarled, but before it could finish, Bee surged forward, grabbing its arm and twisting. The metal groaned under the pressure before Bee launched himself up, using the Decepticon's own weight against it to send it crashing to the ground. Michaela saw her moment. She dashed forward, forming another quick set of hand signs: tiger, boar, ox. The chakra-infused gloves pulsed as the ground beneath the Decepticon shifted once more, a sudden burst of force sending it sliding into the rubble. Bumblebee wasted no time, his cannon charged, and with a final powerful blast, the enemy mech crumbled into a heap of smoking wreckage. Silence settled, the only sound being the faint crackling of scorched metal. Michaela turned, breathing heavily, and immediately locked eyes with Sam's parents. Her heart ached at the fear and desperation in their expressions. Where is he? Judy Witwicky asked, stepping forward, eyes searching for any sign of her son. Where's Naruto? Michaela hesitated, guilt twisting in her stomach. He's still fighting. He's alive, but I need to get the Matrix to Optimus. There's no time to explain. Ron Witwicky clenched his fists. You expect us to just leave? Yes, she said firmly, grabbing Judy's hands. Listen to me, Naruto would want you both safe. You can't stay here. She motioned toward Bumblebee. Get in, let me take you somewhere safe. Judy looked like she wanted to argue. But Ron pulled her back. Come on, honey, he murmured, his voice strained. Michaela stepped back as they climbed into B, watching as he transformed back into his Camaro form. His engine rumbled in understanding, and without another word, he sped off, leaving Michaela alone in the dust and ruins. She exhaled, steeling herself. She still had a mission to complete. Michaela pushed forward through the war-torn streets, her heart pounding in her chest as she neared Optimus Prime's position. The Autobots and military forces were entrenched, their weapons ready, and a perimeter had been set up around the towering figure of Optimus, wounded but still standing strong. As she approached, the soldiers saluted her, and Bumblebee pulled up alongside her. His engine hummed with a comforting familiarity, as if urging her on. Michaela looked down at the matrix of leadership clutched tightly in her hands, its glow faint but steady. It was time to end this. She took a deep breath, ready to hand the matrix over to Optimus, but before she could take a single step forward, a sudden blast of energy tore through the air, striking her in the chest. "No!" she screamed, but the sound was swallowed by the deafening explosion as the impact sent her flying backward. The matrix flew out of her grasp, and she hit the ground hard, her body crumpling unnaturally as her vision blurred. The world seemed to slow. She could hear faint voices, shouts of concern, but they felt distant, almost as though they were coming from another lifetime. Blood welled up in her mouth, and she gasped for breath, her limbs growing heavier. Then, everything went black. Megatron stood atop a nearby building, his laughter booming through the streets as he lowered his arm from the blast cannon. His optics glowed with cold malice as he surveyed the scene. Another worm falls. His voice dripped with disdain. But before he could even relish his victory, a wave of anger surged through the air. From behind, a powerful chakra aura flared to life, illuminating the battlefield with a golden blue light that seemed to burn away the very darkness around it. The energy pulse was so intense it shook the ground, sending ripples through the air. Naruto Uzumaki stepped forward, his eyes blazing with fury, his chakra already in its advanced form, the Kyubi chakra mode. His features were filled with rage, his fists clenched, and his heart pounding in his chest as he moved toward Michaela's lifeless form. "Get away from her," he roared, his voice carrying the weight of all the pain and fury he felt in that moment. Megatron narrowed his optics, barely having time to react before Naruto surged forward, his hand slashing through the air with unnatural speed, creating a shockwave that shattered nearby structures. The Decepticon leader staggered back, caught off guard by the sheer force of Naruto's attack. "Impressive," Megatron sneered, his arm transforming into a cannon as he aimed at the advancing human. "But it won't be enough." Naruto didn't hesitate. With a swift motion, he lunged at Megatron, his fists glowing with chakra. Each punch seemed to rip through the air, creating concussive blasts with every strike. The military forces, seeing the opening, opened fire, their bullets and missiles hammering into Megatron from all sides. The Autobots joined in, firing their cannons and blasters as the Decepticon leader staggered under the relentless assault. But despite the barrage, Megatron fought back with a snarl, turning to face his attackers. "Is this really all you have?" he bellowed, his cannon charging for another devastating shot. Naruto, still burning with rage, locked his sights on Megatron, his resolve unshaken. He wasn't going to let this monster hurt anyone else, not today, not again. But then his attention shifted. His eyes fell to Michaela, lying motionless in the rubble. His breath caught in his throat as he dropped to his knees beside her. No, his voice broke as he gently cradled her head, tears brimming in his eyes despite the raging battle around him. He could feel her pulse, weak, but still there. The sight of her battered form caused a deep ache in his chest, an ache that threatened to consume him entirely. "Please, please don't leave me, Michaela," he whispered, his voice barely audible amidst the chaos. He could feel the pull of despair rising inside of him, threatening to break him down completely. But he couldn't allow it, not yet. Naruto's hand hovered over her chest, glowing with the faintest blue chakra. He placed his palm gently over her heart, sending a steady stream of his energy into her. "Hold on," he whispered, his voice thick with emotion. "Just hold on a little longer." And with that, he closed his eyes, his chakra flaring once more, as the battlefield continued to rage around him. The world seemed to stop as he focused on the woman he loved, fighting with everything he had to bring her back. The world seemed to stretch out in a blur as Michaela slowly began to come back to her senses. The heat of the battle, the chaos around her, and the overwhelming sense of dread slowly faded from her mind as her eyes fluttered open. Her body ached, every muscle protesting as she tried to move. A wave of nausea rolled over her, and she winced, her vision hazy. She could hear the sounds of battle, the distant roars of Megatron and the mechanical clashes of Autobots and Decepticons fighting in the streets. But then, her focus sharpened, and she saw Naruto beside her, his face full of concern, but his body radiating with an intensity she'd never seen before. His hand was on her shoulder. And his eyes were filled with worry, but a hint of hope shone through them. "Michaela," he whispered, his voice shaking. "Michaela, stay with me." Her throat was dry, and it took her a moment to gather the strength to speak. I'm alive." Her voice was weak, barely a whisper, but it was enough to catch Naruto's attention. What escaped him was the fact the matrix of leadership exploded the scroll and reformed in her hand. "You're alive," he confirmed, his voice full of relief. He let out a shaky breath, as if he had been holding it in for too long. She glanced around and saw the matrix of leadership on the ground, its faint glow still pulsing. The sound of battle raged around them. But there was something else in her chest now, a fire that refused to be extinguished. Without thinking, she reached for the matrix, her hand trembling as she grasped it. The weight of it seemed to settle into her fingers, and despite the pain and confusion, she knew exactly what she had to do. She slowly rose to her feet, her body unsteady but her resolve solidifying with every second. The Autobots had managed to hold their ground, but they needed Optimus now, more than ever. "Optimus, I have to do this," she whispered to herself. She looked at Naruto, who was still kneeling beside her. His expression was full of hope, but there was a silent understanding in his eyes. "I know. Michaela," he said softly. With that, she made her way toward Optimus, the matrix clutched tightly in her hands. The massive Autobot leader still lay motionless, but she could feel the power of the matrix calling out to him. She knelt by his side and placed the matrix in his chest, the golden glow of its energy filling the air around them. For a moment, nothing happened. The battlefield seemed to fall silent, as though the world itself was holding its breath. But then, slowly, Optimus' optics flickered to life, glowing a brilliant blue. "Michaela," Optimus' deep voice rumbled, still hoarse but strong. You have returned it." A wave of energy pulsed through him, and the matrix glowed brighter, wrapping him in a golden aura. His massive form trembled as he slowly pushed himself to his feet, his strength returning with every passing second. The air around them seemed to hum with the energy of the matrix, and the Autobots rallied around him, their faith in their leader restored. But it wasn't over. The ground shook as Megatron, enraged by Optimus' revival, let out a roar of fury. His optics locked onto the newly awakened Autobot leader, and he surged forward, his cannon primed for a final strike. But before Megatron could get a shot off, Optimus moved, faster than anyone thought possible. He lunged at Megatron with a roar. His sword drawn in an arc of light, and the battle was reignited with renewed ferocity. Michaela stepped back, her heart still racing as she watched Optimus fight. She looked down at the Matrix, now just a faint glow, and a sense of awe washed over her. It was in this moment that she realized what she had done, and the weight of the responsibility she now shared with Optimus. Naruto, ever watchful, stood beside her, his body still glowing with the remnants of his chakra, his eyes never leaving her. His voice was low as he spoke, a note of admiration in his tone. "You did it," he said softly. "You saved him." She gave a tired, but grateful smile. "We did it." But their victory would not be complete until Megatron was defeated once and for all. And with Optimus back in the fight, Michaela knew that it was only a matter of time before the tide turned in their favor. As Optimus stood tall, his optics glowing with the brilliant light of the Matrix, the air around him seemed to hum with the return of hope. The Autobots, emboldened by his revival, began to rally, their morale renewed. The battle seemed to take a turn in their favor as Optimus' power surged through him. But just as the Autobots began to regain their ground, a shadow descended upon them. With a flash of movement, the ground trembled as a figure cloaked in darkness appeared before Optimus, the Fallen. His presence was suffocating, an ancient and malevolent force that even the Matrix could not seem to resist. The moment Optimus' optics locked onto the Fallen, he felt a wave of dread wash over him. "You're too late, Prime," the Fallen's voice rumbled, ancient and cold, filled with a twisted sense of satisfaction. Without warning, he moved faster than anyone could react, striking out with a quick, brutal motion. In one swift motion, the Fallen's hand shot out, seizing the Matrix from Optimus' chest. The light of the Matrix flickered for a brief second before dimming completely, the artifact snatched from the Autobot leader's grasp. Optimus stumbled back, his hand instinctively reaching for the place where the Matrix had once been, but it was too late. "No," Optimus muttered in disbelief. Before Optimus could make another move, the Fallen was already in motion. With the Matrix in his possession, he turned and fled, moving faster than a flash, a dark streak across the battlefield. He disappeared into the distance with a mocking laugh, leaving Optimus and the Autobots stunned. "Michaela," Optimus called out, his voice full of urgency, but also a deep sadness. "We have to stop him." But before they could react, the Fallen's voice echoed from the distance. "The Matrix is mine now, and with it, I will end you all." The Autobots began to move to intercept, but Naruto stepped forward, his expression hardening. He had no time to waste, his eyes were set on the pyramid that had once been hidden. The place where the Fallen had undoubtedly planned to take the Matrix. As the chaos of the battlefield continued to rage, a massive shadow appeared in the sky, Jetfire. The enormous Autobot, who had long ago sacrificed his body for the cause, descended from the heavens, his wings outstretched and his engines roaring. His presence was a beacon of hope, a symbol of strength in the face of impending destruction. Landing with a powerful thud, Jetfire's black and red frame radiated power and readiness. The Autobots, even in the midst of the intense battle, took a brief moment to look up at him with respect. The battlefield seemed to quiet just slightly, as though even the Decepticons knew what was coming. Jetfire's voice boomed over the comms, his tone deep and gravelly. "Optimus, I've come to join the Autobots once more, take my spark, and with it your power will go up tenfold." Optimus' optics shifted toward him, a renewed resolve within them. His connection with Jetfire, forged through years of battle and sacrifice, had always been a powerful one. But now, with the Matrix gone and the Fallen threatening to unleash unimaginable destruction, their bond would reach new heights. Then let us end this, Optimus said, his voice calm yet laced with an intensity that matched the urgency of the moment. The Fallen must not reach that weapon. Jetfire's large form shifted, and with a mechanical whir, parts of his body began to shift and unfold. His massive frame separated, revealing the transformation that had been engineered for this very moment. Optimus stepped forward, his own body moving into position, his face grim. Without a word, Optimus and Jetfire merged together, forming a colossal, hybrid form, a powerful combination of the two Autobots. The fusion of Optimus and Jetfire was more than just strength, it was history and hope, the ultimate form of Autobots working together to save the world. As the two merged, the landscape seemed to tremble. The ground shook beneath their combined weight. When the transformation was complete, Optimus Prime stood taller and more formidable than ever. His frame was now reinforced, glowing with the power of the Matrix. Jetfire's wings had integrated seamlessly with Optimus' own, and his new form exuded an almost unstoppable energy. But Optimus knew this wasn't enough. The Fallen was an ancient evil, and Megatron's plans were far from over. He had to reach the pyramid and stop them, before it was too late. Without hesitation, Optimus activated his thrusters, taking off into the sky with incredible speed. The powerful jet engines on his back roared to life, pushing him forward. Naruto, standing nearby, his eyes focused on the incoming battle, didn't hesitate either. He had already gathered his energy, his chakra flaring once more as he moved to join Optimus. His mind was set, his heart determined. He wasn't going to let the Fallen win. "I'm with you, Optimus," Naruto shouted, his voice filled with fierce determination. With a burst of chakra, he propelled himself into the sky, matching the speed of Optimus' flight. The two soared through the air, a blur of red, blue, and white, two forces of nature united against the ancient evil that threatened their world. The Autobots below continued to fight the Decepticons, but Optimus and Naruto were focused on one singular goal: stopping the Fallen and reclaiming the Matrix. As they neared the pyramid, a massive blast of energy shot out from its peak. The Fallen's weapon was charging, and time was running out. The intensity of the blast tore through the atmosphere, a clear sign that they were too late to stop it unless they acted quickly. "Naruto, we need to act now," Optimus' voice was filled with urgency as they neared the weapon. The pyramid's dark power emanated from the core, and the energy seemed to distort the air itself. Naruto's hands tightened into fists. "I'm ready. Let's finish this." With a roar of determination, Optimus slammed into the pyramid's exterior, sending shockwaves through the structure as the energy barrier surrounding it shattered. The Fallen's power surged, but it was not enough to stop Optimus and Naruto. Together, they would take down the Fallen. Together, they would bring an end to Megatron's plans. Together, they would fight for the future. As Optimus and Naruto approached the pyramid, the very air seemed to crackle with energy. The Fallen stood atop the structure, his menacing figure bathed in the eerie glow of the weapon he was about to unleash upon the world. Megatron stood beside him, his optics glowing with malice and hatred, his massive frame towering over the ground. The two of them were the epitome of destruction, but they had underestimated the resolve of the Autobots and Naruto. Naruto, his golden chakra swirling around him like a living aura, couldn't hold back his anger any longer. His eyes burned with determination as he faced the two of them. His chakra surged violently around him, creating an intense, almost blinding light. "Let's finish this," Naruto muttered to himself, his voice filled with grit and purpose. Without a moment's hesitation, he propelled himself forward, his body a streak of yellow light. The air around him distorted as his speed increased, and in an instant, he slammed into the Fallen with a force that shook the entire structure. His chakra exploded on impact, knocking the ancient transformer back as the ground trembled beneath them. The Fallen staggered for a moment, his head snapping backward in surprise at the sheer force of the attack. He wasn't expecting this level of power from a human, but it was clear that Naruto was no ordinary opponent. His chakra flared even brighter, and with a roar, he drove his fist into the Fallen's chest, forcing the ancient Decepticon back. But Megatron, quick to react, immediately advanced. "Fool," he spat, raising his cannon arm to fire, but Optimus Prime was quicker. With a flash of blue and red, Optimus launched himself into the fray, slamming into Megatron just as he fired his weapon, sending the blast off into the sky. The two titans collided with a deafening crash, each one struggling for dominance. "Optimus," Naruto shouted, seeing the chance. But Optimus didn't need to be told twice. With a powerful surge of energy, he thrust his massive sword into Megatron's chest, sending the Decepticon flying back with an explosive blast. Optimus wasted no time. He turned his attention to the looming Star Destroyer weapon, which had started charging again, its core glowing with deadly energy. "That weapon must be destroyed, now," Optimus commanded. With a mighty leap, he soared toward the weapon, his weapons locked and loaded. Naruto turned his attention back to the Fallen, who was recovering from his earlier attack. He could feel the dark energy emanating from the Decepticon, a suffocating force that sought to crush him. But Naruto wasn't going to let up. "You think you can defeat me, boy?" the Fallen growled, his voice ancient and filled with malice. "You are nothing more than a blip in time, a fleeting moment in my endless war." Naruto grinned, his eyes burning with the light of his golden chakra. "I don't care how long you've been around," he said, his voice unwavering. "You're not gonna destroy this world, not while I'm here." The Fallen let out a deep, guttural laugh. "Your resolve is admirable, but it won't save you. I have seen the end of many like you." Naruto's grin widened, and with a fierce yell, he pushed himself forward. His chakra flared even brighter, coating his body with a golden sheen as he charged at the Fallen once again. Faster than ever before. His fists crashed into the Fallen's armored chest, sending shockwaves through the air. Each punch was fueled by the will to protect, each strike another step closer to victory. The Fallen staggered back, clearly taken aback by Naruto's relentless assault. But he wasn't finished. His hand glowed with dark energy as he shot a bolt of raw power straight toward Naruto, but Naruto wasn't done yet. He moved with the speed of a lightning bolt, dodging the blast and landing a devastating kick to the Fallen's side, sending him crashing into the side of the pyramid. "You're too slow," Naruto taunted, breathing heavily but standing firm. "I've got way more in me than you think." Meanwhile, Optimus Prime had reached the Star Destroyer weapon, and with a single strike from his massive blade, he shattered the core, sending a shockwave of energy through the structure. The weapon faltered, its energy surging out of control before it exploded in a violent burst, sending debris flying into the air. The tide of the battle had begun to shift. But the Fallen wasn't finished yet. With a growl, he pulled himself up, his dark eyes burning with rage. "You think you've won, little human," he hissed. "This world will burn, no matter what you do." Naruto's chakra flared again, more intense than ever. "I'm not done yet," he said with a fire in his voice. "Neither are you." With a final roar, Naruto launched himself at the Fallen, his chakra wrapped tightly around his fists. It was time to finish this. The battle had only just begun, but Naruto had already decided that no matter what, he was going to protect the world, no matter the cost. Naruto's chakra burned brighter than ever, his yellow aura blazing around him as he pushed forward, fists clenched and ready to end this battle once and for all. The Fallen, bloodied and battered from Naruto's relentless assault, looked up with a twisted grin. You truly believe you can stop me? The Fallen's voice rumbled with ancient fury. His body glowed with a dark energy, a malevolent power that resonated through the air like a wave of pressure. Naruto's eyes narrowed, determination setting in. I don't just believe it, I know it. The Fallen raised one arm, his fingers crackling with destructive power, and thrust them forward, sending out a barrage of energy bolts aimed directly at Naruto. But Naruto was faster, his body flickering through the air like a blur of golden light, each bolt missing him by inches. The ground shook beneath their feet as Naruto dodged, weaving through the storm of energy. With a burst of speed, he appeared directly in front of the Fallen and drove his fist into the Decepticon's stomach. The impact created a shockwave that sent the Fallen staggering back, his feet skidding on the cracked earth beneath him. The Fallen let out a hiss of pain, his glowing eyes flaring with more power as he prepared to retaliate. You are an annoyance, the Fallen roared, raising both hands above his head, summoning a massive orb of dark energy that crackled with destructive force. The orb expanded, growing larger by the second as the air itself began to warp from the sheer intensity of the power it contained. Naruto's heart raced as he saw the massive weapon forming. He couldn't let the Fallen unleash that kind of destruction, not now. He clenched his fists and planted his feet, his chakra flaring around him like a barrier of golden light. If you want to destroy the world, Naruto shouted, you're going to have to get through me first. With a mighty roar, Naruto charged at the Fallen, his chakra exploding outward, fueling his speed and strength. He collided with the Fallen's massive form just as the dark orb reached its full size, sending a massive shockwave rippling through the air. Naruto punched with everything he had, his chakra-infused fist slamming into the Fallen's chest with the force of 1,000 strikes. The Fallen staggered back, momentarily stunned by the overwhelming force. But the orb of energy was still in the air, ready to fire. Not today, Naruto yelled, gritting his teeth. His chakra flared even brighter, and with a mighty leap, he surged forward and grabbed the Fallen's wrist, preventing him from launching the orb. The Fallen struggled, trying to break free, but Naruto's grip was unyielding. You're not getting away with this. The Fallen snarled, his eyes burning with rage as he twisted his body to try and break Naruto's hold. You will regret this, human. But Naruto wasn't backing down. I don't regret anything, not when I'm fighting to protect the people I care about. With one final push, Naruto channeled all of his chakra into his fist and slammed it into the Fallen's chest. The explosion of energy knocked the Fallen off balance, causing him to stagger backward, his hand fumbling to keep the orb under control. You're finished, Naruto said, panting heavily as his chakra continued to burn around him like a raging fire. But before Naruto could press the advantage, Megatron's voice echoed through the battlefield. You're a fool, Naruto, Megatron growled, charging toward him with all the fury of a wild animal. You think you can stop the Fallen? I will destroy you first. Naruto's eyes widened as Megatron approached, but before he could react, Optimus Prime appeared in front of him, blocking Megatron's path with his massive frame. Not today, Megatron, Optimus said, his voice firm as he raised his bladed axe, preparing for the next battle. This ends now. Naruto nodded, his golden chakra still swirling around him as he focused on the Fallen once again. He had to finish what he started. The Fallen, recovering from the hit, sneered at Optimus and Naruto. You are all foolish to think you can defeat me. The war is not over. But Naruto wasn't backing down. With a final yell, he gathered his chakra into a single concentrated blast, unleashing a massive explosion of golden light that slammed into the Fallen. The Decepticon staggered back, unable to withstand the power of the blast, and with a final roar, he crumbled to the ground, defeated. Naruto stood, his breathing heavy but his eyes fierce. He turned to Optimus. It's over, we won. But Megatron wasn't finished. With a roar of fury, he lunged at them once again, weapons blazing, ready to finish the battle once and for all. This fight was far from over. Optimus Prime stood tall, his massive form imposing against the backdrop of the fiery battlefield. He knew this was it, the final confrontation. As Megatron charged toward them, his weapons blazing, Optimus raised his bladed axe, ready to defend. "Naruto," Optimus shouted, his voice booming. "Deal with the Fallen, I'll handle Megatron." Naruto, still surrounded by his golden chakra aura, nodded sharply. "Got it, Optimus." He turned to face the Fallen, his eyes steely with determination. "You're not escaping this time." With a final burst of energy, Naruto launched himself forward, his fists crackling with the immense power of his chakra. The Fallen, reeling from Naruto's earlier blows, barely had time to react before Naruto slammed into him with full force. The Fallen, struggling to regain his balance, raised his hands in a futile attempt to block Naruto's attacks. Dark energy pulsed around him, but it was no match for Naruto's fiery golden chakra. "You're nothing but a relic of a forgotten war," Naruto growled as he delivered another punishing punch, sending the Fallen sprawling backward. With every strike, the Fallen's form began to deteriorate, cracks appearing along his dark armor. He snarled, raising his hand to summon a final, desperate blast of dark energy, but Naruto was faster. With one last charge, Naruto collided with the Fallen, sending a massive shockwave of chakra that obliterated the Decepticons' defenses. The Fallen's body shattered into pieces, his dark energy fading away with a final, defeated scream. The battlefield grew silent. Naruto stood over the fallen Decepticon, panting heavily, his chakra flaring one last time before slowly settling. He turned toward Optimus, his voice hoarse but triumphant. "One shall stand, one shall fall." Optimus nodded, satisfied with the result. But Megatron wasn't about to let them off so easily. The Decepticon leader stood a few yards away, watching the defeated form of the Fallen with a mixture of sadness and rage. "Foolish Autobots," Megatron muttered, his fists clenched. "You have won, but the war is far from over." Starscream, who had been observing from a distance, finally spoke up. His voice was laced with bitterness but also a sense of realization. "Megatron, you can mourn later. This battle is lost. We must retreat before we're destroyed. Sometimes, the coward's way is the only way." Megatron looked at Starscream, his eyes cold with the weight of defeat. His shoulders slumped as he realized the truth. The battle had ended, and the Fallen was gone. There would be no victory today. With a final, pained glance at the battlefield, Megatron turned away. Starscream, eager to escape the growing onslaught from the Autobots, stepped forward and pulled Megatron away. "We'll retreat for now, but this war isn't over. Megatron. We'll return, stronger than before." Reluctantly, Megatron allowed himself to be led away by Starscream, his form retreating into the shadows as they fled the battlefield. Optimus watched the retreating figures of the Decepticons, his stance firm but weary. "This war may never truly end," he murmured, his voice heavy with the weight of his words. Naruto approached Optimus, a faint smile on his face despite the exhaustion that weighed heavily on him. "For now, the war's over. We've won today." Optimus gave a small nod, acknowledging Naruto's words. "For now, yes, but we will remain vigilant. The Decepticons will never stop trying to destroy what we've built." Naruto's golden chakra slowly began to fade. His energy spent. He looked out over the battlefield, the wreckage of the Fallen's forces scattered around them, and the Autobots still standing strong. "It's over for today," Naruto said with a small sigh, his expression determined but calm. but we'll be ready for whatever comes next. With the Decepticons retreating, the Autobots began to regroup. The battlefield, once filled with chaos, now lay still. Optimus Prime turned to face the Autobots and their allies, his voice firm and commanding. "Today, we have won a hard-fought battle," Optimus said. "But the war is far from over. We must stay strong, united, and prepare for the challenges ahead." Naruto nodded to himself, knowing the fight wasn't over. But for now, they had achieved something monumental. The Fallen was gone, and the Decepticons had been forced to retreat. The battle had been won. But the war, that was still to come. That's it for today. I hope you liked the video. Please like and subscribe, and comment ideas if you can, and maybe you could share this with your friends, because you never know, they might like what ifs too. So without further ado, all KAGE, out.